When you bring in new players, you bring in new IGL, then you're going to be doing a lot of new things.
I think this is exactly what I would have done with the team myself. I would have gotten a European coach and a European IGL right away. I think these two solutions are the best way to improve the scene the fastest.
The goal is to field the most competitive roster. We have several competitive players. There are a lot of options for us if we feel like we need to try some different combinations.
Eventually, they have to win a tournament now. We have 15 players to choose from.
There's a lot of benefits to actual practice schedule. There's a lot of opportunity for players. Now bringing Hexed in.
Bringing up Hexed is a good sign because that's somebody that everyone in NA has been talking about for a bit. He's kind of like the Oboe or the Stewie of yesteryear.
I'm bringing excitement and a hunger to grow.
So every time I asked a player, hey, what's one person you shout out from NA, almost every single one has said Hexed. Just super sound decision making, solid mid rounds, just a good rifler, really sharp, and I think people are excited about him.
The biggest reason why we wanted Hexed is that he talks a lot, he has a lot of energy, he wants to take initiative.
My goal is to be comfortable within the team and hopefully bring the team some trophies.
That's a shot and a half.
It's a big step for him, playing Tier 1 tournaments. He's not really afraid of anything, she's not scared. Milan comes from the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene in Europe, and he's been used to having to grind a lot. He's a pretty young IGL, and he's been in-game leading for some big names.
I think the combo of him and Vorborg might be cool, especially if they had Valens watching the demos and saw good ideas coming out of K23. Then I'm interested.
He's comfortable and he's used to taking charge no matter if they're like very strong opponents or he has very experienced teammates, so he's used to this. But he's also coming with in-depth knowledge of the meta of Counter-Strike. I think that's a lot of what he's adding to the team, some like new ideas, fresh ideas to some of the more experienced players that we have. So far I've been very impressed with him.
I'm rooting for EG. I think they made a couple of sensible moves. Unilin is a great stepping stone, IGL. Hopefully Vorborg feels comfortable directing people and telling them what to do. If those two things come through, I think it's going to be fun to watch EG play.
I think having that mix of experience but also that eagerness that comes from a more inexperienced player is a very nice mix.
For all the individual talent they have, we didn't kind of really see it shining. It wasn't really put in a position to succeed.
His structure did not really fit the play style we want to have as a team. I think we also just failed to create a foundation on how we want to play as a team. We never created our identity. The reason why we picked up Hoxie is I think he reminds me a lot of the style that Kerrigan is using in FaZe. He looks like the guy who is leading by the example.
I think it's more excitement and that I'm ready to go, and obviously there's pressure from the outside, but from the inside I don't feel like there's any pressure, so that's what makes me comfortable.
Look, it's a big task for a new in-game leader to come into a team with established personalities and established stars and be able to kind of set his philosophy in with the team. It's going to be really interesting to see if they can pull it off.
I've always wanted to play for a Tier 1 organization. It's going to be a lot of challenges, obviously, speaking English all the time and new people, new ways of thinking.
I just feel like his style is gonna fit our play style, basically. I think he can utilize all the individuals in the team.
And I think with a young player like Monesi, it's probably a hard battle to grapple with when a coach kind of wants you to be more individual, and an in-game leader is kind of trying to rein you in and make sure you're not kind of making mistakes before he's ready for you to do something.
This move is really risky in the sense of roles and JKS's stock and Hoxie only calling for this one team. I want it to work because I like both those players. I like the lineup as a whole. I think they play exciting CS. I want Hoxie to be the caller to save G2.
We never had an anchor that you can rely on. We never had a pillar on the team that's gonna deliver no matter what.
He can just be like a turret. JKS is spot on.
It was probably my best offer, and it's one that I actually really wanted to take just because of the roster. It's a really big deal for me, and whatever they need, I'm going to try and fill in. And of course, I really want to play good myself and keep that individual up, and because I know that I still can. So.
His skill ceiling's obviously incredible, but I don't think that's the reason he's been brought in. I think it's just that consistency and reliability that they're going to really, really enjoy. When I think of Hooksy, I gotta wonder, is he going to be able to straight up implement all of his kind of ideas that he wants to right out of the gate?
I definitely think that with such talented players that I have to work with now, that it's just about, like we talk a lot about freedom. With freedom comes a lot of responsibility as well, and I think that's where we have to go. As long as a player like Nico gets to do what he likes to do, then he will be comfortable, and if he's comfortable, he will win the game by himself sometimes.
As I said, we are a new team. It's not going to be a huge disappointment if we fail at this one. It's going to take a lot of time, but it's just about being on the right path and keep learning.
Welcome to Blast Premier 2022. Twelve Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group stage. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a BO1 rapid-fire round to set their place in a cross-group gauntlet. BO3 Gauntlet will see 6 teams automatically qualify for the season final. The remaining 6 teams will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format. Whilst there, they will be joined by one top global team by way of exclusive invitation. A further 9 additional teams will enter the fray, thanks to Blast Premier regional qualifiers, making it a truly open tournament, where even amateur teams have a chance to unseat the pros. For the first time, each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle with a North America and rest of the world bracket. Victors of the showdown, 1 team from the European and CIS bracket, and 1 from the North America and rest of the world bracket, will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semi, and grand finals. The champions of both the spring and fall seasons will be joined by exceptionally skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO Major, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams who top the global leaderboard. The Global Leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams accumulate points by winning matches and progressing as far as possible in these selected events. Teams hoping to qualify through the Global Leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events, including both Blast Premier seasons and several leading tournaments. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be opened up to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2022 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
So for me, CS has always been about getting connected with other people, having the same goal, overcoming hardships.
I think I love to play Counter-Strike so much because I'm a really passionate guy.
It's like an accidentally perfect game on some sense.
I think Counter-Strike is the balance between having the possibility of winning on your own, and on the other hand, you have this whole team spirit experiment where you bond with other people. You create something that is bigger than just yourself.
As a sport, it's competition, it's camaraderie, it's legacy. It's about accomplishing.
There's incredible moments of build-up and incredible moments of action. There's incredible moments of achieving something that seems like it should be impossible.
Well, there, Bonnicy is in a lot of trouble. He no-scopes one of them. He keeps going. 10 seconds. He fakes the bomb, spins around, running up close and personal. Oh, what a flick!
They say you have 2 deaths, and the first time is when you die. The second is when people stop talking about you. And it's for that reason that I don't think Counter-Strike will ever die.
Is the love of the competition. It's the competitive drive.
I think we wouldn't be here if it weren't for the community.
I love competing, I love winning, and Counter-Strike gives me the motivation to do so.
I'm living and breathing this game from the moment I touched the game to now.
There's a million games. There's nothing quite like CS.
Let's roll.
Elimination day and the pressure was on for OG as they went up against the best looking Complexity we had seen in some time. At times the battle was close, but as it raged on, so did the same old story, and Complexity fell to the showdown. More American dreams were thrown on the line as EG faced up against NIB. 447 long days since EG had beaten an EU team in a best of 3. Could they finally break the curse? With Automatic back and looking in form, the impossible seemed possible, but with a lot of back and forth, winning each other's map picks, the decider was just too much for EG, and the Ninjas kept their tournament hopes alive. Big versus the world, as G2's new roster was yet to show us how this mix of players would perform. With the Vertigo pick catching the Germans off guard, Maniac was able to showcase his confident AWPing that not even Sirius's clutches could save. The momentum continued into the second map, and despite Big's best efforts, nothing was going their way. G2-0 was looking to come true, and even the Hooksy memes were showing up on the server as they walked all over Big to put them into the showdown.
The competition returns as the Blast Full groups began to get cutthroat yesterday. 3 teams sliced, diced, and cast into the depths of the showdown as the race to the Royal Arena is well and truly on. My name is Freya. Joining me to have a look at all the action. I got Maniac, I've got Pimp. Gentlemen, excited to be back for some more CS today.
Nice alliteration to start. What was it say? Sliced, diced?
Nice, yeah, I've got the knife reference.
Yeah, I kind of like that one.
Feeling a bit, but I woke up and chose violence.
Got to work on my poetry skills, Jacob. Maybe you and I, we should do some workshop to come up with some,
It's
fancy
a
way
lost
to
cause for me already.
It's not a lost cause. We can always do it.
Well, yesterday we had so much action going down. Of course, 3 best of 3s on the cards with maybe some surprising results going down. I want to throw it back to the first game that we saw on the cards. Can you kind of walk us through what happened in that first matchup of the day, Matthew?
Well, we didn't really know what to expect between OG and Complexity. I think that the latter surprised us with that first W they racked up against Na'Vi in the first stage of that tournament. But I guess the hopes and the expectations fell flat when it comes to that game. The second map was very easily handled by OG. 16-4 victory on overpass, which we thought Complexity would fight back. Wasn't meant to be. OG now with a different adversary today.
Yeah, I'll echo that sentiment. A little bit disappointed, unfortunately, in the showing from Complexity. I think in the group stages, they were looking good. They were looking solid. We talked about Halser coming into the lineup as well. You know, all of a sudden, the conversations surrounding Complexity were more positive than it's been in a very long time. And then yesterday, unfortunately, back to the old ways, couldn't really put up a fight against OG, who played a good game of Counter-Strike. Dexter, once again, playing a good game of Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike. So, you know, there's always a good side and a bad side. Unfortunately, the bad one was Complexity. Good for OG, though. They're coming into the game against FaZe with a decent amount of confidence.
Yeah, speaking about bad sides as well, kind of for both sides of the equation, weirdly, in that NIP versus EG matchup, wasn't a super clean victory. No, literally, there were no winners coming out of that match, really.
No, you could feel it on the faces of the Ninjas after that game, even in the interview with James. There was a sentiment of we've barely made the minimum that we had to. There was no cause for celebration, maybe even cause for alarms, because there was supposed to be such a discrepancy between NIP and Evil Geniuses. We were building him up as that team that never really gets surprised, that is always reliable and consistent. And to be honest, they got pushed by EG, and we didn't give them. You even said if EG won 11 to 12 rounds on the map, it'd be a W. Well, they pushed it to map 3.
Well, they got a positive experience, I'd say that, you know. For NIP, though, I just read a quote coming out from Hampus as well. He said something along the lines. Yeah, he's such a gangster, right? Something along the lines that had we played against Automatic and Cirque with 3 randoms and FaZe it, we still would have lost the way we played yesterday, right? So it was one of those games where nothing clicked for NIP, one of those games where nothing really worked out for them. And then on the other hand, as you said, you got to give a little bit of credit to EG. They played better than we've seen them in quite some time, but as always for EG, they lost.
Should we apply for EG, you and I? I mean, we play FaZe it with decent level. Is that our moment?
They can't afford me. I'm sorry.
Too pricey. G2 taking on Big, of course, rounded out the day. We're not going to talk about it, though, because all of our plays from the CS Money Player of the Day come from that particular matchup. You guys have been voting over on Instagram. Who have we got coming in as play number 3, Matthew?
We start with the AWP from Sursen and the 1 versus 3 on the Vertigo with good positioning, good movement as well, and a nice little fast scope towards the end.
What a game he had yesterday, Sursen. Kept him in it. Young Maniac as well started off the game in absolutely fine manner with a pistol ace. You see the assertive play with the USP, hitting 2 crisp headshots, quickly turning around, going over towards short area and getting another one. Maniac was feeling it yesterday. G2 were feeling it yesterday. And when you start a game like this, Matthew, you must have all the confidence in the world.
It was an incredible series from Maniac. We're going to stay with G2 for the winner. We have Nico. And stealing a page from Maniac's book this time around, yielding the big green, playing cleverly around that smoke. First kill, but then, you know what? Zooming? That's so boomer. Who needs zooming? I'm just going to go ahead and unscope people. He didn't even need right-click. Beautiful clutch from Nico with the big green.
I mean, to finish off the trifecta of G2, obviously doesn't get a play of the day here, but Hunter as well. Yeah. He was on fire yesterday on that Dust 2.
Yeah, it was actually ridiculous. To the point where our analysis was didn't have a leg to stand on, right? Because we were supposed to stand here and explain to you why Hunter had 26 kills in the first half. He just completely destroyed Big. That game was supposed to be extremely competitive. In fact, by the numbers, Big would have been slightly favored, you know, just having one roster change, filling in Kido, having their Strabu with them, knowing where they were going to go. That wasn't meant to be. Just G2 just made easy work of them.
Well, I want to bring up the gauntlet once again and take a look forward, as of course we will progressing on into the semi-final matchups that you do see on our screens. But just to explain for those viewers at home who might not be too familiar with the format, only 2 from each of these, I guess, separate brackets will be progressing on towards the Royal Arena.
Take the example of the first game we're about to have here, OG versus FaZe. Astralis is waiting. Between OG, FaZe and Astralis, only 2 teams will make it straight to the full finals. They will battle that between them. The winner of that game, of course, goes on to Astralis or face Astralis, and then the loser would go then to the last chance qualifier. So 3 teams per line fighting for 2 spots straight to full finals.
Yeah, definitely going to get cutthroat indeed. All teams going to be fighting tooth and nail to be making sure they make it to the Royal Arena for the full finals. I want to pose the question to both of you guys. If you're looking at kind of each of these brackets, who are the 2 that you are taking going forward? Jacob, who you got?
Oh, I mean, it's a tough one in the first bracket, I'd say. Astralis is waiting right now, but FaZe
OG is kind of a good candidate to show down.
Yeah, you'd say so, right? But FaZe is going to qualify no matter what, I feel like, from that bracket. And then you have OG Astralis. To me, I don't know what to expect from Astralis, to be completely honest. They're struggling against, you know, some tier 4 noobs teams in major qualifiers. Can't really get it over the finish line. So when you go up against OG, can you really expect them to win? The Group B, the bracket B, that's the big one, right? You got Big out of it yesterday. Now you have Vitality, you have Na'Vi, you have G2 left. Only 2 of those can make it, and it is virtually impossible for me to say who that's going to be.
No, that is a hard one, honestly. I think the individual presences we've seen from G2 yesterday kind of reshuffled the cards. You might have looked at this group thinking, well, they have one of the biggest work ahead of them with the restructuring when bringing in Huxi and JKS. They could have been candidate to take the small door towards the showdown, but the way they dismantled Big, I'm like, they could do that to Vitality. Hell, they could do that to Na'Vi. That was very impressive. Hard to tell. Same with the last bracket as well. I mean, you know, Heroic showed greatness in best of 1, but again, they're going to be tested in best of 3. In Cologne, that exercise didn't really go well. well. So do we see them as absolute fan favorite? I'm not exactly sure. Whereas Liquid keeps surprising people. I think the NIP Liquid game, to be fair, is one of the hardest to call that we're going to have today.
That is such a 50-50, particularly with how we saw NIP playing yesterday. I mean, I don't want to keep harping on the same drum, but the fact that, you know, they just looked really lackluster. I know we're going to talk about it later, but the fact that Plopsky was the highest rated player coming out of that, not great for them.
Not really a win condition, I'd say. Obviously, it's good that he can do it. It's good that he can push them over the finish line, still contribute. But you're right, you look towards players like Res, you look towards Brolan, you look towards Hampus as well, being one of the best fracking in-game leaders in the world right now. You want the firepower to come from those three. We talked about it yesterday. We're going to talk about it later, Freya. But NIP have a bit of a repetition for playing up to the opposition's level of play. Once they face good opponents, once they're facing a team like Liquid, I fully expect them to be much, much better.
We, of course, will be talking about that later on today, as it is our second game of the day here at the day 2 of the Gauntlet of the Blast full groups. You can bring up the schedule to see what else is going to be on the cards. Of course, that coveted G2 versus Vitality matchup going to be rounding out the day. But first, it's FaZe taking on OG.
The champions of the world showed us that they still bleed, but it's likely only to be a drop. They will be coming into this next game with their eyes on a final spot.
He pops Jabby first, second kill is TSS. Very nice twist. Wow. 4 kills from the back of the site.
Getting on the same page has been the name of the game for OG, showing promising signs in yesterday's game.
Hiding close. It's going to be the AWP up first. What a win! BQ.
Have they done enough to challenge those at the top?
The world #1s and talisman of the leaderboard, FaZe now turn in their first best of 3 to face up against OG. And I hope the guys are coming in a little bit more prepared than they were to get out the van, because I don't think they're going to be able to sub King Vladdy.
Yeah, there's probably a flash missing or something, because that execute didn't go well.
Yeah.
The pathway has to be reworked for OG. But you know what? I actually sympathize with them. I struggle with that van as well. We never know how to get out.
No,
so
it's not an easy
I'm right there
feat.
with you, OG. We struggle too.
The big brains struggle to get them.
I have 2 left hands, so my mind might work, but
How do
my
you
hands
play
are.
Counter-Strike with 2 left hands?
Well, I didn't do too well at the time.
So
Mostly
that
in
is
the
why
head.
you're up here. But I do want to pivot the conversation to talk about FaZe, first of all, coming into the server, because this is the first time we're going to be seeing them taking to the stage in a best of 3 series in this particular stage of the Blast Premier full groups. As James was saying in that voiceover, we did see them bleed, but only slightly coming into this stage.
Yeah, I mean, they lost the game to Heroic at the end of the day. No, not a big issue. It was a best of 1. Obviously, in that game, FaZe weren't the better team. FaZe didn't really show up. Heroic played some good Counter-Strike, so you can argue that we didn't see FaZe in full form, but that was the entire conversation point we had as well coming into the group stages right here. FaZe is now a team that has cemented themselves as the best in the world. They're not supposed to peak at every single tournament. There's a major coming up. There's some other big tournaments coming up. So for them, this is more so a nice, easy way to start off the season. Obviously, winning, qualifying for quarterfinals, that's the goal. I don't think they care how they do it as long as they get the goal achieved.
Yeah, I agree. That is the conversation when it comes to FaZe. It's about performance management, right? Peaking at the right time. But something that they have to learn, I guess, now that they are sitting very comfortably on that throne is that how can the low be not too low, right? Can they have some sort of support net that even when some players are delivering a little bit less, that let's say on the stage in Cologne or at the major, for example, maybe when the intensity is a bit lower, you still have to have a minimum in terms of level. You cannot just let yourself get surprised by people, because what you need if you're FaZe and you're trying to establish this era, right? We always use this word, is you need to strike fear in your opponent. People are supposed to be shitless scared when they play against you. But if you keep losing series here and there, then everyone thinks you're vulnerable. People think you bleed, and they think they can beat you.
Yeah, and we talk about the intensity of some of those matches as well. Somebody that we can always rely on coming into that, and as obviously the MVP of the major, was King Rain himself. But coming into this, Matthew, I know you have a few kind of discussion points about him.
I think he embodies that whole concept we just put through, right? All the respect to Rain. I think the performance he's been having in 2022 in big tournaments is immense. His comeback to top form is something that I'm so glad to witness. He was the MVP of the major. He played great in Cologne. He's a man that's going to show up in great games. But he also has a tendency to slightly fade off and disappears whenever he's in, let's say, less intense moments. We can have a good example here. If you compare the numbers on your left-hand side, it's the Antwerp major where he got that MVP medal, and then we have his first few games here at Blast, and he didn't give us the good Rain, and that makes a difference in the whole puzzle of FaZe Clan.
It does make a difference, especially when you look towards FaZe and you're talking about the low lows, right? You want to make sure that all the players, even when they're having a rough time or when they're not in shape, are still playing some decent Counter-Strike. I just want to put it into context just a little bit, compared to regular sports, compared to football, compared to cycling. I may lose 90% of you guys out there right now, but a cyclist, right? You can win every single race. You got to choose and pick your races. If you want to win the Tour de France, your form can't peak in January. That's just the way it is. Same for Rain, same for FaZe. If you want to win the next major, there's no point in sacrificing everything in order to qualify easily through a Blasters group stage. You want to make sure that you dive into it. You want to make sure that you ease into it. But as Matthew said, that your low lows are still good enough in order to get the job done, and then you can always build on top of that form.
Well, from the man who wore the biggest major crown to the head of the team, we've got Carrigan with a few words with James Banks.
I also want to ask you about the current CS meta, right? Because there's a while ago where IGLs had to put more output, right? You know that. Then we see now it's gone away from just having like a couple of stars and a couple of supportive players. We're seeing now 3, in your case, 4 stars alongside you. How do you view the current CS meta, and do you think this is going to be a trend for more teams to kind of have this kind of style?
I think it's changing all the time. I think you're always looking at the best team in the world, or the 2 or the top 3 teams in the world. How are they winning? People have specific styles, right? But the way me and Snappy has been calling the last or this season, maybe that motivated G2 to think differently about the in-game leader role and the roles in the team, right? But I think it's changing all the time. But I still think you need to do a lot of output as a IGL. I know my level is each year going higher, even though the competition is also going higher. It is a very high skill CS right now. People are shooting really hard. Even if I have bad stats, it's not like I feel I'm aim failing or anything. It's just like sometimes the enemies are better than me. And I think that goes for everyone, that you just need to make sure the team overall is performing. That's the first thing. And if it's not, you're obviously looking at why the reason is. And if you're not fragging as an IGL, you may need to make a lot of space, and I don't think that's possible.
In terms of you, though, you just mentioned it. You're improving kind of every year. We're seeing this. You've been able to hang with the very best. Is there something particular you're doing on the individual side outside of the IGL? Because we're always talking about you as an IGL, but what do you do individually to stay this good even as you get older?
I think since COVID started, I've reevaluated myself. If I want to stay long-term in CSGO, what do I need to work on here and the next 3 years? And I came to a conclusion that I don't need to watch many more demos to understand how CSGO works. I need to follow the meta, but I need to work on my individual skills. So I put up a plan for training that way more that I watch demos. I do watch anti-strat at tournaments, but when I'm home, I play a lot more individual than I used to. So my training days is getting longer than compared to when I was young. But I think that's what you need to do if you want to stay long in CSGO and you're hitting a level where it's going downwards. You need to work hard and just believe that the work you put in now will pay off. And I feel like I'm doing that. But sometimes you have bad games, sometimes you're good. But I know I'm doing my best I can right now. Most important thing is not to be burned out. And I took care of myself during the season, understanding when to put in effort and when not to.
And now the world number ones, they're going to be turning to face the side of OG, in which we had quite a lot of questions coming into this. Of course, Dexter now permanently in the mix for the squad. We did see him taken to the stage back at Blast Lisbon, the spring finals as well. Yesterday, I feel like we got to see some real good impact from Dexter versus Complexity.
Yeah, Dexter had a great game, as he always does, but what I really appreciated is that this wasn't only the book of Dexter yesterday, and this is what we are asking to see from OG. The one danger that Nexa has as an IGL right now is to suck up all the air in the room for Dexter, to kind of turn all the resources his way. But you have other players, we can see them right here on our screen. You have other players that you need to put in a good position, that you need to deliver. Flame's an example, Fiku is another one. He had some great moments yesterday. How do you find that balance? I don't think it's a thing of one day or a week. I think it's a long-term project, but you have to give space and autonomy to other players as well.
That's the main concern for me, because I think it has been the show's Dexter so far. When you look throughout the entire tournament, the group stage now yesterday as well, you had Nexa charming in, you had Fiku having a decent performance as well. Flame C had a couple of rounds, but the only player to do it consistently right now for OG is Dexter. I fully agree with you. If we want to see OG at a level where we can expect them to put up a decent fight against a team like FaZe, or if we can expect them, I guess, making a playoff run at a big tournament, we need to see more than just one player playing well. Dexter can't dictate a game. Dexter can't be the win conditions when you're playing against opposition that is equal to yourself, but you're going up against FaZe who have 4, maybe even 5 strings to play off. You need more than just Dexter.
And that was the exact question for me coming into this as well, reading an interview with Dexter saying, you know, the appeal for joining OG was the fact they're going to give me so much space to work with. You want to have that kind of aggressive style of play, and that's where it leads me to go, is that going to take space from other members of the team?
Look, in essence, it is not wrong. If I'm responsible for the OG project and Dexter comes in, I will obviously make sure that I get the most out of these extraordinary players, right? We live in a reality where not everyone has equal abilities. Dexter is definitely one of the extraordinary individuals we have in the game. You cater to it, you put him in a good position, but it's a plus and minuses. It's a balance that you have to keep in mind. Am I erasing all the hopes and dreams of all of my rest of the teammates by putting Dexter there? Or do I find a way to kind of give him what he needs, but also catering to my other teammates' needs? And this is the equation as an IGL that Nexa has to tackle.
It's also about managing your expectations. If you're OG, your realistic goal is not to win trophies. Your realistic goal is not to be the best team in the world. I know the players like to say that. They want to say that I want to be the best in the world, I want to win the trophy, but realistically speaking, they don't have the quality to do so. Now, if you're OG, what are your best chances of beating a team on your own level? That's having Dexter in a position where he can dictate the game. What are your best chances of beating a team like FaZe? That's by having a well-rounded team where everyone is contributing. So when you go into a matchup like this is not the strategy of OG, right? They're suffering a little bit from the fact that they're fighting against a different caliber of teams. Now, going into FaZe, they only have Dexter to rely on, and that can be a massive problem.
Well, from Dexter to his left-hand man on the desk, we've got Flamesy with a few words with Banks.
Now, your lovely manager in the background, Vladdy, just told me that you are the longest-standing member of the team now, as all of this has changed. So when we're talking about compromise, right, you're still young, you come into this roster, everyone was excited when you first joined OG, but you obviously, a lot's changed around you. How do you deal with that? How do you find that?
Well, I've always been a fan of new starts, of like new beginnings. Like, I remember at the start we had Alexi, Valde, Nico, and Mantu. And I kind of find myself in the team, but it's like, I think at the end of the roster, like with Valde and Nico, there wasn't much hunger anymore. I think people have lost like the respect they had to the team. And I think like right now when there is a new beginning and the young players, like, you know, the young players, my age players basically, and we're having fun, and I think we have a lot of skill ceiling, and we just need to kind of gain the experience and grind slowly, which I believe that's the way to, you know, like how Gambit did it how Cloud9 did it in 20. Like I think that's kind of the way that I want to achieve my goals, like grinding it together and not, you know, getting a shortcut to top 1 team and just having fun with it.
And in terms of this team, right, it feels like to me you've obviously Nexa, kind of like the dad at this point, and then you guys are the young ones all learning this. He's the experienced one. What kind of things do you kind of see yourself doing in the future as a team? You know, like, do you feel like this is kind of the set roles and goals now? Are you still adapting? You're still changing? There's still going to be more we need to look at?
I think there is going to be more to look at in any process. Like, I don't think we're going to set our... We're obviously going to set our goals, but we're going to take one step ahead and just slowly figure out how things work from there. I think what you said about Nexa being the father, I think the coaches are more like the fathers, and Vlad is like a mom to us. And then we have like Nexa is the big brother, and everyone is like in between.
Okay.
And that's how it kind of works in the team. And
I like that.
Yeah, so I think we're slowly like adapting to each other because we're still like figuring out our stuff, and we're like a new roster. Like me and Neofog and Fico and Dexter didn't play together. Like, you know, this year I started playing with all of them together, so I think we still need to figure out each other and how to approach each other, and, you know, how to figure out if someone is tilted or needs a space. And I think these teams will come with time, but obviously right now we're adapting a lot and like seeing what everyone needs and basically going according to that.
Mama Vladdy, I absolutely love this. Another curious comparison between these two squads, particularly when we're looking at the T sides, Jacob.
Yeah, the T sides for OG, ever since Nexa was brought into OG, has actually been looking decent. The first time around, he came in with the old lineup. They had a resurgence. All of a sudden, the T sides were the stronger side for them. Same could be said here now with Dexter as well. One thing that you need to note right here is the flash assist, right? The way OG portray themselves, especially in interviews, we're just a team that is running around, you know, clicking headshots. That's what Nexa even said in the interview, but there's so much more behind it. They are very good with utility, very good with flashes, and compared to FaZe, they have 3 times the amount the flash assist in this tournament that FaZe has. So FaZe is the team running around killing headshots, whereas OG, they actually have a little bit of thought behind it.
Yeah, maybe a surprising amount of depth to this OG lineup. I believe we do have Danny with a particular moment to break down of what we're going to be seeing from OG.
Yeah, that's correct. So OG obviously on the top of the charts when it comes to flash assists, and I have something to show you on Ancient that they really like to run. So right here, what we're going to see is this particular round where Flames is going to come up middle. So first we'll see Fiku. He's going to set up that flash. Flames is going to do the smoke on top of the Molotov to extinguish the typical CT Molotov that usually comes through at the start of the round. But the key thing here is that he actually jumps into the smoke and puts himself into it. And what's going to happen next is that Fiku is going to throw a flash just over the building to allow Flames to pop through the smoke and get this kill. Looks like there's a little bit of technical trouble. Let me back this up again. Let me just play that again. So the flash goes over the building, gets the kill. But the one thing is that for Fang, when he comes over here towards this mid position, he's not expecting this play to come at all. He doesn't expect Flames to be inside that smoke, and hence that's why he gets surprised by this flash. Now here's another example of the same round, and this time I just kind of want to highlight just the play again itself. So you see he goes into the smoke, the flash comes through, and then he's able to get these 2 kills on unsuspecting players. And you might wonder, you know, this happened twice against Complexity, and what is it exactly that makes this play work? Part of the reason why this works so well is because they don't throw any other utility when they go for the mid control. Typically, you see when teams go for plays like this, there's going to be a window smoke here, there's going to be a donut Molotov, maybe a donut smoke as well, but they don't throw any of that. They only just rely on this utility that they're throwing here. So what that means is that for these CTs coming through, they have a false sense of security where they feel like there's no play or there's no pressure going to be made at all. But the reality is this flash is coming over the building, which allows Flames to basically push through the smoke and find these 2 kills. So this is something that we're going to see a lot on Ancient, and it's going to be up to FaZe to be able to counter it.
That is a really interesting insight into what we should potentially be expecting from OG coming into this. Of course, Ancient will be first up on the cards as well. But I do want to take a look at our Betway predictions coming into things, because the race has got pretty tight. Some of us were doing very well yesterday. Not going to name any names, but all FaZe across the board.
That's a yes, unfortunate moment right for the taking right here, guys. If you're ready for the shot, sorry, it's gonna be right there. For the rest of the games, though, we are a little bit more split now.
I didn't think
the
that
green
so
room's
many
gonna
people
turn
would
into
go
a
with
battle
Liquid
station
for the second game. I thought it would be way more 50-50 than that. I didn't
I thought so too. You described it as the most 50-50 game we have today, and yet you all went with Liquid.
Apparently not. Well, we are going to be jumping into our first game of the day. Of course, it is OG taking on FaZe. Ancient first up on the cards as OG's pick coming into things. We saw them having success last time around. Can they repeat their form against the world #1s? We're going to find out with Anders and Moses in just a few.
A new day of Counter-Strike is up on us, and we're going to start with a best of 3 between FaZe and OG. I think it'll be an exciting game, probably a difficult one for OG, but I don't think it'll be a bad game.
No, I think that's the big thing. It's difficult for OG. Is
Yeah.
the proper way to put it. That's maybe a little bit of an understatement. Look, I like it from the other angle. I like the interviews we're seeing out of Twist these days. He just came out in an interview the other day and said, I don't see anyone being able to topple us off the #1 spot. So that's perfect. Plant your flag,
Nice.
McMahon. Let's challenge it. Let's see what we're going to get. OG taking on FaZe to start the day of Blast Premier here in Copenhagen. Group stage starting to wind down. It's going to end in just a couple days. And the loser of this match heads to the showdown.
Whew. That's a rough position to be in. I mean, nobody really should have more of a cause to be feeling good about themselves than Twist. He's such an insane work ethic, so it's not really unwarranted. We'll see if he's right about his own prediction there. FaZe going to be starting on the CT side, with OG on the T side. We're on Ancient, of course. And already, it's a little bit of mid to outside of B control here. Ooh. Neofrag taking a look down there, but not finding anyone yet.
Let me rephrase this, by the way. Loser doesn't go to the showdown, goes to the last chance. That was yesterday they went to the showdown.
Oh, you're right.
That's my fault.
It's all good. They get closer to that showdown, though.
What's that?
They get a little bit closer to it. Nobody wants that.
One step closer.
Nice opening for Dexter. P250. Always worth it in a pistol round on the T side, I feel like. And look at Flames. He's out hunting, looking for Twist, who's feeling a little bit worrisome. And he's going to be found by Fiku in the end. They're getting all the kills on the OG side. It's just Brokey and Carrigan left. And a little bit of a jump maybe from Carrigan there. Brokey's surely going to get run down in a beautifully executed round from the OG camp.
Nice. Well done. Hitting some headshots on the way into the bomb site. That's perfect. Good start from OG. Exactly what you'd like to start formulating some kind of an upset. This is a great shot from Dexter as well. First bullet onto Rops. He's usually the one doing that to people, not having it done to him.
Yeah, that is true. Can I get something off my chest right away?
Absolutely.
I feel like Inferno has chickens. Okay. Ancient could have those little scarabs from
the Mummy?
Yeah, or I was thinking even earlier. What's that movie? Oh, hold on. We'll get back to it. There's action in the middle, Jason. C set 75. It's quickly going to get traded, though, but Twist actually maybe a little bit more successful than you could have seen coming at the start there. I think they knew that he was there. Missed shot from Rain, but that would have been beautiful if he could have caught that kill.
That's a hard shot to hit. Rops is going to have the chance. Good headshot on Near. Oh, now Rain gets it. Rain follows up with a second. This is getting sketchy. One player on A main, one player in Donut. Big kills coming in at the perfect moment for OG. That double kill from Flames and Dexter might just win the round. Good job from Flames with the Galil.
That was scary. They were so low on health at the end, losing 3 players. They make it through the round, but that almost went completely south for them.
Horribly, horribly wrong. Almost. 2-0. So, some pistols picked up by FaZe. Eagles.
I was thinking of Indiana Jones, you know?
Okay.
Little scarabs. I'm just saying, we need more tiny animals.
Sure. Yeah, that's
my pitch for it.
That's the heart of the issue. You wanted scarabs.
Yeah.
Would they be chicken-sized?
No. That's too aggressive. Maybe too scary. Might trigger some people's phobias. I don't know if anyone's... Is there such a thing as chicken phobia? Is that a thing?
Probably. There's phobias for a lot of things. There's that phobia of, like, you have an intense fear that you're always being watched by a bird, which isn't exactly a chicken phobia, but...
All right. Do you have this phobia?
No, I'm just saying. It's like, maybe it's not a bird. I think it might actually be like a specific bird. It might be like a duck, if I remember. Yeah, I obviously don't remember correctly. Someone will look it up. Someone let us know on Twitter.
Like, I'm assuming.
And if you have any unusual phobias, please feel free to tweet at us.
I'm assuming it's not one specific duck. Like, it's just ducks in general.
Just a duck in general.
All right. Okay. That was weird, but all right. Next, also getting traded. Brokey's picked up that AK, and it's a 3-on-3, and with 2 Deagles alive, this could go real bad. Flames trying to recover the round in the middle of it here, taking down Twist at the very least, but Robs has dug himself into a corner, and Flames is running right into it. You could see he felt like that was the only defender there, so he just kept the pedal down. Robs is going to be traded away, and now Brokey's in the right position, though.
Oh, he's in a perfect position.
Yeah, it's going to see 35 seconds. They haven't checked it. He gets one of them, but already out. It's Fiku, and he'll get sprayed down. Great work from Brokey, moving into an absolutely beautiful position at the end of the round.
You will never, ever expect Brokey to be in that position at the end of this round. The way that it all played out, the way that he was spotted on the other side of the map, what a great reposition from Brokey with the AK-47. Absolutely brutal. And this is the danger of playing against FaZe, is just like, they pick up those Deagles and every single round is a challenge. You get no easy rounds, no breathing space whatsoever. They make it work without Deagles and just mostly unarmored players.
And it's a little bit terrifying when some of the early rounds that are meant to be, you know, a little bit more easy, even the previous one, they're down to a 1 versus 2 with very low health. This one, it gets stolen away from them. You think, oh, wow, they didn't even really have anything to fight with, and it was still difficult. What happens when they have the rifles and they're on the CT side on Ancient?
Yeah, I mean, that's the round that's supposed to kind of set you up to see if you can really gain an economic advantage going forward into the gun rounds, and obviously it's just ripped out of their hands. Kerrigan firing off some shots into the smoke, into the double doors.
3 Deagles on the side of OG to try something, but no real incentive for FaZe to, I don't know, throw themselves into anything too crazy at the moment. Kerrigan, this is kind of what we've been seeing with him and Rain on the other side over at the Jaguar tunnel. That's what they do a lot, and I feel like everyone sees it coming, but it's still really successful. It's hard to stop them. They are both really experts at 2 different positions there.
There's the jump, trying to give a shot over to Dexter with the Deagle. Hard to manage, and the off is going to ring out in the hands of Brokey. At least they've discovered it's on the map. And it's just down to Nexa. So, 2-2 going to be tied up, and we'll get guns in the next round for OG.
Yeah, Rain just tagged up, but nothing too bad. No casualties on the side of FaZe, so I'll be at least happy about that.
Living the dream. Building up some bank, building up some money, fist bumps all around.
Almost.
Eesh.
Commit to them, you know.
Yeah, for sure. 2-2. Yeah. Galil in the hands of Fiku. They've got plenty of utility. Galil in the hands of Dexter as well, so he's kept off that op a little bit longer. Full utility for the FaZe side of things. Couple of kits picked up on the defensive side.
Flames trying to do what he did earlier in the middle. Yesterday that was, and just being aggressive and trying to really be the playmaker in there. Gonna get caught by Twist. But they get one in return. Nice shot from Neofrag, and Twist is going to be out here on a bit of an island. Kerrigan is starting to get up behind him to help out, but for a minute here, he was alone. And probably felt a little bit scary.
Kerrigan's shifting into a position so Twist can just watch one angle and kind of respond off the contact from Kerrigan, right? Because Twist, you could see, he's trying to look in front of him and behind him down the hallway. That's very difficult to manage when that smoke clears. So working together, they find an escape route, find a clear, and they get information on top of it as well. So good shift in the defense from FaZe.
Kerrigan moving even further forward now, and Twist going back into the middle. So Brokey's running in the back line. You could see he's making his way over there with the AWP. They actually know almost everything right now.
This has taken way too long for OG to readjust on the map. This has taken way too long, walking all the way back from T-spawn to this position, slowly clearing everything out. They've got so much ground to cover, and what a staunch defense. Even if you get past Rops and Brokey, even if you do that, you're going to have Twist to contend with over and Donut as well.
Yeah, smoke going up, but he's just going to push in front of it, Brokey. This is such a read right now for FaZe. They've known for a long time what's coming. Brokey's going to get the kill on Fiku, and now he's happy to leave Rops there when they run up close to try and check it. Oh, he's a little bit late on that one, but as you said, Twist there to try and cover it. Next, though, with a headshot. That had to happen for OG to have a shot at this one. They needed that kill. Neofrag still going to be going down. It's Brokey up close with the AWP, and it brings it back at least into a 2 versus 2. Brokey is just getting all the kills, and even in the 2v2, FaZe make it look real good.
Yeah, they even got better entries than you would have expected. Taking out Rops without taking a death, taking down Twist without taking a death as well. And yeah, Brokey an absolute nightmare inside the ruins. This was great. I wonder what was going on in Rops if he couldn't hear the footsteps closing the gap on him like that, but never actually committed to a fight. Just Brokey's a beast. Once this smoke clears, he pops out. He's able to destroy everyone.
Do you think in a 4v4 like that, when they start to kind of walk away from the B-bomb site, should they have left someone there, OG? Just to make sure that Kerrigan can't go and look what's happening?
That wouldn't have been bad. I think more than anything, you probably should have had 1 to 2 players clearing out that main like A staging area so you didn't have to worry about being silent the whole way earlier on so that you have that escape route.
All right. Yeah, so you could maybe run in T-spawn and try and get like all the way there. So one or the other, or maybe both. Someone was definitely missing. It was you could tell the whole way. It was a 20-second warning for FaZe to get into position. Back with pistols on the OG side. And yeah, lacking some economy. Constant problem when you start to lose rounds like these. Flames, you'd love to do some economic damage to FaZe, but not going to be possible. It's another flawless round for them. So in every way, they're in a good position. They're loving life at the moment. Not too unexpected here, but no. Probably not a great time for for OG.
Not quite yet, but there's plenty of time to recover. We still haven't seen Degster out with that AWP on the T side. We know how dynamic and how effective and impactful he can be, so I'd like to see him get that weapon in his hands at some point, or it looks like he's willing to stay with the AK-47s and the rifles for this T side.
But yeah, he's definitely a player to watch, there's no doubt. Flames trying to do a little bit of mid-pressure. They'd probably hear them running in there, but gotta be worried about the counter flashes coming out. Rain with a nice return. But at least Nexa gets the kill on Kerrigan, and that should give them something. If they were in position, they probably could have gone really fast to the B-bomb site. The fact that they find Kerrigan in that position is telling them something.
Well, now it allows them to pressure middle as well. Rain's got to back off, and Twist is going to start slinking back as well. He knows he can get wrapped upon. Actually, he's being very, very bold, clearing out middle. Has the information. No boost either. And can now turn around and look towards the B hallway. Spots the head. That is surgical.
That's so ridiculous. Oh, that's hard to spot. Without the X-ray, I guarantee you're not seeing a lot there. Nexa almost goes down. Oh, grenade did 1 more damage to him. That's lucky to be alive, I guess, on that one. And a nice find at Dexter. So now everyone else just kind of frozen in time. Still just want to reiterate, I mean, Rain gets the kill in the beginning on Flames, and he's normally the one that's playing that Jaguar tunnel. And Kerrigan is playing the B slope, and you find him... You actually get the kill on him from Nexa, right? So that's 2 of the normal B players that are going to be there, and you know Brokey's going to be the sort of the other ranker or the bomb side. So if they'd had more people outside of B, they probably could have used that as like, all right, that's it. We kind of know there's probably only one person here, but they were really, really far away. They were kind of scattered all over the map, so couldn't find that opportunity, but...
Well, this round has slipped away in any meaningful sense for OG. Nexa's got the 2 health. Trying to be desperate, trying to get something through the smoke, but any stray bullet that comes through, and actually, it's a stray Brokey coming through the smoke. For no logical reason.
No, just because he can. Just because he's... I mean, he's having himself a wonderful game right now, so I guess you just have to... You just have to respect it.
Let him ride it.
Yeah.
Ride that momentum, baby. This is gross.
It is.
I don't know what you're supposed to do with your Neo frag either. He probably didn't even realize his head was showing in any way.
Sent into space. That's what he was. Canadian space program, sponsored by Twist.
Sure. Do they have a space program?
I doubt it. It's all about mining up there, isn't it?
What, in space?
No, in Canada.
Oh, in Canada. Sure. Is it? I don't know.
Let's go, boy. Come on.
No, but I do.
Okay.
There's a lot of mining going on in
Oh,
Canada.
yeah, you're big into the gold mines and silver mines, and you've lost your mind.
Long tradition of that stuff happening. Up there.
Okay, sure.
Good times.
Why not? Here we go. Next round underway. Timeout comes to an end. FaZe has won 5 in a row. They're on fire. Brokey's looking good. He's 10-2. Twist is on point. We've seen a couple nice shots from him. And OG's going to be relegated back to pistols and half armor.
Tech-9s. I'm always nostalgic for a good Tech-9 round. It starts like that. Nexa gets a headshot on Rain. Kerrigan back to his more normal position here. A little bit deep grenade. It touches Neofrag, but I don't know if that's really enough.
It was the Molotov that gave away the game that Neofrag was close up. That little sound cue of him stepping into the flames let Kerrigan know that there was some danger close by.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to find more. They didn't really try to speed it up behind the Tech-9 kill. I guess they were still a little bit far away from the bomb site, so they didn't feel like they could just run it down, but at least from a historical perspective, that's part of the strength of the Tech-9s is sometimes just keep going.
Fiku is cleared all the way out towards the A bomb site. He's in that little staging area. Let's see if he peeks into the bomb site at all. He's not going to see any defense, but for the moment, Twist in middle has been given so much freedom. Easy kill for him. Easy follow-up. If he gets a third, that'd be absurd. Almost able to get it. Nexa down to 25 HP, but that is a massive piece of information. And now Fiku has cleared out the A bomb site. There's no way to join up and connect with him, though.
Yeah, it's a long road back, isn't it? What a great, cool little move there from Twist. At the end, he's kind of almost spraying down the third person, and he recovers his own aim, and he's like, wait a minute, let me just
gives it one last salvo. Yeah.
I love it.
Well, look, this is hard because Twist is actually, I mean, just by virtue of his own skill, has been able to win a couple of battles in middle, but you can't let him have that kind of freedom, being able to push down mid and be comfortable, being able to respond whichever side of the map you're going to. You have to be able to clear out that position.
They're going to get a bomb plant at the very least, so maybe that is something to be excited about here for the side of OG. They need the money, if nothing else. Flames now in a 1 versus 3, and he's taken down Kerrigan, but still Brokey and Rob's alive. And what a duo to be up against. He's about to get shot in the side of the head there. Rob's coming in. They lose the AWP, but at this point, it doesn't really matter that much. They have so much money on the side of FaZe. Is there an argument to be made that it's even maybe more unacceptable for OG, given the fact that when they're in this holding pattern outside of B, they're kind of almost meant to be watching for aggressive CTs.
They've lost the detail there. Not a single pair of eyes was looking for that kind of a play from Twist. They also had nobody in middle as well to keep an eye from that angle either. So yeah, there should have been some kind of an alarm bell, but sometimes those details get lost. All in all, though, you got to say that's a good round for OG. That's like a nice starting point if you want to claw back into this game. You get 4 kills, you get the plan. As you mentioned, the money isn't really a huge impact now. It only comes into effect if you start winning a couple rounds, but that's a good start to have a round where you eliminate 4 players and force that many rebuys.
Brokey in the middle early for this round. I mean, they haven't had any real B rushes, so maybe he doesn't need to be there with Carrigan at the start. They can just keep it cool like that. In fact, he's going to go take a look over at the A-bomb side too.
Well, I think FaZe is lining up as if OG was going to attack towards Twist, attack the middle position. They have kind of Rain able to pounce in whichever direction he wants from Jaguar. They had Rops kind of at the entrance to Donut ready to peek in, and everywhere else it's passive. So they're really trying to set up a little bit of a trap and a little bit of contention in middle. But the attack didn't head there. It's walking into the B bomb site, and this time FaZe don't have the information. So we'll have a retake scenario on our hands in a 5-on-5.
But they are really quick with their rotation. There are actually a lot of people here before the bomb is even planted. Carrigan going down, though, from Flames. That is a big kill. And that's going to maybe give them a little bit of space for a bomb plant, finally. A 4-on-4 in the after plant. Fiku's got all the way back from his little adventure over the A-bomb site. And Nexa crouching into the fight will take down Twist. It's a wall bang to get a little bit of return as they finally trade out Rain. 2 versus 2 and some time off the clock here. Rops almost getting the better of Neofrag, but now it's a strange fight. It's going to be Rops still winning it, but definitely a chance with the AK to get that revenge. You're right, there is a Molotov, so if they figure out where Fiku is, that's an issue. They don't seem to know. That's not in the right position at all, and they tap the bomb a single time. They're close to running out of time here. Fiku just has to stay alive. Nice headshot, and that should be it. Even with the kill. Oh, surely not. Yep. Down to the wire it is. Oh my god. That is so close. You hear that tick?
Oh my, I don't know if I've ever heard it hang that long. That 0.3 seconds left on the defuse.
Oh god.
That's so crazy. Or left on the bomb when the defuse comes in. That's wild.
0.3. That's no way. Oh, if you're Fiku, you just have to think that this should have been his, right? It did hang. It did hang for a really long time.
It felt like an extra second. I heard it hanging and I was like, I've never heard it last this long. Twist again, gonna hold on to middle. Finally traded off by Neofrag, but he's got so much to deal with. Rops is just biding his time for the peak and now gonna lurk into position in middle. Gotta be careful. One player hiding in the smoke just behind him, and he's come through. Rops is gonna go down. Free kill. OG must capitalize on this round.
Yeah, they need to win it. At 7-2 with the money that's on the FaZe side and their own money continuously in a weird position. This is it.
And back-to-back quad kills in lost rounds. Like, you have to be able to capitalize on that more than anything else. Looked like I wanted to shuffle back to the A-bomb site. That got called off a little bit early. Good shot from Neofrag. Kerrigan was getting aggressive. Brokey's going to start shifting over. We've seen him gamble a couple times already in this game. Gamble correctly as well. And if he does it again, that could be heartbreaking. He's moving into the correct position right now to join up with Rain.
They have so much utility to get rid of that AWP, though. So he either has to probably take a big risk and push in front of the utility, or he's going to be made irrelevant until the afterplant is really there. So probably neither one is a good position to be in. He is really far forward, so it's going to be some combat AWPing coming in. Flashed into the cave to try and take a look. Rain is right there as well, and they're going to get a kill each. The bomb is on the ground, and Dexter's got to be careful. If he misses a shot, he might be dead. One more bullet and might have done it here. And flanking in from behind is Fiku. Only 24 seconds, so they must have this round. Rain is going to go and check. I don't know how he knew, but he did, and still, he could not find the kill. And now Brokey pushed into the corner. He cannot escape. 14 seconds, and they're coming for him. What a nice headshot, and a huge round for Fiku. Triple kill. They had to get this round OG, and they did.
These rounds are so hard for OG, even when they have some advantages. Like, they're so difficult. This round felt like it should have been done and dusted. Good job from Brokey. Flashbang from Rain takes some attention in his direction. That one kill through the smoke as well helps massively. This kill should have been Rain's. I mean, at a certain point of this round in the 2v2, FaZe should have won this game, or this round, excuse me.
Yes.
Yep, Rain missing that kill was everything.
I wonder that Molotov that went up in the air on the first approach, I wonder how much that would have pressured Brokey to begin with. I guess we'll never know, but they did fail one of the Molotovs. Rain goes for the kill, but Dexter threw the smoke on the other side.
Oh my lord, that's through a lot of smoke.
Yeah, all the smokes. He just took the shot. I wonder if jumping is what revealed him.
I think he just probably shot, to be honest with you. Because Kerrigan's there. You think if he jumped, Kerrigan would be able to fire. Yeah, I think that's exactly what killed Rain.
Oh, no way.
We'll find out, I'm sure.
Took a little bit of damage. 11th round. And Rops ready and waiting. A real forward position, but Fiku ducks right under the shot. And we'll be able to take him down. Brokey's showing up with that AWP. Oh, he's so quick. It's ridiculous. Takes down Flames.
There's no flashbangs, though, to reactivate him, to give him the angle back, though. He's going to have to be tucked into the corner. How do you get out from this? The Flames have gone in. Good shot from Dexter. That's massive. Kerrigan now exposed and taken down from Fiku. 1v2 for Twist, and they know his position.
Yes, they do, but they still have to find a way to win the battle, and that's actually great work from Nexa. Nicely done with the Molotov to get rid of Brokey's position, and like you said, no teammate could really help him out, so that's really awkward. Here's Rain with the kill. Oh, the observers are out of control. Look at this.
Dang.
Our replay team, they're covering everything. Boom.
He's got no idea. Close round, close affair, but finally OG's done it. We mentioned that they finally capitalized it, and look, that's a couple heartbreaking rounds to stay in contention for, so you got to give props over to OG for staying.
Hell yes. And look at what it's done to the money for FaZe. That's so much cash, but like you said, a bunch of rounds where they were down to, you know, 1v1s, and now they finally turned it around. 7-4, and a really good chance here to actually make this a great first half. Now, they've lost Fiku, and that's a problem.
FaZe have those deagles. Rops is going to adjust his position. They still have a double push in towards that A staging area with Twist and Brokey. Both with USPs. And OG's just going to calm it down. Hit the pause button, look for any more pushes. Slowly start clearing out angles. Towards the B-bomb site we go. Rain's going to start shifting as well.
Yeah, a little bit closer now towards middle and B. And that seems like that's where the attack is going to be happening anyway. See if they can land the Molotov this time in Rob's position. It's kind of where they tried to hit it last time and it blew up in the air. But if they land it this time, that's going to make it a little bit more effective. Yeah, Robs will have to run out of there. Feet on fire already. And Nexa opening, leading the charge with the MAC-10. It's actually going to be Flames and Neofrag with a couple of opening kills, but that's everything they needed. Well done. Good utility use and plenty of time on the clock to get the bomb down. What an important round for OG to not fumble and
especially
lose.
They dropped one of those earlier, too. They dropped that third round against mostly unarmored deagles and upgraded pistols as well. So, 7-5. OG has fought back into this, and I mean, by the standards of CTT signs on Ancient, you know, at one point the most CT-sided map. This is, you know, there's not too long ago we'd be saying this is a very good T-app so far.
Yeah, I still think, I mean, it still probably is. Like we said yesterday, talking a little bit about, like, I wonder what the split is in the new current metagame and in the new version of Ancient, but I still think this is pretty respectable for OG regardless. USP's doing way more work than maybe they should. Oh my god, they get 3 headshots at the end. That makes it expensive, but OG are probably still just very happy to win the round, although that is losing a lot of rifles and giving a couple over to the CT side as well. Not the best way to exit a round, I suppose.
No, not ideal. Good shooting though, Brokey and Twist combining. That's got to be heartbreaking.
Yeah.
That puts a sting a little bit into the victory. It's a bad aftertaste in the mouth. Here we go.
Not what you want.
Molotovs and deep nades. Flames trying to make it through. Takes a lot of. I don't know how him and Nexa combined for that kill. Flames at 7 HP. Now the rest of FaZe crunching in, but Neofrags traded off Kerrigan from behind. Finally, OG looking like they can handle this kind of pressure.
That looked like one of the worst stumbles into middle through fire and with an HE landing on top of you, and you're sort of halfway jumping into the next fire. Everything was about to go wrong, and somehow they still won, so that's great. Flames low on health, but they have a one-man advantage. They've got Neofrag outside of the B bomb site, which I really appreciate. Again, we talked about how much Kerrigan and sometimes Rain will push aggressively out here, so leaving one person to check that and make sure you have some info, it seems like a good call.
Again, the read is going to be all on Brokey. Keep your eye on him on the minimap because he's been the mobile man, finding ways to be in the right place at the right time. He's peering down mid, is going to see absolutely nothing. Rops has seen nothing in middle from Donut. So when does Brokey make his rotation? Probably just now, as Rain is starting to call utility. He's going to be stuck passive behind the smoke. Got a spam kill from this position in the previous time this hit came in. Looks like they want to boost up.
That smoke, though, is covering almost everything. Surely, doesn't matter. Gets the sound cue and enough to get the kill on Nexa, jumping past with the bomb. They're going to get one in return, though, and still 28 seconds. Nice catch from Flames. Low on health, so he got put on that AWP in the back line. And now it drops 1 versus 2. Still 20 seconds on the clock. He fights for it, and he finds the 1 kill. Now Neofrag just missing him. Rob's back around the corner. Picked up the bomb on the other side, though. And now about 12 seconds. And he could go straight for it. Doesn't already have to come off that bomb plant. So at the very minimum, they get that. But he would love to clutch this one, Neofrag, on the other side. And he's been playing a fine game so far. Both of them at 11 kills right here. And Rob's not able to see him. He's letting him slip out of the bomb site. He has a smoke and no kit currently. I wonder if there's one on the ground over here. Maybe a reason why he'd pick this long way around. Hasn't found him yet. And hasn't found a kit either. And time is running out right here. He's looked everywhere, it must feel. And he just can't find him. A 10-second defuse. Not even close to being completed. And it's going to be a huge 1 versus 1 victory there for Neofrag. And another round on the board for OG.
Yeah, that's perfect for OG. Good clutch there, especially after losing out some clutches to FaZe earlier in the half. They almost brought that one back. Once again, just challenging everything. Every round is difficult. Nice boost over, gets able to get a pick on the jumping bomb planter. 7-6. Money still tight for FaZe. SMGs and Deagles. So OG rattling off a little bit of a run of their own towards the end of this first half. 4 straight, looking for 5, looking to tie things up, and still with a chance to get an advantage going into the second half.
And their run at the beginning even got caught short, right? They won the pistol round, OG, but then only got 1 more round. Oh, okay.
Thick range, what? Looking for like a pixel to cross like a small crack in the box and then spamming the smoke?
Some real nerd level stuff.
Yeah.
Which we appreciate. They're falling back. This time a little bit more like you said, with more people on this side already checking it, so they can be a little bit quicker. Not all the way up at the A-bomb site, but still, at least they can run through T-spawn without having to worry about anything.
Still, there's a lot of time for silence on the map, and especially with like the weaker pistols, Rain, I feel like is probably at some point going to take a little bit of an investigatory peek. Investigatory, whatever it is. They all work. Y'all know what I mean.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
3 players at the A-bomb site. Smoke's going down.
45 seconds, yeah. Some flashes too. A lot of time to line up the kill, but not able to do it, Rob. So Brokey instead is going to be the one to pick up that one, and a lot of Deagles still here. Got to be a little bit worrying. You hear them on the other side. Twist going to get 1 more kill. 30 seconds and a 2-on-3, but look at the health on Neofrag and Fiku. They have to be scared right now. They need a bomb plant. They can't really fall back to the other bomb site. So once the smokes fade, these Deagles will become even more powerful. Rops is running through. Oh, what a timing! And he nearly got the double here. Twist eventually will fall, but what a close round.
Yeah, Rops very easily could have got a double kill and just single-handedly won that round in the position. Again, even in a weak round, FaZe is able to challenge and make this really, really dangerous. Nicely done from Degster, pushing up to help clear out Donut. Double kill from him. And even recovering here at the end to find this frag on Rops. That's Nexa as he comes through the smoke.
I really thought he had that second one.
I did too. I was looking at the HP and I was just looking, I was waiting for Disaster to strike. 7-7, OG fighting back. 5 in a row of their own.
Yeah, what an unexpected surprise here. I did not see it coming. But Neofrag did see that coming. Rain trying to push down the way that Carrigan's been trying a couple of times. And he gets knocked out. It is interesting how much they were able to switch Carrigan and Rain in those 2 positions.
That position almost seems like tailor-made for both of them, especially with Carrigan loving to get it just stuck into crazy chaotic situations. Throw caution to the wind. Off angle for Carrigan in middle. He wants to take attention so that Twist can pounce. Oh, if they move forward, this is exactly what FaZe are hoping for.
One good flash here, and he's going to be relying on Twist, but oh no, it's a team kill on top of the kill from Carrigan. At least Flames will make up for it. Good couple of kills in return here. We'll bring it back into a man advantage for the OG side. If they take a lead coming into the second half, they're 15th round, so I mean, they're in a good position right now. 3 versus 2, 40 seconds on the clock. Brokey on one side, Rops all the way on the other side. Wow. Yeah, unfortunate.
Yep, there's no way to get around that one. I like just the immediate heads up, looking for that follow-up peek. Brokey was in that position and just held himself back.
Speaking of Brokey, he's 17-8, and he could be the hero once again. He's in the right position with that AWP, and he has been a real nightmare for the OG squad. So,
and no utility used by the OG players getting into this B bomb site until just now. So it's already lost when Brokey has the ability to get involved in the action. Now he's got a flanker coming in. So this is all down to timing for Brokey. Oh, and he's got it perfectly.
I can't believe it. Yeah, looking the right way at the right time. And now the question is, do they want to fall back on the ramp and risk there being more utility on the FaZe side? Maybe they get locked out. If they push forward, though, they have to fight Brokey, and that doesn't feel great either.
No kit.
You're right. Once again, no kit. So 10 seconds. It's such a long time. They almost need to run right now. Robs has picked up another AWP. They're going to tap the bomb a single time and a really shallow peek there, but maybe not that shallow. Nice headshot there from Nexa to bring down Robs, and Brokey turning around, but he still can't find it. He got all the kills, but not the round. 8-7 at the end in favor of OG. That is a strong start here to Ancient. We'll see if it's enough for a win when we come back after the break.
I beatbox like I do the song with my mouth.
Interesting, I've never done that one before.
It's gonna be pretty hard for me to make some sounds.
Firearms is not very relaxing in my opinion. Just like that.
Should be one close miss, no?
Mid one.
Go ahead then, let's go then.
Yeah, I'm gonna take donut control.
Let's go.
One mid.
Going A.
Coming donut. Both. Both.
I'm only Brokey. I didn't molly. I'm blending. Go down.
Good job, Brokey.
Well then, that was that third round, at which point it looked like FaZe were about to just completely take over the game, but they didn't. OG came back and they actually got 8 out of 7 rounds. I'm impressed.
A half of runs, right? That was the start of like a 7-round run from FaZe, and then OG ends it with a massive run of their own. So that's yeah. It looked at one point like this was going to be FaZe off to the races, off to the whatever they do at races.
Nice.
Coffee hasn't kicked in yet.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. Dexter here trying to bait someone into the dualies, but somehow the Glock will outdo even the double pistols. That's crazy. Dexter with some beautiful headshots to bring it back. Otherwise, they might have lost this round already. And now Nexa back here defending the bomb site pretty much on his own. He's got a little bit of backup coming in behind him, and, well, just in time, it turns out. Bomb is dropped and lost in Donut, and Rops is on his own. Has some pistols that he can upgrade into here, but still has a 1 versus 3 on his hands.
Yeah, he's probably going to want to find at least 1 kill. Nexa very low at 17 HP. And start peeking into the bomb site. It's a very shallow angle for everyone. That's the peek he wanted. Missed the opportunity. Now you might as well upgrade to one of those USPs if you can find it, considering the fact they already know where you are. And Rop's looking for a mistake that just isn't going to come, but he's got the bomb. He can bail out to the other side of the map as well. He's got options.
Or you could wait here for a long time expecting them to come look for him if they really think he's gone. But nope, they still stick around. And Nexa will close the round. What an important round for OG to win here at the start of the second half. They had some great momentum coming out of the first half, and if they can win the next 3 rounds, or maybe just the next round here, it's going to be great.
Yeah, this was really nice from Dexter. That double kill, that was really hard to grab. Neofrag coming in for support, finds the headshot onto Kerrigan as well, who is really pressuring into the B bomb site. So Nexa just able to stand tall and survive at the default boxes. That makes it, what, I think now 7 in a row, if you go back to the first half for OG.
Yeah, what a stretch they've had here. Did everyone pick FaZe?
Everyone picked FaZe.
Even Launders?
It's a clean sweep, baby.
Surely Launders didn't.
Nope, Launders went with FaZe as well.
Ooh.
I know.
Ouch. All right. Now I really want OG to win just for the fun of it. I'm sorry, Launders.
Just for the chaos. Pistols have at least got FaZe into the bomb site. Although Flames is here to stop them from crossing into the smoke for the plants. Roth is going to be the first one. They line up at range. Twist gets 1 kill with a salvaged M4, but that's all they're going to get. And Flames going to go salvage and trade that one out as well. 10 in a row now.
Yeah, great run. Obviously, going to be a little bit more interesting now that they start to pick up some rifles on the FaZe side.
I just did weird math as well. Save me, Anders. It's 8 in a row, not 10. 10 rounds.
You know, you're breaking the #1 rule, Jace. There's no math live on stream.
I wasn't even doing math. I felt so confident in what I was saying that I didn't even need to do the math.
Also, no like idioms or sayings either. Like as soon as you try to say like
off to the races.
Yeah, or anything like that. Like it's a glass half full. Like it just never works out. Rain, ooh, found right at the edge. Already spammed down through the smoke nade on top of Kerrigan, and that's a fight that's hard to win. Gets slowed down by the nade and everything. Double opening here for OG, and they can afford to fall back now. They didn't even have to stay this active, and I think they realize, yep, let's just call it off. They do lose Fiku all the way back there. Brokey trying to be the playmaker to open up the site, and he has, but they don't have the bomb.
Yeah, they have a decision to make. Do Twist and Brokey both commit themselves and rely on Rops to come back and get the bomb, or does it, okay, they're calling Twist back. He's going to run back and go get the bomb. They like this position that Rops is in for the lurk, and for good reason, almost able to grab that kill. 2 on 4, and OG has just backed off the bomb site and said, you know what, you guys can have it. We're going to wait until everyone's here. We're going to wait until we're comfortable. Look at all the utility OG has on the retake. No more smokes, no more Molotovs for FaZe to block off anything. OG in complete control of the situation.
Yep, letting them have the bomb plant and yeah, the utility, you're absolutely right. That's crazy. Should be no way to lose this after plant. 2 versus 4, Brokey and Twist though. Especially Brokey right now playing a crazy game. So you want to be a little bit careful. They're waiting for Twist to do something out here, so they're being very patient. They do have kits, so they have some time to spend here. A little bit of a wall bang just to put some pressure on. Twist trying to find the opening, and he will. Nearly a line up there. That could have been beautiful if he could have found both of them, but instead it's Dexter coming back into the round, finding his 14th victim, and it's 11-7 in favor of OG.
Yeah, this is awesome from OG, playing a very good game so far. That was picture perfect almost, just backing off, let him have it. You know you have a 4-on-2, just wait for everyone to arrive in all your different positions and pull the trigger on the retake. That's a disgusting shot from Brokey. He's having a pretty lights out game, as we've referenced a couple of times, that I think has actually overshadowed to a certain degree some of the performance over on the OG side during this massive run that they've been having. I think it's Neofrag who's actually leading the way. Next is at 15, Neofrag's at 18.
Yeah. You're right, Brokey has been a scary play to run into.
And FaZe has got to bring this comeback on the T-half.
Well, that's awkward. Although Rain is used to kind of doing the same when he's on the CT side, so I guess he can't complain about it too much.
No. Ooh, good control from Fiku. Tough situation, eventually traded off. But again, man advantage, and they even have weapon advantage, utility advantage, all going to OG side of things. They're going to have a multi-pronged retake coming in hot. Flames almost caught into the open, almost caught in a battle he can't get away from. Finds one more kill on a twist, and can't even get the kill from behind his Brokey. All down to Rops.
Nexa took that shot with the smoke. He didn't even see where Brokey was. He saved his teammate by just firing right through. Brilliant stuff. Rops out here. I don't know how you could possibly stop this defuse. Just no real shot at it. Needed to get some... Oh! We'll pick up that one. That's interesting. A little bit more time, maybe. He does it again! And finally, Dexter will take him down. Oh, that is a crazy attempt from Robs. That very nearly worked out.
That was really spicy. That smoke almost betrays them. Rops, well done. Almost able to pull back a 1v4. 3 kills in it, but the defuse does come out for OG. Now it's 10 straight for the OG side of things, going back to the first half.
Oh. If Dexter doesn't get him through right then and there and Robs could escape.
And the nice thing is the first kill that Robs gets through the smoke gives him the lineup.
Yeah.
You know, like he's just aiming the same angle each and every time. It gives him a couple of kills. Almost pulls the round back in their favor. 5-round lead for OG. This is their map pick here on Ancient, and we're seeing why.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. That did cost them a lot in that last round, though, obviously. So everyone is kind of struggling for money in this game at the moment. Could be one of those pivotal rounds that either sets OG on the path to a more quick victory, opening up with a map win, that'd be huge, or maybe FaZe could get back into the game if they can pick this one up.
And remember, too, losers yesterday went to the showdown. Losers today go to the final play-in stage. That'll be on Sunday.
Yeah.
Dictate who's in the lower, or who goes down to the showdown.
Nobody wants that. Absolutely nobody. Oh, nice timing on the smoke and nearly the follow-up, but Twist is pretty quick with the trigger. They're going to be taking the AK kill against Flames. Nexa out in the open, very awkward here. There's no escape. He has to just stand his ground and fight. He knew Brokey was out there, so credit for seeing the next follow-up fight, but he couldn't quite win it. So it's still a 3-on-3, 45 seconds, and a deep Molotov there to try and block them off. Bomb plant might be very tricky to find here. Gonna go for it. Neofrag doesn't want to challenge it, and Twist, good angle. Gonna find him. Fiku, nice little timing. Still a 2 versus 1. And now it's on Dexter to try and bring it back, and he just pre-aims it. What a beautiful lineup. Saw Rain as well, but could not get the headshot on him. So finally, a round for FaZe.
Yeah, hard-fought round, but at least they stopped the streak. That's step number 1. You can see it's not too exciting over there quite yet. They're just happy to get the job done for the first time in some time. Really, really difficult round. Good job from OG challenging, even with that kill on a twist. Dexter's having a couple lights out shots, and Rain just holding the angles, able to close it out. So 12-8, 4-round lead. And money already right out of the gate after 4 rounds straight in the second half for OG. They're right on that tightrope. About to be entirely broken. Very little on utility. They do have an AWP in Dexter's hand, so that's like the main strong point of this defense.
Yeah, kind of a bold call here for OG in some way. I mean, they have a bit of a buffer. You could... Ooh, okay, good stuff. They could have justified, I guess, saying, okay, let's go for like a kind of a more of a half buy, and then we still have a buffer. Even if they get a bit close, we can get some more good buys in. Feels like this is not necessarily that they're risking it all, but it's a little bit bold saying, all right, let's see if we can just steal it back from them, you know? I appreciate it. If it worked out, it would really be crushing for FaZe, so...
Dexter hasn't been able to get involved with that AWP. He's in donut watching A and middle, and nobody's even crossed into his vision. So FaZe putting out utility for a B hit. 3 players going to be coming into Jaguar, into Cave, and this is a nice, dangerous crossfire setup.
If Flames can get 1 kill, ooh, taken down early, and the problem is now the stopping power of that MP9 is just it. Not against 3 people like that. Very, very hard to get that multi-spray down. He probably needed at least a little bit of assistance. Fiku won that one. Dexter's still moving up. It's another headshot, and it's the bomb is only just planted, so
they can do this, but there's no kit.
Yeah, but the positioning for FaZe is also a bit awkward. They do have a Molotov. Maybe they could back that off somewhere, but still, if somebody goes, yeah, Rob's repositioning here is absolutely critical. That puts it in a different position now for OG. They're in a lot of trouble. Fiku with more kills, 3 in the round so far, but a lineup. And it's Rain to knock him out, acing the team at the end. He got all 5 stretched out across that round.
Yeah, quite nice. The spam to start it out. He obviously busted up the stack in Cave, and now the final 2 kills here when the retake begins, and that's a lot of weapons lost, and OG gets the kills they need to pull them into that retake to make it a complete disaster.
It's a free fire. He even comes back for it. All right.
Yeah, he knew it was coming. He knew the potential for it. Nicely done from Rain. That lead is cut to 3, and there's no money now for OG.
They have that one flashbang though we always talk about. One flash could set you up for a lot. Turns out Carrigan doesn't need to see anything.
Turns out it sets them up for nothing.
Yeah.
But the idea was there.
That doesn't go in the sales deck for the
soul flashbang. I think still bang for buck. It's worth the investment.
Yeah, it was a long...
I don't even think you really need a sales pitch for it.
No, it's just common sense really at this point. 2-round gap.
2-round gap, and by virtue of Dexter force buying that AWP in the 2 rounds ago, he's not able to afford one here in round 23.
Yeah, sacrifices were made, and I guess now they are where they are. 23rd round. So aggressive. Rain looking for that same fight that he had earlier. Nice double nade. It doesn't do as much damage as it looked like it was gonna, but still, I think that's a nice idea. And the wall bangs continue. Looks like we're gonna be seeing more of an A team in this particular round. Just one defender over here, and it's Nexa. He needs a backup. He's calling it in. Surely gonna go for the fight a bit early, and he takes down Kerrigan. That's a huge win. That should slow down FaZe and buy some time for the rest of the team. And Nexa, he's flashed in by a teammate, but he's doing a lot of work on his own otherwise. 3 versus 5 and no bomb plant.
Yeah, and Rain can't stay back. He's got to join up with the team and get involved in the action. They are out of utility. They have no smokes, no Molotovs to cover anything off. Nexa misses an opportunity. He's taken down by Brokey, but still so many players in a good position. Actually, both teams out of nades. These are just going to be straight, excuse me, there's one flashbang on Rain, but these are going to mostly be heads-up fights.
So awkward, isn't it? A bit of wrong timing here, and you could lose the round really on either side. Fiku, no Molotov to clear him out of there, so he's going to get the kill on Rain. It could stay in this corner forever. They can't really swing deep enough in there. He's going to get the timing, at least to try and escape, but Brokey will be quick enough to get that one. Throws away the AWP, knew he was going to get run down eventually, and that's another round on OG's side. 13-10. Did they pick up the arm?
No, they weren't able to get it at the end.
All right. They need, have you seen people who do like magnet fishing? They have like a giant magnet on a string.
Okay.
They pull it through rivers and harbors and stuff like that.
See what they could bring up.
Find random stuff.
Cool. I haven't seen
Seems like a fun hobby.
Yeah, you should get into it.
Yeah, I wanted to, but I feel like it could also be disappointing. I imagine it's like weeks of finding bottle caps and nothing else. So
yeah, probably.
That's the... Anyway,
enough about magnet fishing. Oh! Dexter did it to him as well on the T side, remember. He's just traded it right back in the second half. Neofrag coming through. Kerrigan gets nothing done. This push from FaZe gets stopped cold. There's not even anything, nothing happened enough to even give Rupp some space to be in aggressive position as a lurker whatsoever. So they really haven't even been able to open up plan B.
What a tough way to start a round. They have some money in the bank, but in terms of staying in this first map, a bomb plant here, even in a 3-on-5, would be huge for FaZe.
I wonder if they're just calling a save right now.
They could, yeah.
Like with a minute left, I wonder if they're just calling it all off and saying, whatever, we need these weapons more than anything.
He actually jumped into it.
He's actually aiming for the jump as well. Peace.
He actually caught the bullet. Try to catch it with his teeth.
I think that's frustrating. What's that? Catch it with your teeth? That's from Ace Ventura.
There we go. That's what I was thinking about.
That's the one. As if you've based your real life experiences on that. Yeah, that frustration you see from Kerrigan shaking his head. I think he's like, man, I'm really not feeling this T side a whole lot at the moment. Not too well.
Long pause here. Yeah, they give it up. Tell me more about magnet fishing, Jason. You bring it up.
Perfect. We're back.
Well, if anyone wants to check it out, I'm available. You know.
What do they do? I forget what they call it. There's like some of the we'll call them the Southerners in the States do. God, I wish I could remember what it was called.
What else would we call them?
They go fishing in like rivers, but what they do is they like stick their hand in the mud and look for like I think it's like a catfish to like bite onto it.
What?
Because they don't really have like teeth, so it doesn't like tear the skin or anything like that. But like essentially, you just stick your hand into dirt at the bottom of a river that you can't see the bottom of, and they just wrap their mouth around your wrist and you pull them up that way. However, you know, that river also has like snapping turtles and...
I was going to say, there's probably more stuff.
There's other creatures in there that,
Alligators.
it's a risky affair, but people have a good time with it.
I appreciate that.
I myself have never done it.
No, but
I think it's called noodling.
Obviously. All right.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, that seems exciting. Timeout being called. That was the first timeout that we got called out of FaZe here. So yeah, I guess they feel like they're still within striking distance. Kind of surprising that we're this late in the map and there's not been that many timeouts. Kind of hard to even criticize FaZe for that round. They just lost, you know, 2 openings and realized there's no way back here. But they need to start to find something to make this work because they're running out of rounds to play with. Great scoreline right now, 14-10 in favor of OG.
14-10 and must win for FaZe with the money they have behind it. OG are knocking on the door of a map 1 victory. Another smoke goes in. There's Kerrigan coming. They didn't expect someone so close. They didn't expect Flames to be here. He's got a double kill. They open up another round in a 5-on-3.
3 versus 5, yeah. Flames he's just crazy in the middle. So aggressive and checking 5 different angles at any one given point in time. Must be stressful, but he's doing it just fine at the moment. Nice lineup. 1 kill for Rain, and then Neofrag comes back with a double. He leaves Rops on his own to ponder life.
Yeah, he had a lot of time to do that in the last round. Maybe he's pondering something different now. What are you supposed to do here? Bomb is dropped on the side of the map. You've got a long way to traverse. 45 seconds is going to not feel like a whole lot of time.
He's going to find one. Sees another fight
give it up.
coming. Oh, wow, yeah. He's so accurate. Jumps up. Afiku's there to catch him. But that's the power of Robs, isn't it? Scary to be up against. But they managed to close it out. 15 on the side of OG. They need 1 more round, and they'll win the opening map against FaZe. I don't think anyone even saw that coming.
No, not really. 5 chances to do it as well. 5 opportunities to close this out, and probably none would be easier than this next round they have coming up, where FaZe is going to be down to armor and upgraded pistols. Maybe a Galil here and there. Actually, excuse me, there's 2 Galils and an AK-47. Better buy than what I expected with the losing bonus.
Crazy to see Brokey and Rain on 20 and 25 kills, and they're still looking to lose this map. Nexa gets 1, but is traded and is twisted in the middle with a double. That is the opening that they were looking for all along. Neofrag is going to come back, and it puts it right back into a 3-on-3. So still not a bad position to be in. Fiku, oh, he got the dink. He's down to 1 health. Dexter up close, and he's ready to fight. He's not afraid at all. Wants to go even further. Smoke is up, but he just realized, no, he does not. Oh, still wins the fight. 5-7 as a sidearm. That's why you want that. And a nade to close it down. He blows up Brokey. And it's 16 rounds on the side of OG. They win the opening map against the best team in the world. That's crazy.
What a madman. Dexter had no business winning that triple kill in that position. That's absolutely crazy. Great performance from OG. Great bounce back after it looked like it was stretching out of control. That's just map 1. When we come back, we've got the rest of the series to complete, and we'll see who moves on.
It's your teammate here.
Yeah, going by what I know as a teammate.
Do you have any qualified guess here?
I just think that this guy is always trying to hit headshot.
That is true. I think Rain has quite a lot of headshots, so I would agree with that.
Yeah, this one's pretty easy, I would say.
Yeah, I think Rain has higher.
Yeah, Rain should be higher.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say Rain is higher.
I believe in you, Blame.
Floppy, okay, but like it's all time, right? Rain so he has way more maps. I would say lower.
Okay.
Would you say higher?
No. But Rain should have high headshot, no?
Yeah, but he played more game than
Floppy.
Floppy.
A lot. What do you think, bro?
Definitely.
Lower. Go with lower? Are we gonna go lower?
Alright, is Floppy higher headshot percentage than Rain? First round wrong.
First round
wrong, yeah. All good.
We should say lower, right?
Yeah.
We should go lower on this one.
Yeah, I think we should go lower.
He's all about, right? So
right now.
I'd say all time, Ricky's probably like barely scraping 50.
Okay,
so
lower. Yeah.
Nice. As the tag is lower?
We're gonna go, for S tag, we're gonna go higher.
Ooh, electronic, bro.
I think electronic probably should be higher, and if he's not, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I think we can.
Ericsson is higher.
Yeah, we should just say higher instantly.
Ericsson is higher.
Higher. Upper.
So yeah, it has to be lower.
Only shoot lower.
Surson's an upper, so headshot percentage definitely lower.
Yeah.
I wanted to help, but I didn't know what to do.
Stavn's gonna be higher as well. Stavn's probably higher.
Sirson just gave us two plus cards. Thank you, Sirson. Thank you.
Must be higher.
Stavn is higher, right?
Yeah. Thank you, boss.
Nav or Stavn.
I just know when I played with Nav, he sprayed a lot. Pretty logical that Stavn is higher because Keith has more maps.
Does Nav play up? No.
Sometimes he did. Yeah. I saw Mirage.
I think it must be Nav on it, just because he is orbing on some maps, like secondary orbing, and yeah, I think
higher headset percentage than 7.
Lower.
Lower.
Correct.
You gave more reasoning than me.
What?
Okay, this one.
It's easy one again.
Yeah. Hey, this one's easy.
Yeah. Higher. Higher.
Since it's all time, Nico has like done most of second opping in his teams, besides like G2 maybe.
Yeah, Nico higher.
Yeah.
Higher.
Oh. This one is tough.
It's two good-looking guys, by the way. It's two good-looking guys.
I think Nico is missing a lot of headshots on Nuke, so probably Config is higher.
Because of the one map, okay? We'll go for Config's higher.
This is higher.
Correct.
He's got
flawless logic.
One dead. I'm
flashing
back.
behind you. Flashing behind you. One more.
Gonna fight. Can you fall back?
Fighting.
Yeah,
Box dead. I'm falling back.
One is going to be late.
Maybe fake.
One is
up. A lobby. He was running away. No, 2A. Out A. 2 out A.
Could be window.
Donut if they push.
Yeah,
no,
could be.
Cannot be window.
Smoke. Flash donut. Picking donut with up.
Dead donut one.
One more in front of donut holding.
Yeah.
That's double pick.
Swing donut, yes.
3, 2, 1.
One more
up,
top.
Up donut.
Wait, Tom.
I'm playing city.
Yeah, you can chill.
Just side.
Close donut.
The up one is on boost.
Yeah, I'll try to take it.
No, there is no chance to take the up.
Okay, nice, very good. Good flashes, boys.
I need to flash.
A stellar showing for OG on their map pick of Ancient, 16-10 in their favor as they sweep it away from the world #1s. And what a team performance from every member of OG coming into this first map.
Yeah, commanding victory. As commanding as unsuspected. I mean, I think this is a very great round we just witnessed here with the mic up moment. This was, for me, the moment where FaZe just let go of that game. That was it. This was the last time they had any say in the round. Nexa did a stellar job just kind of temporizing that execute, get a double kill, stay alive for a while, give time for reinforcement to come in. After that moment, I thought Kerrigan was a little bit out of it. He felt out of solutions.
We got exactly what we wanted. We got exactly what we asked for when it comes to G2. We talked about the Dexter show. We talked about him being the catalyst behind this lineup, but every single player from OG came in there, had moments, had a round where they were contributing to the win. So this was the OG I want to buy into, right? If they can play like this all the time, then sure, we can talk about OG being a team that can win trophies, I'd say that, but they can be a very difficult team to put away for pretty much any team out there.
Yeah, and we can see evidently that it isn't just about the sort of headshot ability that we're hearing time and time again back at the spring finals in particular. Every single interview was, that is our strategy going forward. Let's just hit heads and then we win the rounds, obviously. But I like that we're seeing some more in-depth strategy coming out of OG as well.
Yeah, strategy for sure, more interesting than what we had suspected, and also a very committed playstyle, if I can call it this way, Freya. I thought that a couple of players had moments where they could maybe second guess what they're doing. They could maybe hesitate. They could maybe be impatient. That wasn't the case in this game. They were committed to whatever the hell the plan was. How many times did we see Flames just sticking next to a smoke, turning around, having that multi-kill, and not really second guessing? And I like that. I like when you have a clear path and you just follow it, for good or bad.
Full force confidence for them going forward. I do want to flip it back to the first half, though, because quite early on in this particular map, we saw a point where we thought maybe OG weren't going to be able to battle back from it. It was round number 3 where we saw a Brokey clutch and an eco play going.
Yeah, we got a bit of an eco play we can showcase for you guys. It was a little bit, I guess, surprising to me that OG were able to fight back. You see it right here, round 3, a round that obviously OG are supposed to win. You're getting off to a very good start here in the CT side, but FaZe Clan will answer back. A pistol buy coming in right here. They're making it tough already for OG to begin with. Fights are being taken towards ramp, and it's not really going the way that OG would like it to. They're struggling a little bit getting the entry. They're struggling a little bit getting the refract, but eventually it will actually pan out in a scenario where OG still will have the upper hand in this round. 2 2 entry kills right here, a refrag coming in, 3v3. Still very possible for FaZe Clan to get something done right here. Unfortunately, they'll lose this duel. The problem is that Brokey, the guy with the AK-47, has picked it up right now, and he's going to be a menace later on in this round. First, Robs is going to get a kill. We get into a 2v2. Again, very, very tough scenario right here for Robs to get more than this from it. But Brokey has already made the rotation in towards the bomb side, and he will finish off this round. FaZe then went on to a win streak, you know, shutting down OG for 5+ rounds. And I thought to myself, okay, back to normality. We are restored to a scenario where FaZe is supposed to be the better team. FaZe are supposed to run all over OG, but they wanted it differently. They finished off the first half winning, I believe, 6 rounds or 5 rounds in a row. And by then, they were by far the favorites to win the game.
Yeah, that was an impressive turnaround. I thought this round had the whole scenario of the game already lined up, which is FaZe being able to win whatever round it is. And it is true, they are dangerous with pistols, and also just kind of displaying the individual decision-making that's in the round. We see Brokey in that, as you described it, you know, pre-rotating in that 2 versus 2, finding 2 people with the pens down, having a good time. And then the 7 rounds, I thought, this is it. Like, FaZe are in control, and all the props to OG and Nexa for turning things around.
Yeah, how do you feel that they did turn things around coming into that? Because we were kind of sitting in the green room saying, you know, 7 rounds in a row from FaZe. They were just going from strength to strength to strength. We didn't know whether OG had the mental game to be coming back into things.
I think in the first half, Kerrigan and FaZe probably missed the mark where they should have slowed down the aggression.
Yes.
You know, 7-2 scoreline, you're looking at the game and you're thinking that FaZe are 2, 3, 4, 5 leagues ahead. All the duels are going their way. They're fighting the duels. But I thought there was a moment where they allowed OG back into it by giving them death that weren't exactly necessary. How many times did we see Kerrigan overcommit towards mid to B? How many times did we see Rain go out of cave trying to get a fight? And these were rounds that OG kind of fought their way, clawed their way back into it. And as soon as he got a couple of these, then Nexa started thinking again, oxygen back to the brain, and then he was online again.
This is a recurring theme for FaZe Clan. We even talked to Kerrigan during Blast Lisbon, where he said that when I play Counter-Strike, when I call games, I want to win in a FaZe manner. I want to win by beating my opponents, by getting down to their face. That's what we saw right here. But as you said it, sometimes you just got to ease off the aggression. You almost invited OG into a game where they could, you know, use the individual skill they had, use the understanding of the T side on Ancient to crawl their way back into the game. Sometimes I lack a little bit more diversity for FaZe in how they approach the game, because I love when you're rushing down A ramp. I love when you're rushing into the face of your opponents and it's working. But once you start to feel that it's slipping out of your hands, just take it down a notch, you know. Slow down a little bit. You have Robs, you have Twist, you have Brokey, some of the best defensive players in the world. Why don't you use that a little bit more?
Well, 1 map victory already in the bag for OG. But before we move on to the grounds of Mirage, let's get a few thoughts from Rugger.
Rugger, solid things this time around on Ancient. Okay, you've beaten them again before when we come back to the Cup, but this time, especially looking at the woes of the last Ancient, things certainly improved. What felt good this time? What felt different?
I think we kept more of our agreements on CT, and then a couple of multi-kills that also helps take the aggro off of FaZe, because if they get even like these 2-on-3s, they're a dangerous team. So the multi-kills helped that, and the small agreements, yeah, that was definitely the change from yesterday.
So people being on the same page for sure, but also you got the first 2 rounds, then they ran it back 7 rounds in a row. It looks like, oh no, FaZe are doing, you know, what they do. Then you get 10 in a row on your side, then going into the second half. What was the turning point? What was the change? What was said?
I think we managed, even the rounds we lost, to keep the like very close. Their money was in the garbage can quite fast, and we knew that. And I even think we got unlucky in a lot of the opening ones. So, yeah, if we didn't lose the 2-0 round, I think we could have run away with like a 10, 11, even 12 half.
Ooh, well, it's still a very good score, and now we're moving into Mirage. How important is it for you guys to keep this momentum going, but also stay focused at the same time? Is there a balance to be had here?
Of course, you're playing FaZe, right? They have another gear at every tournament, right? So we need to stay focused and make sure to not give them any room to work with. And that's when you play the best teams, you need to also be in their heads, because if they're in yours, you have a hard time.
I like it. Rugger, good luck, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
OG trying to come out on top of these mind games that are going to be coming into this series inevitably. FaZe picking into Mirage this time around. Last time we saw these 2 teams face up, 16-9 in the favour of FaZe. Do you see it being any different this time around?
I do. Look, there are a lot more tools in the shed if you're a Kerrigan, right? Your toolbox is way more full. I think that the draw that we have just witnessed Kerrigan on the T side of Ancient couldn't really find the key to the door. I don't think that's going to happen on Mirage. I think there are plenty of ways they can win rounds, plenty of different vibes of Counter-Strike they can play, and they have the individual on top. So I'm expecting FaZe to bounce back. I'm expecting us to go to a third at 3.
100% echo that sentiment. It'll be a massive disappointment to me if FaZe were not to win this game on Mirage as well. You look towards OG as well. They played the map already against Astralis in the group stage. Didn't look too solid in that one. Dexter showed up. The rest of the team didn't. They lost 16-9 against a rather weak Astralis at the moment. Now you're going up against one of the best teams in the world on Mirage. So yeah, it would require another masterclass performance from OG to make it competitive, but I think it will be. I think OG is playing good Counter-Strike, but I fully expect FaZe to win the game.
Well, well, we can see if FaZe are going to be pulling this one over the line, and it does come down to their map pick of Mirage Success versus OG last time these two teams clashed, and we're going to see how it pans out after this break.
Second map is coming up, and it is on Mirage. It's FaZe and OG that are facing off against each other, and to everyone's surprise, OG end up winning the first map, which they did pick. As a result, the odds have evened out. An interesting development, surely. And what do you think? Are they going to be able to... Surely FaZe will bring it back and win Mirage. That has to happen.
I think that's a reasonable assumption to make, and obviously this team with so much experience in tough situations, coming back in series, coming back in maps, I think you still got to obviously throw FaZe a little bit of a favorite, especially as, what, the second-ranked team in the world now? 5 points?
Really?
However, I mean, OG, look, surprising performance on Ancient, and especially in the way that they came back, because FaZe really did take control of that first map at a certain point. So not only did OG have to wrestle that control away from them, they had to bring it all the way back. They rattled off a pretty big run. Don't step forward, Fiku. You know it's about to come. You know it's about to hit. And oh my lord, what a headshot under Rain. Tapping away under Rops, doing good damage as well. OG in a 5-on-4.
What an absolutely disgusting shot to hit to start the round with. 4 versus 5 though, and the bomb is planted. So FaZe, they're really, really quick with it. There is a defuse kit on Nexa, but I'm not seeing a smoke anywhere, and that could be a real big issue here. Flashbang is pretty good, and Fiku will get to the headshot before it even pops. Brokey trying to fight his way back. They need to buy a little bit more time, and they're doing that. They're actually doing more than just buying the time. They're winning the round on kills here. Bomb in the background still slowly ticking away as Brokey gets yet another one to add. Triple right now before he finally goes down. And Dexter, that kit is miles away. Rops to end the round, and FaZe, they make it look easy in that battle on CT spawn. That's real interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Ray wrote a great job. The round is won there. I mean, just perfect double peeking. Even after a shot like that, it's crazy. But everything from here, these two players just fighting perfectly together. Brokey, even Rops was able to chime in before turning back around and guarding their back. But that was a perfect pistol from FaZe.
Yeah, scary though. At that moment, it really looked like it was about to be another good round here for OG with Fiku getting those 2 kills.
Yeah, one of the nice things that actually happened though is FaZe actually was kind of like fighting when that flashbang actually was thrown and popped, so OG couldn't really use it to take advantage and turn that corner and get an advantage on the fight. They'd already used it when they were far back, when they were kept pinned down, because Kerrigan peeked right when the flashbang was thrown.
Seeing 4 Deagles and the scout on Dexter. OG would love to steal this back. Fiku's quite far pushed up. It's a nice position to be in, pretty much in any given round, but maybe especially in a round where you know they're probably not going to be Molotoving out that forward position. Maybe that'll happen later on, but unlikely in the second round. So getting a lot of info, keeping 3 people on the A-bomb site. Kerrigan is taking an enormous amount of control though. Yo frag with another opening. This time it's Rain going down.
And now Fiku's making his move as well. They know the attention is over towards the A-bomb site, but the defense here cannot hold on long enough to give these flanks time to come to fruition. 3-on-3.
Smoke set up. Bomb being attempted behind the flashbang as well. And that's going to be successful, so no interruption on that bomb plant. FaZe probably excited that they at least could manage this much. And they should still be in a great position. Fiku, that's an interesting smoke to try and buy a little bit of space to get through. No one there to catch him, but eventually Robs will get the kill on him. And Neofrag on his own. No chance for him either. Good recovery for FaZe after losing a couple of players early on.
Yeah, the follow-up, I think it was Rain who was coming up behind Kerrigan and Connector. This is the kill right here. Neofrag just able to take him down, back of the head, smooth, clean, good shot, but nothing really coming after that. Inside the flames, one more. 2-0. And unarmored pistols for the OG side of things. 2 Deagles, a 5-7.
On that first map, it was really Brokey and Twist that were leading the charge for FaZe. But the way that this team is structured, you expect almost anyone could have been way up there. But certainly those 2 players are exciting to see when they're hitting all of their shots. If that can continue into this map, well, that would be a nice pillar to build something on. Bit of a wild spray for Rain. He's going to get the first one. No second contact, but, you know, I guess he kept someone in line back there.
Ooh.
Jumping Mac 10 didn't work out.
Yeah, my face, Kerrigan.
Yeah.
Not Brokey, though.
He's ready for it. He's out hunting now. Knows the round is won already.
And building up some bonus money for that AWP. Gonna keep moving forward, and he's got Fiku. And one more on top of it. So flush with cash, and Neofrag's the last one left. It's gonna be 3-0 for FaZe. Nice and quick.
Yeah, you'd love to see it. Third map would be Inferno. Classic deciding map.
Spicy, we had that yesterday as well.
Yeah, I really want to see it. I feel like that's something we deserve. Robs will get a 5th kill. Hasn't died yet, so he's having himself a decent start to the map, but obviously not really been tested that much yet. The real interesting point of inflection will be this next round. Let's see what OG could do with some rifles in their hands. All right, Brokey doing a lot of talking.
Yeah.
Set up.
Very vocal. Here we go. Round number 4 kicking off. Off in the hands of Brokey, off in the hands of Dexter. Still a Mac 10 in Kerrigan's. 2 in mid, 3 in those upper B tunnels for the moment.
You know, 3 of them without any head armor, so even the Mac 10, you find the right target, maybe there is a little bit of a shocking surprise for somebody there. Never feels good if you die in a round like this to a Mac 10 just because you didn't buy head armor, but obviously on the CT side, it's a little bit more excusable because you could expect to be up against an AK, in which case you don't care about the head armor nearly as much.
There's mid control for FaZe, but they've just pulled everyone's attention away from the B halls because Kerrigan with this Mac 10 is going to lead the way. It'll be interesting to see how many players actually follow up with him, or with the Mac 10, he's just meant to be a distraction, just meant to be a little bit of a force. But Dexter's going to have to take his eyes off middle at some point.
Yeah, Rain is playing on his own in here, so a lot of angles to cover for him for a long time. Slinking down back into underpass. Fiku dropping a smoke. I think maybe a little bit further back than he wanted. Dexter's still finding a kill on Twist. That's a great line. And now Rain, can he catch him? He can. The timing is good, and he finally gets the shot. Scary moment, because I thought maybe he actually gave a chance there for Dexter to fire back. It's 4-on-4 now, and 40 seconds on the clock. It's going to be Brokey down on the floor of the bomb site. Still no bomb plant happening.
This is so dicey. Fiku's out at the trash cans. They're going to want to swing and find that kill. That's Kerrigan to grab him. I think that's one of the players without head armor.
Yep.
And now the MAC-10 is close up. Now it can be so dangerous. Neofrag doesn't expect it. Pre-fire from Kerrigan. The MAC-10 has won the round. It has forced back any retake, and Brokey's got the deep angle.
It was Nexa, Neofrag, and Fiku didn't have any head armor, and he found 2 out of 3, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, and the way that just all worked out, the way of positioning with Fiku was in when that hit eventually came in, he couldn't really do anything to slow down the hit, was at a really rough angle to take any kind of a fight. So the only like actual defense at that bomb site was Dexter back on catwalk, and when he gets taken down by Rain, FaZe has a lot of space to work with, a lot of room to work with at that B bomb site.
Winning the first rifle round and taking 4 rifles away. It's a great trajectory that FaZe are on early on in the first half here, which I guess is not too unexpected. Brokey is 8-1.
And we saw on Ancient, like, Kerrigan felt like he didn't really have a great feel and a read of what was happening on Ancient in that specific match. Mirage, he's going to be able to just kind of work you across the map. If FaZe started establishing some success earlier, it's going to be really, really hard to slow him down. Kerrigan's one of the best in-game leaders we've got in terms of calling with momentum and calling with, you know, building off success.
Yeah, real hard to stop. Can be kind of an elusive player all on his own, right? So hard to keep a track of. He's obviously ditched the MAC-10 now, but still expect Kerrigan to be taking some risks in some of these rounds to get his team into them. So slow start for OG, which they did a great job, even in spite of being down a little bit at one point at least on Ancient. We'll see if they could do it again here. The Eagles are being picked up. A little bit of utility to add to it. FaZe are looking strong. Next Twist still to get a kill, but those days. Ooh, nice boost. Good job.
Yeah, what comes next is the question, though. Look at the Molotov raining in. You're going to start getting spammed through the smoke from Kerrigan. He's found one blind. Flames has got to be aggressive. He's... Oh!
Sit down.
Peace. Is that burst fire?
I think I want to say that it was, yeah. It feels almost impossible to believe because it just happened so quickly. Unless he already had it on burst fire, but why? I don't know. Hard to explain. Either way, Rops is going to be falling down in the shadow. He's made his way out of the apps over on the A side completely without anyone even realizing. So he's just here to find the kill on Nexa.
Rops is so good at finding timings on T side of this map to come out Palace and be a nuisance, either in support of a hit towards that A-bomb site to help him find that one critical kill, or to just kind of lurk and sneak out and find an opening to allow FaZe to secure a plant just like this round. So it's going to be 5-0 at the end of the day. Fiku's going to try and survive with armor and kit. He's got some resources that he'd like to not rebuy. And FaZe is going to start building up a ton of cash.
Yeah, you're right. They're going to be so rich. And OG will have to...
Imagine Brokey drop that AK-47. Rain would drop him an AWP, perhaps.
Yeah, they could go. That's not a bad pitch.
Oh, he's found it all.
Oh, wow. It's even better.
Yeah.
Economically minded approach to the game. Curious to see what OG are going to try and do right now, because it feels like they're running into a wall. Kerrigan, Brokey, Rain, Rops all playing a really good game right now. Oh, Molotov gets extinguished, but yeah, this is what we're all interested in. Grenade.
Oh, he switched in like the quarter second. That's nasty. He's like, yep, you did just get burst fired. How's that feel?
That's so rare.
I feel like getting burst fired has got to be one of the worst feelings.
And surely, maybe it's just me, but I feel like if I got burst fired by FAMAS, I'd feel so much worse.
Oh, yeah.
Because that never happens. At least the Glock is like 1 in a million, but the FAMAS, just no one even tries anymore.
Timing hit. Nexa and Flames. Nice little crossfire setup. Can they actually activate it? There's the first kill from Flames. Rops is going to have him tucked in. Nexa gets his kill, and all the kills go in the way of the defense. Good hold. This has worked perfectly. Nexa and Flames combined for all 5 kills.
Yeah, that's rock solid. I mean, you have to think a lot could have been different right there if they'd put a Molotov in the sandwich, which they did earlier. But this time they just had different targets, I guess. So nice little hold. It's one of those things where you see this round and you think, wow, that was a lockdown. But I bet if you replay the same round If they get the entry instead on FaZe, it's such a different round almost immediately, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think the unfortunate part about a round like that out of FaZe is you kind of just you obviously ride or die on that hit through the smoke, but all 5 players survive from OG, so they get a build up. You know, they have another buy behind this now. You don't have a slow-paced round where you can chip a couple players off. Here we go, another hit. Similar kind of round. Might in fact be the same exact round. Kerrigan just goes right back to it. Dexter's blind. He's taken. You said you wanted to see this replayed 10 times or so. Well, the second time around it works.
Yeah, he's doing it for science. We really appreciate it. That's great. Brokey scoped up right position, but got to be careful about a flash coming in. He does get the leg shot on Fiku, but not enough for the kill. That's remarkable. Bomb plant is already down, so they got to be a little bit quick with it here. Nice shot for the smoke. Rops with one in return. Headshot to bring down Fiku, and now it's Neofrag and Flames. Tough retake on their hands. A lot of spam damage on the Rops. Paper thin those walls back there in shadow, but it still leaves Flames now in a 1 versus 2, and he's swinging wide for it. Gets that one, almost spammed down. Similar health on either side here. A little bit of a jump from Flames. That is dangerous. He's trying to catch him. Even paints out the shot. Oh my god. Got the dink on him at the end, but it's Rain who will survive. What a crazy attempt at a retake there from Flames.
Yeah, it really was. That felt crazy for a whole lot of reasons in different stages of that retake, but certainly the time running down at the end made Flames have to go for some desperate plays and almost able to find it. This time, nobody in Sandwich made this hit much, much, much easier.
I can't believe he tapped the bomb.
I know, what a nerd.
He's so close to him. Typically something you do to try and, you know, find out where the T player might be. You're like, all right, I'll tap the bomb and see if you're going to compete. But like, you just know. Anyway. 6-1. And like you said, they did survive the previous round with everyone alive. So they're still in the position to do something here. Heavy bombardment on the Rain.
Yeah, Brokey's even brought down to half HP. Mid control, however, for FaZe, so they're happy with that. They'll take the damage to have this kind of presence. Neofrag on Catwalk. Flames in towards Window Room, trying to defend against it. Nexa and Degster to hold down the Degster to hold down the A-bomb site.
Smoke towards top connector, but it's Kerrigan to open up on Neofrag, and it leaves Fiku alone all the way at the back of the B-bomb site. Means they have to move that defense around a little bit. Flames, oh, if he could catch the kill, what a risk this is. But if it pays off, it's huge. Yeah, he knows Kerrigan was right there. He's low on health, though, and Kerrigan is going to find him. It even took a second for Kerrigan to even register. It's like his eyes just didn't want to believe that there was actually someone that deep in the window. Dexter's going to miss the shot, too, and Kerrigan's just everywhere.
Yeah.
3 kills in this round.
He's even able to pick up that extra smoke off Neofrag, who he killed on Catwalk first. They gave him a little bit of cover, so Kerrigan completely ruins this defense in middle. He's up to 10 kills. Kerrigan leading the way for FaZe.
That's... How do you even explain this round from an OG point of view? It just felt like the defense, they just lost, what, 3 battles to Kerrigan and that's it? It's no chance to even set up anything else?
Yeah, I mean, a great entry on Catwalk from Kerrigan, but certainly that little lurk in Window Room as well, or Ladder Room was a bit brutal. Couldn't find him.
Tough position, but they find the last rifle as well, and Fiku make sure that they can't save that into the next round. And it's a 7-1 lead for FaZe, yeah. Wow.
Gross shot from Kerrigan. This one, all down to timing. That's a very risky position, though. Even at that point,
yes,
he's kind of just like, look, it's all down to timing. Like, you know when you're in that spot. You can die from like 3 separate angles. It all depends where you're looking. He's just hoping to find Kerrigan. And obviously, Kerrigan was just taking so much attention. 7-1, money is in the bin for OG, so down to a pair of SMGs and 3 Deagles. Different vibe than Ancient at the moment.
It is. We can't really brush past it, can we? But that's good news, because like I said, we want to see Inferno. I feel like we deserve it now. We've got a very interesting game. Thanks to OG winning the first. I still can't really believe that. I still feel like I would have, if we had also predicted the scores today, I would have said, yeah, 2 over FaZe, no doubt. So I'm impressed at what I'm seeing. I'd love to see more of it. Neofrag going to go down, but Nexa is up close with them, MP9, so at least they get a little bit in return, and he's going to upgrade into the AK-47. Still far away from actually winning the round. On the OG side, at least.
quietly walking up. They have to know Nexus close to the ramp. Twist. The Flames is going to have no idea he's here. Yeah, nice and easy kill. Rops even finds one more over towards jungle, and that's all she wrote. 1v3 for Degster. It's going to be 8-1 for FaZe when this round is over.
Say, try and at least flex that deagle a little bit. But,
yeah, get yourself some feel-good shots.
Yeah. That jumping one would have been a nice one to hit. But FaZe keep on going. They're not worried at all. What a start. 8-1 in their favor. And still, Robs has only died twice. He's got 10 kills. He's pretty well up there. Flame's doing a lot of work on the OG side. He's 7 kills, which, again, when you have this big of a gap, that can be really hard to get. So, credit him for trying his best. But right now, they need all the rest of the rounds. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, Neofrag really challenging mid early on, but saw absolutely nothing. Leg shot onto Flames, I think, through the corner of the wall. He's down to 36 HP, so early damage going into favor of FaZe. This time, it's much more slow. This is what makes FaZe so dangerous on a map like Mirage. I mentioned just Kerrigan's so good at playing off success. They've had fast-paced rounds. They've had fast mid-control. They've had a pair of fast pops up a ramp. Now they're just slowing things down entirely. So if you're OG, you really don't have a good feel on how you're supposed to be using your utility. Do you want to dump it early to stop the fast pace? Do you want to use it to go for some kind of trap the mid presence? And then here you choose whatever you want and they slow it down entirely and you don't fall into any of your stuff.
And I mean, even the mental almost feels like this advantage of knowing you're up against Kerrigan on a map like this, and just knowing that, you know, you have to be worried that he might already have thought a couple of steps ahead. Ooh, there's a start though. Dexter to take down Twist. Someone to work with. Fiku putting down the smoke to buy a little bit more space back here. Try and see if he can stay alive. For Neofrag to come help him out. Nice flashbang. Goes all the way deep, and he is dead before he gets the vision back. Kerrigan waiting for it, goes for the fight, but Neofrag is here in the round. It's about time as well, and he's going to get a double kill. Missed opportunity for Dexter. Otherwise, that would have been a 4 versus 1, in fact. Now there is a chance for Rain and Rops to maybe win the round.
Gonna be tough. These guys are just so good, so precise. Look at the HP on Flames and Dexter. The only real issue for FaZe is this position from Rops. He's got to find a way. You're gonna have to choose a place to take a battle and get out of this position. You're way too exposed.
Yeah, he's even exposed from the hallway behind him. He can just be seen from everywhere. I'm shocked that he's still alive. He gets the headshot. Rain will pick up another one. And now Rops finally going down. 1 versus 2 back here. A little bit of time being bought, but they do have a kit, so they can find him still, and he's not going to be able to get the spray. It'll be the round for OG, but what a scare. I can't believe that Rob stuck around for that long.
Yeah, I thought surely he was going to take a chance and swing out left and just see what kind of a tool you can find, but I mean, admirable taking that big risk to stay there so that you can try and get a double fight for Rain. You can set Rain up for a good position, and look, that was almost there. That defuse was actually close. They're able to hold them off for like one more second, another second and a half, and that gets really interesting. Second round finally for OG, but costly. It only goes down to 2 players. You get reset here, and this half is essentially done.
Yeah, they can't afford that. 8-2. And more of a classic setup here. Rain at top mid, the other 4 at the ramp, or at least 3 of them. Rops up here in the palace. Gonna get traded by Nexus, so that's nice, because if they try to push up the A ramp while Nexus up in the palace behind them, that's going to be really awkward. So it slows down the hit right there. 3 versus 3 now, even if Nexus is low on health. Dexter, how quick is it? Well, we know he's quick, so Rain's got to be careful on the other side.
Rain backs out of the smoke as well, looking towards Catwalk, looking for any kind of aggression in middle. Again, timing is the name of the game. Kerrigan and Twist have backed off of the A bomb site. They applied pressure but didn't fully commit. And Dexter really wants to find this kill on Rain. He knows he's somewhere.
He's got Fiku on the other side. Oh, he's walked right into it. The patience on Rain is going to be rewarded. And it feels like Rain knows what's coming up as well. Dexter's finally going to go commit to the look, and he'll find the kill. What an absolutely brilliant play. Now we can go back and focus on the rest, but he is very exposed.
They know Nexus was here.
Yeah. Oh, and they're going to find him as well. Twist coming down sneakily through the ladder. And it's another round for FaZe. I love that play from Dexter, though. That shows such a high understanding of the game.
To go hunt down Rain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can even see it from Rain, too. He knows what's coming. He's like, all right, I showed presence. I got a kill here. They're probably going to want to hunt me down. I know I'm the solo player at the moment in this tactic, so he's trying to, like, kind of back off and find a new avenue for things, but Dexter's overcommitment to find that kill gives away a lot of the game. And FaZe just work another round in their favor. 9-2. Money again, desperate for the OG side. They go for a half buy with a losing bonus. They can afford to do this. SMG, 1 M4 on Dexter. It's pistols otherwise. They've had this buy a number of times, but FaZe is in complete control.
Just the 1 M4 here, flashed up behind it and running out of bullets, but they don't want to follow it down, so he kind of gets away with the opening. Well played. Dexter doing kind of what he's there for, I think. Creating some of those openings that probably will not exist without him. And Rain deep in connector, but Dexter is everywhere. Even does a little bit of damage to Brokey, but finally goes down. That's still pretty efficient, trading 2 for 1.
When do Rain and Twist start making the move? Brokey's got to get this bomb and back away, because Rain's going to be the next player to kind of move in, and he's got Twist with him, so they can try and open things up. The X factor here is this push from Nexa, because Brokey's going to have to fall all the way back. There's no real safety in middle at this point, although he is going to follow it up. He's running. That's going to give away a lot of information. Neofrag can put a stop to him, but he'll take this duel towards Catwalk with the AWP as he comes up the stairs. And as smoke comes down to cover his evacuation to the A bomb site, so FaZe have found the escape route to the A site.
Great use of the smoke right here to avoid getting 1D to the range.
And they've just completely switched positions. Nex has gone all the way through T-spawn and now has to retake.
And I think, yeah, they needed to catch probably the bomb in transition for that to work out. Twist is out hunting. So confident in his own abilities. Triple for him in the round. And they recover what could have been a bit of a sticky situation. Yeah, good start here with Dexter. I mean, sometimes you see people saving an M4 like this, and they just look so passive with it in the round. So seeing Dexter like this, you know, he knows if they want to win the round, he has to maximize the output, and he's looking for it.
Yeah, I mean, he did. He got 2 kills in the round. Can't fault him for anything.
Yeah,
just tough situation overall. Rain and Twist do a great job of opening up the other side of the map. Second timeout used by OG, trying to get back into the game. They were able to recover in the first half of Ancient, right? At one point it was 7-2, and it felt like it was slipping away. This one feels like it's firmly in the control of FaZe.
It really does. Looking at the scoreboard as well, it's convincing. Nexa and Dexter are trying to catch up to Flames, so they got a couple of people, but
we haven't yet seen OG able to really slow down or stop any mid presence as well from FaZe. Like Rain has been able to get under position in window room. They've been able to get up Catwalk with relative ease and success. Opening kill from Brokey's not going to help anything at all as Fiku tries to make a creative play. Rob steps in front of the Molotov. Doesn't take any damage, so no sound cue. But that Molotov, look at the pressure being applied. Flames has to deploy a smoke. Robs is going to come up, needs to check under dark. Over in Cubby, Nex is just biding his time.
It looks like Robs is assuming that no one's going to be here, so that's going to be a shocking surprise. Interesting stuff with a flash from Dexter as well, and Flames also going to kill at the same time. And just like that, it's Brokey and Twist in a 2 versus 4 that they should definitely lose. Especially now that Twist has been blown up. No scope attempt there on top with a knife, but it'll be Nexa to take him down. I wanted that to work.
I did too. Shout out to Dexter going for the knife. I appreciate that. Third round won.
Can we get a replay of that last high five from Roga? I think he tried to do like 5 different high fives in 1 second.
Ooh, here's the knife. Come on, Nexa.
Yeah.
10-3.
Would have been beautiful. Check this out. Oh, it's not that one. It's the previous one.
How cool, Anders. Thanks for queuing that one back up for us.
I messed it up. I'd say I would take responsibility.
Sure. There's a good opening from Flames. Rain is still on Catwalk, not taking damage just yet. They're going to pop out Palace. They'd love a kill from Rain. It's not going to happen. Nexa knows what's coming. Only able to get the first, but follows it up with a dink. Brokey's left in a 1v3 and no HP. Taps the bomb. They could use the money from the plant, let's be real. FaZe is down very low in their economy. Good pick from Brokey.
Yeah, I would have been satisfied as well with just the bomb plant and taking the extra cash, but Brokey's determined to try and win the round. They do have a Molotov, and he doesn't have the health to stand around in it for too long, and he's going to be found by Fiku. So, very, very late in the day to try and get a little bit of a return into the game. But OG at least are getting some rounds on the board. They're trying. They could get another one, maybe make it 10-5.
Good tracking from Flames there.
Yeah.
And obviously not a whole lot for Rain to do, and he's got to be over-aggressive because the entire point of this tactic is to have some kind of success in middle to take attention away from Palace, and obviously it just didn't work out. So final round of the first half, round number 15. FaZe, for the first time, have had their economy ripped out of their hands. Mostly pistols and a Galil on Rops.
missed shot. Kerrigan still has $600 there he could have bought more nades with, but guess he didn't want them. Nice shot and a deagle. The confidence repeat. That is beautiful. Dexter on the triple, clearing out the entire round. Make it a quad kill. He goes for the ace with the AWP, but he cannot find it. Twist just stealing that M4. And now he's in a 1 versus 3 of his own to try and see if he can clear it out. The bomb is awkwardly dropped back here, so he has to run back, try to pick it up, maybe take a fight, and then come back for the bomb plant again. He's very low on health, but he has a minute. Could escape. Yeah, gets the vision on one of them there, but guess he's just committed to it. Can't believe he's still alive, and surely they're going to find a shot on him. 10-5 in the first half in favor of FaZe. That's a great beginning. We'll see if it's going to be enough when we come back after the break.
For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal. Lisbon, make some noise! Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Good luck, bro. Good luck. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Psy will peek, stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead!
OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top.
God damn.
Filthy! Absolutely filthy!
The dream team versus a super team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final! Navi taking on Vitality.
Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Blast Spring Final Grand Champions, Navi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
The whole thing.
Emily, short.
Ladder. Dead.
That's good.
One second
still can move into side. What's he going?
Push ramp, MP9. You can take him out. That's not the team guy.
Holding short. No, we leave B.
Yeah. Towards you. Take one.
Take it. I'm low. Dead. Don't take it down. Don't take it.
I'm walking out ramp.
Triple and Palace.
Ups.
We went city.
I'll be flank.
Holding ramp.
They were over here. One peek jungle. Go on.
Yeah, flanking.
Nice. Good shit, boys.
This guy's body went flying, though.
Cute little giggle.
What's going on? All right, nice stuff. Good communication. I don't know if it's just me, but it sounded for a minute like Harrigan at the start was saying he's A-ramp. You can take him down as if though they needed permission. Like he's that much of a leader. He's like, no, I've got him in the crosshairs, so like, oh well, you take the shot.
Yeah.
Green light.
He was talking about the swapping out to the AK, right? He's letting him know that he can take the AK off the ground.
Good times though. 10-5, 16th round. Second half is coming up. Second map, and Robs is ready to fight. 3 people. They jump into him and run him down. Flames with the opening kill to start the second half with. Rain's going to be found, and it's a good double for Flames. Dexter is out of the round before he can even do anything, but it is a 3-on-3, and it will be a bomb plant. No kit currently in the mix for the FaZe side, and no smoke either, so it might be a very tricky retake, and that's picture perfect.
Oh, I didn't know Kerrigan was there. Twist out in the open, though. Oh, one more, two more! Great kills from Twist out in the open. Kerrigan wasn't even there to help out for another second or two, and Twist just takes care of business.
That is a... Oh, okay.
What? That's a different kind of a...
And a long stare to follow it up.
Yeah, just touching tips with eye contact.
It was already awkward, but they made it more awkward somehow.
There's nothing awkward about that, Anders.
No, I guess not. They were confident, in fact. It's good. Now, not as good as the... I love the flash peek. That's about as perfect as you can get. Now, Kerrigan, as you pointed out, you know, came in to ruin the party right afterward, and then
Just
Twist as
hiding.
well.
Yeah.
But for a long time there, it looked like it was perfect for OG.
Yeah, I mean, they got everything they wanted to open up that round, to start that round. And with a little one-for-one trade, but... Unfortunate, Kerrigan and Twist make perfect plays at the end of the day. 11-5. Huge lead for FaZe. AK-47 picked up on Flames. He's going to challenge early, and he's got it. Him and Neofrag. Rops is chilling. He's in some trouble. Molotov underneath. He's got no smoke as well. He's kind of... Oh, it doesn't actually go underneath. It goes on top. So actually, this is perfect for him. Everything Rops could have wanted. Takes his time and takes way too much time. Misses the first opportunity. Not as clean as we know Rops to be, and he's traded off immediately.
A lot of awkwardness in the round. You're right, that Molotov definitely failed, and Rops also failed in return, so maybe that makes up for it in the end. Maybe it all sort of balances out. Dexter's going to find the wall bang on Kerrigan eventually, and Twister's going to be going down. So what a great return here for OG. If they wanted any chance, a dream to try to get back into it, then this would have to be it.
I feel like if, you know, there's like a world where like Rops like just didn't really know how, wasn't really prepared for the situation he was put into, because that Molotov he probably thought was going to come underneath.
Yeah. It's like, I'm still here.
He's like, I've been given this gift of life, but I don't really know what to do with it anymore. I thought I was done.
Yeah. 11-6. And Deagle's back on the side of FaZe. And the Scout. Kerrigan, though, not going to be holding on to that too much longer. Tickled to death by the MAC-10 in the corner.
Okay, Twist gets one back in middle. But OG shouldn't have any real issues. 4-on-2, they've got all the rifles. Nothing even salvaged yet for FaZe. Scout picked up by Rops. And that's about it. Rops and Twist gonna save the weapon. So, 11-7.
I feel like Dexter could set up like a fan service kind of thing where you go, you pay like $5 to get like a high five from him and just feel good. Feel like just feel strong after that.
Yeah, probably. Stunna had one of those at one event. He had a he was giving out free American high fives.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a good business model.
Nice. Does he have the copyright for that? Is it his thing, or is?
I mean, maybe I think it's
hard.
something. Yeah, he might have to just like sign Dexter as like a contractor.
Okay.
To come provide the service.
Smart man. I like it.
Entrepreneur.
Well, a chance for OG to make a little bit of a run of it here. I mean, there is a gap, but it's only 4 rounds. A lot can happen. We've seen it before. We've seen crazier things. Although if somehow OG came back and won this 2-0, that'd be hard to stomach.
Yeah, I mean, in this fashion, surely that would be really shocking. That'd be like a bucket of cold water poured over your head. Here we go, mid control, mid presence for OG. Haven't progressed down the ramp towards underneath window, but they see absolutely nothing so far from FaZe.
You know, it's a cool look anyway, no matter what here, because the start for FaZe was so ridiculous in the first half, and OG didn't even... I think at one point, Flames had 7 kills, and everyone else had maybe 3 or 4 at the most. And now, the whole team is realized, like, they're all right back into it. Even if they lose this map, it's still like that's a good test of a team, you know, that they don't just fall apart and stop playing the game. So, it's nice to see that. I feel like we still don't know too much about this OG lineup, so...
Yeah, starting to get a little bit more acclimated with them. Starting to see some good things. Starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Nexa and Khan. It's got 2 teammates with him. Deagle on Rain and a scout on Brokey to defend against this. Going to turn the corner with the MAC-10. No chance in that position for the scout to do anything at all. Rops does find a little consolation prize at range. Cleans up Nexa. But I don't think there's any more real stopping power for FaZe. Bomb being planted and Neofrag is holding the line, preventing any kind of a retake from coming in.
Yeah, it could be awkward for him if, yeah, they're up close like that. M4 picked up, I was going to say, either that or through the smoke on the other side. But Kerrigan being there, Twist again, trying to flex those mechanics. He's so aggressive to get up on top of the stairs. I can't even really blame him for it. No. You know he can get the shots, but this time he got shut down. I mean, if he gets that kill onto Dexter, if he wins that duel, like, the retake is on, and there's a very real possibility it happens. So that was the moment, if you were ever going to go for one, that was the moment to seize a victory. Rob's trying to get one final kill, one final rifle. All right. He knows Dexter's retreating this way. Might not check it. Indeed he won't. Knife. Oh, yeah. He had the opportunity. Oh. He could have had it. The extra cash, the glory, the Reddit posts, whatever comes with it. 1 hour of Twitter. Yeah. He threw it all away. He's playing for the wrong things. Yeah. 11-8. Mid high five as well. Okay, actually fair play. Rops blew that just about perfectly. The reaction makes it all. He didn't need a high five, he needed a hug. Bro. That is so sad. Oh, no. I know, it is his most joyful moment. Here we go, 20th round. The gap is closing quickly. FaZe, they need to make a strong stand on the second half. They need to start winning some rounds, or they might let OG back in the game. Fika with a double opening. He's been having a hard game here on Mirage, but this is something else. Almost gets that one on a Robs as well. Gets the assist at the very least. And a 2 versus 3. Fast bomb plant, and FaZe don't have the money to throw rifles away now. They should probably stick around and look for another opening, but this is risky. Sneak it around as Kerrigan right there is Flames ready and waiting, but he's not quite going to get the kill. They don't have any kit either, and you'd be risking the AWP. It's not worth it now. Okay, OG's back into this. This happened quick. It did. It happened really fast. And FaZe, they can't really even get their feet under them here at the start. They're really having a little bit of a struggle. This is such a great opening. Boom, right down there. And Reyna just spammed his entire magazine into the A-ramp smoke. Got a dink, but wasn't able to complete any kind of a kill, and just only had the USP to work with. So very fortunate there. He might have been able to turn things if he had the M4 out, but nothing really going for him. Yeah, I mean, Nexa doing a great job of calling, and OG doing a great job of taking advantage of this early momentum that they've snatched away after, what, a 3rd round win? Flames, he got really deep in that attack while they were still fighting on the shadow. Yeah. Which is such an underrated thing to think about if you're the entry man, which I guess Flames is a lot of the time here. If you run really deep onto a bomb site, you just create so much space behind it for your teammates. So nice little, I mean, he only got the 1 kill to start with here, but just the space that he's creating for the rest of the team is awesome. The kills came out very quickly, so he was able to kind of take those liberties. And obviously the fights were happening close up to the choke point, so he was able to stream around. Some spam was preventing Rops from coming through that smoke with any kind of a pace as well. So yeah, everything aligned to get him a really deep angle. Just 2 rounds back now. I really have like a growing appreciation for Flames in general, because you know, the place that he's playing on Ancient on both sides, the middle portion where he's like so aggressive around the smokes, but even on every other map, it feels like they can just throw him into these positions where he's, you know, he's taking some of the really, really difficult fights, and there's no hesitation. He's gone all in every time. Yeah. Nice to have somebody like that doesn't, you know, doesn't complain. Just says, all right, we're going for it. 21st round, 55 seconds, and awkward there with the Molotov. Super gets burned again by it. Oh, that's a lineup double headshot to start the round with. That's a really tough angle to deal with, too, around the edge of the smoke. Oh, Twist just missed it. Yeah, he actually put himself in a position where he took away the vision of that gap. He's going to have to come back into this, and he might not realize Dexter's this close. Now he's going to be aware of the possibilities. He hasn't had vision for some time. And good win from Dexter. 2 on 3. Still Kerrigan to deal with at the B-bomb site. Should be an unwinnable round, right? 23 seconds. Flashbang doesn't do what he needed there. Bomb has been picked up in the middle, but it's a 2 on 3. And again, the time is so low. They can't check the whole bomb site, surely. Rain is down here in Sandwich. Only 10 seconds left. The smoke behind him. Oh, they find the kill on Rain. And just like that, it's a 1 versus 1. Kerrigan marching through the smoke, trying to get here in time. Dexter, not quite realizing, but that's a good flashbang. And did he see him? I think his teammates must have. He realized now, goes for the fight, but can't win it. Kerrigan able to take him down. That is so close. What an unlikely round for OG to even get close to.
I know. What a round for them to bring down to this affair. You're exactly right. Finding a rain was absolutely perfect. Excuse me, it was the second round that OG won. The nice thing, though, too, is, maybe not a nice thing, but OG can rely on the fact that, again, FaZe's money is at a breaking point. It was at a breaking point coming into this round. So, again, 4 kills in a plant. You're going to still have that pressure point to apply. And we're going to see a timeout taken. I would imagine it's by FaZe to discuss things, how they want to play this round with low economy. First time out taken from the FaZe team, as they know this is a really important portion of the game moving forward. This round right here means everything.
Yeah, they're getting awfully close right now on the OG side, and with the money being pressured as well, could leave FaZe in a real weird position soon.
For those of you at home as well, loser of this series goes to the play-in stage on Sunday.
Yeah, last chance to avoid that the showdown.
Yeah.
The purgatory of the blast circuit, in many ways.
It's hell.
Yeah.
It's below purgatory when you get to the showdown.
But which circle, Jason?
The 5th.
Yeah. All right. Can't remember if that is the trees, maybe. People turn into trees, possibly.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's the one for, I don't know. Whatever.
Okay, run on now, Jason. I'll bring it up. Flames gets absolutely blown up. Roki jumping on top of the ticket booth with flashes and smokes everywhere, and he still lands the kill, but now he's not really sure where he is. He couldn't see anything. Good trade from Robs at a minimum, but man, he was so blind. 3 versus 4. And no bomb plant happening yet, and that's a real problem when you're on the A side and it gets this slowed down.
Well, I can't believe that actually OG is taking their time flashing and taking fights. They still have the bomb in hand. Now all the utility is cleared and they have to plant.
Yep.
They're still ignoring the bomb plant. This is Nexa getting aggressive with the bomb. It's almost like they want to find an escape route to go towards the B bomb site.
Yeah. I actually think that's what they wanted.
I think they've been stopped. This is dangerous. Now they're all stuck inside the bomb site. Twist is gonna have a flank. No one's looking. Bomb can't get planted. Opera goes down as well, and too much time taken from OG. Fiku in a 1v2 got no idea the SMG is close up, and it doesn't even matter. Rops finds the final kill.
I would have loved to have seen them kept marching. If they hadn't got Molotov in CT spawn, that would have been so much fun to see if they could have, because if they win one fight in CT spawn, they can get there.
It was just interesting watching that whole round. Like, planting the bomb was never an idea in Nexa's head, right? Like, he was close, challenging the smokes at jungle and top con. Even when he fell back into the bomb site, it was to readjust and try and push towards CT spawn. It was only when, like, plans A and B had been taken away that they were like, all right, fine, I guess we'll plan.
Yeah, kind of a different approach, I guess. 4-round gap again. FaZe taking some important steps towards securing this win. They've had a good lead all throughout Mirage, so no use to throwing it away now. You just gotta power through. Rain aggressive on the other side of the map, and no reason for OG almost to wait. This has all been red at this point in time. Roki lining up a couple of kills. We're gonna get one of them. Rob stole, I think, the first one. And it'll be another round, successfully so. They're close now.
Yeah, FaZe survives that difficult round in the previous one out of the timeout. Now they've rattled off a couple in a row. So back in business for FaZe. The CT side started out very, very sketchy, but they've locked it down before it got too terrible. Now looking towards the end of the map. 14-9, just 2 rounds away. Got some money back in the bank.
Rob's ending up at 23 kills right now. Doing a fine job. Twist is up there too. And Brokey not far behind. It's a ridiculous trio of players to be hitting shots right at the moment. So just hard to stop. No surprise in light of that FaZe have this kind of a lead. No money for OG if they lose this round. They have to keep it up, otherwise they might just end up losing the map without a chance to really fight back. The Fiku going to be found. That is an aggressive play from Robs. Sometimes a player thought of as a much more conservative player in certain scenarios. Cool to see him be able to do a little bit of everything. Next, seems to be aware. Tries to catch the timing, but not quite able to. deep in there. Look at how far Neofrag is onto the A bomb side, but he can't find any. He's going to be confused all on his own. Where are they?
Yeah, I was going to say, they're so deep in, but they're not getting anything they want. They have no clue where the next fight is going to come from. 15-9. The scoreline for FaZe. Kerrigan with the peek is going to get taken down. Good controlled spray from Nexa, but it doesn't matter.
I think we saw this yesterday. Who was it flanking on overpass? Was that Nip playing?
Sure.
Somebody was going for a crazy flank on overpass, and they kind of, you know, the flank was successful as far as them getting really far on the map, but they found no CT players, which is it's hard to deal with. If you're Neofrag, it's like you realize when you get all the way out in the open on that bomb site, it's like I should have found 1 or 2 flanks now, and I haven't, and now I'm actually just out in the open. Now I'm really exposed if they peek me. So.
I think it was EG against Nip. I know what you're talking about. I flanked the B bomb site, then flanked the A bomb site and saw no one. Yeah, similar kind of vibe there. Good shooting from Twist on Catwalk. Neofrag, after his failed aggression towards the A bomb site, had nothing left and came through the smoke to his death. So FaZe looking even up the series at 1. Take us to that third and deciding map of Inferno. They've got 6 chances to do it.
They should get there, especially looking at the money on the OG side.
I was going to say, I can't imagine the economy for OG is all that pretty. No one's writing home excited about this buy.
Robin looking serious at the moment.
Stern.
Yeah. Even in victory, he's not happy until they get there. Yeah, we need some kind of a miracle, I think, out of the T side. They need to win 6 in a row to try and get it into overtime. They're outside of the A bomb site. They really are insisting on this A hit. They feel like they've got close enough at times that they want to try it again, but Roki's there. Oh, through the smoke as well. Landing the headshot of Fika, but he's back for more. What an absolute madman. He wants the ace and he nearly gets it. He has lost his mind and won the map for FaZe. That is ridiculous.
What a thing of beauty. Brokey just feeling it. He wanted to make a play and he got it done. That's disgusting. Well done from Brokey. Well done from FaZe. They tie up the series. We're going to Inferno and then we're going to a break. We'll be right back with the conclusion between these two teams.
I have no idea where he is. He can go B.
20 seconds.
Oh, I have the bomb. Oh, you have to run.
Let's kill him. Let's kill him.
Kill him, guys. Oh, I didn't. Do we have time?
Kill him. No, I don't have time. I think. Just try to kill him though.
We're coming.
Oh,
I'm clearing B.
I'm in tunnels.
He's tunnels, I think. T-spawn, I think.
Likely, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, right, I think.
Oh! I'll tap B.
Just scout him.
Thanks, God. It's okay. It doesn't matter. We win the round.
Ready? I smoke.
I will be able to re-smoke fallen. More conscious house.
Smoke.
Mid.
Maybe split.
Window.
Blind.
Window, under stand back.
That B.
Nice, that B1. Just go mid B.
Go B.
Go mid B.
That B second.
Nice, that B1 more. Let me one more mid.
Last mid. AK window. Nice, Nexa. AK window.
Let's go.
Nothing
Rush
second
B.
mid. No, I'm picking.
Wait.
Let's go close.
Mid pushing.
I'm a peek second man.
Holding 3.
Could be Vietnam. Second man.
Boiler.
Pushing. I need help.
Where?
Yeah,
Boiler. Abs on second mid.
Come.
One more here. Slope.
Pull back now.
Abs on. Abs on second mid.
Banana. He left too short. He left deep.
Can be boiler.
You run way along. I will follow.
I can still do abs more, guys.
One mid. One more mid.
One more second mid. The far back. Careful, he's going mid.
I'm in boiler.
I'm good, B. I have smoke.
He was long corner, Jackie.
I'm adventuring.
Boiler.
Yeah. I left abs, okay? I'm flanking holes. I'm peeking long now.
You want to go long?
Boiler.
Mid. Boiler.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job.
I don't see anything. Bouncing Kiolo. I don't see city. I'm
Okay,
deeper.
jungle. Can I boost this stealth, brother?
Let's pick stealth together, guys. You ready?
Wait a bit. You ready?
Go. 3, 2, 1.
One more stairs.
Dead.
Go city now.
We have city.
Get ramp. I'm only ramp behind. Yeah, should be one
City
episode
dead.
ramp.
I'm pushing city.
Open jungle.
Nice, guys.
Don't take up, Madden. Okay, take it.
16-9 as FaZe equalised this series scoreline. And to put it politely, Jacob, Brokey was pissed. He wanted to close this one out.
I love watching Brokey play Counter-Strike, especially when he's in a mood like this. The clip, the section you're seeing right here, that is just ballsy, it's stellar, it's fantastic. And I'm so sad he didn't get the last kill right here. That would have been one hell of an ace and maybe play of the year already. That was insane from Brokey.
Oh, what an astonishing play from Brokey. I was actually on my way down to go come get mic'd up. I didn't realize the hype all around. That was bonkers. What the hell?
Absolutely nuts. And I love the fashion we closed out in because things were getting maybe a little bit dicey towards the mid section of that game. OG trying to make the comeback work. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. We will be going to that third and final deciding map of Inferno. FaZe, they do close it out when they need to.
Yeah, and that was decisive. I mean, we can argue that they allowed OG to dream of a possible comeback, but let's be clear, let's be honest. FaZe were in control. Yeah. They had the reaction that we were hoping to see from them. We talked about the T side. We talked about how Kerrigan had way more assets to use that he had on Ancient, and we just had the full force in demonstration. That T half was miles ahead of OG.
They made OG feel so uncomfortable on the server, round after round after round. The way they were splitting up towards the A bomb side through Connector, coming out of Palace, coming out of Ramp. You saw a couple of times on the B bomb side as well. You got Brokey into a position with an AWP that just shut off the rotation constantly. So it felt like to me that OG on the server was super afraid of making a move. And then you go into the later stages of the half, and then they're forcing themselves to make those moves, and they could never feel comfortable because they could never figure out where FaZe were on the server. That was a stellar T side coming out of FaZe, and exactly what I expected coming into Mirage.
Yeah, let's look at a couple of the moments, key moments for FaZe on that particular first half. Because, you know, Maniac, they say the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. But Kerrigan, he kept on going with those A executes. We got 2 back-to-back rounds.
Exactly. Not if you're Kerrigan. If you're Kerrigan, you can do exactly the same round, and this time it's going to work. We often use the word mind games when we talk about IGLs. Please have a look at home at this sequence. It starts off round number 6, FaZe with a full A execute onto the A side. We see smokes happening, but it doesn't really go the way Kerrigan had it. Then the defense is stellar. It's rock solid. No kills on the side of FaZe Clan. The defense is absolutely brilliant. What does Kerrigan do? Well, hold my beer. Let me do exactly the same round. Because if you're OG, it's really hard to see coming. You have just blasted them into oblivion. But this time around, not the same scenario. First kill coming into FaZe, second one as well into the scaling. And from that moment on, it's just about training game. FaZe entered the realm of comfort, where we talk about clutches, when we talk about individual decisions. And even though OG still has a say in this round, FaZe have done exactly what they needed, which is to put a couple of players into a clutch scenario. And we know the quality, we know the pedigree of that lineup, and this is where they get the best out of them players right here. Mind games from Kerrigan. Execute getting wrecked, gonna do exactly the same, and this time it's gonna work.
Just want to provide a little more context to that as well. You see the first time around why it's not working out. They do a gamble stack from the get-go of the round. You have a player in sandwich from OG, completely destroying FaZe. Kerrigan is well aware that that's a gamble stack. So if you're OG to do that twice in a row, that's never really gonna happen. So it's really well read by Kerrigan that he trusts enough in that go, realizing that, yeah, we didn't get a single kill. Yeah, we didn't have any success with it, but that was down to one position, one gamble stack from the beginning of the round OG made, and they're not gonna do that twice in a row. That is what a great in-game leader does. You look at a round, you dissect it and say, yeah, we lost a round, but why did we lose? And can we replicate it? Can we do it again? And that's exactly a great example that Maniac showed right here.
Yeah, and of course that did catapult them to that 8-1 lead, going into a 10-5 half for them, of course. So we did see OG attempting to fight back coming into that second half. What was key for you then for FaZe to kind of be answering back to that, getting those 5 rounds to convincingly close out this match?
Cosmetic comeback right here. I really want to power on that point. It's
your favorite term.
Yeah, it is. It is. It was never close. It was FaZe allowing them back into the game. OG, of course, coming out playing free as well, because they were well aware that they already lost the game in the first half. So I would more attribute that to FaZe just letting the foot off the gas pedal a little bit. OG again going out there playing some free Counter-Strike, showing us that the T side again is somewhat decent. It's a side they play well. We saw it on the Ancient. We've seen in this tournament. They have more rounds won on the T side in this tournament than they have on the CT side. That's a problem, I'd say. You want to be strong on the CT side, but again, in this game specifically on Mirage, it was never close. It was more so a cosmetic comeback.
Nope. It's not going to happen.
Nothing.
Just moving on to Inferno right now.
Well, it will be Inferno as our third map on the cards for this best of 3 series. But before we do that, we have got a few words from the coach, Robert.
Robin, OG certainly putting up a fight against you guys, no matter what the map it is on there. You've got this one over Mirage. We kind of expected that. But looking at the Ancient, this time around, things started off actually pretty good for you. You went down 2, but then you won 7 in a row. Were you surprised at what OG been able to switch up since you last played them?
No, I think Ancient was actually like okay. I think we lost both pistol rounds, and then we had a good run on the seat side. We just couldn't keep going. I think sometimes playing these studio environments and like online games, we're not the same, phase that we normally see. But we're trying. That's something we work on, and we're doing our best. So.
What can you do to try and make that play in the same way? You know, because I know when you're in the arena, when you're feeling it, especially some of the guys like Carrigan and Rain, they're going to really feed off that side of things. But is there something you can do to push them when you go, come on, guys, look, let's make this a bit easier on ourselves?
I mean, obviously we're trying our best. We're always trying to win, but it's very hard to get like this fired up and get this explosive when you're playing in an environment like this. But you know, we just have to do our best, and it's something we're talking about. So we have to you know give it all here.
Now you got Inferno, right? Third and final map when it comes down to this. Obviously a very key map for you guys. Any pressure at all? Any stress? Do you think OG can challenge you on it?
Yeah, they can for sure challenge us. We know how they play a little bit. You know, there's not so much info to go from, but you know, we're just gonna play our game and make sure that we are actually playing good CS, and that should be enough.
Well, let's see if it is. Robin, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Inferno, the final destination in this best-of-3 series. A great way to be rounding out this one as well. I'm very excited to see FaZe taking to the stage once again on this map, because we were throwing a couple of names into the ring for this particular map. Rops is one that I really want to bring up. So darn annoying to be playing against on Inferno.
Yeah, plenty of cards to pay off of if you're Carrigan, and just as much as we are usually bored mindlessly about the let's just play our game, I really think that in this case it is true. I think Robin is right. I think FaZe, if they hit the 90-95%, not even talking about 100% of their level on Inferno, it is one of the most complete map they have on. They have so many different players shining in their own respective roles. We've seen plenty of memorable maps of FaZe on Inferno. I really think they've cracked the code. I think they have the blueprint, and if the players show up, it's going to be really complicated for OG to fight back.
I disagree a little bit in the sense that I feel they have a bit of an inconsistency over towards the small bomb side with Carrigan and Rain. We see games where they really lock it down. We see games where they have it under control. We also see games where they're getting a lot of help from Brokey coming over with the AWP, and that's needed to me. That bomb side to me is like the weak point in a sense that sometimes it works out fine, sometimes it's really weak. Whereas for Twist and Rops and Brokey over on the big bomb side, it's not a problem for them. So if you're OG, you could test that bomb side in the beginning of the game. You should try to attack it. See if you can rattle out Carrigan and Rain just a little bit, because in terms of raw firepower, that is the weak link. We also saw it when FaZe were playing against Heroic just a couple of days ago in the group stage. That bomb side didn't really work out too well. Carrigan and Rain couldn't get a gun against Carrigan and Kadian and the boys from Heroic. So if you're OG, you've seen that game and you have a chance of potentially punishing that bomb side.
Eyes behind his head. We just saw Carrigan here making the signs to the camera. He's ready. He's just locked in.
He's looking.
Look, we're talking about the B side. The reason I say FaZe have the keys to the castle right here is that I think it's mainly mistakes from the side of FaZe that sometimes make that B side an issue, right? Sometimes we see Rain overcommit on Banana, fight a little bit too much. If they can find the zone, that is it. But they have to find it.
Well, you're talking about this slight weakness maybe for FaZe coming into this map. Is there an opportunity for OG to take this and really cause an upset here?
I think they can make the game competitive. I think they can make it close. I wouldn't be surprised if we go into double digits. I again fully expect FaZe to win this game. They are the better team. So yeah, a close game for you, but a FaZe win.
Well, the final map coming into this best-of-3 series and the perfect decider between OG and FaZe. It's going to be going down on Inferno, and we're diving into the action in just a few.
We are back. It's the third map, OG and FaZe to kick it off here, or an Inferno to decide who gets to move forward or who gets to get knocked down to that last chance qualifier on Sunday. Real scary if you get too close to that showdown. Nobody wants that. Impressive that OG have managed to make such a fight out of it. Although on that second map on Mirage, it was looking real tough. FaZe looked like they were reignited. Brokey slightly crazy, and Twist obviously with the mechanics. They had a lot going on basically. I think Robs actually maybe ended up top fragging for the most of it.
Yeah, and he seemed to be like one of the more quiet players in terms of racking up those frags. But yeah, now we go into Inferno. Obviously a very, very good map for FaZe. The Deaths did a great job of outlining it as well. It's just such a tough prospect, and as impressed as we were about Ancient coming back into it, yeah, just a small pocket of fight on Mirage, right? There wasn't like a complete map out of OG the way we saw in Ancient. It was just that one small little pocket in which they were able to kind of challenge and fight back. Oh, there's Kerrigan. He's in the mood.
Odds are favoring FaZe still. He's never giving up, is he? Although he is losing his mind, I suppose.
Yeah.
It seems like an unfair, staring contest too, because eventually you do have to play the game, so cameraman can win that 9 times out of 10.
Yeah. Certainly can. Well, the cameraman's probably blinking, it's the camera you can never beat.
Yeah, that's
the camera
true.
itself.
Unfair advantage.
In so many ways.
Yeah, it's true.
Third and deciding map, Inferno. We love being here. And as you mentioned, you don't even want to like really mess with the prospect of being at the showdown. You don't want to be playing on Sunday. You don't want to just be in a situation where the match has that entirely on the line. That's no fun, even if you're FaZe. Even if you're FaZe, because that's something where just one more hiccup and all of a sudden way, way more difficult. They do choose to start on the CT side FaZe, so they're going to start out defending. I can't believe this is still going.
Yeah, just what it is, isn't it? Oh man, what a great match has been already, and it might just get even better. It's a classic deciding map on Inferno. We all love that. So let's just get ready to get into it. FaZe and OG to kick it off here, and we have to find a winner. At this point, FaZe, with everyone really come alive, I think this is going to be a real struggle for OG. But let's see how much they have in them. They've surprised us throughout this day already, so maybe they have more in the bag still. Twist running into the fight, missing a couple of headshots, but not that scared. Wants to go back for more. There is a P250 down there, so you want to be a little bit careful, but yeah, eventually he's going to back on out. There are a couple of more players here, 3 in total at the B-bomb site.
Almost like they were trying to lure OG into that stack. I think they're going to do just that. Brokey's at CT spawn. 2 players inside the site, 1 boosted up. That's Twist at new box. Kerrigan's going to shift over towards Dark. Brokey might be smoked off, but he can still be a distraction. He can still take some attention, and he can find a timing to pounce through. If Twist can get 1 kill and stay alive a little bit longer, there's the first headshot. Now Brokey comes through. Twist gets 3 quick kills. Absolutely magnificent. There's Kerrigan with the 4th. This is all done.
He just clicked him away. Oh no, and the way that Molotov was landing, I mean, you can throw a Molotov that also burns out the top of that box, but this one didn't, and he was just free to take all the shots.
And I mean, look, when they're attacking through, right, like their attention, Kerrigan's obviously fighting, Brokey's popping through. There's enough things happening to take attention away from Twist. Everyone's kind of focused on Kerrigan, so really good setup from FaZe, really good way to lure OG into that hit and shut him down.
Second round is here, and with no bomb plant, it's going to be less exciting round, this one, for OG. Scout on Broker, that's a little bit interesting for a second round, I guess. At least if you're on the winning team, the one that won the pistol round.
Yeah. Just warming up with the scope. Ooh, Kerrigan's going to go for a challenge. Drop in. There's 1. Gets out of danger. At a Glock, shooting at ankles isn't going to do a whole lot of damage, and they can back off, although they merely switch positions.
Yeah, I like this aggression coming out from the FaZe side of things.
This is like mental warfare. Everyone's aggressive. Everyone's just like, okay, we hear the Glocks. Like, cool. We're just going to challenge you. We're going to shut this down immediately. We're going to put a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah, they're not going to let them spend too much time talking and talking about the next couple of rounds. Just ready to go for it.
And I mean, this more than anything just shows like kind of the attitude and the mindset FaZe going to come into this map with, because you normally we obviously don't see this level of aggression in a second round, even against Glocks, even against unarmored Glocks. We don't see CT teams challenging quite in this fashion all the way up in T apartments with a minute left in the round.
Set the bookcase on fire. The Molotov 8.
Burning books. We don't like that.
No, that's uncalled for. Interesting times. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I didn't even know that was a possibility. Don't think it's useful in any context. But
No, not at all.
And it's a shame. I think there's a fireplace right there, so could have been cinematic if you would have actually banked it off and landed in there.
Help! You blocked me, homie!
Just a random pug, essentially. Deep Molotov. Flames is going to get out of the way of the Flames. And good kill from Neofrag. Opens things up on a twist at top Banana. He's at the car swinging for a fight. And Neofrag wants to challenge even more. Jumps into the Molotov. Going to take 40 damage before extinguishing it. Rain and Kerrigan kind of take their foot off the pedal. Don't apply a whole lot of pressure down Banana.
Rain still up close. He's got Kerrigan in there with a nade in hand, so you have to assume eventually there's going to be a flash coming. Watch that icon. There we go. Flash has been let go, and Rain just maybe could have peeked deeper than that. Didn't really want to go for it, and he's backing off slowly. That's interesting.
It almost feels like that was a play for information, like they didn't actually want to commit to that fight. And I mean, I guess you can kind of understand why. Kerrigan's going to cheat over to the A bump site. There's no utility left on Rain. There's no utility left on Kerrigan. They have such a low percentage chance of actually holding on to this B bomb site. In some sense, I'm actually kind of surprised they're even leaving Rain here.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, he would have to be on top of the coffins here and just try to get maybe 1 or 2 kills before they even get in. He's going to get, well, at least a double. That's really magnificent. Kerrigan is here to try and shoot for the smoke. We'll see if he's going to be successful. Does a little bit of damage. Almost catches Nexa. That is actually scary close. But can they go for the retake? Brokey does have an HE grenade, so with Nexa being low, there is a chance for some kind of shenanigans here. 20 seconds on the clock, and let's see if that HE is ever... No, he didn't hit anything. I was going to say, he would have waited for the bomb plant. That would have been interesting.
Oh,
nice
no.
timing on Fiku, and he goes down. And this retake's already way better than you were expecting. Second nade being picked up, not really hitting anyone there, but it's a 2 versus 2. They don't have a kit, and they're having a hard time finding remaining team players. That is so much damage onto Nexa. He's almost out of the round, but somehow still alive. And now it's on Rops, 1 versus 2. Still hasn't found a kit anywhere, and can't find Nexa either. Hidden in the corner, and a big opening here for OG already in the 3rd round.
Yeah, good reposition from Nexa as well. Realizing he's spotted out behind the box, just shifting to second oranges. Rops had no idea. Yeah, I can't believe Rain gets this double kill. Just transitions over, cleans up Neofrag. That was a lot of damage done earlier in the round by Rain onto Neofrag, so he was already low. That double kill brings it right back. I think the scout, more than anything, came back to haunt them in that 2v2. Brokey would have loved to have been a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more versatile in how he could have taken fights and tried to force someone into the open, but OG on the board early, which is nice.
And forcing FaZe back to just some pistols, so yeah, they'll take it. Already going to be an exciting time for them. Frag, nade, doesn't really do much of anything. Molotov with the sandbags where nobody is, so they're going to lose 1. Kerrigan trying to bait out more shots, just showing the front of that pistol. But now even more T's have shown up in Banana, so eventually they're going to be able to take him down. So favorable trade for OG. But up against pistols, going to be a little bit careful you don't lose any more players here.
And obviously just wanted to rattle off some rounds where you have an easier time of things, right?
Yeah. Don't let it get too far. Robs is starting to get in the position as well. He's presumably going to get smoked off, and Brokey watching the grenade rain down. It's a strong headshot. But the jumping back 10 will save them, and waiting for the smoke, possibly trying to walk through at the perfect time. There's Robs. Good timing. And you'll get 1 more kill. This is super expensive. Even though they should still win the round, you never know.
Good job refreshing that smoke as well. This is about time for Twist to get over. No one from OG has moved forward to pick up the bomb and actually get it planted. Flames just now making that move. Twist has had some incredible deagle rounds in his career. Let's see if he can add another. Sees Dexter in the open, but gets tagged between the wall before he's able to actually commit to the peak. And a nice win for OG. They tie things up at 2.
A little bit of a scary time for the smoke to fade there at the coffins. If you're on the T side, you got to be, worried about that. But yeah, heads up play at the end of it. And they'll pick up a 2nd round, tie up the scoreline. Money back in the hands of FaZe. And this time it's not the scout on Brokey. It's an AWP instead.
Yeah, a little bit more stopping power. Let's get it, baby. Yeah.
Krieg on Dexter.
No kits for the CT side, so keep your eye on retakes. Brokey with the deep angle. Dexter wants that challenge with the creep. Gets his head ripped clean off.
That's a bold play. I kind of like it, though. Saying, like, maybe if you're a little bit slow on that AWP, I have a scope on the other side that you're not expecting. That could have been fun if it actually had worked out, but Not quite so. Brokey relocating up onto the A apartments. Still plenty of time for OG to try and recover. This Flame's close, but Robs is going to be able to find him. And that's not too bad. Through the smoke, a little bit scary. A lot of return on the other side, but it is still 3 versus 5 right here.
But FaZe is challenging for every piece of map control. Look at this. I mean, Rain's already at the base of Banana as well. He's going to tuck himself in towards logs. He can turn the corner whenever it's needed. And OG's not been able to respond with any of these kills. Isolated pick from Brokey down mid. Then you had Rops over in Halls where it was just a lone player. And then this kill here up mid as well. And OG just been whittled down before they can even really get anything going.
Yeah, what a suffocating round for the T side. Just CT players everywhere being aggressive. Next up, more kills would still be really beneficial, but not going to be allowed. 2 different elevations for that particular fight. Hard to deal with. They only have 1 casualty on the FaZe side. And a little bit less streaky at the start of this one. A little bit more trading rounds back and forth.
Hello.
Yeah.
Peace.
He's definitely dead.
Hi.
Doesn't matter how close the hospital is.
Well, it got dark. 5 rounds in, 3-2 in the favor of FaZe. And they've got the advantage of the buy. Again, still the off with in the hands of Brokey. Twist trying to push down is going to find the kill.
That is a
Excuse me, that's Twist Molotov from middle with Rain pushing down.
Yeah. And on the other side, Neofrag, I mean, that was a really bold play for him to try and basically challenge the Molotov to get the right timing, and it actually nearly worked.
Look at the follow-up barrage onto Nexa as well. Deep nades from middle. Nexa down to 16 HP, so if you want to kind of turn that corner and try and challenge behind that utility, you're eating a lot of damage for it and getting not much in return.
Or even just pick up the rifle, which I think was Nexa maybe trying to do that. If FaZe can win this next round here with, you know, 3 or 4 people, preferably 4 or 5 alive, that's going to be huge for them in terms of building the economy really solidly from the start.
Look at there's no other option for OG except to go to this B bomb site. They've got 2 smokes and a flash, and that's not enough to really challenge. You know the FaZe defense is going to be aggressive at brackets as well. They love playing those more advanced positions, as we saw in the previous round, challenging each choke point. You really have no real options except this B bomb site, and here you're going against the AWP without the utility to really take care of it. You just got to spam the boards and hope you get lucky. Eventually, he's traded off. Rain is the only defender with low HP.
Throw away the AWP, maybe?
I think that's the play.
Yeah, if you think you're going to lose it anyway, it is not worth giving over to the enemy.
It's 20 seconds, you're definitely losing it. They might not go for a hunt here, actually. Let me take that back.
Yeah, FaZe have to be at least a little bit careful, too. I mean, the confidence on Brokey is so outrageous. Even though he knew he could have fallen back probably in that moment, still stuck around. Rain is going to be going down. So, yeah, now they don't want to go for it at all. And they don't throw away the orb, and it turns out to be the right move. Nice.
Nice job from Dexter. At least something they can fight with in the next round. No bonus money for 2 players on the OG side of things. Yeah, Rain's completely blinded. Assist from the Twist Molotov. Figu's had a rough time over in Halls and in middle.
Brokey can run away right now.
Yeah.
He really could, but
I don't think that's not really in his brain at the moment, as we saw towards the end of Mirage.
Yeah, if you missed that, go find the highlight somewhere. That was great.
That'll surely be on the subreddit, I would imagine.
It's gotta be. Round number 7. And with FaZe winning 2 in a row here to try to get themselves back in. Economy is looking decent. Not as good as it could have been because of the end of the last round, but still something to build on. And a little bit of a lean towards the apartments over here with Rain and Kerrigan again playing a little bit of a duo at the B-bomb site. Not too surprising.
And FaZe giving a different look as well. Not quite the utility usage in Barrage down Banana and down middle as we've seen in the previous rounds. A little bit of a fake setup, but that's not going to do anything with the number of players FaZe have in Halls. Brokey's rotating off it just now, and now they're starting to get curious. They're starting to investigate. Rops is going to clear alt mid. Kerrigan and Rain, you're going to be on notice.
So much information once you're looking from the apartments into mid or second mid. You could just see everything. It's not spotted any T players here for a good 10-15 seconds now.
This is a nightmare, though. Kerrigan has a Molotov and smoke.
Yeah.
And Brokey's even rotated over to drop a smoke as well. So, I mean, B-bomb site is going to be... You're going to have to execute through utility no matter what happens for the rest of this round.
Yeah, this should be pretty much unwinnable. Close range, no scope, not quite connecting. Nice Molotov at the back there, and they take down Rain. Hold the phone, maybe they can do it. Flames with a double entry and 20 seconds. I can't believe they even made it through at all. Never mind getting a bomb. It's close, but it's not close enough. Brokey not getting this shot. Looked like he could attack someone there as well, but it's a 3 versus 4, and OG have no business being in this position.
They had a really nice timing there. FaZe wasn't able to really challenge as they jumped through the smoke because Kerrigan and Rain were actually boosting up at new boxes. Kerrigan spent a lot of time boosting up and then pulling out a smoke to extinguish the Molotov in that position, and just no one was able to kind of take advantage of the disorganization of coming through the smoke in that situation. Retake is on. Brokey almost got another one, almost gets the scope out in time. Twist left in a 1v3. Exit kills the name of the game. He's got the first. 2 more to grab. There's the second. And Dexter, he's going to go down no matter what. Twist is happy to just freeze him in place and knows what's coming.
I'm still, oh, I couldn't get the AWP. I'm so impressed by the fact that they're in halfway competitive in that round. But you're right, I mean, it probably was that timing that really did it. You could see it here on the replay. With the utility alone and the time that was on the clock, those two factors would have put FaZe in a great position, but oh, unfortunate.
It's just that moment where no one's there. The only thing was the op spamming in the smoke from Brokey from CT spawn. So yeah, a little bit of frustration because, I mean, FaZe played that perfectly. They knew everything that was coming. And not only that, but look at the situation it puts them in. Now a little bit busted on utility. Now 2 deagles on the board on Rain and Rops as well. FaZe in a position where they could get reset.
And 2 orbs. They didn't save one, and they just they dump all of the cash into it.
I feel like it's been a while since we've seen Kerrigan bust out the double op, but obviously in his heyday.
Yeah, not that uncommon, you're right.
Missed the initial shot on Banana. They don't know the double op is on the board, I don't think, quite yet.
No, maybe
actually,
not.
excuse me, they do. Brokey did fire one off in middle.
Yeah, and he's definitely using it on the other side too, so Kerrigan up close. Smoke is going to be landing on him. A little bit worried about the flashes as well. About a minute on the clock here. Or they line up for him, but he's not sure. And he misses the chance. Rain in here with the pistol to try and help him out. Here's a no-scope for Kerrigan, and he's going to keep following it up. He might need another one, and he can't get it. Flames again with a double entry. And it will be another after plant. 2 versus 2 this time, but they are real far away. Means OG can have a lot of space here to set up their positions.
They do have a kit. They do have a kit if they want to try and make this work. Deep smoke, deep flashbang to allow them to turn the corner. Dexter's going to be the first obstacle. Flame's not really able to kind of help him out and take any attention away. There's the flashbang in towards his position. Dexter holding it. First headshot, and he lines them both up. Good transfer over. And another round for OG, and that's the money gone for FaZe.
Yeah, what a read. You can see him turn around even before the flash even is primed, I think, on the FaZe side. So, well done. Kerrigan, I mean, just for missing some of the early shots, he actually does a pretty good job, but they just don't have the defense there.
And there's no way to know where that next fight is going to come from. If it's going to kind of slide, someone sliding in towards water, towards grill, or someone coming up over the top. So Kerrigan just has to flip a coin. OG have done it. That's well played. Broken the economy, tied things up at 4. All of a sudden, this T side is going to start looking good.
Yeah, they've set themselves up very nicely now. Tied scoreline, but expecting a lot more out of them here. USPs, there's a Zeus on Robs. That's always exciting. Probably the best sound. Maybe that, or maybe sometimes chickens dying.
I feel like they're one and the same.
They might be. Maybe we do those like player ASMR.
Oh no!
Absolutely.
Oh, we wanted
stolen.
Well, what can you say about that one? 5-4.
Disappointing.
I do enjoy seeing Zeus kills.
But a good cleanup. OG getting away with it a lot. Yeah. Smoke, wallbang, headshot with the AK.
Oh, he had just jiggle peeked back to the left. Shoots it right into the wall. Timeout taken. FaZe gonna talk things over. On the back foot earlier than they'd like.
Yeah, remember how late they used the timeouts in both, I think, the first 2 maps? They were just like 12, 13 rounds in before we even saw the first one.
Yeah, this one makes sense. This is, you're kind of at a point where you're like, all right, let's not let this half entirely spin out of control, entirely get away from us. We obviously, this is an early sustained kind of hit we're taking here, but Let's not let it spiral into some kind of huge run out of the OG side that lets them really take a big lead into the second half.
One round lead, but right now it's all about the economy. A lot of grenades lacking on the FaZe side of things. Certainly the weaponry is lacking.
Especially when you consider Rain's been the more aggressive one in Banana. Now he's got an SMG, so he's either got to be kind of hyper-aggressive and push all the way down, or Kerrigan takes point with a deep flashbang from Rain, so they clear things out. OG is a different pacing, though. 3 players coming up halls, going to be smoked off. That might delay things. Oh, okay. Okay, then, Rops, you're in trouble. You've got Brokey to kind of help you in mid, but you already know they've taken over pit. This is dangerous. FaZe is going to have to make a very tough decision pretty soon. OG have found great access into the site. Brilliant kill and boiler onto Nexa.
Yeah, smart play from Rops. You're absolutely right. He's so locked in. If he stays there, all they need is one good flashbang and he's going to be dead. Nice shot from Dexter. Catching Rops coming up. They already knew about this position, so... I didn't even know for FaZe. They might just almost have to quit immediately.
They have to. There's no chance to get back into this. One kid on Rain, but no utility to create any kind of a retake opportunity. Kerrigan's at the B-bomb site as well.
What a rare entry.
Yeah. I mean, he's just like, oh, he just fired back into the smoke, right?
Yeah. Like, all right, here we go. Got what he wanted. And that was pretty much the round. Like, yeah. Just a little bit of panic.
And no head armor on Twist as well. Made that very effective. Flames only has a USP. He's on the hunt. He's rushing through CT spawn. Bomb's going to go off. Nobody goes down with it. 2-round lead for OG and still with an economic advantage. Although rifles can be dropped over, weapons can be dropped over, and we're going to get another buy from the CT side.
If they can keep the pressure out, if they can keep FaZe in this weird economic zone where they might be forced to quit around a little bit earlier than they normally want to, and they maybe, if they, you know, if they lose everything, then they might have to go for a full-on eco. So that's going to be the wave that OG want to ride. Just keep them in this weird spot. Also stopping Brokey from having the AWP for a long time right now, which is probably a huge bonus.
Yeah, really nice. Utility and Banana, deep smoke. Counter Molotovs being spent. There's the AWP. Dexter didn't spot it. Flicks over. Kerrigan's got him first. Important trade from Nexa. Rain's the only one here. And Rain only has a single smoke. He might be forced to use that early.
Yep. Has to put it down. Worried about someone showing up a little bit too soon. Gonna get delivered. A couple of more grenades there by a teammate. That's nice. Quick delivery from Brokey. Same day, same minute delivery. 4-on-4 now.
Fiku waiting. A little bit of a boost up for Rops.
They could almost try and do it, but it's risky as well if you get caught in the middle of it. Fiku moving into what looks like death, but he's going to get one of them. That's a nice shot. Not ready for Twist, though. And it's back into a 3-on-3, but Twist is alone. And they surely have a sense. Very suspicious when you find 2 people stacked up that forward on the map.
And that, I mean, that's probably telling them, okay, that's the 2 defenders that are going to be at the A-bomb site. Likely, they're probably gambling on the fact that the defense is split 2 and 2, and they'd be correct. Now walking out balcony, they're clearing out pit. They see absolutely nothing. All they have left is to clear out the bomb site. And you can see in middle, Nexa being very, very patient.
And Twist can't even hear them dropping. He can't even make the call. They drop in a pit and make a lot of noise, but he's so far away. And on the other hand, if he starts making noise now running through middle, you're absolutely right. Nexa's going to be there to maybe catch him. So what a nightmare. 15 seconds.
Looks like FaZe want to try and make this work. If they can find this kill on Nexa in middle, Nexa's just there to kill. Oh, he just looked away. He just looked away, but he comes back. He comes back and grabs one and gets out of danger. That should be the retake done and dusted, and now it certainly is. Twist just going to back off with no chances. Uh-oh, FaZe.
This first half is slipping out of their hands. Oh, Nexa, if he'd stayed looked away like that, that would have probably been a welcome change for FaZe, but didn't turn out that way. 7-4 in favor of OG. This first half has started to look absolutely incredible.
Ooh, good shot from Fiku. You'll never expect the second player to be there, but that certainly gave the information over that they needed.
Nexa, yeah, like, oh.
He might have heard a footstep, like at the last second. It almost looked like something changed his mind.
Possible it is, yeah.
Smiles and fist bumps. Another timeout taken.
A little bit more serious in the FaZe camp at the moment.
Yeah, if you do that, if you contrast it to round 2 when they're giggling and hunting back in T apartments.
Yeah.
As time seems so long ago.
Second timeout. Next, commanding this team very well at the moment.
Yeah.
They're in a fine position right now. I mean, once they lost the AWP, they certainly lost a little bit of the, maybe even just the threat of running into that, right? That's been taken away. And it feels like Banana has been a lot more open for the OG to at least...
They've had a good number of rounds with like the economic advantages, as you've highlighted. We've highlighted a couple times, just missing nades, not really able to fight. One round right hit an SMG. So yeah, and especially not having to worry about that AWP is just so nice, such a luxury. Dexter back with the Creek.
Oh yeah, still no AWP on Brokey. That's just not even possible any longer. Had a pretty standard setup here. A little bit more focus around the potential for a fast top mid play coming out from OG. And a boost to look over the smoke, which again, you can keep for a while, but not forever. Eventually, you'll have to give it up. Oh, double nade. That's so low, but the smoke still does exactly what it's supposed to.
That's been around for a while, that little smoke and boost over. Rain, here's the tag of the Molotov, swings behind it, so much damage is done, can't find the kill. Oh, OG on the back foot, look at the HP. Neofrag and Dexter, so close to death.
Yeah, that probably could have been a couple of kills, but even just the damage alone is still worth quite a bit. Must feel even worse if you're coming in on your flames and you actually had to set up to deal with it, and you still get punished for it. You're like, I knew, but
well, you'll at least be happy to know that. I mean, it kind of gives away the game that both your nades landed on him, right?
True.
You at least have that information. I mean, for what good it does you. Back to the A bomb site we go. Twist waiting with a smoke in hand.
I mean, OG have already at this point in time won at least the one round that they should never won. If they get another one, that's almost too much. That would be stealing the first half entirely. Brokey with a good headshot. 3 versus 5. And yeah, they're running out of time and players all at the same point here. Rops sneaking out from Graveyard. Gonna be Fiku on his own, and a nice couple of kills here for Rops to secure another round for FaZe that they desperately needed. Starting to look very, very grim for them, but that was at least a slight recovery.
Yeah, well, this time they also denied, some of the things that OG wanted early. Obviously, with this boost up, you get that first kill. They've actually done a pretty good job of finding those opening kills in the halls, or finding kills in the mid-round as well, FaZe. They've been able to collapse on halls a number of times. That's at least good to keep some money flowing for FaZe. They went around with most players surviving, so 4 people have cash behind this investment. Deep utility, nades back in hands. Rain is again starting to feel frisky.
Carrigan, a little bit scary. If he goes down, the B defense is wiped out. Gonna be trading that one. That's so close. He's at 25 health. He could have just as well caught one more bullet, and they would have had a terrible start to the round. They really need the last 3 here. They need to make this 8-7 just to try and slow down OG a little bit more. And they don't yet have a deep enough bank either to start to lose rounds, so that's a weird position to be in right now. They're going to go quick back with a boost there. It's worked for them in the pistol round. Last time they tried it, they got caught in the middle of the boost. This time they're really early with it. It can work a couple of different ways. The way they have it set it up now, if you clear the boost, you might not look for a second player back there. But if you Molotov it, maybe it's all the same.
Yeah.
And Brokey does not have a smoke to put it out with, neither does Carrigan. So if there is a Molotov landing back there, they're actually in a lot of trouble. Look at how far back on the map both Rops and Twist are. Rops starting to get a little bit closer to Arch now, so maybe he could get here. Brokey moving forward.
No utility. This is going to have to be heads-up fights. Nothing to put out that Molotov. Brokey's out in the open. OG, utility being spent. Kerrigan might just be good for one. That can be traded, especially with the HP. Blinded, taken down. Brokey goes down next. No impact. Rops through the smoke is able to grab one. Look where the bomb dropped. 10 seconds. Rops, he can stop everything. He can actually win this round, but good utility usage negates his position. Bomb being planted, and OG in a 3-on-2.
Boy, if he would have got that kill through, that would have been a massive, massive double, but
oh,
Twist.
dear.
Creeping into it. That's nice. Flames, by the way, I think that's his 3rd round double entry into the B bomb site. He's done that so well almost every time they've shown up.
Kits as well. This retake is on.
Yeah. I mean, they failed this a couple of times. This time they have to go for it. They might as well. They've already lost 3 rifles. Here we go. Twist trying to look for one more opening. Nexa all the way back there. They don't have any nades to get rid of him either. Rops trying to find him, but he's going to go down. And now, oh, Twist, he's so quick. He was ready for more. Swings for it here. Tries to find Fiku, and he's not going to be able to. Fiku instead with the headshot. And OG land another round. The entries for Flames are just so good.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And Kerrigan just did not have the HP. A perfect flashbang as well, but even up in that boost spot, like you just one kill, you're going to be responded upon. Here it is. Kerrigan blinded, couldn't connect any kind of clean fight, and Flames desperately trying to find someone, snaps back at the perfect moment. Even if Twist gets that kill, I don't think there's time for the defuse whatsoever. That means everything to OG. Another buy for FaZe, but again, out of money. This late, with only 2 rounds remaining in the half, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but man, OG win this round, and they're looking at double digits going into the second half.
Real interesting wrinkle in the tournament if FaZe go to the last chance qualifier, because someone down there is going to be like, oh, no, why? Why is this happening? Neofrag goes down, traded for Rain. Still a 4-on-4. And there's Brokey on that AWP, the super weapon they've been missing all along because of the economic struggles. They have it now, and at least they're going to get the 1 kill up there. Flames on his own. No chance here. Will get taken down by Twist. A chance for 7 rounds for FaZe if they can pick up this last one, coming right up on the 15th. But so far, I mean, even if it's 8 rounds at the beginning, it's a great start for OG.
Yeah, this has been an impressive half from OG. I've really liked seeing this, the way they've been able to fight back here on Inferno. Final round. FaZe has everything they want for OG. A couple of Deagles mixed in, Galils, scouts on Dexter. It's not pretty.
All right. That's a nice nade. Flames and Neofrag, they run right into it. Rain's still very aggressive. Oh, they're trying to get through the smoke, but this is dangerous. They get the shot on Rops somehow. Up in middle on that boiler corner. So that's a scout to take him down. That's a little bit interesting. But Kerrigan's moving forward. Hasn't reloaded the gun yet. 12 bullets currently. Got to be careful you don't get caught. Well, it wasn't the lack of bullets that was the problem. It's the headshot from Fiku. Lightning fast to take him down.
And trying to press the issue. They know they don't have a whole lot of resources to work with. Ooh, Brokey gets there just in time. Fico peeks before the smoke blooms, and there's even a gap in it as well.
Yeah, huge gap, in fact. Oh, he just no-scopes him down. Winning in style at the end. They cut the first half.
Just Brokey things.
Yeah, why not? 7 to 8 of the first half. Second half is coming right up. Who's your favorite CS player of the last 10 years?
Mine is the GOAT.
The GOAT.
I love that the most about them, how calm they are.
We're all gonna get hate comments for this segment. I thought a lot about the sort of the 10-year thing. That changes things. You have to sort of think back quite a bit. For me, partly some 1.6 probably bias, and partly just the fact that he's an AWP player. So I picked Fallen.
Oh, it wasn't Markelov.
It could have been. It was tempting for a minute. I have a soft spot in my heart in general for AWP players, but especially the style that Fallen does, the kind of the ability to sort of, you know, fight close range with it at the best of times.
Fallen will be swarmed, killing the short player, knowing that the second was still up on grave. He waits, he wins.
I think it's so exciting, and it's like there are players that play a more crazy and sometimes even more entertaining version of AWP, but usually they kind of fall flat on that. Like it doesn't have the same like return on investment over time.
For me, he's like the second most inventive and successful IGLs of all time. In terms of like basically creating maps, like the way people play Train after like Luminosity SK days, all because of him. And he was doing it as an IGL opping, which until the point that he did that, no one believed that that was the right thing to do.
He's definitely hit some points that no other players have. You know, where he's best player, arguably, and IGL and Opper, and creating the meta of this game in 2016.
I think for me, there are some players where even if you put them in like a 1 versus 4 at like the worst of times with only 20 seconds left, like there's some part of me that always thinks like he could still do, like this could really still happen, you know? And Fallen is just somehow forever in that category.
So my favorite CSGO player
It's always been Neo and Forest, but obviously Neo, he is still playing, but he's not been playing in a tier 1 LAN in a while now.
I think it's tough for me to say, but I think Forest or Neo, one of those two, because they also made the transfer from 1.6 to CSGO, and I feel like the way they are as human beings, I love that the most about them, how calm they are. Every time I talk to them, I just feel like it's a friend I have for life, you know. And
We are back for the final half here on Inferno, and OG just continued to surprise everyone today. What a great run in the first half, winning 8 out of 15 rounds, and FaZe are struggling to hang on, it feels like, even if it's kind of close in scoreline. You've got to say OG and probably have more momentum going into the second half here.
Yeah, for those of you just joining in a little bit, actually hold the thought, because this... Okay, we're back. For those of you just joining us, it was opening map was Ancient, a nice solid win for OG on there, and then FaZe was able to stomp them on Mirage pretty handily, and now we're here on Inferno with a closely tested affair. Flames with the first kill. Do they really want to turn the corner? Good nade. Flames with 3 headshots. The dualies yet to go to work. Flames is doing everything, and Rops and Rain pushed all the way back to the base of Banana in a 5-on-2.
He was, I think, the furthest player back in that moment for Flames, and he still landed 3 headshots. What a devastating way to start the second half if you're on the FaZe side. Rops and Rain now hoping for a gift somewhere. Not going to find any players. No reason why OG would be aggressive at this point in time.
You need a lot of gifts
at
this stage. At this moment, they're just thinking bomb plant. Like, don't even think about winning the round. Just get that bomb planted. It ain't going to work. Dooley's coming in hot. Rops is going to pick him out of the sky. 1 versus 4.
Yeah, Christmas is far away at this point in time. I haven't even heard Mariah Carey on the radio, so, you know.
As if you pick Mariah Carey for the Christmas songs.
Or Wham, fine, whatever.
Okay, if Rops just books it, like, just throw caution to the wind. Don't even check anything. Just try and get into the A bomb site. Try and plan a default boxes. Unfortunately, Nexa and Dexter seem to know exactly what's coming.
Yeah, they figured it out. Bomb plant would be a cool gift if there was a way to get a couple of kills in a bomb plant here. That's a lot to ask for at this point in time, especially maybe with the clock running low. 15 seconds here. Sneaking in. He's got kind of close, but he's walking, volunteering himself into a crossfire that he doesn't even know about. So eventually he's going to fall, and it's a strong start for OG's second half. They can really do this.
Here's our boy. Here's Flames. Good flick up. Taking the shallow angles, the shallow peaks, a lot going on. Yeah, it's just so hard to stop these jiggle peaks over and over. And even that one.
Wait.
That's a gross sequence from Flames.
He wasn't aiming for Twist in the second kill.
No, he's just jiggling and firing at the corner, just blind.
Oh, that's
hoping beautiful. Someone would be there, and he obviously someone was.
Yeah. We've got to brace ourselves for it could be a real upset here.
Yeah, we could be seeing FaZe playing on Sunday.
Now, that is interesting.
That's no fun.
Yeah, well, for somebody else, it's not. We'll see. Flames is at 13. Next are at 12.
Unarmored Glocks for FaZe. They're looking towards that third round, that AK-47.
I think it's at least 3, maybe 4 rounds where Flames got the double entry in B.
Yeah.
Now, if you tell me that someone's going to try, do that in a single half, that's just so much impact. Even if the scoreline, I mean, 13 is good in a half, but it's not obviously, it could have been even, I guess 10.
But you add the impact to those kills. You could probably attribute like 6 rounds to him overall.
Probably something like that, yeah. That's wild. And taking it slow this round, FaZe. The Eagles have found no real fight yet. Neo frag up here and with Fiku behind him with just the dualies.
And OG's not putting themselves in any point of danger, right? They're happy. Yeah. They're just like, okay, you guys make the call. You guys come to us. We're not going to give you a kill to thin things out. We're not going to let you try and exploit anything. So have fun with your Glocks.
All right. Flames feeling the heat from behind just a bit, but ultimately they'll be fine. They don't lose a single player, and they clean up the round, no problem. I guess we should probably remind everyone at this point in time too that, you know, there's a reason why FaZe is ranked the way that they are. So probably do not want to be underestimating them. OG, I'm sure they know as well, but it's probably worth reminding everyone on the team of right about now that, you know, this isn't really done until it's done. So, you know, keep the focus here, because you can let them back in the game. It's only a 3-round gap.
Yeah, and even when it's done, we've got 2 more series going on today. Liquid versus NIP is next. Vitality G2 is a pretty solid matchup to end the day. That's going to be a really cool affair, especially after the insanity of the G2 we saw last night.
Yeah, new era I've heard for G2.
Yeah.
Could be mostly PR, but still, I choose to believe it. I picked them, so.
The Hooks era.
Yeah, exactly. Everything's better with a little bit of Danish sprinkled in on top. Say unbiased.
Sure.
So.
I don't know, 2 days in a row, the Danish cuisine has been a massive, shapeless meat.
I don't.
You guys need to have a conversation with each other about that.
I don't recommend Danish. I just don't. Yeah, I'm sorry. We don't.
It's okay.
Not us, but not our strength. Really isn't.
Kerrigan flashed through the smoke, is at least going to clear a car and sandbags and top banana. Everyone else lining up over towards A. 3 players to defend for OG here at the B bomb site, so at the moment just a single player out of position as Kerrigan is making tons of noise. 35 seconds on the clock.
Much less of a fight for OG on Banana, but as a result, they do still have some nades on the CT side. Many of them HE grenades. Was an interesting situation this late. We'll see if that's actually going to work out. Nexa, nade, pretty decent. Slows them down maybe a little bit, and he's going to get the shot to take down Rain. Only 17 seconds. FaZe, they need to move faster right now, and they get a couple of big openings right at the last second. If they hadn't got both of those right then and there, they could have got slowed down, and it would have been time for Flames to come here, and maybe the fight would have continued, but that's keeping it real late in the round. But once they hit the bomb site, they get everything they wanted.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, a good trade onto Nexa, who gets his 1 kill. Dagster wasn't able to handle the hard clear as well. Now the next obstacle for FaZe is out of this victory. You can see 2 players from OG lining up for some exit kills and brackets, and Flames is all the way in halls because that bomb explosion, that new radius, is going to force FaZe to try and evacuate and find an avenue out. So it's going to have to put the weapons in danger, which is why Rops is clearing things out ahead of time. Good kill from Fiku. Twists up next with half HP as well. He goes down, but now Flames is ready. Rops never cleared all the way down. Kerrigan blows up to the bomb, and that is the disaster. Exactly what OG could have wanted, except for maybe that kill at the end. Still, 1 player, Rops, survives in a FaZe victory.
Yeah, close to being able to even make it out with the extra AK-47, so it's not bad. One of the few times I can recall seeing the new bomb radios kind of really having a little bit more of an impact. Interesting. But ultimately, it's a round for FaZe. And it really, really shuts down the OG economy. They don't want to try and go for any crazy fights.
They could have forced up here, but why would you put yourself in the situation that FaZe was in the first half, where there's just, you're constantly, like, have enough for, like, a buy, but not really having everything you want, especially this early in the half.
Oh, okay. But the one weapon they do have from the previous round is the FAMAS. And boosted up on top, they get the kill on Twist, even though he seemed to be aware, firing back, but not actually connecting any of the bullets on Neofrag. So 4 versus 5. If they don't win this round, FaZe, OG will just explode with cash. It's so ridiculous when that happens. When you're kind of saving around, you're not expecting to really win it, and you do it anyway, and you're like, oh, okay. Great.
Neofrag tried to hit a timing on the rotation after he shows the FAMAS at the B bomb site, tries to shuffle back towards A to bolster them there, but FaZe is rotating back up Banana. There's 1 smoke down in the choke point, and it doesn't look like anyone is considering coming back to help out poor Fiku.
Alone with the Deagle. 40 seconds here in the steps now, but they're going to be there too late. He's inside of the smoke, and you have to hope that they run past him. They nearly did, but Kerrigan will spot it at the lens, and I think that they might show up with the Deagles to take some shots, but they should have almost no shot at stopping the bomb plant here. I don't know what kind of luck you'd need for that to work out.
Yep, that's it. That's the round. Everyone back away. This time, no one's in position to find any exit kills, so FaZe should be able to survive with 4 players. Next round for OG is huge. Well, you said you wanted to see OG take a victory merely because Launders didn't predict them.
I did say that, didn't I?
Yeah. You've gotten what you wished for. How's it feeling right now? Are you feeling comfy? You excited?
I am. I just feel it's such a classic. I think he's been picking OG for years, no matter what. So it just is. I don't know how it works, but there is some kind of magic at work where as soon as you're like, I'm off the train.
Yeah.
Happened to me countless times with Big.
Happened to everyone with Big, I think, a number of times. They're the masters.
You're like, I can't anymore. And then, they come back. Tamsin has one of the games.
Yep.
Citizen gets 50 kills. And you're like, all right. So, yeah. We all have to go through that, I suppose. 10-9 as we go into the 20th round. And again, that last one, I mean, it was a slim chance that they could have done something. It didn't really work out for the OG side, but now they have rifles. And maybe not that much money behind, but a little bit in Dexter.
Yeah, well, he kept the FAMAS, right? Neofrag passed that over to him, and instead of buying his own rifle, he'll keep that in hand. Money for an AWP down the road, money to drop some pistols on the next round. They have options with that kind of a cash built up. And at least this round, they've got utility to toy with as well.
Common setup here for the OG side. 2 and B, 3 over at the A-bomb site scattered across. So most forward player at the moment, probably Flames holding Arch and just keeping a little bit of a peek into top mid. Oh, that is a good time nade. The spam following up actually almost does take Kerrigan down, so not at all bad. You've got to be careful you don't stick around. I love Bullet Dog, come on.
Just like, tapping away. Get a little tappy. Molotov in towards Cubby, but nobody's home. Halls. We know Rops can be so good at entering out this position. Next at a challenge at the broken wall. Flames blocked off from being involved. Good nade onto the back of Nexa. Molotov forces him out into the open, comes out of the smoke. Ooh, and jumping through. Good double peek from up above. But Flames, again, another massive sequence. Triple kill from him, and Dexter cleans it up. Flames is delivering for OG on this third map.
That is so crazy. Once he shows up, he knocks out all of them. It was so quick. Especially the first two. Oh, he got this one too. I guess quad at the end then?
Yeah.
Wow.
Why not?
But this is so fast. Ridiculous. He just read it perfectly.
Yeah, everything kind of aligned for him to get a nice little triple kill there.
Nice! Nice Flames! Woo!
Even Nexa knows it. 11-9. OG nursing a 2-round lead. Op is back out in the hands of Dexter.
What a match from Flames. 20 kills. And Dexter the takedown rain early on. Now they know the AWP is in play. Kerrigan challenging the Molotov to take him down. That's actually a great return.
Oh, if you're Nexa, you're so scared. You saw him, you heard him turn the corner as well. Oh, that's the worst thing in the world. He could have had a nasty little off angle, but homeboy Flames is here. He's arrived for another double kill. Just an automatic double kill for Flames. Give it to him each and every round. We don't even need to see it. Brokey finds the kill on Nexa, 1v2, but he's got no HP, and Fiku cleans it up. OG, so mobile across the map. They're feeling real confident.
Kind of demotivating if you're on the side of FaZe and you know every time you fight Flames you have to sacrifice 2 people to get past. Like a little tax you have to pay just to make it across the map. That's pretty much what they're dealing with at the moment.
Yeah, Dexter a little unhappy with Kerrigan challenging him inside the Molotov, but certainly happy that his team was able to pick up the pieces. Back to pistols.
Think you could beat me in a game of tic-tac-toe?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
I don't know, Jason. I've never lost a game. Never.
I could see you sneakingly being awful at that game. I could definitely beat you in Connect 4.
Oh, I don't know. I've heard it from credible sources. You can't even necessarily count the
Oh.
Stupid memes. 22nd round. But yeah, maybe we'll put some money on it, you know, later. We'll settle this in real way. All right, a lot of pistols out there. A little bit uncomfortable, maybe giving up the M4, but ultimately they still have someone defending the B-bomb site, and they should be in a safe position.
Yeah, just don't give anything else up, especially if you're Fiku. You're the only player inside the actual bomb site. If you go down, all of a sudden it can get a little dicey. Twist gonna lead the way in.
What a play to lead. If you need someone to open up a round like this, could be him. not quite getting the shot there, and I don't think they can even pull out the M4 again. That's really important. Obviously, not losing the round is the main factor, but they actually don't have that much cash even on the OG side, so only having one casualty there does still make a difference.
Yeah, at this point, you're just trying to build up a bank at a round like that for the later stages of the half. They've at least succeeded. Dexter can rebuy an AWP regardless of what happens. Rifles, M4s will come back out regardless of what happens. 4-round lead for OG in the third and deciding map. Losing team plays on Sunday to see who goes to the showdown.
Rain unafraid and really, really fast up the middle. I like this play for a number of reasons. I feel like a lot of the meta right now is having 3, sometimes even 4 people in the B bomb side early on, and if you can find an opening quick on the A side and you're in position to strike, you can almost take a round by getting 1 or 2 kills. Rain not seeing it yet or not feeling anyone there, but even if you just come in for a casual peek on the CT side, you might just be surprised to even find someone there. So I like the idea. Nice pop flash through Neo frag. It took a long time, but eventually he does die. I don't think anyone from FaZe could see anything either.
No, that was very odd. Kerrigan brought down to 14. 2 players shift over. Dexter shifts to the wrap side of the A bomb site with his op to keep an eye on brackets. But Flames is rotating off. It's just Fiku.
With no nades.
Yeah.
Really uncomfortable to be back here. AK in hand. It's just going to be on his fight. If he dies, probably nothing they could do. Good headshot. Still 40 seconds and nearly the double. It's so close. But Twist will live. Dexter, about maybe 3 seconds late to catch anyone falling off that one. So I don't know if it's worth it here for OG. And
no,
they don't think so either.
It's not at all. Just save the weapons. You have that money built up to replenish those losses. So FaZe gets to double digits within striking distance. And they don't have the money to hunt either. You don't want to lose any of the AK-47, so a stalemate's going to be called in this post plant.
Just off of, you know, a good early kill out there on Banana. Neo Frank not getting his vision back in time. And then the follow-up, the fact that there's just nothing for Fiku to hold the bomb site with.
Yeah, it seems like OG have a feeling that FaZe is going to be coming back to the A bomb site in some of these late rounds. They've kind of like shifted that rotator off in a 4v4 situation a number of times, 4v5 situation a number of times, and allowed Fiku to play this kind of solo.
Good round for Twist right here.
That's a strong kurva.
That's impressive.
That's a really powerful one.
It's a great recording. Or ringtone, possibly.
They should have that in the ASMR.
Yeah, they should. Maybe like an alarm clock. You wake up in the morning. Oh, all right. I need to get out of bed.
Yeah, right now. Okay, jeez.
Beautiful. 24th round. And it's still close. Hard to put away a team like FaZe. I'm sure that Nexa has got his mind on that very fact at the same time as trying to figure out what is happening across the map. He's doing pretty well himself, Nexa. 17 kills. Not that far behind Flames. Neo frag pushed down. He's had a couple of rough times in Banana, but now he's in a different position. Flash over is pretty decent, but still a kill. And Fiku gets to escape a little bit more, so at least it's an even trade. And this time he has at least a smoke to try and do something with. Gonna slow them down just a bit.
Let's see how they manage the rotations this time, though. That's a risky peek down mid from Dexter. Sees nothing. Again, nobody defending the bomb site. It's all on being activated by the flashbang from CT spawn. Fiku's calling it out. Second one coming in. There's the swing. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. They're so blind. And Flames now can push into position. A smoke has been dropped as well for his teammates rotating over. 35 seconds. They've got 3 kits. They've got a good amount of utility. And everything rests on the shoulder of Rops and Brokey for FaZe.
If they win this round, there's not that much cash left on OG, so there is a lot to be fought for here. Brokey up close, hoping not to get too flashed when they come in. Deep Molotov doesn't really touch anyone. Rob's right now playing out on Banana, so he could be the late spoiler for any kind of a defuse nade. Oh, Brokey falls back off, but that's interesting. Rob's taking a fair bit of damage. They nearly line up, but it's not enough, and Rob's solo. Dexter will find him, and as you said, plenty of kits in play. It's a nice retake, partially set up by Fiku getting that double.
Yeah.
And OG, they get to 14.
Yeah, that's really nice. And as you mentioned, it's the economy that stays alive for OG as well. All 3 players in the retake survive. They don't really have to rebuy a whole lot of those players as well. So money's going to be looking good for OG. FaZe is really on the back foot now. Even considering they've done a pretty good job negating any kind of a push down Banana. This time with Flames sticking around instead of rotating back to the A bomb site. He's got utility for support. It's a perfect flashbang to set up that play through the smoke. Third timeout by FaZe.
Yeah, they need it. They're running out of space.
This has been such an impressive OG today.
Yeah, I'm really surprised.
I think this is the nice thing about this. I mean, obviously, if you're the organization and you're the players, you're kind of like, I mean, not having this win would be really painful. But still, like, considering all the roster changes they've made in the last 3 months or so, 4 months or so, this has got to be a really good feeling to show that they're on the right track.
Yeah, without a doubt. Something to really look for here. Mac 10 twist all the way up there, but the counter flash makes him just empty a couple of bullets into the thin air. Worried someone was going to be peeking. Again, there's a 3-man setup at the B bomb site early on, so OG would have been ready. And it does feel like FaZe are kind of just hitting this B bomb site over and over again, sensing a weakness, feeling like they can win the fight over there. And they're not completely wrong. I mean, in a bunch of these rounds, they really have successfully got in and got the bomb plant.
No flashbangs for FaZe. That's 1 of 3 smokes they have at this point in the round.
That is extremely awkward.
Yep. It's not going to be fun. That's why you're seeing Rain just slide into dry fights.
4 people at the A-bomb site, with Dexter playing a little bit forward over at the other. This is kind of the luxury when you get that AWP up close. Fiku is here, slight off angle, and they're not able to get through. They wanted to go, I think wanted to go for a B split. Dexter won his fight, and Flames with another double. He just keeps going. It's so crazy. He wasn't going to be going down the Brokey, but man.
He doesn't know how to get just 1 kill.
No.
He has no idea how to just only get 1 kill. Absolutely disgusting map and performance from Flames, excuse me. Brokey, how does he hit that? That's nuts. Don't let him have this. Brokey has an uncanny ability to win these kinds of rounds.
No way. There's absolutely no way. He's got his back turned, then Neo Frag will find him. But he shouldn't even have had that one. That's just too much. Crazy performance. Either way,
Flames is getting some steak dinners tonight.
Yeah, surely.
Yeah.
15 on the side of OG, and Flames just over
Take him out
and
the
over
mash.
again.
Get him the tenderloin.
Something nice and juicy to pick up. Yeah, I agree. Ooh. 26th round.
5 chances to close out this series, OG. 5 chances to send FaZe to the last chance qualifier, the last chance game on Sunday.
Yeah, this is...
Think of it this way, too. A little bit more meta, but the showdown takes place, you know, like a week before the major.
Yep.
So if you're FaZe and you're trying to string 2 majors together, that's an event you don't want to have to deal with.
Yeah, that suddenly requires a lot more twist to take down Neofrag. 4 versus 5. At least it's a good start, but they did take a lot of damage on 3 of their players there, so want to be careful. Dexter, looking towards Boiler, expecting the peek, and well, he did get it. Robs is just a little bit too accurate, a little bit too quick. Nexer alone down in the pit. Absolutely no backup could even get here in time. That's a nice swing, but he needs to do that 2 or 3 more times, and he's almost done it, running out of bullets at the end. And Flames, he was smoked off. He could not get here. Otherwise, maybe he would have been for the double. 2 versus 3, but look at their health. They're so low.
This is a big risk, though, for OG. There's not a whole lot of cash left on a few of these players. I don't know if they're going to want to risk it entirely. Might be another round again where you set up for some exits. You've got the money to play with.
Yeah, you just need to win 1 out of the next 5.
Yes.
So why would you want to force too many awkward buys into those 5 rounds?
If there's one thing I'd like to see OG change, the one frag that I feel like FaZe has been able to rely on relatively consistently of getting is that Neo frag at Banana. Whether he's kind of fighting from car, fighting from the choke point, or pushed all the way down, that kill has gone the way of FaZe or gone 1 for 1 a number of times. Wow, look at where Brokey died. That's actually pretty crazy.
It's really got some
They
radius on it.
really cranked up that bomb radius. Now give it to us on nuke.
Yeah, that could be.
But yeah, that kill in Banana has been there a number of times, and I'd like to see just Neofrag just kind of stop messing with it.
Yeah, it feels like that's maybe not worth it at this point in time. Next to that, it's so close. It's so close to him getting it. Ooh, FaZe stay alive. They're fighting for overtime. They need 4 more rounds like this, and they can get there because, again, the money is not that great for OG. So if they can wipe them out, if they can win a round where they take all the rifles away, they're a huge step in the right direction. Dexter, though, that's an easy shot on the Robs. He failed it last time, but this time he gets some revenge.
Great opening kill. Molotov, nades down at the half wall. Utility being spent by both teams to get around this corner. Fiku's got another kill on a twist. It's a 5-on-3. FaZe might just slip out of this map. This series is about to be over.
And in spite of everything, Neofrag still almost died just trying to escape the corner. So just having a hard time out here. 5 versus 3, though. They're on Banana. Doesn't seem like there's much of a point in traversing the map in reverse and going back to the A-bomb site. Once you're here, you almost might as well go for it. Yeah. Viku going to be oh, the timing's ridiculous! And Rain is practically dead, and he's certainly flashed. It's just broken. He goes down 16-11, and OG complete a shocking upset, sending FaZe down to that last chance qualifier on Sunday.
Yeah, give props to Flames. Third map, he delivered in every sense. He could not find anything except a double kill every time he was called upon. Multi-frag after multi-frag, and what a scary prospect. Whoever you are, do not play on Sunday because FaZe is down there, and if you draw the short straw, you're in some trouble.
Yeah, you already didn't really want to go to play on Sunday,
Right.
but if you go there now, oh no. That is heartbreaking for anyone that's going to end up there. Exciting times. James is ready with an interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Nexa, what a game that was. Back and forth from start to finish on that. But I wanted to come to your Ancient to start off with, Mike, because Ancient last time around, it got very close. You let it slip away towards the end, you know. This time against FaZe, you weren't letting that happen from yesterday's games. You feel much better? You feel like you worked out things?
Yeah, like when we rewatched the game, we understood like why, like what gaps we had in our defense and what gaps Complexity was exploiting. So we made sure that we shut that down, and there was pretty much no chance for them. I think the more games we play, the more stuff we actually fix, the better we become, you know. And yeah, that's it for us right now. It's like a learning period, you know. We're still adjusting, as I said before, like to how Dexter wants to play, the moves he likes to do, and then like setting up Flames and Adam Neofrag at the same time. So I think we are getting there, you know, like step by step. Like the main thing I can say is I am really happy that we are showing good signs and that we are able to compete with the best.
Now, Mirage, right, you certainly lit a fire up on the FaZe and they made you feel it. Did you feel it? Did you feel like a bit of kind of situations where things weren't really working, even if it did get a bit closer?
I think the problem on CT Mirage was mainly us because we stopped communicating. Like we stopped any decision making. We didn't follow our protocols. We didn't do proper rotations. We were just basically everyone playing for themselves. And I think we maybe it got into like some people said, you know, and we got under pressure a little bit, you know, because we were like, okay, now we're beating FaZe. We actually have a chance to win, you know, considering how the first day of last year went, you know, and then we kind of choked up a bit. We didn't do any like rotations, any moves, any plays. We basically just sit on bomb sites and let them do whatever they want to us, and yeah, that was the result of it.
And this is the second time this has happened on Mirage, though, right? Because we spoke about it on the opening day, that when that happened last time around, it was feeling like these individual players going through. But like you said, you're learning from it. Then you come into this Inferno, though. How much was prep work gone into this? Because they were speaking to Rugged during the break, and he said preparation is so key for you guys, and he had a good feeling going into Inferno. Well, it certainly paid off.
Yeah, I think the main thing for us is that we come in with a game plan where we know, you know, like we know what area we want to fight, and everyone feels comfortable knowing that, okay, this game we wanna like kill, we wanna fuck up these guys on this area, you know. Sorry, pardon my language, you know. So we all like are fully committed, and we know if we want to do it with 2 guys, 3 guys, 4 guys, like we know we're all fully committed. We all go, you know, like strength in numbers, and we just go and we trade the bomb site. You know, we try to play simple CS. We didn't have any, we didn't have so much prep on Inferno, but we expected to play it against Complexity yesterday on the decider as well. So we kind of kept the same game plan as we had against them. So there was not really any anti-strat, you know. And towards our CT side, we swapped positions. Basically, I'm playing now the Apps guy, and then we put Fiku and Neofrag towards Banana, and that maybe caught them off guard, and that's why we had some success. Obviously, there's still some things to fix and a lot to learn, but I'm just really happy that we managed to show a way better face than we did on the first day of Blast.
And it seems to me, because I was speaking to Neofrag, did interviews of him, Flames, now yourself, and also Dexter is around this space, because obviously you've given more freedom to Dexter in this. Neofrag and Fika are trying to find their own way. Do you feel like you're working out these positions now? Do you think that was the key factor, that everyone's on board?
Yeah, I think the key factor was that everyone just believes in the moves that we made and like the style that we want to play. And maybe it takes us, I don't know, one more best of 3, but maybe it takes us like 4 or 5 months to actually get to our peak and to be exactly where we want to be. But I believe in this team, and I know that I have the right pieces to make it work.
Oh, yeah, that's all I need to hear. Nectar, congratulations, man.
How the turntables. OG are the ones to be bringing it to the world number ones in this 3-map affair, 16-11 on the grounds of Inferno. I love what we got to hear from Nectar in that winner's interview as well, talking about the belief, talking about the synergy between the team. And we saw that playing out throughout the entire series. Everybody's stepping up. Obviously, we're going to talk about FaZe in this particular map, but it's great to see everything kind of coming together for this OG squad, particularly against FaZe.
That was a reference series from the side of OG. That was reference from these boys. An excellent result. Mega upset alert. Eggs on the face of all the predictions out there. CS Unfortunate, tag me in. We're ready. We'll take it. Look, he's talking about commitment. He's talking about belief. I felt the same on Inferno as I did on Ancient. It was a team that believed in what the hell they were doing. They were committed to the fights, committed to the rotations. And how can we not address the brilliant performance that Flames just had? We talked about him. We said every once in a while he pops off and he takes over and he makes all believers. Exactly what he did on Inferno. He was stellar.
He exploited the one weakness we highlight coming into this game as well. Kerrigan on Rain on the small bomb site right here. We saw Flames time and time again go up there, get entry kills, get entry duels, take over the server, take charge of the server as well with the rifle. It was great to see. I fully agree with what you're saying right here, Matthew. It's a reference series for FaZe, for OG.
Maybe it is for FaZe as well.
Not for FaZe, yeah. But Nexus said something very interesting in the interview. Simple but efficient Counter-Strike. Not overdoing it. Not, trying to invent the new wheel. Not trying to come up with strats they can't really figure out. But play basic Counter-Strike, but do it with a lot of quality behind it, with a lot of synergy behind it. That was enough today to take down FaZe and be the better team.
I have to put a caveat on it. I hate to be a negative Nelly right here, but Flames, if it wasn't for Flames' multi-kills on the CT side, we might have been looking at a different game. And we have to admit the impact he just had. We had a great highlight reel coming in from Oscar right there. 3 times, 3 gun rounds, 3 different gun rounds. Flames, he arrives at the perfect timing and gets 4, 3, and 3 kills on the CT side. He was the stabilizer of this whole defense. That also means that the information was very relayed in a good way. He knew where to be and when to pounce. But he was Mr. Proper. He was cleaning out everyone on the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful to see, particularly when we were coming into this this entire tournament, saying, Flames, has he been kind of sliding under the radar a little bit? Has he not been kind of putting out the firepower that we may have hoped from him? This is the Flames I want to see turning up in every
This is his
game.
own doing, though, right? He's setting the bar so high for himself after a series like this, after a game like this. This is why we believe that Flames can be one of the better players out there. This is why we believe that Flames can be one of the catalysts behind this lineup. The problem for him is that most likely next time we're going to see him play, it's not going to be at this level, because we've seen this before. We've seen him take over the server. We've seen him done a great job, and then he falls down just a little bit in level. By no means has he been bad for OG, but if Flames can find, some sort of consistency playing like this more often than not, then all of a sudden OG is a complete new roster.
You don't see the ability for Flamesy to have this consistency then, Jacob?
I want to see it, right? We talked about this for a year now. We have the ability to take over the server against FaZe, so definitely you have a lot of skill in the server. You just need to do it more often than not, and that's been the problem for Flamesy.
Yeah, well, of course, for FaZe, it isn't the end of the line here. They will be moving to the last chance qualifiers then on Sunday, but we do have a few words from Kerrigan after that game.
Kerrigan, you end up falling down, but not eliminated yet. You still got the last chance coming into it, right? But I want to touch on something that Robin was talking to me about, that he said it's a bit hard to kind of get that fire in these studio environments for you guys. And the kind of obviously where you play on LAN, you play in front of the crowd, that's where you get the real hunger for it. When your back's up against the wall, though, is there a way you can try and do that? Did you feel that that was something missing yourself in game?
I mean, last season we had a lot of issues winning those games where you play for like a semi-final or quarter-final spot, and I always felt like it was kind of flat, and today was flat. If it's because of not being an elimination match or whatever it is, or Pew not being fined up, at this point we should be able to play better than we did today. So it's not really an excuse. I just think it's early in the season for us, and felt like Pew were not there today, and it's hard to connect the pieces. Once we played Mirage, I kind of felt like we were more in the same pace, but Inferno started and some frustration happened.
That frustration, though, what was it? Talk to me about it, because I was going to say it myself on Mirage. It definitely seemed like you had the fire from losing in Ancient and then coming back in and just rolling over him.
Yeah, maybe it's being the number 1 and number 2 team in the world, and you have to win every match. That some of the players maybe don't react the best to it. It's something we maybe can improve on now. I don't know exactly why, but the communication was not good enough, and we're going home to talk about that today. That it shouldn't happen, and we need to showcase that we always want to win and win and win. Even if you play against someone who wants to win more, we still have to be able to consistently be at a good level, and that fell flat today. So yeah, bounce back tomorrow or Sunday and qualify. That was the goal from the beginning. So 1 game away.
A bounce-back attempt for the side of FaZe in that Sunday last chance qualifier matchup. I do want to throw the question to you guys. How much stock are you putting in this result? Are these warning signs of FaZe going forward with only 1 more chance to be making it to Royal Arena?
I think it's a debate to be had. And there's already a pattern in FaZe's result. Kerrigan is touching on it. These games where there is nothing directly at stake is usually where they play their worst Counter-Strike. But is that really a problem? If we're standing on Sunday and FaZe make it to the fall finals, we know they're going to deliver their best Counter-Strike. If they are good enough to actually strike when it matters and actually rise from the ashes, then who are we to say that this is bad? The thing is, it puts a lot of pressure on them. That's the one problem with that kind of behavior they have, which, you know, struggling to give that 100% in some of these games. Yeah. You put yourself under pressure. If they have the shoulders to kind of withstand it, fine. But if they mess up on Sunday, then there's a conversation.
Yeah, I'd agree. You know, I don't think it's a problem at all for FaZe, to be completely honest. Again, this match didn't mean much to them. Not saying they're not trying to win, not saying they're not putting in an effort to win the game, but he even said it himself, right? Some of these star players, you look at Rain, you look at Twist, you look at Robs, you look at all of them. They've won everything. They won the major. They won everything they could possibly win. So what should really motivate them extra to come into a game like this where they know they're still getting a last chance qualifier spot just if they lose? So I'm not worried at all, to be completely honest, for FaZe. It's a statement win for OG. It's a great story for them, but for FaZe, it's just another day of the office. It's fine.
Yeah, let's take a look at the gauntlet as well, because that does kind of recap exactly what has gone down here today and how that leaves the lay of the land lying as we move on forward. OG managing to make it to, I guess, this group bracket final against Astralis, nonetheless. One of these two guaranteed to be going to Royal Arena.
Did I say that Astralis are the biggest winners out of this game?
Yeah, probably.
Technically, they'll play for a spot at the fall finals against OG. I just wanted to say the loser of that game, OG Esports versus Astralis, is going to have another thing coming, because then you play FaZe in the last chance, and then you're damn sure that they're going to bring their A game, because there's a spot in the fall finals in the Royal Arena to be played. And I don't know why, but I kind of don't want to play against FaZe to decide if I'm going there or to the showdown.
Yeah, when there's that much pressure, I feel like we're going to get a different look FaZe.
We're going to see a much, much better FaZe, no doubt about it. Obviously, they still can lose, you know, they're not in the best shape right now. I think that's also one of the symptoms that we're seeing, that they're coming in a little bit slow to the beginning of the season. But as we discussed already, a FaZe playing at 80%, 90% should still be able to beat Astralis and OG rather convincingly.
Well, a matchup that went further than we may have thought, and OG taking the W, but 2 more games on the card, and it's Liquid taking on NIP in our second best of 3 series of the day after this.
So we have 0 points, thank you.
Great question, because I don't even know it myself.
I don't even know if it's right.
Here's who says.
If I could buff a weapon, which weapon would I choose?
I wrote it really small.
3, 2, 1, up.
Is it up?
Yeah.
I put Krieg.
Now it makes sense, yeah.
I put it because of your tweet.
Yeah, I know. I realize now.
What's my best highlight? Great question, because I don't even know it myself. Kind of hard to answer, I guess.
I think. Really?
Oh, I haven't wrote anything. My head's not working so good right now.
Just choose one.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the one I actually think is best. I don't know. I'm just gonna put some random highlight. It's not even the best highlight.
Okay,
so
then I lost.
How do you know what's the best highlight? I don't even know which one.
I don't know. Then you need to know your best highlight.
Did you say USP 3K?
No.
Yeah, definitely not the best one.
Then why do you ask?
No, I'm just asking.
Cheating now. You lost. Take away your points. Take away points from the other game.
Okay, I'm ready.
That's 2 against MIBR. What do you put?
I put 1v3 versus G2 on 1450. It was in Pro League Finals.
Nice. So we have 0 points. Thank you.
That was a good guess.
Who do I think is the better CSGO player? Me or you?
It has to be out of 2 of us.
Yeah, me or you.
Yeah, I already know what you wrote from how you wrote it.
3, 2.
Yeah, you wrote yourself.
We need points, bro. I knew you're gonna put me. We have 1 point.
Too nice, apparently.
No, I would put you if you had more than 0 point. No, more than 1 point. Since we have 0, I have to
Oh,
put
true.
me.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I'm trying to win.
Yeah. I understand.
I would never put myself.
I can help you win.
It's just a trick question, I said. Okay.
If there's one meal, the last meal in my whole life.
There's no way I'm guessing this.
I don't even know what I would eat though. Well, I'm vegetarian and vegan, and some of the things that I would like to eat again are things that I should not eat again.
It's last meal anyways.
All right, the last meal? Oh wait, I actually know.
Yeah, I probably didn't get through. 3, 2, 1. Burger.
French toast.
Yeah, okay, dude. I'm not from America. If I could bring any CSGO map back into the pool, what would it be?
The Latvian flair has been added to Liquid, but success is yet to come. It's do or die for NA's last hope.
10-second defuse. That's very awkward though. And Napu in the first one gets him through the smoke. And now inside of the smoke, Orsak is gonna get knocked out as well.
Still wearing their pajamas from the player break, the Swedes survived the scare versus EG.
40 seconds. Glaive is coming in. He's already low on health and red. It's a headshot.
But now the tougher, older American brother awaits.
The Ninjas hoping not to be washed out by the North American-Latvian mix. It's going to be NIP taking on Team Liquid in our second best-of-3 series of the day. For Liquid, this is the first time we're going to be seeing them taken to the stage in a best-of-3 series here at the Blast Full Groups. For NIP, we got a taste yesterday. Wasn't the nicest meal I've ever tasted, though. Nobody was really a winner coming out of that game versus EG yesterday.
Yeah, there were bittersweet feelings out there. After that W from NIP against EG, we all had them as clear favorite. We thought they would just go through it unscathed, and that was definitely not the case. They had to dig into their resources to go through that, and you could see on the cams, you can see the footages, they were not exactly happy and or satisfied with that result. But isn't it the best kind of alert you can get where there's no actual consequence? You have a little bit of a wake-up call, kick in the butt, as they like to say, and you play a better Counter-Strike against Liquid.
I agree. I see it more as a lost opportunity for NIP. It could have been one of those games where you found some confidence, you test your map pool a little bit, you gain some more confidence in official matches. We heard the players coming in saying they had a great boot camp, they're ready to win trophies, they feel like they're ready to take a step up the ranks, so to speak, right? But what we've seen from NIP so far here at Blast hasn't really given us that indication. So I see it more so as a lost opportunity. They could have beaten EG 2-0, they could have found some confidence. They didn't, but as you said, there was no consequence to their poor performance yesterday.
Yeah, they do obviously make it to this best-of-3 series versus Liquid coming up very shortly. But we do have Danny with a bit of a big brain moment to be breaking down. What have we got, Mahone?
Yeah, so NIP are one of those teams where even if they're struggling, they always have a pocket strat to kind of give them life. And I have an example here from their match against Vitality. So right here in this round, we're going to see, they're down 13-7, and they only have, Mac 10s, Tech 9s. And I'm just going to play out the round just so you know what kind of happens. So initially, we're going to see some utility being thrown. Brolan, he's going to push in here towards this pit position. He gets Mad just completely blind. And same with the Rez pushing in towards the site. He gets the pre in this little corner here. Now, what I want to talk about is kind of break down what this round actually entailed. So first thing I want to point out here is on the map, you can see they have a bit of a 4-1 setup. 4 players that are going to come here towards this truck side area, and then 1 player towards that apps position, and they're going to push towards the A site. So what we're going to see here is that initially that first flash here is meant to just push a player who's playing down here so that these players can now swing towards this truck side area, giving them space. So Magus, he gets blinded. But more importantly, it's these flashes right here. So at.CEST is going to throw these flashes that bounce just off the balcony that land right about here. And with these flashes, they're meant to blind players who play pit or under this headshot position. You can see it works perfectly for this push. See, from Magus' point of view, he gets completely blind. He has no chance at all of taking out Brolan. And next, we'll see that Plopsky, who is here towards this apps position, he's going to throw this flash that bounces off this box in sight and pops right about here. Now, this flash here is meant to blind players towards the site like this. And what that does to Dupree, who's playing in the corner of the site, even though he's trying to use a one-way smoke, he gets blinded completely, and that's what allows Rez to overcome him and shoot him from above. So really the strat really just comes down to the fact that these two flashes that they throw here, the flash towards site as well as the flash off the balcony, really what it does is it creates space for these Ts coming up the lane side and breaks this crossfire that CTs typically have from the pit and the site side. So beautiful strat here from NIP, and this is something that they'll pull out whenever they're down, whenever they're struggling, so look out for it in the future match.
Man, I really love these in-depth moments coming out from Danny. What did you glean from that one, Matthew?
First of all, shout out to Maui Snake, whose heart is probably bleeding from that beautiful execute. No, I just wanted to say, one of the reasons why we were so disappointed and surprised in that loss from NIP against EG is that one of the main things they have actually improved in the last few months is their tactical depth. And this is rare for us to stand here and talk about a team and their improvement, but we have to respect the job that DJL and Hempus have put together. So they have all the building blocks, they just couldn't put them together against EG.
Yeah, when we talk about depth, that was something that was kind of lacking versus Zero Genius. Obviously, they do get the win, but it was their depth in terms of firepower that we just didn't really see come into fruition, which is something that is a struggle for NIP.
Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle. You see the players on your screen right here. You see guys like Resh, you see Brolan, you see S-Attack, Hampus for that matter as well. So far in this tournament, it's very even. Resh has played slightly better than the rest of the team in the tournament as a whole. But if we switch on to the next graphic, you can see the difference yesterday against EG. It was actually Plopsky stepping up, and the rest of the guys couldn't really get it going individually. We're talking about NIP going up against a team like EG, who's been struggling massively lately. As I said, a bit of a missed opportunity in terms of farming some individual confidence, farming confidence as a team. EG, they may have improved their strategical depth. I'd give you that one. You know, you see more refined strats coming out from them. But in terms of raw firepower, I still have a role problem. I still have Plopsky on the lineup. I still have S-Attack in a role that he's not really that comfortable with. If NIP comes out after a summer break and tells me in an interview that we are ready to win trophies, we're ready to go for it all the way, do I believe that those 5 players put in the roles they have right now are good enough? Well, I gotta see more from the stars then. I want to see Res be a superstar. I want to see Brolan be a superstar. I want to see Hampus consistently be a great in-game leader, which I think he has been. Otherwise, there's no way for NIP to go up to the next step where they want to be.
Yeah, I love how you put Rez's name in the spotlight, because when we talk about firepower, he's always a name that is on the tip of our tongue. So let's get some words from him, courtesy of Banks.
Rez, let's get straight into it. Pistol rounds, reworked, we fixed that?
I hope so. That's something we really focused on yesterday evening. So yeah, hopefully it will go our way this time.
That's what you want to see as well. But how was it feeling after that game yesterday? Right? I'm assuming you guys had a big talk. What was the conversation around, and kind of what did you guys feel went wrong?
Yeah, obviously we weren't that happy with that game. We had a lot of struggles and ups and downs, and yeah, we did a lot of mistakes, and we reviewed it, and we feel much better now. Like, we know what we did wrong, and yeah, it feels nicer now.
And just I like to look at you guys' faces when you're playing, right? How stressful was that game, even though it was a win?
Yeah, it was scary, definitely scary. But I think we handled it quite well, even though the circumstances. Like, I felt really bad yesterday, and the energy was a bit low because of that. And I think it's going to be much better today.
And now for you guys, though, going up against this version of Liquid, I would say if we had ignored the game you played against EG yesterday, you come into this and you think it's quite a 50-50, an even matchup when it comes to it. How much different does it feel in terms of the team chemistry, how you guys are feeling today compared to what was happening yesterday? And how can you put some confidence back into us about this game?
I think we feel much more confident now because we had zero information before against EG. Like, we didn't have any information on what they're gonna do, and we couldn't really anti-strat them at all. But going against Liquid now, we have a really good idea how we want to play and how they play. So I think it's gonna be easier.
And what's the biggest threat to you guys coming out of this Liquid here?
Obviously, Yikinder is a really good player, and we have to shut him down.
That's what it's about. Let's see if you can do it, Rez. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and a very 50-50 matchup if we're just looking at the world rankings alone, because these guys incredibly close to each other in terms of this leaderboard.
Yeah, as close as can be, and it's not very easy for us to decipher this enigma, to try to know where this is about to go. Both teams have shown different faces. If you now consider Liquid, of course, bringing in Yikinder in Cologne, they took everybody by surprise, everybody by storm. But the last time we've seen them play here in Copenhagen, they got the spanking against Navi, and that one was barehanded. I gotta tell you, that didn't look good.
Yeah, no, that wasn't pretty to be witnessing if you're a Liquid fan, to say the least. But I do want to continue upon this Yikinder narrative coming into this North American side, because the man we got on our screen, Elige, he had some words about Yikinder, which, was kind of building a positive mentality and the amount of knowledge that he was bringing to the squad as well.
Yeah, whenever you speak to a Liquid player right now, they are full of compliments for Yikinder, what he continues to bring to the team in terms of creating space, in terms of understanding the game, in terms of being a macro player. They can can you sort of learn from, and build up a team around. So Elise is very positive when it comes to Yekindar, and so is the rest of Liquid, which is a good thing. He's also saying that individually speaking, for a guy like Elise, and I can attest to that, he plays better when there's structure around the team. He plays better when he knows where his teammates is around. We haven't really seen it so far at this tournament. You see the difference right here between Cologne and the fall groups. Given it's a very small sample size, given the stats is a little bit screwed, down to the loss against to Na'Vi, you talk about 16-4, right? So your stats are not going to look good. But overall, it feels like there's a much more positive vibe surrounding Team Liquid right now with Yekindar on the lineup. And you want those guys to play well. Yekindar and Elise, those are your talisman.
Absolutely. And you know what? Weirdly enough, I'm glad they got absolutely spanked by Na'Vi, because then we are learning about this new roster. When Yekindar comes in Cologne, they have no pressure whatsoever. They have the standing with them. They're just enjoying the high life. He's doing the interviews and everything is fine and we're having fun. Now we are slowly leaving this period of time. We're asking, we're demanding results. We want to see where this is going. And we're discovering about a new Liquid, a Liquid that is struggling, maybe with Yekindar. What kind of face are they going to show? Is it resilience? Is he bringing motivational fire when they're playing? These are all elements that at the moment we don't really have the answers for.
Yeah, you threw the superstar's name into the ring in the form of Elise, and James has him for a few words ahead of this game.
I also want to see what the feeling is of the team, just in the general vibe of it all, because I would say for me, this is the first time I've been excited about Liquid in a long time, so I'm guessing you guys are feeling that as well.
Yeah, we definitely are. I think that we have like a really good structure that everyone feels confident in. I think that it's a lot easier to play with like the structure that we have as well compared to, in the first like a couple months of the year. So overall, I think that we have a good system going on.
And what I've definitely seen is Nitro coming back. He looks like he's just back in his element now. But also, since Daps has been there for 2 months, how much is that helping? What kind of changes has he been able to implement? Is it going in a different direction, a more direction of what you guys wanted to see?
Well, overall, like the name of like our game so far has just been adding structure. So that's been like the main focus for like Das, for Yekindar, for Nick. So yeah, overall, like that's been the goal, and I think that it's been like the most impactful thing that like we've had, like just making sure that we have a good foundation, making sure that like people aren't able to read us well, hitting the timings that we need to, or knowing what timings that we need to break. So I think all of that has been really important to how well we've been playing.
And that's why we're seeing this new face Liquid come into it. Now, looking at NIP, yesterday's games versus EG obviously was closer than many of us expected, but how much can you read into that going into this one? Because obviously that did not look like the NIP we normally see, and normally I'd be saying, okay, this matchup should be pretty close between you two.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that NIP was going to come into this tournament pretty hot, like, because, I mean, they have, like, a really good-looking roster, but, ever since they started playing here, they didn't have, like, a good group stage so far. They didn't look that strong against EG. I mean, we haven't looked like that sick either, but I think that we've looked better than them. So I think they're definitely going to feel like they're on the back foot, and we're also going to have like an advantage coming to the vetoes. So I think it's going to be like a hard game for them.
Definitely, I'd agree with that as well. But also for OC going up against Essetag, is this OC going to be farming, or are we giving Essetag some respect now as the AWPer?
I have a lot of confidence in Josh right now. I think that he has a lot of moves that he can do against them and like really put like his foot down like on them. And yeah, I'm feeling good right now.
Your reaction to that just says it all. Elise, thank you very much.
Thank you.
A game that is touted to be 50-50, and it's split up here on the desk as well. Maniac, you've gone with Liquid. Jacob, you've gone with NIP. 30-second elevator pitch. Why are they going to win?
Look, pound for pound, Liquid is just a better team. We talk about AWPers. You're going to tell me that Essetag is a better AWPer than OC? I'm laughing at you. Elise have a bad day one. It's not going to happen again. He's going to bring up the fire. He's going to bring up that Cologne kind of performance, and then we're just going to be laughing all the way to the bank.
Someone in here forgot about what Counter-Strike is all about. Team play and knowing each other. Liquid scraped their entire playbook coming into Cologne. They haven't been able to rebuild it. We're going into a best-of-3 scenario against a team like NIP, who's been together for quite some time and has rebuilt their strategical depth, as you said. I think if we played this game in 2 months from now, Liquid will win. Tonight, it's going to be NIP.
Well, gentlemen, I am compelled by both of your arguments. We're going to have to see how it does go down as Overpass coming into the mix in the first map in this best-of-3 series. NIP's pick coming into things. Let's see how it plays out in just a few.
And so here we are, folks, second game of the day, and already we've seen that upset, which means, you know, it's a stark reminder to anybody that anything is possible. It is Counter-Strike after all. I'm Scrawny, this is Launders, and we're going to be bringing you guys through this one between NIP and Team Liquid, nearly split straight down the middle by Betway. Slight favorites going the way of Team Liquid. Launders, we heard the 30-second elevator pitch from both Maniac and from Pimp. Give me your take on who wins this one.
I will take Liquid. I think Liquid are the better team. I think that they've shown more. I think they've got a really good veto here with Mirage and Vertigo coming up. I think it's a 2-1 for that reason. Overpass is a hard sell, I won't lie.
Okay.
But I think once we clear Overpass, it's all NA all day.
Well, we'll see what happens. That we shall. Team Liquid to the CT side. A very confident-looking Elige in that James Banks interview saying, op to op, I'm going to take OC.
Yeah, but as a tag on Overpass, specifically is a little different.
That is true.
We've seen him taking out Zaiwu, okay, on this map.
Saw him dismantle a Vitality at the Antwerp Major. Little body block for the Heaven Smoke. We'll see if there's a gap within it. OC finds a headshot. Elige with the Berettas point blank. And so far, so good for the North Americans here on Overpass. Nitro tucked into the barrels. Easy does it. It's going to have to be a difficult recovery for the Ninjas, and not a single kill going their way. OC, 3 pickups with the pistol to give Liquid the first round win.
Yeah, that's the guy they talked about right there. So yeah, I think we saw they played against EG, and Hampus said the great quote against EG, and said if we played against 3 randoms on Face It, we probably would have lost.
Oh.
So that was on, I think that was on Overpass. You specifically called out Cirque and Automatic holding the B site and maybe not playing it that well. But there's also a little self-deprecation there, saying we barely even played well enough, but we were still good enough to beat EG.
Fair.
But I think they'll have to do a little bit better than that to beat Liquid.
Yeah, that they will. OC specifically, I think, can start tearing them up. But he already gets mobile from the B site to Party. A1S in hand.
Man, Overpass is getting real brutal these days. Both of these teams have a little under 40% win rate on T side. Ugh. It's that bad right now.
Well, it's looking real good for Liquid as they convert. 4 MP9s standing at the end of that one. Why do you hate Overpass so much?
I think it's been exposed, especially with the recent updates and the M4 and the op as well. I think it's very hard to scale on this map on T side, and so it feels really tiny. It also doesn't have an immediate mid like some other maps have, or something super fast besides the Monster Rush, so I really don't like it in pugs. I don't mind it in matches for sure. I think it's a good map overall. I just think it's just really hard on T side.
Okay.
Everybody loves CT side though.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Plopsky, quick to try and get something posted here. We'll see if the MP9 comes back to haunt Elige. He gives the chase to Plopsky, gets dropped. Yukinder, good trade out from connector door, and no chance there for Rez to get that one back. So man advantage quickly swept back into the even four, and OC kind of doing his own thing up towards that A site with Yukinder still committed in connector. That's going to be a good chance for both Brolin, Esatag, and soon to be Rez to close the distance towards that A site. OC doesn't float around in bathrooms too long.
Yeah, the rotations are a little staggered here. So OC's by himself, and he's about to see something on long, but there are a few here. So OC could do a lot. Oh, wow, drops the hammer on one. Looks for a second, but Esatag posts up nicely. Yeah, but look at, again, how slow the rotations are. And even though they might not go towards the A site, it's an overreaction from the CT side who feel like they've lost it entirely.
Yeah, Yukinder's had to pull guard all the way back through connector, which Hampus has now cleared out as well. So not only do Team Liquid lose that map control, but the Ninjas starting to group up.
They might have made a mistake here in the Ninjas. It seems like they had the right idea, but now that they've let them reset and Liquid overreacted for a second, they've kind of started to find stasis and are in good positions. Look, retaking long as well. So even though Yukinder's alone here, him being at long is so powerful, especially because Ninjas just showed presence.
Rez starting to creep in, starting to clear those corners. Yukinder seeing the grenades and a back turned. No second kill for him, however. Hampus with the trade frag. So Ninjas have got themselves this far already. They've got a weapon advantage starkly over top of Nitro and Naf. And a smoke grenade buys a nice amount of time for Hampus to retreat into the bathrooms, looking to sink in this post plant. Naf going to clear out bank first and foremost as the smoke will soon fade. A flash from Nitro could set this up, and Nitro's going to have to be the diffuser unless there is another kit to be picked up by the Canadian. Nitro is going to get beyond the dumpster as Naf swaps over to the op. Flash for the short side. A tap of the bomb should elicit the peek, and Naf misses his chance. So as Nitro gets back on that, he's actually exposed to bathrooms where Naf can't get the angle. And the op may still fall to this bomb.
Yeah, that was really messy. I think he's dead here for sure. It's about 60 damage in this corner, so yeah. Even if he ran farther, he was just more dead, basically. Really kind of messy there in the retake, but I think also the important kill of the round here is Yukindra takes too long to get the first kill, and then Hampus is able to trade him right away.
Missed shot there from Naf as well, and had Nitro been on the opposite side, then maybe Naf gets a second angle.
Yeah, it wasn't even a perfect post plan from NIP, so there was a chance for Liquid. If they had grouped around the bathrooms, it would have been 2 ways to stop that, but on long, almost impossible.
All things considered, 3 MP9s coming in that for Liquid. So Bunny is still good enough to get this repurchase in. Lack of utility here for Team Liquid. Their opponents on the board, nice and early.
Smart here from NIP to slow this one down, knowing they have a distinct advantage. Even if it's an anti-eco or it's a buy, it's a low buy at max. So the longer this round goes on, the more advantages that NIP have. And we know most quote-unquote anti-eco rounds end up going to long, like we just saw a couple of rounds ago. But Liquid are ready for everything right now.
OC looking for the contact, and it should have been Esatag, but he gave up the angle. Ooh, nice. Shaves off Rez first. A second one from OC on the M4. Gets away from the bathrooms as well. Brolin wanting to give chase. And these smoke grenades, great cover.
Wow. Almost put a bow on this round already with those 2 kills. Plopsky so low. 35 seconds, and the plans have been made. NIP come through the smoke.
Will have to be Brolin if there's any life left on this one from the Ninjas. Oh, well-timed peek from Yukindra, but he's not able to get the kill. Just continuing to tag up the remaining Ts. Can they pull this from the depths? Plopsky burns what was left of OC. Naf, lucky to get that shot into the face through the edge of the wall. Gets Hampus and Plopsky. Beauty of a 3K from Naf. Nice and easy from Bank.
Damn, he even stops the plant. That's huge. So that's a lot of money drawn out. And this one's all about OC right here. It's alone. And I thought he actually missed the time. He came back on the other side of the divider, came back, and that's
wide
the one
swing.
S-Tags, kind of got a grab. OC thought he had a second to escape because he was just spotting that for so long, but still falls back on his aim, and it's pretty beautiful. Nice! Yeah, that's also kind of underrated, but not letting the bomb go down could be a huge detriment to the money. Let's see how it looks for NIP right now.
A little added bonus.
Yeah. Trading back and forth here. But the quota for Liquid is much higher, so.
A little redirection there. No utility to put out the fire, so they gotta wait. But also no hyperextension from Liquid on this A side of the map either. Just gonna leave Yukindra and Connector and go for that full-fledged B stack.
Yeah, Connector's a great spot. Leave somebody. It is just an MP9. Yukindra, ooh, he's gonna see a couple.
How many here for Yukindra? Oh, that's 3. Making money off the MP9.
Perfect flash there from Nafly over top of the stairs. And I think 4 or 5 spotted now.
A little question mark that remains, but ooh, Rez. A little spice here in round 5 with the Desert Eagle headshot. However, we do still have the 2 CTs pushing up from the bottom of Connector. Plopsky's watching this. If he hits a zinger on a Liege, there's still a chance that the second player here catches him off guard. But there's also time to let this one settle in.
Yeah, it's actually possible to make Liquid a little insecure here by not moving. So maybe Elish will want to walk out.
Oh, timing from Plopsky. That is a heartbreak.
Yeah.
And now Rez, he'll have eyes turned towards him. Makes OC so much more comfortable because he was pressed up against the bathrooms, not quite sure which way to look. And sure enough, even though it did look uncomfortable for Liquid for a second, didn't know when that fight would happen, they get the better of the timing.
Yeah, Liege, the only thing he's worried about if they went long and went back through spawn, and then, okay, they could go monster, but That was very low on the potential options, and Yikinder does most of the heavy lifting. That is timing 101 right here.
Yeah, robbery. Can't help but feel bad for Plopsky with that one. But again, a round where you get a couple kills if you are the ninjas. Oh, rolling down to 68. Frag grenade finds at.CEST. Plopsky also wounded. We're at the minute 35 mark, and we've got the majority of the ninjas already sub 70 HP.
Yeah, with another dink where Plopsky's just getting it.
He's getting bullied.
Yeah.
Loves to do his own thing in the short water on overpass T side. Has been afforded a lot of corner position so far, but this time it comes at a near lethal cost. That little layer of discomfort for Yikinder with the door off its hinges, but he still peeks deep. at.CEST finds the headshot. That is now Rez down to 19. Plopsky only on 12.
And they don't know about all this damage. So you might see Liquid behave like they're losing this round, but I think they're about equal, honestly.
We'll get the numbers game for ninjas towards this B site. Nitro and Elige playing around with utility. Oh, and Brolin right in with the headshot. There's going to be a lot for Elige to do here. Again, low players. He takes down one of the full bars. Hampus still at 100 health. Brolin able to wide swing with Plopsky right there with him, and a bomb plant. So things have gotten awkward. So awkward, in fact, that we might just watch Liquid just lean back into the save.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. They dinked Plopsky. They naded everybody down. They spammed him as well. And they only killed at.CEST of all the low players. So, dude, NIP made that work somehow. Lots of timings in this match so far. Kind of working out for both sides.
This headshot from at.CEST.
Yeah, that was good
Yikinder in the open. This is the one I want.
They were baiting for someone to swing on that, so. Well, that's got to feel nice. 4 guns after losing the round.
Yep.
No money left over.
Little sigh of relief there for ninjas for sure.
I think we still see a buy here from Liquid. Behind this op and rifle.
Makes me wonder if Elige and Nitro hadn't kind of tucked themselves into the water, Elige maybe wouldn't have been swarmed as badly as he was. But that was that big question, right? Where like, will they play this as if they don't have advantage and they wanted to tuck in?
Yeah, there was a small timing. Brolin like snuck out, scored as they were just leaving. Maybe they didn't have to move, but all right. This round could mean a lot. Both teams full strength.
It's Osi instead, not Yikinder. Smoke goes beyond him. Now that's going to tell him, of course, he's got somebody tucked in. He has Rez dead to rights, assuming he had hit the shot, but instead Rez gets away. That could have been an opening for the North Americans. Flash finding the eyes of Nitro.
That hurts.
Half his health gone as well. He's going to continue to try and fight for this, and Hampus wins the duel through smoke.
It's a dangerous game to play. He almost wins. I mean, it's Hampus down to 14, but it's another 5v4. NIP slow up again. We've seen this be good and bad. There's still plenty of time, of course, to work.
Yikinder going to do the same thing we saw in a similar round.
Yeah, we're coming up to the point where Yikinder will actually turn the corner pretty fast here. So he jump spot, I think he sees Hampus. 35 seconds, so now he's going to think for sure it's going to be A site. And him pulling back is pretty cute. He gets to the site. They still have to worry about clearing that on long.
Yep.
25 seconds. It's time to go.
It's going to put ninjas into the pressure cooker at this point. Damn, 15 seconds. Smoke on long still yet to fade. It's going to have to be a burst in. And who succeeds? It's Nap with a double. Brolin's got OC, 8 seconds, tries to pre-fire the corner. Yikinder lines him up, and that's a 3K from the pocket as he sinks one versus ninjas.
That's huge. And you know he's not scared to move. I think that was a big round from Yikinder. Starts with a jump spot, guaranteed info. Everyone comes back. As soon as Hampus sees that, he's like, crap, what do I call? We are just gearing up for A. We almost did it inconspicuously enough that no one saw us. then this last minute info works out. The late smoke on the long corner and Ykinder playing around it. In a spot that wouldn't be useful if that smoke comes up sooner, so just beautifully done by him. Full by one here for Liquid. Timeout. First one of the game called from NIP. And I think it, sometimes it calls. There are rounds where you want to go a little slower, but I can kind of feel like Liquid know what to do with the information. They've had some successes now holding the A site.
But luckily for us, we're not in that safe territory just yet. Could have been a turning point for the Ninjas. But we're halfway through this CT side from Liquid, and it's been nothing but one-off round wins for the Swedes. And who other than Ykinder to go poking? Not inside connector this time around. But seeing as the Ninjas held on to their smokes, didn't put out the fire, he's still got a better timing. Still, there's a whole pack of them coming at him. How many can Ykinder take down? There is zero support here. Naf, oh wow, through smoke, through the door, and no kill from Ykinder. That would have just been like an excellent 5 versus 3, or even, 4v3, had he gotten traded out immediately, but that's another chance where one of these Ninjas players gets away with little health. Feels like Hampus has played half of this game so far with nothing but 8 HP.
That's a nice one. Now they'll change it up. They took down the arbiter of information from the previous round real early before the minute mark and have already grouped up outside of B. Hampus is here with a molly, but I don't think he's throwing anything. Maybe, oh, he threw a smoke maybe at the end of long. So hold the attention of the CTs for a bit.
Well timed. They don't know that that just blocked 2 on the front. Nitro eats the flashbang. Oh, but he's still able to recover. Smoke grenade on the end of this makes it so weird. Wow. And so stellar for Team Liquid. The utility there, the timing is just perfect.
It is. They were nervous about it, and this after Ykinder dies early. I feel like this is just a good read. And they're using some utility that wasn't drawn out earlier on in the round.
Oh, Naf.
And it's their smoke. I think it's their counter flash, and it's their 2 players that just locked it up. Yeah, I'm not really feeling like a lot of energy coming out of NIP right now in terms of the ideas, but again, this map is so intimidating sometimes on the T side. I can understand why they have why they want to move a little slower. Liquid aren't really pushing the envelope over on the B side at all. They're just relying on their A players for info every single time.
Kind of been the Ykinder OC show. And Naf just sprinkling in this X factor. 3Ks from Bank, wall bang last round through this connector door. Doing what Naf does.
Yeah, and I wonder if that jump spot they did on the slide saw Ykinder last round where Hampus killed him. I wasn't sure. He was crouched, so unclear. Oh.
This one's meant to go down easy, but ooh, unlike the last time Ykinder's in that spot, he doesn't catch a pack of players just in the open. They find him a bit too exposed. Alige, he'll come at it when they least expect him. OC also in a borderline dangerous position. At least he has Naf to help. But Plopski's tucked in close. Leash killing Hampus towards the B site. OC may not expect this whatsoever, so Plopski, oh, he's on the brink of a point-blank D kill. Will get it through, grabs the op, but doesn't suspect that Naf is in the bathrooms. So really nice little, minute repositionings from Liquid to make up for the fact that these Deagles have gotten through 2.5 of their players. But there's that threat, of course, looming in the fact that Plopski's picked up an op.
Yeah. See how Nitro's playing off this angle. It seems pretty aware of it. Plopski, maybe if he's patient enough, he'll get one chance.
No, Nitro just shouldn't peek too far. Let them come to you. They're going to try that plant eventually. He will find Plopski just crawling across the open space. And Nitro ends that one nice and tidy. Ooh. 2 easy kills on the front of site. It's a 5-round lead for Liquid, 7-2.
Yeah, this half is starting to evaporate a little bit for NIP. And it feels like the map is kind of quiet for most of the round, and then suddenly there's an explosion that comes in. But again, I don't think they're doing much in the way of scaring Liquid.
Guns back up. OC. Ooh. Easy first pick from him. That's going to allow Yukinder to just keep it tucked on tree.
I think that's the perfect guy to kill right now. Get him on full tilt.
Oh, so close.
I want to say this is more classically NIP in a bad way, because this is how they used to play T-side, which is search the map, spread out really slowly, expand a little bit, look for fights, take some individual duels. That's like the kind of like the Swedish style of CS that people don't play as much anymore. But you know, since GGL's come on, I think they've really upped their game in terms of the amount of pressure that they're keeping on as the round progresses. But we're not seeing that.
OC 2 kills in on this gun round. Ninja's getting less than what they did with just those pistols. OC going to play it safe, tucked all the way in the corners of long. It's going to open the door for Naf and Elish to rotate up from the B site, and that'll help. You know, they didn't know if there was a second CT out there, but sure enough, Yukinder, oh, he was floating around until Rez takes the head off both players in sight. OC no longer hiding, comes back at this, and he is on for the 4K, nails it into the gut of Esatag. 4 from Josh.
Yeah, that was disgusting. And of course, it wasn't a wall bang. Hit that very particular flick and opened up with this kill as they were trying to flash up mid. And of course, this is a round where finally Liquid do not molly mid, and they want to see someone swinging out like Hampus just did. And the second one's a lot easier, but they lock it down. Nice try from Rez, at least a couple of clean kills.
Nade. 20 damage on Hampus. Again, starting a round with just more and more of his HP being shaved off. Tough for him to kind of get into the groove. Can't quite slot in just yet. And Yukinder falling away as the presence is shown. Passive angle uses the thin lamppost as a bit of cover. And with this weapon, he's got a massive advantage. So sure enough, 5v3 straight out the gate at the minute 15 mark.
Yeah, certainly the most difficult part about playing against Yukinder is he's going to play the same every round. You know, even if he loses a couple of fights, he's always going to look for info. And if you try to condition him, that's the hardest part, really, because even if he dies, he'll still come back to it, and that's his real strength. And as you can see, he is moving unchanged, walking around, peeking long, versus pistols, of course, but they could use any round at this point.
Ninja's getting poked and prodded from all directions. Ooh, nice pickup from Rez. Hangs on with 3 HP. But this is just a matter of finishing. A 9th one for Team Liquid queued up.
They could bring back Train.
Are you ready for it?
Yes.
What do you think about this Maui Snake take, where 2 of the current maps that have, or 2 of the maps of the 3 that were just added? Hold on, I want to wait, make sure Riz is fizzling out. There we go, it's gone. So 3 maps added, Tuscan, Anubis, and Breach. Following the Rio Major, 2 of those 3 get added to the game. Which 2 do you vote for?
Probably Tuscan and Anubis, but I think Tuscan's a little overrated, honestly. I actually don't really like the map that much. I actually played a full season of Tuscan in Sivo main a while ago. It's not the exact same map, but it was way easy to op on.
Yeah.
Fundamentally speaking, when I look at the map, that much hasn't changed, so I'm not sure. Probably not going to win a lot of fans by hating on Tuscan right now, but I don't think it worked that well the last time I tried it.
Breach gang, where are you at?
Oh yeah, you're a Breach enjoyer, I forgot.
Shout out Rushley. Hampus trying to get ahead. Takes a quick little gander into the bomb site, but won't see anything as he gets through that smoke. I feel like Hampus is just happy to be alive and fully HP'd at the minute 20 mark.
Yeah, and that speaks to a lot of the util usage from Liquid across the map in a lot of these rounds. I mean, it's been Hampus, Plopsky, lot of people taking early damage.
I mean, you know, we take it to Overpass where maybe we don't expect too much from Liquid, but if OC is going to go ahead and throw up an AWP performance like this, we know that AWPing on Overpass can just be so suffocating. And, well, with him and Yakinder continuously poking, prodding, it's not been an easy one. Everything comes at a cost.
Look at OC. He's posted on this angle. Yeah. Oh, man. I thought, first of all, that position made a lot of sense for, you know, them to walk out into.
Monster walkout, though. That could be lethal, just like Nitro. He's trying to put the smoke down. He is so enveloped, but still hanging on. He knows there's a player on the other side of him. Hampus comes in with the kill versus Naf, but Nitro still alive and kicking. 25 seconds, and a smoke gives Nitro a chance to just lean back, and his teammates will come in to help, but Hampus zones him before that smoke even fades. He gets spammed down. We've got a 2v2 with a health advantage comfortably for Liquid, but it's the two heavy hands of Team Liquid, the left-right, that has been so far owning Ninjas tonight. Rez for the clutch with the headshot into Yakinder. OC right there in the open, and Rez, it's all about the timing. It's all about how clean he can keep it. And he feels squeezed, and as he goes over top, OC connects another damning op shot.
Dude, I think you get some of the best situations in these 1v1 clutch moments, and I'd love to see if that was a flick from OC, but of course, he's probably dividing his time between aiming at the top, aiming in the middle, aiming to the left and right side, and Rez is waiting as long as possible to implore this kind of X-factor option of jumping up, and you can see OC's got to be aware of everything. Rez just takes a couple extra bullets to kill, and it's a fine play. He obviously had OC looking in the wrong spot, but he doesn't land it. And that one stings because it's Liquid still on fire. It's Liquid on 10 rounds. And it was actually a situation where Liquid's money was not that great.
Once upon a time.
It's becoming harder to even see a world where they get an eco now in this half. Maybe if they just win this round cleanly, but easier said than done.
Uncomfortable here for Yakinder. But he walks away. There was a chance for Brolin to maybe take a duel. And Yakinder likes the idea of sticking around for a second. Will they expect this one from OC? Another angle with this op on short. Allowing for Plopsky to get a little bit closer.
That's the dog in me.
I swear that dog barks the exact same time every day. Every day we've been here.
This is when I get hungry too.
Oh my god, he recovers that? The player over by Sandbags gets cut down. Elige good for the kill towards Monster. I thought OC is off looking into the stars. Had just given the, golden ticket for Ninjas to overwhelm him on short, but nope.
See how these rounds are not really ending in execs? They're trying to find timings, and it looked like they did. They almost found that timing on OC.
Ooh, Dink versus Yakinder. S-Attack, queuing up a 1 versus 5 ace clutch. Bomb on his back, gonna go for the plant. Naps here on truck, and it's nothing more than the 1. So a 9-round lead, an 11-2 scoreline so far for Liquid.
Yeah, they're getting eviscerated. I'd like to see some triple nades being used, at least one of these rounds. A quick 5-man stack and spawn to catch a Heaven player coming out. Honestly, a few more gimmicks I think would be nice, because I think it's hard to scrounge these rounds together, and the style they're trying to use adamantly is just not doing anything. I've got DJL taking over the pause for this one to try to come through with an idea, but this is an important map for Liquid in this veto. Things only get harder from here. Or for NIP, I should say.
You said it too, though, right? Liquid should have a higher quota of rounds needed on this CT side than NIP.
They both have
40%.
Yeah, just under on T side. So, but this is already soaring above. You will see.
Shooting for the 13 is Team Liquid, and round 14 should be a walk in the park.
Hit him
again. Hampus down to 25 by a minute 40. At this point, you can't help but feel bad for the guy. Rez, the solo AK, trying to keep the hopes of Ninjas alive in a round they have no business winning. 3-player clump outside of Monster. That's going to be Nitro tested, but he's got that nice deep angle. So as long as he doesn't get blinded until eternity. Helps, of course, the T side that Elige has gone through short and didn't see anybody outside Monster. Naf even starting to split into the back of Party, so they're thinking maybe an A setup. Nitro is on his own little island, and even he's now starting to pull back. Yikes, they're pulling the goalie. Rez has somehow sold this hook, line, and sinker. He is inside sight, a solo player. Everyone from Liquid occupied, and now that they found that out, there is this burst into the B bomb site. This could genuinely call for a retake. And yeah, okay, Ninja's still working with the most minimal of tools. One more smoke, a flashbang, and 3 Desert Eagles. But hell, as far as they're considered, a plant is a win, and a post plant's a chance.
I'll have to take some extra time to clear out the close angles. They're worried if anyone snuck into a weird spot. But
healthy amount of util for the retake here from Liquid, so you'd think all things go swimmingly. Nitro at the helm. Insta headshot into Brolin. He's not going to get much going. Plopsky, the last man up. He gets 1 kill, holding on to cover, but he just gets swarmed. You know, Team Liquid, it's the numbers games. If Rez takes 2 players off that A site instead, maybe things are a bit easier. But still, nice fake by Rez, I guess.
Yeah, he got behind enemy lines. He got all the CTs to rotate up. That's about it. It would have been
through a couple nades.
Good for the post plant to have the rifle downstairs with him not getting a kill, but he also got spotted when I think he played it pretty well. So what can you say? At least they got the bomb down.
I'll give them all they need for this 15th round on the T side of Ninjas. 12-2.
This is a paddle in.
Good old-fashioned whooping.
It's always the last round of a half, the devastating half, that magic happens.
Yeah, something gets weird. Too much consistent Counter-Strike leads us to these wonky rounds. But safe to say, no matter what, a schlacking. Rez trying just not to get wall banged. We've seen it line up a couple times already.
Kinder's really committing to stairs this time around.
Brolin's in here. Oh, sees the shoulder.
Wow.
Kinder kind of feeling that squeeze, thinking maybe Rez is still in one of these corners. Not the case, but with everybody leaving, this, you know, opens a door. It would have been easy for Kinder to just walk out short side, eject into the B site.
Yeah, Kinder's just killed so much time just by existing here inside of Con.
And he's a playmaker, so he sticks around.
And he's, you know, he can help out with short B, so the rotations are easier over to the A site.
Those rotations now sent upwards. Kinder not far away from the back end of this Ninja's execute, in fact. He wastes no time coming at this. Oh, insta headshot into S tag. And poor Ninjas. I mean, these guys are just corralled in this bomb site. Little boost on the back wall. Makes Rez go down easy. 5v3, 15 seconds, and no footing. No damn chance here for the Ninjas in pajamas. It's Brolin in a 1v5. He'll try to do something, but we got barely anything out of this T-half from the Ninjas. 13-2 as we go into the break.
Bodied.
I think my first thoughts when CSGO came out, it was
CSGO would never become a real game. And
why don't I just taking shots right out of the gate? We've made it 10 years of CSGO since its release, and obviously a lot to talk about over the years, over the decade that it's been with us. Let's get the first thoughts from you guys on CSGO's release, you know, back in the beta days.
I think my first thoughts when CSGO came out, it was I've been 1.6 for a long time, and I played the earlier version of 1.6. It just felt way better. Obviously, coming from 1.6, where there was never an update in the end. It was how it is, nothing changed. Whatever you did in the game was still the same. You tried to figure out new small moves.
My first thoughts when the game came out, played 1.6. Personally, I played it for fun with my friends, that's it. When the game got introduced and when it came out, I wasn't necessarily too hyped about it, but I did try it out?
I actually think I was reliving what happened when Source came out. So I'm like one of these diehard 1.6 people. Yeah. And when Source came out, I tried it for like 5 minutes and I was like, I'm never playing this game. This is stupid. I'm leaving. I'm back to 1.6.
I did the same thing.
Yeah.
It was 2014, and basically every 1.6 Israeli player was playing still 1.6 and no one moved to CSGO, and I was coming to my brother with I had no credit card, nothing, and I come up to him, yo, let's buy CSGO, let's play this game, it looks so much better than CS, and in my idea I was like, finally a game that I could be better than him at.
I was like at a boarding school in Denmark when everything was like starting to be released and stuff like this, so I saw some videos, I saw that show match they played.
Oh yeah, like the mixture of like all the old school American versus the European stuff.
Exactly, and I heard the comments afterwards and the famous Sonic tweet or whatever it was with that CSGO would never become a real game and stuff like this.
Aged like a fine milk.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the first map was released was Dust, which already to me was a huge warning sign. No one's playing Dust. Why are they releasing it as like the test map? It had
the
fog and particles and cars that were on fire.
I remember feeling like just playing against bots, like just to get a feel for the weapons.
Let's not long. Yeah, carry base still though. Maybe you can re-aggro Keith in a couple seconds.
I'm just gonna wait though.
Mine monster.
Fuck monster, Nick. Let's go on monster.
Yeah.
Try pushing.
Ready to flash it.
Flash it, flash it.
Flash it.
Don't see anything.
Carry
Monster,
Monster.
Monster, more monster. One more.
Nice,
More.
Nice!
Oh, and it.
One more. Flashing.
Nice.
Let's go. Team Liquid taking this one to heart, trying to get us all back on schedule with a 13-2 CT side on a map that we kind of put in question.
Yeah, keep them on fire, honestly.
But here we have it. 3 sets of Berettas in the Ninjas camp.
That'll work. I'm feeling good about that.
Yeah.
I think this is always the solution.
5 players, 8 guns, 2 round wins. Listen, Liquid, they're coming at it. Already out from Monster. Beretta's point blank can be deadly. Look at the rate of fire on these bad boys. It's a 5v3 straight out the gate. Oh my God, get shredded.
Yeah. That'll work. It just looked really good. Okay, so nice shots. Those things are insane. I mean, they rip through armor, lots of ammo, shoot super fast.
Rootin' tootin' cowboy shooting.
Oh, you
I was
yeehaw?
going for the yeehaw, yeah, but I don't know. It just
I got you.
Yeehaw! Not bad. Can you ride a horse?
Yeah, I can actually. I've got. Why?
Just curious.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've gone horseback riding. I went to a Tim Hortons camp in Alberta when I was a kid, and we did canoeing, kayaking, whitewater rafting, camping, and horseback riding, archery.
Don't they call the kids that go to that camp Timbits?
That was me, a donut hole.
He's gonna find a liege hippie hopping across from that smoke. Nowhere is safe, Liege. Not when Hampus is near. I don't know why that feels so offensive, but calling somebody a donut hole, it's just...
They immediately must be stupid.
Yeah.
I was a kid, so I was.
You were, yeah. I've come to that conclusion. Kids, not the smartest.
I had a plastic tricycle that I rode into a corner of a table and knocked myself out when I was 7.
Explains a lot. Thomas back deep. Oh, you kinder, suck it in. Not skinny enough. He goes back into the gunfight. Nitro, last man standing, mowed down by the MP9, and now we've got some money in the pockets of the Ninjas.
Let's let the games commence. They could be looking forward to the CT side. They didn't do enough in that first half, you know, but at least they won the pistol, so they're back in their comfort zone. And again, the stats for both teams are about the same, about 60% win rate on CT side, about 40 on T side. So I think, yeah, Liquid know that this isn't going to be an easy close, per se. But at the same time, on the upside, like genuinely, they were playing well. There were very few holes in the map. Their individuals looked really good. That was an awesome showing from OC. I think Yakinder on the information is something that will go, you know, missing in the stats, but played a huge role in how dominant that half was.
Oh, tech.
Oh.
Man down.
I haven't seen this one in a minute. That happens sometimes.
Hey. Sometimes it'd be like that.
Yeah.
So tell me more about bonking your head as a kid.
Yeah, well, as in my mom worked at this clothing store, and I would just come to work with her. And do you know, what is it, Deal or No Deal? Howie Mandel.
Yes.
So he used to have this show.
A germaphobe, in fact.
Yes, he's a germaphobe, very clean man, no hair on his head. Do you shave his eyebrows? Shave everything? I don't know. He had a show that I can't remember the name of it. It was like a cartoon show that he narrated, Bobby's World.
Okay.
And in that, in the intro, he rides around a plastic tricycle, and I had one. And in Bobby's World, he kind of rides it through the universe. So I was there riding it through the universe in the clothing store, and then all of a sudden, you know, I'm about as tall as the tables, sitting down on my plastic tricycle, and I'm going about 12 miles per hour, you know, fast as I possibly can, pedaling as hard as I can. Bow! Knocked myself into the desk, knocked myself out cold, and woke up with a scar on my head. People standing over me. Turned out pretty good, though, I think.
Yeah, all things considered. All things considered. It's a full recovery. Bobby's World. I never really got many toys as a kid. I wasn't one of those kids. I got a lot of pets, though.
Yeah, you do seem kind of deprived.
No. No. Don't give me that, man. I got the best, dude. I had pets. Pets out the wazoo, man. A goat.
Yeah, you had a goat.
A horse.
You had a pet glaive.
Ducks. A raccoon. Turtles. Crabs.
Are you just listing animals? You actually had these?
Yeah, I'm listing all the pets I used to have.
But the crabs in a tank?
Yep, they'd get eaten by the turtles, and then every couple of months, you forget to feed the turtle for a couple days.
Why would you give them to the turtles? You could eat them yourself.
Well, they're like tiny little crabs. I think they're called hermit crabs. They're funny because they've got one big claw and one tiny claw.
Okay.
And if you threaten them, you know, start poking on the glass or whatever,
yeah,
they'll just stick both their arms in the air and wave them back and forth. And I'm like, bro, you're not that intimidating.
Yeah.
A, I completely own you. You're in a tank.
You can only run sideways, secondly.
B, don't piss me off or I'll stop feeding the turtle.
Oh, no.
And then your days are limited.
Well, they were the turtle food.
Yeah, but it's in hindsight. It's
what else did turtles eat?
Turtle food.
Oh, it's just little...
Yeah, pellets.
Okay.
You know? But I feel like every once in a while, turtle gets bored, looks down at the bottom of the tank, and thinks, yeah, today's the day. But the only thing that would always be left was the one big claw.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And sad. My grandmother had a
turtle.
It was a fish tank, but it had those fish that would clean your feet.
Okay.
Yeah, in Malaysia, so they just swarm. If you put your foot in the tank,
piranhas.
They would all swarm it. You still keep your feet after.
Oh, okay.
They just eat like the dead skin and stuff.
Right, of course.
So they swarm your feet. It's a really weird sensation, right? It's like tickly.
Mm.
It's kind of scary at first.
Okay.
Until you realize they're not trying to like eat your whole foot, and then they clean it off. But they lived on a farm as well, so lots of animals there. Did you know coconuts kill a certain percentage of children every year?
Damn.
Because they fall so high from trees.
Now,
maybe it's durian, actually.
Is that the coconut's fault? Or is it gravity to blame?
It's God.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well.
Responsible for both.
And just unfortunate timing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like campus all first half.
Oh my God, the poor guy. Naded. Wall banged. Spammed through smokes. All the misfortunes stacked up against Hampus and the ninjas in that first 15.
There was randomly, I don't know why I thought about this. but there was a Japanese reality TV star who did the longest live stream in history.
Okay.
And
that's good for the health.
It wasn't. So they kind of put him in an apartment, and they said his name was Nasubi. Shout out Nasubi. He climbed Mount Everest recently.
Oh, good for him.
After doing the show in the 90s. These are evil production, okay, that were working on this show. So they had him in an apartment, and they said he was an aspiring comedian. And they said, you can leave if you make 1 million yen from sweepstakes alone.
Ooh, playing the odds.
Alone. So he had to enter sweepstakes all day, and the only things he could use while he was winning the 1 million yen were the things he won from sweepstakes. So he was naked the entire time.
This sounds psychologically horrifying.
It is, and it's worth watching a documentary on, and that's why I say shout out to him. He's doing well now. Climbed Mount Everest, and the producer apologized to him later. Worth looking into.
Check it out if you guys are into that kind of stuff. You watch a lot of reality TV. What's your top 3?
Big Brother, Survivor, and Love Island UK.
Why specifically the UK?
They're funnier.
Oh.
Love Island America.
Yeah, they are
trash.
funny.
Yeah.
Saying things. Cheese logs.
Exactly.
And, zebra crossings.
Oh, by the way, I watched the Storer video where they talked about cheesy bugs.
You watched it?
Yes. They were trying to escape from the moat.
Yes.
That was great.
One of my, dude, it's a fantastic YouTube channel.
Dude.
Shout out Storer.
Yeah. That's it. I wish I had something like that for my videos. I always think they're not going to escape, or the last guy's not going to be able to do it, but man, these guys find a way.
Callum's pretty clutch, man.
Callum's clutch as hell.
Nice to see him improving yet again.
Yes.
So, folks, let me give you the sit rep little bit of update. We had a round crash. We're going to replay that round. Obviously, nothing had happened yet. Alige got as far as playground. So we're going to start that one off right from the beginning.
Oh, the whole point of the story was at one point Nasubi won dog food, and he had to eat that for months.
He had to, or he chose to?
Well, it's the only thing he had. He literally couldn't use anything else. Climb Mount Everest. He's doing okay now.
Yeah, he managed.
Yeah.
He managed. That's a good reminder. If things get dark, if you find yourself eating dog food,
if you're going through hell, keep going.
You can still recover. So that's what we have to tell the ninjas at the moment. Because right now,
never trust production.
They are indeed going through hell. The North American hell that is Team Liquid. Oh, and OC. What, with an AK? Since when can this guy rifle?
That's a fancy shot.
Nice headshot.
18-6.
At a 5v4 with it. Esatag's up next. Famas tucked into the long corner, and we can see that B rotate coming through already. Hemp is destined for that A site. In fact, they don't feel too comfortable. They throw the front bathroom smoke. That comes out, I believe, from Hampus.
Ooh, no flash on that peak, and a nade that does pretty well. Esatag, well, he'll trade back some damage, but I think this is in favor of Liquid. We'll have him on the back foot, 50 seconds, and we'll see if they can scale a little bit better than Ninjas did in that first half. But for now, the setup is unchanged. It's not too bad here for Ninjas. See, with Hampus in this position, if they don't press him to move, he can end up flanking them on stairs. And he'll come and peek. It's actually nice for Alige that he trades glances with him. But look at the pressure.
Still, though, just dueling an MP9. Fire burns Alige out from behind the tree. Nitro's at the front of this push. 2 more players behind him. And Alige eventually looking to join them from this long play. But smoke goes down on top of Nitro, and with 15 seconds, he presses into Esatag. Good flash for Naf, but is it enough? OC of Alige trying to just run in now. Desperation, 6 seconds. We've got a guy inside sight. That's Plopsky, and all Rez has to do is survive. I don't think there's time. Oh, it goes down. Wow. But Plopsky's still point blank with the kill and the close for the Ninjas.
Wow, that was a pretty sweet round from Ninjas. All things considered, they didn't have that much to work with. Hampus did such a good job of being really annoying there on long. They kept wanting to go A, but at the same time, they also wanted to take long control, and you could see how that became a problem as the round came to a close. When they had to come up through bathrooms and try to clear these guys, and then the 2 wall smokes that were up on the site forced them to come through. Hampus ran behind his teammate, who ended up being a bait, and that person got a kill, and then they ended up winning that way. So everything fell into place. They made that as hard as possible. That was very solid. And that's also 4v5.
A little bit more life in Ninjas then. Still, though, it's a real a butt clencher of a round if you are Ninjas in that bomb site. they hang on, and they've got themselves a comfortable opening kill here as well. Brolin not going to stick around, doesn't want to play those games. It's a dangerous game to play with a Liege on the AK. Just kind of doing his own thing from party, but no contact shown. Ninja's going to retreat all the way back.
And everything we saw from Yakinder in that first half, Brolin can do as well, and he will. He's especially good when it comes to playing passive setups on the A site, which honestly is an underrated quality because that's where a lot of rounds get lost, but he's comfortable in that spot.
From an early lean to that B site to a quick pull. Brolin on long in the open. Oh, that AK gets the better of him.
Ooh.
Now we're talking about a second rifle in the hands of Team Liquid, and if they just hit the gas pedal, they're going to try and storm this bomb site. Yakinder survives the op shot from Esatag.
Jeez.
Lucky to be alive.
Well, the HE doesn't go to long either.
Pampa's going to try to scramble in front of that dumpster smoke. They're getting ready for Esatag to come back at this. Yakinder's such low health, but still holding on to the M4. OC with the bomb starts to run in. 15 seconds. Again, clock playing against them. And Hampus, he's going to mow down 2 players. Yakinder, such little HP that it's just not meant to be. Esatag finished what he started, and the Ninjas continue to win rounds.
Not bad. I mean, they got lucky to get Brolin on his way out. And once they got that kill, they leveraged it to the point that they got to the site. But still, Esatag alive the whole time. Rotators coming in nicely. And Hampus doing a great job not dying on the back Optimus right away. Or at all.
Nicely done. Good scramble. You can see Liquid sensed a weakness there once they were able to topple the M4. But now we got the full-fledged gun round from Team Liquid off in the hands of OC. Let's see if the cannon can make a difference. It's quick util into connector. So quick, in fact, that Brolin just chops off Naf. Barely had a chance to pull his gun out before he dies. And a nice off boost here from Hampus. Spots the player in con. Brolin back on bathrooms. Liege creeping around top connector. OC. We saw some nice shots when he was on the CT side of short B. And Rez walks right into the sniper. Yakinder stuck in the smoke. Wins his duel versus Plopsky point blank. And now that's 2 fights won by Liquid on this B site. Starts to draw people down. Bomb needs to be recovered. There's a minute to play here. No commitment necessary, but the utility still comes over top. And Brolin, just like Yakinder's, barely hanging on. This is a very even situation. Nice utility damage there to Nitro. Gives the edge back to the Ninjas. And Hampus wants to play active, cutting off OC. That's huge. Not only the Opper, but the most health player for Liquid. And now it falls on the in-game leader instead. And he gets peeked perfectly by Hampus. Ninjas in that 3v3, flawless.
Bit of a comeback story here for Hampus in the second half already. Not dying, the one dishing out the damage. They're using the map really effectively right now, and that was a hairy spot after OC got his kill on short, and Yakinder got out towards long. So a really great recovery here, just in front of the smoke. Bit of a rough spray from Plopsy, but this is the move that seals the deal. Rob trying to be escorted up onto the site, and now Ninjas are winning 5 straight. They're making, I feel like, a couple more mistakes, or giving a couple more openings than we saw from Liquid, but still, the rounds aren't being closed by the attacking team.
We did put both T sides into question before this map got started. Liquid yet to dispel those woes. That's 5 straight. Again, a hero AK. This time belongs to Yakinder. He's at the forefront of the B push. Puts out the fire. It's going to get a little dicey here with him versus Rez, tucked behind sandbags already. Chance at the double peek as well if Hampus wants to get his hands dirty. Oh, there it is. Well timed. Just as Yakinder gets distracted by the guy in sight, the AK goes down. OC to the front of this push. And that's an easy pickup for Plopsky. A double kill on the exit of Monster with a bomb delivered to his feet. Ninjas, this is starting to be a stellar CT side.
Yeah, honestly, just would have loved to see, like, they're using a lot of boost and stuff right now. Just didn't really see that same energy on the T side. And would have loved to. Again, like even pre-nades, triple nades, short pressure, some of this stuff they didn't implore, but now that they're doing it, of course, it's working really well. It's not to say it would have made the difference in the first half, but would have inspired a bit more confidence. But either way, we were into a 5-round game. The Ninja's got to be feeling better. They missed their molly in mid.
Yikes.
They'll free up the tees to expand a little bit. And this is a setup we don't see that often anymore. Right behind the tree.
Essetag starts to pull away. Brolin
he got
fully
spotted.
flashed, seen and swept away. Oh, and no drag from Essetag.
That was messy. I wonder where he was. I wonder where he was going.
Right? What was the point?
Yeah, it seems like he got worried about the thought that they could have come up bathrooms really quickly. Maybe because he heard his Molotov not land. I'm not exactly sure. But, I mean, that rock with the tree is already a very precarious spot, right? And then if he got spotted, he'd be lucky to get 2. And there, they just lose 2.
But Kinder gets killed. Plopsky.
Yeah, that one's free.
Deep monster fight.
Hampus could save the day now, I think.
Ooh, Rez had a chance at a duel there as well. Hampus still tucked into the bathrooms. Nitro. Ooh, kind of haphazardly goes for the clear. Costs him. Luckily, Naf picks up the slack. Plopsky's going to charge out from the dumpster, but he's burning. There's a Molotov there in the shadow.
Whoa.
That's meant to give Elige the advantage. A couple missed shots. Another flash comes in from Rez, and Plopsky's just tearing this out of the hands of Liquid. It's OC in the clutch, 10 seconds to the clock. At a smoke grenade to give him just a little more room to work. A fake plant, a close shot, and Plopsky dodges the threat. Now no time. Oh, that's a quick scope for the ages, but no clutch from OC. Style points is all he gets.
What was that? Oh, the whirlpool flick? Well, he put Popsky in the spin cycle, but he didn't have enough time to put the bomb down. That would have been special. Either way, this one extra kill from Hampus is enough. This kill from Plopsky as he sneaks out of the smoke. He doesn't even realize how clear he is to Elige, but somehow instantly hits that shot, waits for a flash for the next frag, and it's over.
Give me this one.
Oh! what the hell? It was a scope, too.
Damn. That was a really good chance for Liquid and an incredibly crucial play from Plopsky.
Yeah. It was, yeah.
He was on the doorstep of death when Elige was staring at him coming out of that smoke.
I mean, that was the cleanest 5v3 you could ask for, right? So that'll tilt you. They're down to 3 Deagles. And I mean, that becomes 4v2 even after the Hampus frag.
Probably one. I mean, just the closest we've seen Liquid to finally cracking, cracking through this defense.
Oh my God.
Oh, but then Nitro gives up his angle. If only he had waited a second. Naf.
Oh, nice shot, OC.
Traded out. That's 23 kills now for OC, but tagged up by Hampus in sight. That's going to open up Elige to kind of recover. Here comes Rez off connector. The bomb dropped to his feet.
Yikes.
Smoke locks that one in. Elige runs away. There is some time to recover this, but it's going to be an awkward one. And then there's this big question as to, like, where does Plopsky get off to? It all hinges on Rez hanging onto this bomb. Yakinder, he saw him. He saw him walk up, and Rez doesn't suspect anything. This is a huge chance at a recovery.
Yep.
Yakinder won't bother with the bomb. It's just about space creation as he sprints into that B site. Elige can pick up the slack. Plopsky gets in on time. With a Molotov, that could deny the plant, and the plant is everything here. Oh, just don't die. Elige runs into the open. Just in the nick of time. He goes for it and dies to Yakinder. Liquid have lifted the curse.
Woo! They got the right plant spot at the last second, but dude, with Heaven open, that was definitely losable.
These rounds.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. What a round from OC, man. This is his first shot, and then this coverage on the second kill as well. You can't ask for more than that. He nearly hits a third on the back of dice, and Yakinder's one frag to take out Rez does the rest. They didn't expect that. They thought there would be more of a grouping, and I think because of the Deagles, you totally didn't expect that one lurker to come out of short side, so Yakinder was the insurance policy. the reason they pulled it off. Now, Plopski's having a great game. I think there was definitely a chance he could have won that 1v3.
Yeah, it felt like just the Molotov was going to get it done.
Yeah, that was a good one.
But Olige, that internal clock ticked perfectly. Critical cover from Yakinder as well. Yakinder and OC trying to race to the top of the scoreboard. 22 kills for Yakinder, 23 on OC. 2 round wins away from victory on their opponent's map pick. But Ninjas, we've already seen a stellar CT side. They've just got to get back to the winning. Rolling, nicely timed.
He is 3 for 3 on openings from the stairs, on rifles too.
Critical piece of the map for Yakinder and Team Liquid when they were on the defense, and now Brolin's returning the favor.
Everyone on the CT side is trying to make up for their strugglesome score lines. And some are starting to float back to the top, but Plopski remains the only one positive here for Nip. For what it's worth. Oh, this is interesting. So this smoke, you know, it stops off presence and allows you to scale a bit, but wow, the damage here from Hampus is wicked.
Huge. Finally not on the receiving end of those kinds of moments, but they're dangerously close now. They've crept up. s.Attack just standing on the dumpster, pushed through from Nitro. That leaves s.Attack on an island that just gets soaked up by the ocean that is Team Liquid's offense. Quick timing on the connector flank. That could stop Bomb. Oh!
He doesn't see it.
He gets Nitro on the other side. Oh no. Not even. Nitro's just covered by the fire. And now Hampus comes out from the smoke. Nitro's going to give us another kill. Point blank versus the dumpster. Wallbang in from Plopski. Falls to Yakinder. He's getting pinched from both directions. Brolin looking to be that first fight, but instead the first victim. And with the flash off of the wall, Yakinder's covering Bomb. It's at the halfway point and Plopski's behind those boxes. Rez faces first, gets the job done, and the Ninjas win another.
Damn, that was some hot action, man. That was a couple of mistakes there. I believe it's because there is a gap in communication where Hampus leaves his post. He was spotting long for a second, putting down all of that suppressing fire through the smoke, and s.Attack looks like he's unaware of what's going on, and that's because he scoped up on bathrooms thinking that long is covered, but maybe that wasn't corroborated to him by Hampus, and that's where it looked like, okay, they're going to lose their round now, but the rotators save the day. Plopski's kill here is huge. You know, dislodging somebody from that close corner just helps them speed up that retake a lot more easily. And Yakinder looked like he was about to win that, but 2 left alive. NIP fragging well, and they bring it back.
That's half of OC gone in around 25. Ooh. Utility chipping away at more of Liquid. It's only 10 damage, but still sets up the A1Ss nicely.
This will be an interesting look because, again, 3 rifle rounds. Brolin started connector, got his kills every single time. But this time, it's left vacant, and NIP don't seem to be doing anything too interesting outside of that. So, will they pay for giving up this amount of space this early? Again, I think Brolin's excellent on pretty much all parts of A in the recent games. But he was particularly strong there in Con.
I was taking a bit of a peek at this one. Oh, extends into OC. Not even a shot back from the Opper.
That's huge. Another 5v4 for Brolin.
Unleash can use that smoke to start pressing closer from long. Yakinder doing his own thing down towards this B site. Here's that util, so he knows there's at least one on Monster side. He's looking for the second, but they're both in there. Walks out, owns Plopski. He's still looking for Rez, but he won't be able to win that duel. 4 versus 2. 4 Ninjas, and all they've got going is Nitro trying to press into the A site. He will not be able to cut down Hampus, and therefore no invitation for NAF to push the issue. An 11 for the Ninjas in pajamas, and Team Liquid now, they're starting to feel the heat.
This one didn't really feel like I had much top-down structure. At one point, you know, Yakinder is looking for a lurk kill inside the B site, which would be damning if the A site's already being taken, but he also commits in, dies to Rez, and at that point of the round, there's actually nothing left to do. You can't go back to B. You already know Rez is a monster player, so that's fine. But your A players still have the responsibility of getting their kills and moving over.
and it just doesn't happen. So I guess, you know, if Yukinder gets 2 frags, there's a chance they can run it back, but that's why it doesn't feel like there was much of an idea for everybody to work off of. Instead, it felt like they were both prodding on the extremities and hoping.
Quick little group outside the B site. Team Liquid looking to do something different. Roland gonna use that as a chance to stack into short. Now him and Rez both in the short water. Oh, that nade good. Chips away at 3. Plopsky finds 1 kill, but his gun's empty, so he is just pinned in behind the barrels. Yukinder wants that headshot so badly. Meanwhile, Hampus gets away with a kill. Plopsky comes through with 1 as well, and now Yukinder's just sitting here, can't see a damn thing. All the life sucked out of that round, and 12 for Ninjas.
Yes, and that's just have to go for a 1-minute save. Another beautiful round from Plopsky. Stays alive, gets his kills, you know, figures out when to engage just in time. He's been doing great in the second half. Wow, 2-round game now. And I think at this point, you'd kind of rather be NIP, right? CT side, close game here. They've done the work. It was a bit depressing to have to go through that first half, but now that they survived it, it's pretty much all roses. It's obviously still scary to know that the team you're going up against could win 1 round, and suddenly you got to hear match point music every single time, but it just would only be a few rounds, actually. See if Liquid can hold it together.
They'll take their second of 4 timeouts.
I mean, no matter how CT side of the map is, they got 13 rounds, right? You can't ask for more than that.
That's got to be a shoo-in. It's Glocks.
Yikes. The big benefit to Liquid, you know, having won all those rounds early, is just collecting all this data as NIPF stages come back, right? About what setups they want to use today, what their CT side looks like right now, who's playing well, who's not. What they do with that information is another question. And it's like, Brolin has, you know, he's 14 and 20, but this CT side has a lot to do with him. 5v4s almost every single time. Pretty indomitable inside the stairs. Falls back to A, still gets his kill.
Pressing into the short side. See Kinder at the front, flash is set for him. Goes beyond, so should be easy. Should be. Tech9 goes hella wide. Rez. Yikes. Oh no. 2 pistol kills come out from Liquid. Suddenly they've got hands on guns. They've got footing inside the bomb site.
Bomb's in a weird spot.
That it is. And a fleeting feeling that maybe Liquid, this could still slip past them. Decent opening, but they've given time for the defense to get into position, and it's going to be tough for Nitro to really get back into the action. He's pressed up close. Tech9 would have to go phenomenally hard here, but that's an easy first one. As Hampus gets blindsided by it, the peek out from heaven is enough, even with the USP. Estetag survives the test.
Yeah. I think the bomb drop probably helped, just getting that kill fast. Everyone came to their support, but of course, a couple of bad sprays here from both Plopsky and Rez. And, you know, it happens sometimes. His Tech9s move fast, but Estetag's off shot here saved it, I think. And the final kill. As NIP inch closer to performing a miracle.
Rolling yet again. Impact from Connector has been immense. Misses the first jump, still gets away. And Elige not pressed up close enough on Party to punish the fallback.
Yeah. Made some noise, he got tagged, and then realized he didn't want to fight anymore. That's an interesting spot. Was Rez looking into the stairs, maybe? Doesn't anticipate Yukinder. And the one round that Liquid won was when Yukinder lurked up short B. It was the eco. And he gets this kill, but Yukinder, he tries to kill both players in the B site, or maybe go for another lurk. that ends up not working.
Brolin on high alert now. Audio cue is an invitation for the flash and the peek. He's trying to chase Elige down, but doesn't want to run too much of a risk.
Ooh, Elige kind of knows what he's getting into
Big
now.
pickup. Brolin's on his own. Oh, and Elige recovers with the headshot. This could be it. This should be the 15th because that happens so quickly that the rotate's nowhere to be found. And those rotates, that has been the saving grace every time Liquid have gotten close to this A site. OC taking the flasher down inside the bomb site gave Elige the full picture.
I think they have enough money
to risk this.
Maybe, yeah. Aztec sitting on 7.7.
Oh, those Molotovs, though. That's crucial amounts of time burned off the clock. CTs have to wait it out. They've got a smoke grenade to cover their defuse if they can somehow scramble in, but Naf catching Hampus off guard from the deep corner, and after a horrendous T-side from Team Liquid, they have managed to get that 15th. Ninjas have done a good enough job to still shoot for OT. Seems incredibly likely, in fact. But as we get to round 28, Team Liquid get their 15th.
Yeah, it's been a great game from Brolin overall, but here a couple of info battles were won from Liquid. Elige in particular getting flashed off long but not dying in that spot, coming back, and then this kill. Rez doesn't seem ready for it at all, and I think that lurk from Yakinder was just enough. And OC hits a jumping shot over the back of Dice, and I think Aztec's also opping. That's tragic. I mean, that's nuts. And OC has been at least one of the small kind of good things about the T side right here for Liquid.
Tense moments now.
Interestingly, that they have made these costly, right? I mean, Brolin and Hampus, Aztec, they don't have kits. They're actually out of mollies already, so it doesn't really look like a force buy or anything like that, but there are some distinct advantages for Liquid in one of these rounds that could take a long time.
Satag hoping and scoped in this time. Stark difference to just jump spotting and getting picked off that bomb site. That was the door smashed off its hinges last round. But it's going to be towards this B site. They're going to run into Plopsky. Plopsky's been having an excellent game. 25 kills at the moment.
Did Plopsky a vision of Yakinder with the bomb? It doesn't seem like it. This forward aggressive A setup is still intact.
Nade's meant to soften him up, but it's negligible damage against Rez. Elige coming back from long A, 30 seconds. It has to be the B commit. Rez, first up, first down. Inside bathrooms, Elige drop. Plopsky will not be able to give up more than just the one kill. It's a 3v3, it's anybody still. And picking up Elige is so big because it opens the connector flank, but OC's able to shut down Hampus. NIP trying still to hang on, to claw this back from what looked like such an easy defeat. And now Yakinder stuck within this bomb site. Esatag missed shot. Naf, 22 health. A slow flank from Brolin comes around the corner. He falls to Yakinder, and it has to be Esatag with the op point blank. Bomb halfway gone. So's his health, and so are the hopes of Ninjas. A grueling T-side for Liquid, but they finally get there. Only a few rounds needed to close after that dominant defense. We put both T-sides in question, and that truly was the tail of the tape on Overpass tonight.
For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal. Lisbon, make some noise! Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Good luck, bro. Good luck. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
FaZe
will peek, stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead! OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top. God damn. Filthy! Absolutely filthy!
It is the Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final! Na'Vi taking on Vitality.
Sumda Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sumda Young and Sumda again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champions, Na'Vi!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
It was a story of the CT sides, or perhaps the T sides if you're a glass half empty kind of guy, because I'm gonna be real, that was kind of dire from both sides of the equation. The offense not really standing up to any kind of test. Obviously, Liquid are the ones to be edging this one through with 3 T rounds to be sealing this out, but let's not forget, 13-2 up coming into the second half, Matthew.
Yeah, listen, the defense from Liquid was stellar, and I'm sure we'll talk about it plenty during this segment, but I have to say, the end of that game got me perplexed.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about the end of that game. There's a side of me that fell asleep watching that game and the rhythm that Liquid wasn't putting in the game, but at the same time, they showed patience. They knew they had the rounds for them. They knew it was going to be a matter of time until NIP make a mistake, and I am kind of conflicted. Do I respect or do I hate what I saw in the second half? I don't really know where I stand.
No, it's a tough one, to be completely honest.
Did you like it? Did you have a good time?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It was a scrappy game of Counter-Strike. Both of these lineups couldn't really get it going on the T side. You talk about rhythm as well. You know,
it was so slow.
It was so slow, and it felt like it had to come from individuals all the time. We saw that from Liquid. It was Yekindar over and over and over again, trying on B short, finding the openings, and even when Liquid had opportunities, even when they found the openings, they couldn't convert it into rounds. So overall, just a very scrappy game of Counter-Strike. Couldn't really get it going. So I think I'm on your team here, Maniac. It wasn't the best game.
Let's turn to the optimistic side as we take a look at some Yekindar highlights from the first half of this game. Obviously, OC is shortly going to follow him as well, because 2 kind of star players coming out of that first half. But I am super impressed with the defense that they were able to bolster up, particularly considering this is NIP's map pick. You might not have actually realized that coming out of that first half.
Yeah, once again, Hampus broke his teeth on that T side of overpass. We'll touch on it a little bit down the road. Now, I just want to give a shout out, props to Yekindar, how disruptive he was on the CT side. You could see here on some of his highlights where he is, particularly in that connected position link area, where he was forcing NIP to slow down the pace. He had moments where he just stayed alive, and his mere presence in that zone just slowed down the whole game. He was in their faces. He was very proactive. I like what he did, and you mentioned OC. He was going to be one of the players that we had to keep an eye on, and he delivered big time. He took off so good in that game. He put S-Tag in his shoe. He had no issue.
That was the problem, right? OC was by far the best AWP player on the server, without a doubt. We saw it on the CT side. We saw it also in glimpses on the T side. Obviously, Team Liquid were struggling. OC was struggling a little bit on the T side as well, but he was one of the few players who actually, from time to time, made Liquid close to win rounds. Very, very good performance coming out of both Yekindar and OC. At least for that matter as well, having a decent game.
Yeah, I mean, with the good does come the bad, though, particularly when we're talking about that first half, because T sides, yet again for NIP, struggling once again on overpass.
Listen, 2 days in a row, So NIP have picked Overpass as their pick into a best of 3, and here's the result. After 30 rounds played on the T side, they got 2 against EG and they've had 2 against Team Liquid. So they've had a total of 4 rounds on the T side in 30 T rounds played against 2 NA teams in Counter-Strike. And I point this out, right? NA teams, 2 teams who on paper right now are not in their best shape, especially EG. So if you're NIP, why on earth do you keep forcing Overpass into it right now? Yesterday perhaps was a bit of an offer, was a bit of a blunder. Hampus even said that the EG were a couple of stand-ins or a couple of FaZe players could have beaten them. What's the excuse today? I saw the exact same coming out of NIP. That was simply not good enough.
It's because it's the second iteration that it really hurts, right? Yeah. You could forgive them for an off day against EG, and maybe people fresh off the bootcamp not exactly in the rhythm, whatever. You can do the copium that you need, how many milliliters you need. The problem is if you go and re-peak Overpass and you go again in that T side and you break your teeth once more, then there's probably an issue at the core of your T side.
And we thought the narrative was kind of ridden coming out of that first half. I, for one, thought that Liquid were going to be going through this lightning fast. But no, again, struggling coming into that second half, coming onto that opposite side. And there was round 22 you wanted to put under the spotlight. It's one for Liquid where you kind of thought this was it. This was their backs breaking.
I was afraid on behalf of Team Liquid. We see the round right here. They get off to a good start, 13-8, a double entry on towards A-Long. You think to yourself, this is it, right? Liquid can now nail down the game, make it happen. It goes into a 3v3, nicely done here by Hampus. Brings it back, sorry, it's a 3v2. And look at Plopski's position right here. I have no idea how Elish is not getting this kill on Plopski, but for some reason, he misses out. Plopski gets a kill, falls back into the smoke, and gets a perfect flash from a teammate, and all of a sudden, a more or less impossible round is all of a sudden going the way of NIP. I thought at this point that NIP were going to come back in the game. I thought this was the chance for Team Liquid, and this is where I kind of want to question you, Matthew. You said, do you want to highlight the resiliency coming out of Liquid? They still ended up winning, or do you want to highlight NIP actually playing a good CT side, fighting back?
Look, we have to give props to NIP for obviously having a reaction in the second half. They look like crap on the first one. They bounce back on the second, and that is for sure, we have to be honest. What I can do is commend Liquid for not losing their mind, because there were many opportunities in this game for Liquid to get flustered, to get frustrated. You just picked a very great example here. I mean, Elish has got Plopski booked. That is it. It is supposed to be the round. He sees him coming out of the smoke, somehow cross the placement a little bit off the rails, and then that's it. The round turns on its head. And it's a string of rounds that NIP are winning, and you're watching it thinking, damn, it's happening. That is going to happen. Liquid's going to break. And they didn't. They stayed focused, eyes on the prize. Yes, they bungled a couple of rounds, but at least they didn't let go of the focus.
No, and I do like that narrative, because there's one word that I would associate with the former Liquid, and that is choking, unfortunately. They didn't do it in this situation. Obviously, they did make it nail-bitingly close, but I am interested to hear your thoughts coming into Mirage. Now, obviously, the pick of Liquid coming into things. Only 3 maps within them playing on record with this iteration of the roster, obviously. Some back at Cologne as well. All 3 wins, though. So what are we expecting for Liquid in this one?
Quite positive about Liquid on Mirage, honestly. Man of the hour is going to be Yekinder again. And not only because he had a good map on Overpass, but also because I think that his philosophy and his aggression on Mirage comes alive, truly. Ever since he joined, Liquid has become such an aggressive team. On the CT side of Mirage, you will see them go for information, eating away map control of their opponents. I'm sure Hampus and DJL, for that matter, know that is going to happen, but it's still very annoying to play against. So for me, Liquid did the hardest. They survived that semi-comeback on the Overpass. They're moving on to Mirage. They're in a good position.
I think they should be relatively comfortable, for sure. Yekinder, you speak about the CT side taking away space from your opponents. That's what we're going to see for sure. The T side as well. We've seen that in the tournament already. Yekinder is just feeling it. I believe he got 18 and 19 kills on a T side half the first time around in the group stage, and that's sort of like the individual performance that we somehow saw Yekinder pull off here in Overpass as well. Didn't really get the same amount of space. If he brings some of that confidence coming into Mirage, which we've already seen him done in this tournament so far, I'm afraid that NIP will be in trouble. They'll be in big trouble. I've also seen NIP play Mirage, and it's very inconsistent. Sometimes they look very, very good. Hampus is finding a lot of space, but when Hampus is not succeeding, NIP is not succeeding.
Even though you picked NIP, it doesn't sound like
what happened
too
with
much
that
hope
one?
for the Scandinavians.
I saw Overpass, and I regretted my decision.
I mean, for you, Matthew, is there any hope of NIP coming back into this one?
Hell no, there's not. Hell no, there's not.
No?
NA's back, baby.
I like this decisiveness. You know what? We're going to see exactly how it is going to be going down. Mirage coming into the mix as Liquid's pick in this best of 3 series. And we're going to see if they can do it in 2. It's going to be coming up with Scrawny and Launders, and you don't want to miss it.
Vitality in the building, because later this evening, of course, our last best of 3 of the day, Vitality versus G2. But they'll be sitting idly by with their eyes glued to the screens like all of you at home, because we're only halfway through, not even halfway, in fact, maybe, between this second matchup. And who is it? Well, you know, it's Liquid and it's NIP. I am Scrawny, and this guy betrayed OG. And so the Betway odds are favoring Team Liquid still, because they picked up a map that they arguably had no business winning. And now on Mirage, Maniac says, can NIP win? Hell no. Hell no,
Yeah,
says Maniac.
I kind of feel it. I thought this was going to be a 2-1 for Liquid on paper, and that's because I precipitated an NIP win on Overpass. Without that, this is a pretty solid veto for Liquid, plus they won the hard map. We'll see. This has the makings of a 2-0 now.
Hell no.
Of course, it's possible NIP could pull this out. I'm not going to call it too soon.
Liquid very quickly out ramp. Naf getting splattered in the sandwich by Brolin. Rez picked up the opening kill, so it's a 3v5 recovery attempt here for the North Americans, and they'll recover nothing. It is a total shutdown with a blind shot through smoke as a cherry on top. The Swedes heard Mathieu talking shit.
Yeah, they did. That's every time they hear someone talking shit, then they come through. So, yeah. Wow, I don't even know when the last time NIP played Mirage was. Let's take a look.
This shot. What is that? Call that the Swedish sixth sense.
They have played Mirage 4 times this year. The last time they played it was a 3-16 loss versus Mouse at Cologne.
3 rounds?
Yes. So, it'll be tough. Again, we see that they struggle a little bit on the T side. A lot of it. NIP should have, or sorry, Liquid should have no such problems.
Well, the pistol round win is therefore a sigh of relief for the Ninjas. But the night is young. Plopsky backs up.
Yeah, shout out to Plopsky for the great map on Overpass. Unfortunately, it was in vain without the win, but played well.
As did OC. As did Yakinder. Plopsky getting drawn back in by Nitro. Try to set up Yakindar, but no, sir. 2 kills easily packaged by Plopsky. And now we're looking at 2 Glocks and a P250, none of which should get much going. Only a Liege left to crawl out from the underground like some kind of cave troll.
And an instant dink for the ADR. That's it. Okay, 2 rounds straight up here for Ninjas. I don't think there are any surprises. Anything of substance to add to that?
No.
Then let's move on. Quizzical OC.
Interesting.
Frumping his eyebrows. Great. Great map from OC too. Definitely a reason they actually caught to close the game with some of his T-side opening off frags, which are some of the hardest to get of any map, of any side.
Liege wants a little bit of a gunfight.
Oh, this is so fast. Holy smokes.
Liege looking to get rowdy. Thought maybe somebody had dropped down. Not the case. Window players go for the boost into ladder instead. But their neighbors dangerously nearby. And lethal. Liege cutting through the connector smokes. Ready to try to press into this A site alongside Yakindar. Nice grenade though. That one thrown out by Hampus. Dunked on a Liege. Hampus nearly dying to the Palace Peak. Brolin comes out from Ticket with a kill. And that's going to take someone off of the site. Not to mention, again, damage on 4 of the players still standing. 2 per team. And an easy pickup for Nitro. Liege keeps going deep in jungle, finds Rez through the doorway, and queues himself up for a frag versus Plopsky. But that could be the distraction set so Esatag can swoop in through window with the SMG. Denied. And Nitro's deep, so 3 survive. Team Liquid on the board early.
That was clean. That was just a fast play to get Liege lodged into connector, basically. And as soon as they did that, they had the whole attack moving in behind him, so there's very nice pace to this round. And a couple of key frags that just go the way of Liquid that could have gone the way of NIP. Just kind of clean 50-50s here. That worked out to their favor. So they'll immediately shut that down. They really just wasted no time. They're into the money. Rez is into the Famas. If the Famas was a stock, how much money would you invest into it?
If it was a stock? Not much. Not much at all.
You could short it, maybe. Oh. That's a nice one. Wow. Hanging up at the top of the stairs. That's the confidence. Of course, you can't be up there if Palace isn't smoked. So Brolin had every right to go for that fight just for those few seconds. So you can have a flash, but I don't want that ball. Except the Steam trade.
Thank you and no.
Yeah.
Plopsky, as we alluded to, wonderful overpass map. Oh, but Hampus blind. Plopsky, let's see what he can do on his own now. Ring around the Rosie, comes up with a second versus Elish, so that's a good recovery. Oh, but Naf keeps that spray going and catches the forehead of at.CEST through the smoke. 2v2 and a Molotov to make things uncomfortable. Naf a little cautious, a little wary of that cat play, but in reality, it's Rez coming in on the flank. That Famas versus OC will not be enough. It's decent damage, but not deadly. And Naf silently slips beside that smoke, so Brolin iced out. And Team Liquid tied up.
What a nice play there from Naf. First of all, getting the spray down into the market window, trading out Plopsky, and then re-smoking the market window and getting out to Electric to play off the side of it. Yeah, basically didn't need any help with this one, so this is all about Nafly.
11 bullets deep on that spray. You got the headshot.
Right.
Knows what he wanted.
Always believe. So two quick rounds. Ninjas on pistols. And ninjas, I think if they were real ninjas, they would love USBs.
Are you saying they're not real ninjas?
I'm saying we'll find out if they win this round or not.
Okay. I feel like Hampus owns a couple of shurikens.
Why'd you say it like that?
I don't know how else to say it. If you had to use some kind of old medieval melee weapon...
Spiked club.
You mean a Morning Star?
No, like wood with nails in it.
Oh, okay. Oh, very, very old school. Rez just got 2 P2K kills.
Yeah.
Naf then dunks the nade on top of the triple box. So that's something, something. And over towards the mid window, we've got Hampus down for the count.
Good night.
Farewell.
What about you?
A Claymore, which is
that's a classic.
Giant two-handed sword.
I know because of Dark Souls.
Ah.
I know more about weapons from Dark Souls than I do from Counter-Strike.
That's true. Yeah,
guns.
you don't know guns. But
I don't know guns at all.
I'm just surprised you chose spiked club.
Because I can make it myself.
Yeah, okay, sure. Rock.
Yeah.
And back to top mid, Yakinder goes. Guns in the hands of ninjas. Let's see if they can hang on. Brolin. Gotta get away from that flash. Tim versus Naf. And the Canadian slips away. But Brolin, he wanted that fight, so he goes hunting. Rez, yikes, yikes. Almost puts his head on a platter. But gets away alive.
I think these days, if you aren't doubling down on minutes of CT in one way or another, you will regret it. You know the MO for Yakinder. Try to get to the stairs at any means possible. Somali will be frustrating.
Oh, wow.
Will it? Or will it? Maybe it won't at all.
Shocking. at.CEST survives that. For a second, looked like he was staring at his feet. Spins around. Comes up with the kill. Plopsky in the smoke. Hampus behind the arch. Nice lineup there for him, but even better for Plopsky. 2 kills through the apps. Leaves Elige alone.
Great moves there from Plopsky. I mean, at.CEST, I probably should have died a little bit earlier. Hit a great shot to the bottom connector, but he was definitely flustered there for a second. But Plopsky through all the chaos. His teammate was getting hit, and he was working on a new plan to get back into the site. And this is actually, I mean, it's possible. The problem is the bomb is up in halls.
Yeah, and the fact that Rez just moved. No longer susceptible to the wall bangs.
And we're getting to the territory of just not even possible to get to the bomb. So
yeah, it's done.
A nice attempt here from Elige. And honestly, these kills do matter because you can see the money's not great for Ninja. So majority rebuy here as we move into the next round. And I think Plopsky leaves a great mark here on this with the another 2K holding on the B site. You know, shout out to all the B anchors out there.
What a recovery. That was really the nail in the coffin. Elige gets more than halfway through a 1v4. But if you can't finish it, it's not a 1v4 at all.
No, it's just a 2K.
You know, I was learning that blunt weapons actually work, you know, I mean, this is, I feel like if you're a gamer, you know this already, right? But with people who had heavy armor, you know, you're wearing a helmet that is essentially a bucket. You just wanted to bash in the helmet. You know what's good at bashing in helmets? Blunt objects.
Yeah.
Things like maces, morning stars.
So I'd be good versus heavy knight armor.
Yeah.
Good. Max that stat out.
People also just used to die by getting trampled. Medieval fights.
That still happens at Walmart sometimes, I think.
Ah, true. Black Friday. Oh. Not saving any money here. Liquid spend all they can. Leaves OC on a dig. Oof, and Naf down early. Brolin gets aggressive up into the palace.
Wow, he's so useful in these CT, you know, opening rounds. All these duels getting won.
Brave Yukinder. Chopped down to 14 health. Still tried to come out the side of that smoke for the mid kill. But walks away alive instead. Maybe give that AK to OC.
This would be a very hard shot.
Yeah, OC's doing his own thing. Oh!
Leave it to OC, man. Well, he scored himself a gun. Now they've all got guns. What's the plan?
Have Nitro face. Rez comes out with the peek from Esatag on ticket, so nice little two-man effort there. Kills the player outside ramp, but it didn't seem like A-Site was all their target. We've got Yukinder working bomb back through the apartments. And I believe Plopsky's facing from Van, so he's just jump spotting it for now. But if all of a sudden Plopsky dies in an instant, that's an open invitation to the B site.
They've got info on one, and now this Rez Elige exchange could make a difference. Let's see if Elige even... oh, man, he might be able to pass by before that smoke's up.
No, Rez is looking...
oh, he didn't see it.
Go all the way in. 20 seconds.
Yeah, he can go fast.
He's got to go now.
Yeah, he has to... he's got to go. He's got to go faster than this.
I mean, he's just not making the round-winning play.
Yeah.
At this point, it's going to be down to 5 seconds, and a Molotov means there's no chance. Damn, it felt like that would have been, you know, a surprise element queued up.
Yeah, Hempus was watching it, but they needed basically the attack to come in at the same time. Basically, they had to pick who was going to distract for who in that spot, and it is hard to reason out because they don't know it's B number one. So if there was a lot more time, of course, Elige would just walk it, and then he'd be able to flank. In this situation, and actually from our perspective, looked like it was better for the B guys to go out first so that Elige could have the attention drawn from him. Yeah, that's just crazy.
Blasted.
He was just confused why he couldn't find Hampus after just hearing him inside the window a few seconds ago.
Couple of AKs here. So OC and Yukinder allowed to buy down to nothing. Little X factor here in round 8. See if they can catch Rez. Oh, it's wild. Both players come out alive. Push towards Nitro into the apartments. He's only got a Glock to try and hold them back. It's super deep apartments control here for Ninjas.
Not getting many hard kills here. Our Team Liquid. Trying to figure out what nade he wants to kill him with.
They're still facing the cat, but nice reposition here from Hampus. Naf about to get cleared by Brolin. Good pickup. Double kill for Hampus. That's the guns in the dirt. Yukinder still hanging on. Nitro picks one up. He's got the bomb on his back as well, so it'll be an attempt into the A split here, but dunked on. 93 damage off the nade. A stiff breeze, and Nitro goes down. Yikinder desperate now to just walk out from the Palace. He will find Brolin point blank, but so little to really win from this situation, while holding on to the AK could be valuable in the next one. Let it slide. Ninjas, that's 5 on the CT side.
Not bad. Not bad at all for Ninjas. Again, they don't play much Mirage. They have a really bad loss, and they're closely behind in the rear view. And, oh no, they're coming to kill him after time. They have everything in play. I mean, they don't have someone coming from the A ramp, so there's an outside chance he does survive this. But 13 HP. Here comes Plopsky, like Jaws in the ocean, and he clears him.
Perfect. Oof. Absolutely perfect. They already had 2 players buy down to 150 bucks, Yikinder being one of them, so he has nothing but pennies in this follow-up.
See how creative you can get with a decoy.
Oh, that's so sad.
I think OC is the nicest and most normal person I've ever met in esports.
He could be.
It was it was weird.
Yeah, because he's friends with Floppy, so like, how did that happen?
They balance each other out perfectly.
Ooh, yeah, the economy is out of whack now. Yikinder's still 150 bucks. A leash comes through with the AK buy, added in with Tech 9s and utility. Little gap here for Esatag. You'll see movement back there. Ooh, and the walk-up almost lands. Nap gets hit by the nade. Fire gonna make it awkward for Nitro. He flies around the van, makes it back behind bench, comes through with a kill. And confirms the next position, but as he tries to stretch out for that weapon, Hampus's rotate comes in, and Hampus, he's got 2 players dead to right. Gives a lot of space here to Plopsky, comfortably tucked into the corner. OC's P250 with the headshot, but that's all they'll find. 6 now to Ninjas, to the 3 of Team Liquid.
To be honest, Hampus saved that because he threw an incendiary into the halls, and Estag dropped one by the van. But after he died, Hampus had a few extra seconds to wait before the next 4 players came out. So even though they got this kill, you can see Molly lands right behind Nitro. And even though he hunts this one down, it seems like, all right, this could be it. Hampus is very fine in this position. Or sorry, it wasn't Hampus. It was somebody who was at Get Right. My mistake.
The Plopsker.
Oh, it was Plopsky. It was Plopsky again. Yeah, Plopsky saved the day on B again.
Brolin and Hampus both playing along the wall. Ooh, Brolin comes out wide. Dies to OC. Hampus trying to give himself a little bit of space. Uh-oh. Yikinder connecting with the Deagle. Suddenly, limitations for Liquid not looking so bad. Yikinder making the most of the sidearm. Doubles all the way back around through T-spawn with his teammate. The problem here is Naf's still out on Tetris, so I wonder if they would love to just reset fully. Naf just doesn't want to leave.
Yeah, actually a very interesting resmoke. I mean, it gives the CTs time to do something else for the meantime, because they don't know exactly what Liquid are going to do. They don't see any attack coming on. There's no more grenades. They've cut noise completely. But I think for Liquid, re-aggressing day is obviously the right idea. And they have 2 smokes they have 1 smoke. So do they smoke the bomb? And they've also allowed, I believe, is that Rez, to get back into CT spawn.
That it is.
Oh, he just walks off the angle.
Presence shown. Hampus. Little sleight of hand as he slides through smoke. Yikinder trying to hone him. Tapping everywhere around him, eventually finds it. But here comes the flank. Plopsky, who has owned tonight, is looking to stop that bomb plant first. He cuts down OC. 10 seconds, and that's going to scramble what was meant to be the post plant from Liquid. They need to run in, get these frags. Plopsky's dead, and the plant comes through. Oh, down to the wire.
Wow.
It's going to set up Rez for the clutch. He's got no utility, no teammates, but a kit to work with. Both T's on site, and they're not sure, but Yikinder, he's going to get blindsided. An easy pickup, both. What is happening there?
I said, what are you doing? Turn around. That's the power of the silence M4 right there. He just didn't know in that 1 second, there was no call, I guess, that it could be CT. Even though that was the position that was being watched from default. That doesn't look great. Don't let that distract you from the fact that Plopsky saved the day, though, once again. on this big flank. I mean, the kills that he got here brought it to the last second, but yeah, this is already very awkward because there's only one position being watched, so I don't know how that goes unnoticed, but all right.
That one's not going to sit well with Liquid.
Shouldn't.
Attack sees shadows, but nothing actually there now. Perfect chance to hit the A site. Nothing there.
Yeah, they're still hanging out with this aggressive setup inside of mid. Still pretty fine. They got so many players who can fast rotate to A, and Kinder could make or break depending on how he plays this. But yeah, he'll fall back, and that might be to their benefit. I mean, they're still going to think about him. All the teams start to scale. It's kind of a squeeze here,
but they're going to fight. They extend around the side. Brolin. Oh no,
that was awkward. That was an awkward aggression there off the top of the stairs, or the side of the stairs.
Looked like he wanted out, but then Plopsky commits, and that's enough to just send ninjas the other way. Weird round.
It is, yeah. I don't know if they were flashing, maybe flashing over triple for that peek off stairs, but swinging at the same time, I don't know if that was the right idea because, you know, you got to give your teammate room to disengage, like, unless they plan to fully commit, but in a 5v5, you wouldn't, right? So just got a little messy as soon as they couldn't kill OC, and he peeled back, and then he had a flash to help them counter. Pretty messy game, man. Overpass is also a little bit messy.
It's a sloppy second map, but hey, at least Liquid recover from not being able to finish that 2 versus 1 in the last round. Feels like after that one, you just kind of take what you can get. And Ninjas, be curious to see if they leave that A site as empty as they have. DJL calls for the timeout. Comes in a little late, but the Ninjas will have a second to talk things over.
I like the underpass jump out, and they start to turn up the aggression inside of middle. They really weren't playing it that much in some of these previous rounds. We haven't seen any cat splits from Liquid. We haven't seen that much aggressive mid control. We saw one really good idea in the beginning where they got Unleash the bottom connector, transitioned into an A attack beautifully. But outside of that, I mean, I haven't seen that much cool stuff out of Liquid in this game. And over on the B side, Plopsky, again, has been stellar. Maybe attack is just what they both need to get their wits about them.
There we go.
There it is. That's similar play right here.
Rez locked in. Yukinder wins the duel. Brolin on the front of ramp, though. That could be the shutdown. Nitro right on the cusp of that, and Brolin falls back right before he would have gotten the gunfight. Goes in. Oh, nearly lining them up, but 2 additional kills come through. Yukinder catching Hampus on Cat. Esatag gonna throw up some kind of a defense.
Well, that pause worked wonders, even though it was ninjas. Yeah. They come through with what worked earlier, just nice and pragmatic. And they said, okay, let's try this again. Honestly, with the way some of the kills went down, like how, you know, Esatag versus Yukinder inside a connector in the mid round a few rounds ago, that not going their way is something that you go, okay, that happens once, but it won't happen next time. And here's a nice high-low attack from Yukinder and Elige as they make sure not to lose these duels now. And yeah. And even just by waiting after that point, they put pressure on Brolin to make something happen. So he finds a good time to re-aggress, but he just doesn't win his duel. Hard to kind of forecast what happens next.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, Liquid kind of sharpening the sword a little bit. Now it's netting them the T side that they would have hoped for from the get-go. 5 locked in. 3 more rounds to play on this offense. Kinder, quick frag versus Rez here. Peeks into the duel while taking damage, nails it. And this is the catwalk kill that really just cuts off any help for s.Tag.
Yeah, that was a nice shoulder peek, actually. Just locking him into the box and saying, okay, I know you're there. I'm not fighting you right now, but now I'm going to take it on my own terms. So an s.Tag op, but pistols behind it. Plopsky with a good gun.
A few tools saved from round 12 here in 13.
Said, do it again. Let's do it again.
Run it back.
But they don't see any pressure towards mid, so they cancel. I think now they kind of are reading the money's low here for Ninjas.
Brolin wasn't able to cut down anything from ramp, but Plopsky will take up the task. Flash over. Ooh, Nitro.
Wow.
Doesn't win the fight. It's low HP for Plopsky. It's exactly what the Ninjas need. A little bit of early success. Now, s.Tag taking a little risk inside the apps, but they've also gotten Team Liquid down through the underground. Very forward-facing A setup. Boost could be big. How about the deagle here from Hampus? Gonna put Elige into the corner. Kinder silently falling back a little bit. OC holds the smoke, finishes off Plopsky, but at least he had given that gun over to Brolin. It will be unarmored, that M4.
Yeah, they went to search for some info, and you could see the CTs are responding to this kill. Coming over towards A site. And Hampus, is he inside connector?
Yeah.
Looks like he might be.
Yeah, he is. Trying to phase this into Yikinder. Oh, doesn't come out with the kill. Catches him off guard, but Yikinder recovers.
Okay.
Naf sliding down the ladder.
One hand on the rung, one hand on the AK.
Yeah, pulls the trigger, holds it down, and ices out another one here for Liquid. So surely that's a little bit of a lead that the Ninjas once had starting to disappear. Nice first fight from Plopsky. You got to do something with the limited guns. Shame that s.Tag wasn't able to get into the mix for the Ninjas.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a silly search from Plopsky, but the idea is he's low HP, they're already saving. If there's no one A ramp, then they can start to rotate over to B site, but they don't need to. So nearing the end of the half, it looks like Liquid are still alive, bringing it back a little bit. But overall, I think they've just got a lot to be proud of here from what they've done so far.
There we go. It's been quite infrequent, if at all, that we've seen the Ninjas go for the underground peaks. Elige losing 75 health, and Hampus gets him out immediately. Kinder's pretty hot on his heels, and Kinder's impact in middle has been felt. Hampus dinked on the brink of death.
Hampus just made some important presence. And I think he ran over to window as well, so Kinder's going to take heat, take him out as well.
Keeping this one very sharp, very hyper-focused. Rez wins the duel inside the A site. That's just going to continue to lean Liquid towards the B. Plopsky ready and waiting.
There's an incredible amount of space here made for Elige to kind of do what he wants with it. They'll have to take out Plopsky here on the B site.
He drops bomb first, but again, it's damage that's coming through from each of the Liquid duels. 7 health left for Plopsky. Let's just try to hug the wall. Maybe Rez can come bail him out of this bad situation. Sure enough, we've got Naf dead. Elige on 26, again with this flank, but more time to do it. And all 3 CTs corralled into the back of Market. Nobody watching the flank just yet. OC serving up a distraction with the flash. Trying to go out for the peak. Elige strikes down what was left of Plopsky, but Rez drops the bomb yet once more, and he's got himself the last. The Ninjas, pinched from all directions, hang on.
Yeah, I mean, they needed to trade Plopsky. They couldn't do it. Plopsky's, again, just so consistent, so reliable. But after these 2 kills, I think Elige has to speed this flank up. Like, coming through the market in a second situation where, yes, his teammates probably should get the trade, but if he comes through, even gets 1, I think that helps out tremendously. His team can probably trade out the rest. And we go into round 15 now with Ninjas on 8, guaranteed to numerically win the half for what that's worth. Both teams on a full buy. That's what you love to see.
And s.Tag, his 3rd kill of the half. 2 of them coming off of this ticket. Naf, oof, gets an assist there. OC hanging on. Looked like the fire had covered him when he's behind Tetris. So killing Brolin opens the door halfway. Utility being spent here by Elige. Smoke fades on jungle side, so Rez will have an angle, and Elige wants that duel. Welcomes the re-peek. Feels like Liquid got to get in while this utility's down. They have only a single smoke on Nitro. And he throws it. It's going to land top connector. So again, Elige can continue to duel into jungle. OC looking to carve out the route for the bomb carrier to the plant. Some random shots here from Hampus off the mark. All right, we got a retake. Final round of the half. Like you said, Ninjas with a lead no matter what. But Liquid looking to keep it close. And OC, corner by corner, sliding closer into Rez, catching him off guard with that position. Nitro giving himself a little pocket to work with in the off chance that there is a flank from ramp. OC going to be difficult to find, but that Molotov's going to burn him out into the open. He goes for the duel here, trying to chase it into Hampus. Another headshot from OC, doing everything this round. That is all 3 kills with OC's name on it. S-Attack sticking the defuse down to the final second, and he robs one. NA in shambles. Little 9-6 half here for the Ninjas in pajamas. A CT side that's done enough to set them up, but now it's the offense that finds itself in question. We got the heavy util on Rez and Hampus. Kit smoke for Nitro, and an attempt for Liquid to close this one with the 2-0. Time will tell. Unleash goes top mid. He's got 3 players on the other end of this. Ooh, nice shot up into Plopsky. Can't quite get Brolin finished off just yet. But at the very least, we've also got Hampus dead. So Team Liquid come out on top of that top mid fight, and Brolin sent back around the corner. 45 HP, stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, the bomb's locked up, and Rez doesn't feel comfortable coming in through underpass. They need to, but he's got a full kit of utility he doesn't want to put to waste. And they were just about to set up, it looks like, a run boost to take over mid. And Elise said, no, I'm going to find you while you're going for it. That first shot was nuts.
Dude, I don't know how he adjusted for it. Gonna have to put it in the super slow-mo machine. But these last 2 kills, nice and easy for Liquid. They will pick up the second pistol.
Yes, they do. This is kind of just the type of the game.
Watch this. Little dot crosshair. Oof. God. Damn.
Nice.
Can't do that without mouse skates.
Yeah, he does change them. He also changes his mouse pad a lot. I never wash mine.
Yeah, you have a theory that all your dead skin makes it slide better.
Well, it's just what I understand is sliding over the dead skin that I've put on. I am part of the mouse pad.
I am
It's
one.
just an organic extension of myself.
Yikes.
Whatever,
Tech9's queued up. Ooh, not a comfortable spot here for Nitro, but ooh, while blind finishes off Hampus. And he comes back in with the frag versus Brolin. So Elige flies out from the top of stairs, looking like Brokey from earlier today. And all the M4s just chew through the little that the Ninjas had to offer.
Yes. So up next would be Vertigo. If NIP can bring it there, of course, they're 7 rounds away. It's just not too much data to say, okay, they're going to be comfortable doing so. Again, they really struggle on the T side, so I think, you know, it should be an easier comeback if there's going to be one here for Liquid to pull off on TT side. But I mean, Liquid weren't playing that great, you know, over on T side. Didn't look exactly, you know, super compelling. So I don't know. I feel like the game later today, G2 Vitality, is going to put this one to shame if this ends now.
He gets there. And Yakinder looks back just in the nick of time. Elige is going to finish off that kill versus Rez, Plopsky, a Deagle, and 5 enemies ahead. So good thing Ninjas had that buffer at the end of the first half, because it's gone in an instant. There ain't no buffer like Bruce.
What about Michael? Boxing's rigged anyways.
Down he goes. Plopsky, the last victim of Team Liquid's 3rd consecutive round win.
See if they let a good day of CS go to waste from Plopsky. Who, again, has done so much. I mean, between the utility positioning and shots, he's just kind of had it all. So, all right, tie game. Let's see who gets the first 10 rounds. OC in his comfort zone, hopping up.
Down goes Hampus, nice and easy. Yakinder, oh, it's labored. Both players taking damage, but Brolin backing up. Worse for wear. Straight out the gate, we get that 3-man A-stack Nitro forward aggression. Perfect pocket for his MP9, no longer feeling like a liability. Whoa. Okay. Wants the upgrade. Just felt dangerous with players that close.
This boost works.
It should.
Oh, maybe they got a bad smoke rotation? I don't know. Didn't see him.
They will if he peeks. He's right on the brink of it. Oh, he's going to get run down. Plopsky, 2 kills.
Wow, he got the guy in the back first. The leash goes down. Op still up. Op misses.
Critical miss and a flashbang that takes OC out of it for now. Yakinder, he's got a little pocket in this smoke, but he's also got the threat on the top of the stairs, and the man advantage belongs to the Ninjas. Can Plopsky do it again? Getting Elige in the background first. Kindar still trying to keep vision up, but he slips through that smoke right into Rez. Point blank, gets them off of the bomb plant as well. Brolin and Esatag tagged. Plopsky comes through with a 3rd in this round alone. Then it's Naf at bat, but Brolin brings it back. 2 kills from him off of Plopsky's trio of frags will mean Ninjas pick one up.
That was amazing, man. Really well done from Plopsky. And Nitro doesn't realize how close Plopsky is in this position, so of course, Alicia's expecting Nitro to hold on to this, and he falls back on his Molotov. The first guy he saw from where he heard them, it made sense. That play, dropping that molly down, it would have been fine, but he didn't anticipate 3. Big round and full house between the 2 younger players. Another timeout called here for Nip. 4v5-1.
Plopsky does not want to lose this evening. Those 3 kills putting him up to 16 and 14.
Yeah.
it's not enough to get all the money taken out of Liquid's hands. So another buy round, another test. OC with the molly top mid. Not going to zone anybody into the lines of Yakindar.
But they know the boxes are clear for now. And this will force a bit more expenditure from NIP of utility resources to get back control of it. So this is actually a nice victory here for Liquid in the early round. If they don't respond to that molly, you know, throwing a smoke on it or having someone there to peek off of it, then it's just undeniable information gained. Not the end of the world here for the NIP. But we can see that the setup, I think, is going to be tampered with by the T side, and I think this is what the CTs want.
So many players around Hampus. Right in the middle of three, he's got Brolin top mid to help. Nade damage chips at him. A vacant A bomb site. Waiting for the ninjas to come running through. Nitro, he comes out from that connector side. Ooh, and Yakinder, he catches Brolin. So that's going to leave Hampus still bottom middle, and everybody else from the ninjas now pressing into this A site. They will find near zero resistance. Nitro ready to fight. Oh, deleted by Plopsky and a Galil of all things. Little bits of health taken off at.CEST. Hampus retreats all the way deep. 10 seconds left, and Plopsky, who's been so sharp, nearly comes through with the wall bang. Can't finish Elige. And Yakindar, he comes through with the flank. Rez tries to recover, but there's no time for this bomb plant, and so Liquid squeeze a 10th onto the scoreboard, tying this game at 10-all.
Wow, they got thoroughly outplayed, I think, from the perspective of protocols there. There were just no answers from NIP. They kept wanting to take over mid. They kept getting denied. And even if Liquid didn't know for sure, as we could see, that's where their plans were heading. And yeah, Yakinder comes through with the late mid aggression, of course, with the nades and underpass, the molly to stop Hampus from scaling, and then that just cripples the A site attack because they're all trying to get up. They're trying to get connector control, but in the game plan, it was supposed to be the mid guys to help with that, and they couldn't. So, you know, a round like that, I think, is something that we see Liquid really showing levels compared to NIP, but still a very close game.
Chunked by that frag grenade. It's two of the 4 pistol players low. Hampus, solo AK. Result of the save, but poor Esitag burned out and the bomb dropped by Elige. That's a lot of info and a lot of easy pickups. Unarmored heads, popped like melons inside connector, but Hampus is also in there. We'll see if Elige lets his guard down. Whether Hampus can damage Liquid in this one, because if not, we've got an economy that's going to start rolling. Poor guy probably feels stranded right now. Down he goes, empty-handed. So sure enough, perfect situation for Liquid as they take the lead.
This is all about Elige here off Cat. And he's pretty much taking out the easier players first. Unarmored, just pistoling players. And everyone dives, leaving kind of the hardest target left alone. And that's a lead here for Liquid. So they've recovered off the 6-9 half. And again, at the CD side, it is just way more about mid control these days, more than it ever has been. Oh, okay. There's an answer back for that.
Yeah, a sweet taste of revenge. Leash gets cracked. Kinder wants to fight off Cap. Brolin awaiting his peek over top, and it's perfectly timed here for the Swedes. Looking to tie this game right back up. OC concerned about window, but Brolin, he's already out on stairs. Nitro, poor guy, nowhere to run.
That was sweet. Okay. They take it over.
Round.
Yeah, it's just refreshing to see something come through faster here for NIP.
Bomb has been planted.
Those were some of the best rounds that Liquid won in the first half, getting up onto Cat fast, getting Elige to the bottom connector. Hampus brought some of that flair. I feel like I remember a time where ninjas were pretty fearsome on Mirage. I feel like the old way that I guess Hampus played, where he was always in windows, you know, EU art for a second. but they are a far cry away from that style. But old habits die hard here. Snampus goes F1 mode.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, this round he gets a little taste of what he used to be. Old dog still got it. Team Liquid having that lead for an instant. Right back to the tie game. And a lot of bodies out top mid this time. Yakindar, that's a dangerous peek if you wanted to go for it.
Just swing.
You make it sound so easy. He will with the flash, but sees nothing.
Yeah, nothing on Cat right now. All of the underpass looking for a duel. They're readying the B attack, though, all the while.
Yeah, OC hasn't had to do too much.
This is an interesting setup from the T side. Wonder if they're just preparing to also follow kills, or if they've got like kind of a set play they want to do, because it feels like it's the latter. I just don't know where these mid guys end up, if not off Cat. Surely not a double lurk. Plenty of time, though. Maybe they can sneak Hampus into connector and go from there. But the con is remained, or kept smoked, which is huge.
Oh, no. Oh, Elige. Oh, he thought he had that one. Not so sneaky. Arm seen. OC catching Rez in the back. That's going to be a player up close, and Brolin straight through middle, because with Elige dead so easily, nothing there to hold them back. Nice B-split coming through from Ninjas. The tenacity on that one.
Wow.
Recovering from what was OC's one kill.
I wonder if, and I'd love to know, production, if he could be seen, if Elige could be seen. He was looking down in connector, if he just got wall-banged, or if he's seen at any point. Because obviously, it was a wall-bang headshot from Brolin, and he might have just been tapping at the thought, the idea, maybe, that he could be there, or if he actually saw something. That I'm not sure. Sometimes if you switch guns as well, then you will show
Body
something
kinda
on your
wiggles.
back. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Stock of the rifle off the shoulder.
Yeah. The stock, yeah, I know what that is.
I'm sure we'll get the super zoom. The stock of a weapon is like the hilt of a sword.
Yeah, the hilt. Oh, yeah.
Hey, man.
Is it like the sheath, or?
No, that's what you put it in. The hilt is where you put your hands.
I put it in you, man.
Give us the super zoom. I don't.
Is that him? Is that him? It is him. It is him. Yeah. Ah, okay. Yeah. A little too tall for his own good. Wasn't sure how safe that was. Maybe if he was turned over to the side, there's like a perfect angle. I'm not exactly sure, but.
I'm so angry.
Well, they're
Understandably.
Looking a little confused there.
Yeah. Kinder trying his damnedest. 23 kills to his name here on Mirage. But Ninja's essentially doing this 4v5, man. I'm going to call it out. Esatag, no kills so far this half. Only 3 in the entire game.
He's IGLing. He could join G2.
Oh my god, dude. Yo, Hooksy's in the building. Shh.
To be honest, Hooksy has been taking it like a champ.
Yeah, he has.
And the best part is that they actually won. Like, he literally lived up to the prophecy. So it's kind of funny.
I love how he's owning it.
And we can't deny that Hooksy actually, his calls were a huge reason that they won. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
some of those splits on Vertigo yesterday look so good.
Yeah. And he also said that, yes, the joke went too far, but it was a better Dust 2 than his last time playing or something like that. So, okay.
Hold on, Nap. You just lost Nitro point blank. They wanted to get aggressive, wanted to go for the little ramp peek. We've seen it pay off, but this time it was an easy pickup. Here comes Hampus and Brolin through middle. Elige a little concerned about the window. But that's actually going to let 2 players skate through connector with relative ease. Naf, oh, he finds a way to escape, get off site. Yakinder pops up with the FAMAS. Tough spot to be in, fire all around him. Elige back into the action with 2 kills, looking for that third, but it's Rez off the top and OC push to clutch. Smoke over towards Khan. That's not going to cut him off. He slides through with the headshot, takes a ton of damage, and now his next attempt, okay, he is cut off. I just put Esatag under the magnifying glass, and now op be op in the clutch. Esatag gets by. The timing there to get to ticket.
But OC has a full kit, so there will be a chance for us here for Esatag to go for the peak.
But no kit at the same time, just grenades. Surely there's got to be one somewhere hidden in this bomb site. He's trying to figure it out, but Esatag comes through. It's not quantity, it's quality, and that 1v1 is massive.
It really is. Man, they had so many things in place. I feel like Kinder has looked kind of lost in a couple of these situations. We had Nafly, who just got what should have been a damning kill to get into Palace, comes out and dies early before the attack even comes in. If he stayed alive, Kinder on the site, Elysian jungle, this is suffocating exec coming out of a ramp. It should be very hard for the T's to be able to pull that off, but for one reason or another, they can. And it comes down to the clutch, but that's the most important part. Esatag wins the 1v1, his 4th kill of the game, and it puts Liquid onto a save.
Ooh. Plopsky not too worried. Just distracted for the moment. Smoke grenade's going to give the Palace over to Nitro. Let him have it. Meanwhile, Ninja's 4 in mid. Little stack here from Liquid up onto that B site, but again, Connector has been a good point of contest for Ninjas. And they're going to walk into this open A bomb site. 14-11.
Oh yeah, you're going to call it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know me. When have I been wrong?
2 for 2. I'm going to call this one 14-11.
Sheep.
What has happened today?
Maniac said no chance.
I want to talk to everybody in the server, get their thoughts.
At the same time or one-on-one?
One-on-one, so they're all honest, you know?
So who do you blame?
Yeah, who do you blame? Who do you think?
Ooh, OC at least getting Plopsky, but again, 14 no matter what. Just looking to hang on to all the guns, make sure CTs get nothing. Little pack of players ahead of Naf, and Elish won't find anything, so he'll be able to save that Desert Eagle. A stoic 4 kills for Esatag, but it doesn't matter. They're winning.
Yes. Old Counter-Strike adage. The only score that matters is the one at the top. Depending on how you fashioned your HUD, it could be at the bottom.
There are people like that out there, aren't there?
Yes, there are.
Shame.
There is a good, I mean, it does put everything, I guess it doesn't matter. There's radar at the top, and I just felt like it kind of like feng shui's it. There's, there is order with all the ammo and stuff at the bottom too. I don't know.
No.
No.
Nice try, though. I appreciate you taking them into consideration.
Yeah.
2 to go here for the Ninjas. These teams looking to split each other's map picks. Push this series the distance. Suddenly, thank God Team Liquid were able to close on Overpass, because that also was very much in question. A grind of a T-side finally put away. Good crawl here from Naf. He's going to be heads up. Keeping eyes on Brolin. Man advantage. How about Hampus from Underground versus Elish? He picks up the trade frag, cancels out that 5v4. Naf, he's got himself 3. All the frags are his in mid, and a bomb soon to be. Esatag,
noise.
That's an easy victim, and Naf is just on for the ace. All the pickups in the world.
Yeah, haven't seen much from Naf this game, but with this round he goes positive. Rez is still alive. He's got to get a bomb back. This does set up Nafly for the perfect situation to put a bow on it and get the 5K. Oh, almost does it with an HE. That would have been special.
Little style point sprinkled on top. Naf versus Rez for the ace. Rez wants to steal it. Oh, Naf is so sweaty.
It just, you know, you could lose. It is Rez.
Of course.
Oh, there it is.
Yakinder gonna go ahead and dunk it from a distance. It's the frags that end up finishing off Rez. Nice attempt in a 1v4, but this one is all Naf. Takes the initiative top middle, cuts down every single player that tries to face him. Nice re-aggression there versus Plopsky too. Dive into the cover only momentarily. Very quick repositions as well. We see at.CEST get caught off by that.
Aggro in the mid takes the edge off. And somehow Nitro is still on a Famas here. So that was a very costly round brought to you by Rez, which is great. And actually a huge opportunity, I'd say, for NIP to kind of, you know, end this game. They pick up this round. Back towards mid. Also gets shut down a little bit, but he's still on his post. The Warden here inside of Connector, and he's fast enough.
Big pickup.
But he's not accurate enough. Sees at.CEST, but at.CEST wins off the patience.
Oh, and Brolin, last time he got pinned behind that by Naf. This time, timing pays off. Ninjas 3 kills away from securing 15. They got a lot of map control, very comfortable positioning going on for them as well. I would not want to be Liquid at the moment.
We bring it back to Naflight. Literally did have to ace for them to win, and they still lost 3 players. Looks like they're coming up onto the A site. It'll attract the attention of Elige.
Oh, but
whoa.
Leg seen by Nitro. I'm gonna put another smoke down.
Oh, that's a big smoke, actually. This might change their course of where they're going. And then Molly goes a little deep.
Can Naf hang on?
I think he can.
Oh, Elige gets the headshot.
They might have messed that up.
15 seconds and Elige cuts down another shot off Cat. Naf delivers the kill from Apartments, and the Ninjas, they fumble.
Oh no.
3v5 from Liquid to deny 15.
Wow, some nice shots there from Elige in that last moment. And good on Naf for checking the Molotov. You know, feeling that it went a little too far, got stuck behind the bucket. And then Elige came in just in time, but it's the smoke to top con that gets Elige to rotate out to B early, right? They could have gone in towards Nitro. If you didn't have that smoke, would have been way harder. Yeah. So shout out to John for that one. And that's a frustrating one to lose. You had one player on a Famas, everyone was broke, OC dead right away.
It's a round to reignite the hopes of Team Liquid.
It is, and you know, how much money do NIP have now with that? I wonder. As the round goes live, the hope's alive here for Liquid. Nitro onto a Famas again.
Let's go, tight match.
But also Hampus onto a Deagle, and he has been taking, I feel like, a high percentage of the opening duels.
Oh, poor Brolin. Molly as well, that's gonna cost him his smoke. Elige floating at the bottom of middle on his own. 2 players on Cat to try and support, so it's gonna be a mid fight. We saw that good success from Naf when he was able to get to the top. Brolin bombarded as Yakinder finishes it off with the frags.
I was dealing with the threat right there.
Rez up next. Oh, he gets dinked, but still insta headshot onto OC. That's the NA opper down.
So he knows he dinked him. So this allows Elige to aggress a little bit more safely. He's got a teammate to do it with him as well. Meanwhile, Ninjas are trying to organize as quickly as possible. Like, what do we do off this play? But this space gets taken back.
Yeah, Naf, you know, we saw that. That's where he kicked off his 4K just a couple rounds prior. Rez nearly dead already. A single bullet will get the job done. But check out at.CEST over on the front side of B site.
Yeah, they're up there. There's no one here right now to watch it, and he's made the space.
If Plopsky pops off over on A, keeps them distracted, that's an open door for Rez.
Uh-oh, this could definitely end in tragedy, and Yakinder will spot him in the back of the site. The off shots miss from at.CEST, and he dies.
Remember, 10 health, Rez. I mean, a sitting duck at this point, no cross enabled whatsoever. And Plopsky, it's just bare bones amounts of time for him to try and make this happen. So 14 all. Wow. Team Liquid from the NAF 4K to the 3 versus 5 to now a straight up bombarding of Brolin top mid to keep this game as tight as can be.
Yeah, a lot of it came down to utility, making sure to kill Brolin before he even sees anybody. Look at the amount of money that went into that kill, but look what it enabled. It allowed them to get to top mid, take down a player who was coming up with a pistol. Rez was already hit low early on, and Yakinder was aware enough to take out at.CEST, who I think missed a shot. over there from the bench.
One chance,
and that's something that could have absolutely changed the course of the map. Honestly, we'll see. So another timeout here and chances to play for Nip, but I think they're working with very little now.
30-round game.
I think you got to tell yourself, Liquid do not look perfect. There's absolutely a world that they can pull it off. Aim-wise, they've been keeping up. They had a 4-round streak to look back on. But, I mean, look at this buy.
Yeah, saving for the 30th. It'll be a full-fledged to fight for OT, assuming that these pistols can't get the job done on the A site. You know, A site had been the bread and butter of the ninjas. We'll see them try to go for it here. A quick burst of pistol players. Hampus already across the no man's land. Oh, but right into Nitro. And that's a good pickup for a 5v4. Bomb plant feels inevitable, but Elige shaving them off as that slight gap in the smoke costs Ninjas in sight. Brolin finds the point-blank Tech-9 headshot. And now a curious situation.
Yeah, they have to go back and get CT control because of this death from Nitro.
Smoke ahead of the connector guys too, so that's going to be some critical amounts of time cut off. Elige flashing his way forward. Could be the point-blank frag from Rez. Vision regained, and Elige is going to win the duel. We've got a FAMAS in the hands of Brolin, who has been spectacular. Esatag offers nothing, and Team Liquid sucked the life right out of Ninjas. That is 15.
All right, now they're kind of in place for the 2-0 with this win, but it was a save. They got the plant down. They have definitely enough money to buy everything that they need. This is where DGL will take a deep breath, and I'm sure this is what the TAC pause is also about, not just falling this round. So we'll see what they can do.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Well, that's something you have to be aware of, actually. You know, we could say it's unlucky, but if you're standing in that spot with those smokes, that gap is always open. People use it to stop the back triple plant. But on a pistol round, you know, sometimes you're going to let that slip. You're going to try to take a risk. Doesn't pay off this time.
Here we go, the round they played for. Top middle becoming a key piece of the story over the course of the last 5 rounds. And it looks like it'll be a point of contention yet again. Now, a little bit different, sprinkled in. Hampus, underground, frag with his name on it.
Oh my god.
Oh, poor guy. Hit down to 7 health. Rez, oh, and Esatag. Better late than never.
Interesting, they got the B side actually open. Rez is going to take this and run with it.
Bomb sprinting over.
He's smoking the door, leaving the window open, but they're going to have the window smoked as well.
Nitro, what a gamble. Wow, comes through with the kill though. Climb over top of Van, that's Hampus's way to get back. Esatag, so low. Hampus right there with him. Elige and OC needed in the 2 versus 4 or overtime is queued up. And we've got a late lurk from Brolin in middle, so OC, you know, time isn't really on his side. He's got to get in here sooner than later. And he goes for Marketplace instead. Elige walking up. Hampus should be an easy pickup, but he doesn't even find him yet. What? There's the headshot. Elige keeps it crisp. How about smokes? Yes, 1 for OC. Long-range fight versus Brolin. He's down to 74. Elige gets nothing more than just that one. And so the Ninjas in pajamas in round 30, seemingly pushing this the distance. That timeout queued up a strat that hinges on Rez's insta-kill towards that B site, which was relatively underplayed.
Yes, they didn't really attack it much. Like the only other time I can remember they even went out B was when Esatag walked out and there was no players there. And I think that speaks to Liquid responding to exactly what NIPF wanted to do all game, whether it's take mid or hit the A site. They said, what's the point of wasting, you know, having a player here when it's never getting attacked? Now we go to overtime. And I don't know, it's a point of relief, I think, for NIP to get to this position. They probably also felt like they had it wrapped up for a second there. I think the only thing that'll feel good at this point in a game this messy from both sides is the win. That's it.
Oh, quick fight though.
Wow, insane kill here from Elige.
Yeah, tempo's gonna stay quick. And mid will remain relevant. Brolin with the bench jump up. Kinder slides up the ladder. Oh, Elige. Not the first time Brolin's just busted him on that box. OC's got a pocket between the smokes. Nitro, player getting closer and closer. OC sees the second and lands it. Keeping that op so fast.
Oh, and he's going to hear this. They hear one get right. Scoped as well. Nafly's walking up. He could easily die. They might have to jump out to be able to kill him. but he's still going to be in a very compromised position.
Sure enough, they send it. Naf nails the shot back bench. s.CEST just one step too late. Feels like he would have been fully exposed. s.CEST into the 1v3 with the bomb plant first and foremost, and at least a couple of seconds here to go for the reposition, so he goes deep.
It's possible, and they need this. And he has everything in his back pocket right now. All the utility in the world. He's not going to use anything yet.
Element of surprise on his side. Not the first clutch he's got queued up. Last time he stuck the landing. They still don't know about him. They're trying to figure this one out. There's a smoke again on OC. He throws that towards the bomb. Yukinder taps it. s.CEST, he's going to have to get this. One chance, one shot, and he misses the mark. Yukinder comes through with the defuse and what sounded like the frag on top.
Ooh, yeah, he did get it. I guess he thought that he came off the bomb, or he didn't remember where the bomb was planted. I'm not sure, but yeah, the shot wasn't towards Cat, so I'm not exactly sure if that was true. He might have thought Yukinder's going for like some sick outplay here.
Man.
But the utility makes a difference. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, you just gotta think.
Oh, he didn't get the kill.
He didn't get the kill.
Shit.
What about that?
I mean, oh, shoot.
Yukinder's actually fast in the underpass, and he gets a kill. Oh, dude,
again.
To Lige.
Again, back-to-back rounds. Lige just looking rambunctious. Flies out bottom connector. Plopsky, though, look at this. Quietly sneaking into Sandwich. He's right beneath OC. Nitro now knows it. OC's gonna get blasted away by that one. I don't know. Plopsky's still fighting. A second kill for Plopsky, and then s.CEST comes out with the ramp play. They've just created a 2 versus 2 off of the back of Plopsky.
Just strong arms them, sitting inside a Sandwich. He was a dead man as soon as he got spotted, but here he is, still walking. The zombie himself.
Bomb has been planted.
The brains of the operation.
There's an A-ramp flank, sorry, Palace flank. I think Nafly's made some noise here.
Yeah, for sure, heard by Plopsky.
No smoke here for the CT side. This could actually play a factor.
Big flank here from Yukinder. This could be the nail. Oh, now he at least knows about s.CEST. Comes out from the Palace, sure enough. Just trying to figure out where the hell's Plopsky gotten off to. 30 kills for Yukinder now. Hunting the 31st. Plopsky, ice in his veins. No smoke to block off bomb. Plopsky's position now known. Yukinder, nothing he can do about it. And somehow, some way, the Ninja's magic materializes a 16th round in this one.
There is no way. I don't know how Plopsky could possibly win this. He had Nitro scared. On the side of default, like, this should have been an instant trade, first of all. It could have just been Nitro getting the kill, but right here, that's where the swing needs to come out. You know, I don't know, that's kind of like, you can't let that happen. I don't even think OC was clearing him in that spot. It seems like Nitro was just going to take that duel on his own terms. Maybe he didn't comment yet.
He sounded surprised. OC just said, dude, he's sandwiched.
Yeah, I don't think he was told about that.
Yikes.
Nitro just didn't want to attack him. Okay.
Well, 3 rounds consecutively from this overtime CT side that Liquid pick up an opening fight in middle.
Oof, imagine. Wow, utility usage has been really good for Liquid.
s.CEST has also powered up as this game's gone on. Lige off the stairs, looking towards Palace. s.CEST tagged to a measly 6 HP, and a big gap on that ticket smoke could prime Nitro for some impact, but they've lost Yukinder in the meantime. Nitro's still not able to quite find the fight he wants to commit to. Lige, wow. Beautiful. 2 headshots to cut down everyone inside this bomb site. So if it wasn't for that, what felt like miraculous moment from Plopsky, this would have been a full-fledged CT 3-0 for Liquid. But it's 2-round wins their way, and they've got work to do on the offense.
Yeah, and I mean, they got their 1T win. We saw that Ninjas were actually up on rounds on CT side. Here's the opening duel. Really good movement from OC, and just super sharp, super composed. But the way he flicks over, just doesn't instantly go for it, and they lock up 2. It's, I think, kind of the trajectory of double overtime, I'd say, based on the ratio of rounds here, especially with Liquid giving up a round where it seemed like they should have won. But it comes down to how Liquid view the first half. We swap sides. Double op setup as well. That can make a difference.
Quick drop from Rez into the underground. He's about to fight a Lige. Oh, the smoke in the meantime. And Rez is out. Run boost towards top mid. Hampus the double op right now, deep on B site.
I think kind of a flaw in the game of NIP was just underplaying mid on CT side. But with having 2 ops now, you can kind of get away with it a bit more, I feel like. Interesting to loosen up Plopsky, who's normally the Deddy B anchor, to play off of Cat, where, you know, he's having a great game, so it would be maybe a waste of his talent at this point to keep him back there.
Let him loose. Rez looking for the contact, but it's not confirmed, despite it being close. Kinder losing a third of his health to a nade. Leash quietly boosted up. These A players isolated from the other 2 on the opposite side of the map. Rez and Brolin stacked inside of jungle. Flash comes through. Yakinder, tons of damage, but the CTs come out alive. That activates a leash. He's trying to chase down Rez, 20 health, and Naf through a wall catches that headshot.
Wow, I don't even know how that's possible.
Hampus off catwalk though, that was impactful. Finds OC through the top of Con, and a leash just busts open Plopsky. So suddenly looking to lock in 18. Naf's peak comes through. How did he kill Rez?
That wall is so thick. He did that with an AK. I'm not even sure. Was that from Palace? Did he really?
It had to have been.
That thick of a wall? That's nuts. Right in the head anyways. And that helped out Elise tremendously. He turned that into another kill, complementing each other's plays perfectly. I think overall, the real important point here, though, is that Liquid constantly were improving their position. Yeah, it was.
Oh,
he kind of peaked a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
So the point here was, though, Liquid's protocols were perfect. They consistently improved their position without losing players. And then when the attack came in, some very nice frags from NIP, but overall, they lost a lot of space they needed.
Kinder got bruised trying to get close to connector last round. Oh, nicely done from Rez over the smoke. Can't manage the fallback, though. Yakinder like a shark circling bottom con. Now Hampus is going to feel the pressure applied from both sides. Got a Nitro versus Esatag fight potentially queued up over towards the B site. Yakinder gets out from top con. Again, just trying to make this A site uncomfortable, but feels like the Ninjas know lean B.
He's wiggled out.
Escapes for the time being, and sure enough, Hampus holds off versus Yakinder on the murder hole. Smoke for the exit. Esatag, no scope, and an AK swap out. Tons of CTs all around this site. Esatag down for the count. Nap in with just the one. 3 survive, and the game keeps going.
It does, it does. A nice shot there from Esatag. Good control of the situation from Hampus. Being aware of the play that he loves to do, and make sure to take out that early flank inside of the window. And they do relatively well. I mean, they were trying to, I think, with OC, throw this Molotov into connector at the same time as the push from Yakinder, so that he gets a kill without anyone else dying, but that isn't the case. And razor-thin margins, but at every single turn, NIP found the refrag or the kill to make sure there was never just 2 for free for Liquid.
Timing.
Oh, that's the play.
That's what Brolin used against them so many times.
Yes, that's right.
Now Hampus a victim of it. Oh, what goes around comes around. A leash, 5v3.
Oh, they did that a lot in the first half, hanging out in the window.
But if we're mirroring each other, don't forget, Liquid themselves pulling off a 3 versus 5 in overtime. At least late in this map.
They've got so much time, they've got to really wait for mistakes. There's actually no good reason to speed this up too much.
This has to be the nail in the Ninja's coffin. Oh, it's too perfect with that. Esatag caught standing in the open, and Naf has had enough. It is over. Team Liquid locking in a chance versus Heroic to play for a spot in the Royal Arena at the Fall Finals. One more chance for the Ninjas. It is not elimination, but it is indeed a loss. Things got sloppy this evening, but it is still Liquid to walk away with a 2-0 win.
They'll take it. Listen, they can forget about this game. This was an open door, an opportunity for both teams to potentially win, but it's Liquid who pull it off from the 2-0. Next map would have been hard anyway, so maybe they just ended in a position where they knew what was going to happen already.
Done and wrapped up, but not quite over. We'll throw this one down to James Banks on the sideline.
That was one hell of a fight, Nitro, from start to finish with that one. But you do manage to take down NIP in the end. But just tell me what was going through your minds when you got into that overtime side of things, man, because it looked like you had it at one point.
Yeah, today, these matches were a bit stressful. Yeah, I think it came down to the wire in a lot of situations that we ultimately lost a lot of like man-up situations, so that's going to be a lot to review. It was more like micro stuff in my opinion, like whenever you'd be in a situation where you freeze and then try to like macro, like think big picture what you want to do, and we get caught while we're thinking too much. So yeah, we're just going to have to review those situations, but overall, I think it's still a very good win in my book, you know. So yeah, we're just going to keep playing how we're playing against Heroic.
And when it came onto that overpass game to start things off with, right, you get such a huge lead, it's like 13-2 on your CT side. You must feel you're going to close it out nice and easy, but they were battling back. At what point did you start to realize, okay, look, they might be able to make a comeback here?
Yeah, I mean, T-side overpass is really hard. I think they might have been in a bit of a mental like block from their EG game yesterday. We knew that they were going to pick overpass coming into the series, regardless of EG or NIP, like who won that. So we were definitely feeling prepared coming into it, but. Yeah, I think T-side, we just got to keep talking about how we want to approach these situations, because a lot of it was like a lot of just micro mistakes.
And what I've been hearing from not just yourself, but Dabs and some of the other players on the team is about the structure you guys have been adding. Is there a point where maybe there's two structures you're overthinking certain situations?
Not really. We just haven't had enough time to really like fully, you know, get that structure that we really want, and everyone understand the structure, because it's a lot. It requires a lot of work and a lot of hours to really get it down. So I think ultimately, like, we just haven't had enough time to fully implement it yet.
But you got to say, right, one thing that was definitely a shining light, and he continues to be so, is OC on this AWP, right? He is locking it down many times, and he pretty much put S-Attack out of the game. That must have been nice to feel.
Yeah, I knew Josh was going to pop off today. I was hyping him up. So, yeah, I just knew exactly, like, since the way they played, I knew that Josh was going to pop off, and he did, so I'm very happy.
Definitely very happy. But can that now be delivered tomorrow against Heroic, right? A much tougher opponent. How are you feeling going into that one?
We're going to feel the same as if we're playing any opponent right now. I think we just need to keep talking about the game and yeah, just like play how we played in practice, and it'll be good.
Well, let's see if it will. Nitro, thank you very much for your time, man.
Liquid managed to take down the Ninjas in pajamas. Obviously, of course, a celebration for Nitro there, but also you could see a sigh of relief, obviously coming off of an incredibly close and incredibly tight overtime where it really could have gone either way at some of those moments during that Mirage.
Yes, super tenuous end of the game. I have to be honest, Liquid had to fight extremely hard to bring that one home. There were a couple of instances where NIP could have put this map to bed, pushes to map number 3. There's going to be regrets on the side of the Ninjas. That is undebatable. I think they were firmly in command of the ship in that second half. I think Hampus decided every single thing that was happening, but somehow Liquid pulled it back.
It was a good game of Counter-Strike. Both teams really played up to a level where they were pressuring each other. It was a close game of Counter-Strike as well. There were so many clutches, so many scenarios, so many rounds where, as Nitro spoke about in the interview as well, they had to calm down, they had to figure out what do we do from here on, and it was a very, very tense match as well. I will say, it feels like to me NIP still haven't showed up to this tournament, you know, in the shape that I expect them to. And yet, again, if you want to be a little bit positive in regards to that, they're still putting up a great fight. They're still close, putting this into a third map as well. We see Lee's as well having a fantastic game. The clutch right here that he's coming in, a 3v5, that kind of saved them. So you can say it for both teams, you know, good and bad, but at the end of the day, double overtime, it doesn't get much closer.
Yeah, Lee's is definitely a name that I wanted to throw into the ring, particularly as when you look at the numbers of the rounds when these highlights started. It was later in the stages of the game that he really started to show up on this Mirage, and it was crucial for Liquid to be closing this one out.
Yeah, he warmed up like a diesel engine, right? Towards the very end, he was fired up on all cylinders. We just had a clip in that highlight reel that I want to bring back if possible. Round 27 is where I believe the Ninjas just gave up the opportunity to close this game here. This 5 versus 3 with 37 seconds left on the clock. This was a possibility for the Swedes to put the money in the bin for Liquid to get to 15, to get to that third map ever so closely. And I think they just lost themselves just a little bit in here. The Molotov is failed here. Nafly is basically on an island. Elish finds a little bit of a timing. Second beautiful shot onto Brolin, but the scaling on the side of the Ninjas is wrong. They allow, look at this, 5 kills in a row for Liquid. It was 14-12 for God's sake, they had it. They had map number 3, and this is why I'm saying they let it go. They absolutely let it go.
Yeah, they definitely did. One more name that I just want to throw into the ring for the side of Team Liquid. Obviously, Yakinda, once again, we were saying, you know, he's really going to be showing up coming into this Mirage. He did from almost the very beginning.
Must be so nice to have Yakinda as a teammate. Look how he's just jumping out of Palace right here, going in there, creating space, making sure that Liquid stood a chance in this game. They got off to a rough start on the T side, but Yakinda was good both CT side, but also on the T side. Again, we spoke about it coming into the game. Elise said it in an interview. He creates space. He allows guys like Elise to thrive. He allows Nefly as well, who came in very, very late in the game. All of a sudden, he's popping up with an ace, right? Based on the fact that Yakinda kept them alive for such a long period. So, again, you can just tip your hat for the way he's coming into Team Liquid. Without Yakinda, Liquid wouldn't be where they are right now. So I think they owe him a lot in regards to basically joining the team and taking them a notch up.
You know what I call that one, Maniac?
The Yakinda surprise?
Yakinda Bueno.
Oh, the Yakinda Bueno.
Yeah,
there we go.
I'm taking it up a notch. I'm taking it up a notch. But I love the mentality that he's bringing to the team as well. We saw it when they were celebrating. You know, he's been really loud, really proud. And it's just really great to see how one-piece switching for Liquid can give them such a boost and can really put them as a contender coming into the full groups as well.
Yeah, it gave Liquid a new whole phase like that we hadn't seen in a long, long time. I think the ability to fight back into games and also create some sort of momentum, right? He's a very activated and animated player, but not only outside the server, but in the server as well. He's a playmaker. Just quickly before we turn that leaf, I just want to give a shout out to Nitro. He said that was a hard game to play. Yeah. And I think they learned a whole lot because we saw at times Liquid being lost for solution, a bit surprised a little bit by NIP. That's the kind of demo you go back and you learn a ton about your own game and the mistakes you've made. This was a learning experience, I think, for Liquid as well.
And of course, this isn't the end of the road for NIP either. They will be moving to that last chance qualifier that is going down on Sunday. But I don't know about you guys. I'm not super convinced with the NIP that I've seen turning up to this new season. I was expecting more from them. I was expecting more convincing wins. They obviously didn't even steal a map in this series.
Yeah, I think they've been slightly disappointing, to say the least. Not only to us, but also to themselves. As said, I've mentioned it a couple of times. They came into this tournament. They said they had a fantastic boot camp. They feel more ready than ever in order to take on the world and perhaps win a trophy. So the fact that they're struggling so much is a little bit underappreciated, let's put it that way. But I will say, we saw Plopsky play well right here. You know, we see Brolan not really hitting the strides. We see Hampus, you know, has ability to play better. We see Rest not really hitting all cylinders. What happens when one of those guys steps up? That's a new look of NIP. So I think all things considered, yeah, they're not hitting their strides right now, but there's more in store for these guys. They're far from over.
Yeah, they obviously have one more opportunity that will be going down on Sunday in the last chance qualifier. But one more game for us tonight, and we are going out with a bang, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be G2 taking on Vitality for the first time here at the Blast Premier Full Groups. You don't want to miss it.
Yakinda Bueno.
Oh, bro! And look at how arrogant I look. Today, we're playing CS compatibility. Combat what? What game do I play the most that isn't CSGO? Okay, I'm ready. Good job, Emil. If I could buff a weapon, which weapon would I choose? Easy Katka, I think. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready as well. I knew it. Good old times. Yep. What is my best highlight? Ooh. Good job, Emil. 3 out of 3 so far. Yeah, we're doing good. Who do you think is the better CSGO player, me or you? And look at how arrogant I look. That's why you got a heart at a smile. Yeah, I know. I knew you would actually take me. Of course. Because you are not a person who would ever take yourself into these kind of questions. I'm just like, we know each other. That's good. That's a good sign. I can eat one last meal. What is it I am eating? Oh. And I'm a guy that likes food, so that will... Are we talking food or desserts? Food, not desserts. Okay. Oh, then it's a bit tough, Peter. Yeah, because I have a lot. Yeah, you do actually have so much food you like. Okay, I'm gonna gamble. The thing is, I'm gonna go with... Yeah, don't say it loud. I'm gonna go this one. You ready? Oh, bro! That's pretty good.
So good.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good.
You guys are doing really well.
Apparently, yeah.
We know each other too well, apparently.
After a long and successful career in CS, what's next for me after hanging up the mouse? What will I be doing after playing? That's actually a tough question. Because I don't really know myself. In some way, you could think yourself to it. But I'm not gonna say more, otherwise I'm just gonna go for something. I'm just gonna gamble. I'm just gonna gamble. Really? Yeah. I think to take us to the next step and being able to be a contender of the top 3 best teams in the world, I think we needed a change. Everyone can be friends, but in the end we're all here for one purpose, and that's winning tournaments. If you don't perform, and if the team doesn't perform, then you have to make changes sometimes.
I'm super hungry to work with the boys, and I think all of us feel the same.
I think it's a lot of uncertainty, but I also think it's really exciting, and it's gonna be really fun to get started again.
The chemistry is pretty good. We're having a lot of laugh. The team is doing a lot of work to make me feel comfortable.
Keeping themselves competitive. Spinks just pre-firing that, and it's a great double kill. Goes for more and hits the headshot on Plopsky.
I think Spinks has been an awesome player to watch in ENCE throughout this year, which was a little bit of a bummer for me seeing him depart that team.
I want to be hesitant with how excited we get about Spinks. It was such a meteoric rise this year, and there is the idea that you could get your stock so high that you're overrated a bit.
I think it's important that you don't put that kind of pressure on him from the beginning. If 4 people is already integrated into a system, playing together, it's important that we give him time to get into our systems, but also for us to get to know him so we can maybe change the system a little bit to actually benefit him.
This kind of transition to an international lineup, I think, has really thrown a lot of those veteran players for a loop. And I think they have so many awesome players and cool players that I'm excited to see if Spinks is able to kind of revitalize the energy within that team.
We definitely want to be #1, right? But we are still new team. Definitely it could be really good when you have honeymoon and all this kind of stuff, but it can also go kind of bad.
I think it's also the most important right now that we get the team to work, and I think from there we can start to look at our goals and what's possible, what is not possible.
He seems like the guy who's going to get good really fast in new spots. This will be a fast transition, and Vitality should be playoff bound at every single tournament for the rest of the year.
With a new lineup, with a new player, nothing is for certain. We need to play our best to be able to deliver the best results, so the most important is that we get the team to work right now.
Let's start work and let's show them what we can do.
With the nightmare of Mirage still fresh on their mind, Apex's men must fight again. In this international brawl, there can only be one winner.
Keeping themselves competitive. Spinks just pre-firing that, and it's a great double kill. Goes for more and hits the headshot on Plopsky.
Resurrection complete and a statement made. The G2 meme meant the prophecy came true.
Nico emerging, looking to use this clock. Nico!
But will it all end in tears, or will they slash through their fears?
G2 versus Vitality in what is set up to be an absolute barn burner to be closing out the day. The first time we see Vitality in this best of 3 series due to placing second in their group last week. And I am very, very excited to witness this one indeed, Matthew, as of course we just heard in that interview, in that content piece, the fact that Spinks is entering the server. And I've been pretty pleased with what I've seen thus far from Vitality.
Yeah, I think everybody has been pleased, but I think that Moses and also Majiskin there were right on the money. We have to be very careful with thinking that Spinks is going to come from ENCE and from the get-go deliver the same kind of Counter-Strike. We have to realize he was implemented in a system. He grew to be comfortable in that system. That's where he really spread his wings. Right now, you bring him to Vitality, there might be a little bit of a moment, a little bit of a time experience for him to have that level. But the quicker he does, the powerful Vitality gets.
I fully agree. You got to give him a little bit of time for him to mold into the system, and as Magic's also said, maybe change the system a little bit so it facilitates Spinks to play well. I will say though, there's a reason he was brought into this lineup. Sonic said it pretty well in an interview. They can't really figure out the communication issues. There's always going going to be a little bit of a disconnect. So to add up for that, we need more firepower. They brought on Spinks. So regardless of that, right, I agree, we got to give him some time. But if Spinks doesn't add firepower, then this whole, project would have been misleading. So I feel that Spinks, after a couple of months, then we can start judging him. But in terms of raw firepower, that's what he's brought in for. So that's what how we should judge him as well.
At the end of the day, that was an excellent recruitment. If you're Vitality, you have to think of how early Spinks is in his career. He could be a stable player for Vitality for years to come. He could be the future of that jersey. If that works, you have Saiwu, you have Spinks together into the long run. That could be insane.
Yeah, no, it could be indeed. I do want to just throw him into the equation with a player from the other side of the server, just in terms of these roles, because obviously we're talking about that being a really important point for Spinks, integrating and feeling comfortable in Vitality. Taking him in comparison to Hunter. What are we comparing him, Pimp?
Well, we're comparing him to one of the most stable players in the entire world. I think Hunter has cemented himself as a rifle player you can count on, you can rely on him. And we spoke about it in the green room yesterday as well. He's probably never going to be the best player in the world. He's never going to be in the contention to be the best rifler in the world, but he is goddamn solid on the server. We saw what he can do when he's hitting his strides. That CT side on Dust 2 against Big yesterday, 26 kills in one half Freya. That's what he can do. But Hunter, to me, he's a known quantity. Hunter is everything they want Spinks to be in Vitality.
Exactly. I think you put it well. I was right thinking about it in my head. I was thinking Vitality is probably hoping that Spinks is going to turn into Hunter eventually.
Yeah, and I do want to make another comparison with the in-game leaders as well this time around. Hooksy taking on Apex in this one. Hooksy obviously kind of living the meme dream of, I don't need to frag. I don't know, there's a lot of quotes out there. Obviously kind of lived up to that yesterday.
Yeah.
He didn't need to be closing out that game versus Big. But I do like the comparison when we're looking at two in-game leaders that are sometimes struggling to put their own firepower up on the board.
And two extremely different situations in regard to their respective teams. On one hand, you have Apex, who's been thrown into this role as an IGL when Alex left Vitality, but that was years behind, and now he fully has control of his project, right? He represents the idea of Vitality. He owns the idea of Vitality. Whereas for Hooksy, he was brought in from Copenhagen Flames as a new member of this G2 lineup. He's playing next to players whose, I guess, dominance and supremacy he's never really touched before. He doesn't really know what it is to play with a Hunter or with a Nico or with a young superstar like Manasi. So two players or two IGLs in completely different situations, but with the same goal.
And with the Hooksy side of the equation as well, we were looking at him as, bringing new strategy into the mix, which we certainly saw going down on Vertigo yesterday against Big. And we do have Danny with a particular moment from that map. What have you got for us, Mahone?
Yeah, so I've got the pistol round that they ran against Big the last time they played against that they played against Big on Vertigo, and I think it's a really creative strategy. So I just want to show what that was exactly and kind of break it down. So first thing you'll see here on the map, we're going to see 4 players here towards this mid position, and then JKS here towards that B site. Now, first thing we'll see is Nico. He's going to find that first kill on Taquito. But more importantly, Hunter is going to toss the smoke on the left side of mid, the smoke right here. And then he's going to throw a flash on the right side to flash his teammates in towards that right side of middle. Now, it looks like they're heading towards A. And as a result, the big players are going to rotate over here towards this mid position. But you notice that they're going to stop here. They're going to stop because they hear the footsteps. They hear that it seems like these players are going to come over here and basically run right into their crosshairs. But the reality is that's actually not the case. What you'll see instead is they're going to go through this right side of middle and go through this door here. And by going through this door, what they're planning on actually doing instead is they're going to split onto the B bomb site through the CT spawn. This is something that we typically don't see very much on Vertigo. Even going along this right side is uncommon in the first place. So let's play this round out. You'll see that they go along this right side, they make the noise towards A, they push those players back, and as a result, they catch Favin here, who's rotating back towards CT spawn. And for Favin's point of view, he thinks that this is going to be A, so that's why he's completely caught off guard here, and he's not in a good fight at all. Now, in addition to this push, you're going to see that it's not just these players here pushing from the CT spawn area. There's also Nico sitting in the smoke here, Hunter sitting at the window position, so that even if Favin gets a kill on one of these players here, both Nico and Hunter are right here to trade right away. Once they get that kill, you'll see that Hunter is here towards this window position. He spots Tabson. And then at this point, the split is essentially complete. You got 4 players coming from this side here through CT spawn as well. You have JKS coming from the backside. And then Modesty and Hooksy jumping basically every corner. And JKS here on the flank. And Tabson basically has no chance. And I really like this strat, and the reason why is because it plays on the idea that typically when T's take mid control here, it's usually a fast B split right off the bat. That's why you see Big, they rotate so quickly towards this mid side. But the little twist that they put on it is the fact that they actually make footsteps here towards A. This moment right here, where they make footsteps here, it causes these players to stop at A and causes Fabian here to rotate over towards B, and that is the rotation that they capitalize on. So a really creative strategy that you typically don't see on Vertigo, where basically it allows them to exploit a different angle than most CTs are accustomed to, and this is something that I think HooXi has really brought into G2, especially on Vertigo.
Really excellent stuff there, as always, Danny. And yeah, it's great to get a closer look at some of the new kind of strategies that HooXi was employing in that G2 lineup to make sure that they sealed Vertigo yesterday versus Big. But I do want to hear from the in-game leader on the other side of the equation, see how he's preparing to handle G2.
Now, you're going up against G2 today, and I look at this G2 right now as the unknown quantity. You can't really prepare for them, but they certainly did show that they can hit hard yesterday. How did preparation go in terms of what you guys focused on for this match, and how are you feeling about them? Do you think they can be a threat to you right now? Because you obviously both made changes, but their ones are a bit more significant with the IGL change.
I think, yeah, of course, their change was bigger than ours. When you change 2 players and the in-game leader, your identity is like changing overall, most likely when you change 2 players. So I think, yeah, of course, they're not really ready. We're not ready, but we still have like a base, and they don't have. So I don't know what's going to happen. They're still a threat in terms of like being really good individually. So let's see how it goes. I'm just not worried or focused right now of if we win or lose. It's just a process, and I want us to be ready as soon as possible for sure, but it's way too soon right now. So let's see how it goes. The first day was really good. Let's see in Beta 3 how good we can be.
I'm sure time will tell. Dan, thank you very much for the insight and good luck in the match.
Thank you.
As Apex aptly pointed out, changes on both sides of the server, but I'm very interested in this map veto indeed. We just saw Danny breaking down a moment from Vertigo. G2 bring it into the mix once again, Matthew.
Yeah, very interesting veto that reminds us that a filter through which we have to look at this game is that neither teams are finished product right now. They still have holes and weaknesses in the game plan, and this is what we're seeing here. It's G2 saying, hey, I don't think you have integrated Spinks on Vertigo quite yet. You don't know what the hell we're going to do. We're going to surprise you. Same for Vitality. When was the last time we saw them pick nuke actively? This is them saying, I don't believe you guys have a system. I think you don't know what the hell your rotations are going to be. So both teams are trying to push on each other's weaknesses in that veto.
Yeah, more so a punish pick than playing into your own strengths, and I agree with that point. And you can sort of like put it into context by saying that none of the teams right now probably know their own strengths. That's the thing. For G2, HooXi coming in as an in-game leader, you have a new guy in JKS as well. They probably don't know whether or not they're going to be a good new team or not down the line. So that's something they're going to learn from in this game.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Spinks coming into the equation for either Nuke or Vertigo. So we've got a lot of new stuff coming up in these 2 maps alone. Obviously, Inferno to be closing things out if we do need that one indeed. I do want to throw the man that we see on our screens into the equation though, because another reason why we've been hyping up this matchup so damn much, ZywOo taking on m0NESY.
Look, ZywOo, as soon as he steps into the server, becomes a topic of conversation. He will always be. At the very beginning of the year, very rightful criticism towards ZywOo, who dropped down just a little bit in terms of level. Since Lisbon, none of that trap anymore. None of that crap. He's been playing his A game, his best Counter-Strike. He's right there at the top. But we have to pay attention to m0NESY, because he's been slowly going from this little birdie that was kind of afraid of leaving the nest to an actual eagle soaring through the sky. He's been having crazy games left, right, and center. Now he's got, I don't want to say the final boss, because we all know who that title belongs to right now, but still a very serious candidate in the former ZywOo, and it's going to be yet another test in a long story of m0NESY.
For the first time for m0NESY in G2, he's showing signs of consistency. That's what you're talking about, right? Because we've seen standout games from m0NESY where he's taking over the server, where he's hitting some of the most insane flicks. We've all seen his clutches as well. Amazing 1v4 clutches, amazing 1v3 clutches. The one thing we haven't seen from m0NESY is consistency, but he's starting out the season well. He's played 4 maps so far, been consistently good in all 4. If he can be consistent again today against Vitality in a very important matchup, then we can start buying into the project of m0NESY being consistently making it into the scene.
Yeah, and we also saw that monumental ace for m0NESY yesterday, going down first ever
monumental
ace. I really could have worked with something there, but whilst I think of better puns to be throwing up with, here's m0NESY with Banks.
Hunter said in the winners interview with me yesterday that obviously you are now being positioned as the star, you know? Yep. How does that feel for you when you're only 17 years old? Like, you already have all this like hype around you. We talk so positively about you, but how do you handle all this as being such a young player?
I just play my games. I don't know, like I don't feel like, I don't actually think about it a lot. Like, I don't like to overthink that. Like, I don't know, like people watching me, I have to do displays, you know, I have to have good statistic or something. I don't care. I'm just playing my game, and yeah.
Well, you just ruined my next question, because I was going to say, in this event so far, you're the highest rated player.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
So you just said you don't care. None of this stuff really bothers you, then you just focus?
I mean, just trying to focus on my game. That's it. Like not a lot of things, you know.
Okay.
When you think about your statistic, you feel like, oh, I mean, here you shouldn't die, you know, or something like this, you know. So like.
It changes it, right? So he wants to focus more on the game, and that's what it should be. But this is also interesting because you're a young player and you have this very strong mentality with it. How much of that comes into even when you face certain opponents? You know, like yesterday, if you go up against some more legendary players, or today when you play Zyru, does it not bother you?
No, it doesn't bother me. Like yesterday, I've never played against BAG before, and never played against them online or on LAN. It was my first game, except practice, like on Prax. So yeah, like I didn't struggle or something. So it doesn't bother me, to be honest.
I love it. This is a very strong mentality for sure. But today, right, you're going up against this Vitality lineup that they haven't made huge changes. They've made position role changes. But how have you looked at what Zyru's doing now? Because obviously things have changed not as much for him.
To be honest, yeah, they did a lot of changes. They have Spinix now. They swapped roles, and I mean. What was the question about Zyru, right?
Yeah, if there's anything like, because obviously not much has changed for him, so how do you feel going up against him? Is this a player obviously with a different play style to you? Have you got some things planned for him like you had yesterday with Sirison?
I mean, let's see. We played a lot of games against him and against them. Like, I think last time I lost 3 times in a row against them, against Vitality. Last time it was on Lisbon. I mean, he's playing like really confident and always consistent. So like, I didn't even prepare against him because I know how he plays. Okay. So like, let's see.
You're already prepared, but how confident are you guys as a team now, especially after the win yesterday?
After the win yesterday, we're really confident. We have this hype mood, you know, and yeah, everyone is ready, I feel like.
G2 win, let's see if we get it. Manasi, thank you very much.
Confidence is key for Manasi and G2 coming into things. Gentlemen, closing thoughts before we do dive into this one.
Manasi says they're ready. I think no one is ready on the server, and that's why it's going to be a mud fight. I think it's going to be messy, it's going to be muddy, and I think we're going to see individuals popping off, and I am ready for it.
I know what I'm going to get from Zyru, and I know what I'm going to get from Nico. The one thing I don't know is how HooXi will react in this game. We saw it yesterday. He kind of got away with it, the 10 kills. He can't do that against a team like Vitality. So I want to see more from HooXi if I want to see a close game.
So many questions, and gentlemen, it is time to be getting some answers. We're going to be starting off on the first map of Vertigo, G2's pick coming into things, and we're going to see how both sides of the equations fare with Maunders and Scrawny in just a few moments.
back, everybody. We got one more best of 3 queued up this evening. We got through the appetizers, we got through the entree, and now it's time to sink our teeth into the main dish, la pièce de résistance. That's what we want here, man. You ready for that?
Yeah.
You ready?
What's the main dish?
The main dish is Vitality versus G2. Okay. With Vitality as the Betway odds, I just feel like each of the games today have, they've led us to this. This was meant to be the big one, the banger, so they say. This is a very difficult run for G2. They had to get rid of Big, who have never been sent down to a showdown until yesterday. Now they've got to play versus Vitality for a chance to fight Na'Vi to lock in a spot at the Fall Finals. It's a tough run, but it's a tough team.
It is a tough team. And look at Hunter front and center, who really stole the show yesterday versus Big. An unreal game. And honestly, everyone, even in that Dust 2 match, came close to almost beating his performance. Like Nico had that crazy clutch at the end. He went like 25 and 8. I mean, everything was firing off. And of course, until the end of time, we're going to talk about Hooksy's quote about not needing to shoot anything. And yesterday, really epitomized it. He got 10 kills over 2 maps, and they didn't even come close to losing. It really is extraordinary. And honestly, in terms of the calls, they were playing very well. They said the roles have been ironed out. It does feel like that. I think Hunter in specific felt like he could play more aggressively, which is something that he's been wanting to do and hasn't been able to do in the past. And yeah, so we can actually take their word at face value, it seems like, so far. Now, Modesty in the interview with James, of course, said that they're super high on confidence after that last win. And that can help, especially with, knowing that you can win a game like that. But Vitality are probably a step up in competition. And their roster move as well has worked out extremely well.
Yeah, that it has. And, while there is still the question mark around Hooksy and his fragging and whether that'll be able to be stepped up, I think that, perfectly highlighted by the main man, Mahone, the tactics are there. G2 showing some depth, showing some ingenuity, and specifically as well on the pistol round that we saw on Vertigo yesterday. So let's see if they've got more to offer us. We are going back to the high skies of Vertigo to kick off this series, a map that it seems like G2 want to really kind of put in their repertoire nice and early. So let's see what happens, folks. It's a potential banger to end out the day. G2 Esports, Vitality, Vertigo to kick it off, and we've got G2 on that T side. Very different pistol. Already something fresh, not wanting to rinse and repeat. Dupree pushed back after seeing that contact, and we've got a bunch of bodies ready to smash into this B site.
Not a single player on any other part of the map, and the smokes instantly start cascading over the site.
JKS at the front, looks down at his feet as Dupree blasts his head off. Modesty blind, can't get around that corner, but we see the 2 smoke grenades they use for the exit. It's, cookie cutter clean. Find themselves in sight, down a man, and now very wounded is Modesty. That frag just on the money.
No kits on the play.
Gonna be a tough one. Dual Berettas for ZywOo. Nice boost. Potential in the post plant, but that flank kind of unravels things. Modesty comes in with only 1. ZywOo's killing everybody. Wow. Those dual Berettas with 3 kills in the round. He just snuck up behind him, gunned them all down. Sayonara, suckers.
Yeah, it helps to get that 5v4 right off the bat, so of course makes that retake entirely possible, even without a kit. And it does help as well to have ZywOo just instantly find the 2 kills, especially coming in on the big flank, right? I mean, it frees up so much space and takes out some of the hardest positions, actually, that you'd have to worry about. So there he is, the threat. And black bars, ugh. Two things I hate: M4 A1Ss and black bars, and overpass.
Yeah, man. Anything less than 1440p, get it out of here. We'll convert you yet. Hunter.
He's moving fast.
Yeah, he's already out mid, looking for the contacts. One of 2 AK-47s, one of 3 rifles, if we consider JKS's Galil rifle.
Whoa, Hooksy has made a ton of space.
Look at that, slides all the way past them.
Where does he go? Is he going to chill in this spot? Modesty gets a frag, and he can get a rotator back into the site, but they're preoccupied inside of mid, so an opportunity for him to move even more. But at the same time, the bomb can get kind of rearranged here. Instead of splitting B through mid, they can just take it into full B. And now Hooksy gets his claws in deep.
And at least in this situation, Team Vitality are now playing with the thought that it could be this deep.
Where's Modesty going?
T-spawn to throw a nade.
Oh, he seemed worried about maybe someone flanking. Oh.
Deagle doesn't deliver. Luckily, Nico's should be better. Finds Dupree. Considering that was a gush, not so bad. Still on 53 health here. Lots of firepower alive for G2. Dupree gives him space. He's looking to wiggle. Nico holding the side of that. Monacy comes through. That AK could be lethal. And it's not too far off the mark. 9 shots left in the magazine with 2 players to drop. Zyru and Dupree. And Dupree has had enough. He cuts that one down. We've got 2 survivors here off of what was the 3 rifle investment of G2's attempt.
Would have been great to run that ball back as fast as possible. You know, it came down to the moment where, okay, the Huxley gets compromised in his great position. And they do get a lot of kills, which is very fortunate. So I think overall it could have been a worse round for sure. But they definitely had odds to win there for a second. I'm not sure. Oh, almost excited. Like that.
Loop it. It's a new CS dance. It's good to know that, you know, Counter-Strike jump scares are still a thing, even while you're coaching. Some people think this is an FPS, but I think it's more of a horror game. Quadruple Desert Eagles. How come Huxley doesn't get a deagle?
That's a good question. He's too smart to buy a deagle. Such an unreliable weapon.
I was going to say, he's been very self-aware of what he said and his challenge.
He actually did have a deagle last round, but
this round he's not allowed. Hands off. Good early damage here to minimize any likelihood that something could go the wrong direction. Someone's getting set up for the ace here, and it could be Apex.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so many buddies already tagged up. Look at this. The meat grinder. Monacy comes through with the wallbang. Of course he still gets a kill. Now it's an M4 given over to Nico. Smoke goes deep down ramp. Zywu calls for help. It's him and Magisk on this A site versus 4. They can't really hide what they're doing at this point. Zywu's on high alert. Ice is out the first 2. Third player's about to come around the corner. That's the M4 that we're talking about, but Zywu's just going to body bag each and every one.
Zywu beat Simple in a 1v1 recently. So you know what that means?
He's the best player on the wheel.
It means he can aim. He's got the aim. It's not all looks.
Who's the most notable person you've ever beaten in a 1v1?
I have no idea. Oh. I don't know if I've ever...
Who's beaten you in 1v1s?
Oh, a lot of people. Stewie, Esateg.
Good on you for trying.
I beat Zippel.
Well, that counts.
Won a knife.
That counts. Oi. Honestly, looking for the tarp gap. Nice grenade. Lands right on him. Making things awkward here. A second volley of utility comes down, and that's Monacy down to the halfway point. But Nico crab walking his way into CT spawn.
Wow, space created.
Look at all this. Spinx is winning a fight at the base of B, but Nico is just silently slipped behind them. I mean, they need to know. Magisk, he just runs out middle. He's thinking maybe a fight comes in from deep mid. Little does he realize there's one even closer.
Are they going to end A or B, though? Like,
I have no idea.
Well, they're just getting kills. I mean, it's all the guys who are not lurking getting all these frags. And they'll find out at least half of the players left are on the B site.
Bomb is here.
Yeah.
Monacy's low. Dupree seems to be on high alert.
And Nico's coming in from mid, but is Dupree aware of it?
Dude, this is a roller coaster. Apex picks up JKS. Into the 2v2 we go.
Did this just get a little bit too lurky? I think we're about to find out.
What the hell? Oh, and Dupree picks up another. Monacy's going to find him through the floorboards. It's Apex versus Monacy. Health advantage, Apex. Skill advantage, up in the air.
Okay.
Flashbangs ready.
All right.
Monacy's just going to walk it around.
Depends who you ask.
But Apex gives him the space for the plant. It's a fake first. And now he commits. What's Apex doing? Thought he would have heard that. He's going to the wrong site.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
What were you saying about? Still winnable.
Very much so. Again, low health for Monacy. Drops down. Scoped in, though. Apex throws the smoke out. Could make things weird. Monacy going to have to find that. Playing around the smoke. Apex has not stuck the defuse, but finds him in time, I believe.
Yep.
Jumps on top of that, and it's going to give Vitality the 4-0 start.
Hey, that's nice. Maybe he went and got a smoke.
Oh, that could have been.
Maybe. Then he's 200 IQ. So that's the one that wins the round.
Actually, fair point.
It's potential. I'm not sure. Who knows? I think where this goes is a bridge too far. As we saw Hunter doing a lot of lurking on the T side of Vertigo versus Big, and it was working out really well. But in this spot, they just had so many people far out. Like, Nico made the most amount of space, and I feel like it's a moment where you got to be like, all right, chill. Nico will get a kill here. If we go A, he can flank from heaven, and he took that route instead of going towards B. But I think he also partly chose to go towards A because going to B could have got him killed from a rotator coming back through elevator. So a little bit scarier. Not sure. But I think as soon as he decided to do that, that's where things got real sketchy across the map and actually allowed Vitality to find a way back in.
Also, you know, they killed Spinks bottom B, so it did feel like if there's a likelihood of a rotate, it's an A to B. Could have caught someone off. And they did catch him. They caught him in middle, but it was JKS, not Nico. So the idea was all there, but then it just got a little too stringy. Happens. Counter-Strike's a wild ride at times. That last round, clear example of it. Apex tries to jump down into the tarps. Nico's going to own him. And it's a 5v4 comfortably for G2 out the gate. Minute 30. ZywOo on sandbags. Nico around the corner with bodies around him. Ooh, labored effort from ZywOo, and it's a Hooksy kill pickup. Now Magisk's chance to recover. But he also gets shaved down to 30 health in nearly an instant. Very comfortable push for G2, in fact. 2 favorable fights. And they, listen, world is their oyster. Walk away 5v3.
Yeah, I guess they could. I mean, I don't know. I feel like in a spot like this, you know, you take a risk, of course, on the flank.
Too easy.
If they get up to, they got the sandbags clear as well. I feel like there's a lot of good reasons to just like hold on to A ramp and take it. But yeah, look what's happened. I mean, they've pulled out of the site, and now Vitality have just heavily rotated over towards the B site. And 3 CTs here ready for this. Yeah.
Ton of damage. Hunter catching Magisk. That's a good prime, but now Spinks missed op shots. Swinging that up, probably looking for the save. Little did they realize the gamble was going to net them a chance in the 3v4.
I think one of the problems on Vertigo for T-side normally is like once you get like all A ramp control like that, it's really scary to go all the way back because there are so many places that a CT could have snuck into if they went down the ladder or mid, if they decided to push A or whatever right after you, or if they pushed down B because they thought you were going A. So it's less often that you see people walking it back. And also because you have to walk the entire way, it makes your timing very obvious. So a good call from Vitality to try to follow him back, take some kind of risk. Doesn't pay off this time. And it nets G2 their first round. Oh, wow.
The thickness on that nade. Hooksy's almost dead to the second. But it's an opening kill nonetheless. Magisk, rough start. Getting pummeled.
Very walky, very lurky here from G2. So they sit and wait. They are up, and as we can see, it's an anti-force. There's a lot of armor here, but Apex and Spinks just on deagles.
Molly on the short player. Nice. Nico, he's going to get forced in.
He transitioned that really well. And they get a kill. It might be worth it. We'll see. They're going to start to move up now. 30 seconds remain. And Apex drops a very interesting smoke. It goes a little bit far. Oh, wow. That's unfortunate.
Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy.
Thought he did that pretty well. Or is it oi, oi, oi?
Yeah, on the receiving end, it's oi, oi, oi. Dupree. He's just waiting for his fight to come from short, but damn, G2 playing down the clock. Time whittled to near nothingness. Bomb stopped. Hooksy comes in with the trade frag. 8 seconds. ZywOo just has to stop this. They still didn't pick it up. Now just do not die to Monacy, and it's good. Good. Ooh. Subjective, but all that matters, Vitality picked that up 5-1.
Yeah. Ooh.
What's going on? That's it. Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah. Well, normally that's a good thing, right? But like yesterday, I think one thing that was for sure was that they did a good job of actually not allowing the rounds to bleed down on the clock, right? I think I brought that up, that, oh, this is interesting. You know, G2 finally not running out of time. But here already we see 2 weird rounds. One where they get... All right, I can't even... Go ahead.
Oh, what a creature, man. Apex, one of a kind.
We just witnessed G2 beat themselves, and in a previous round, I think did a similar thing. Got to get that under control. Okay, I don't know.
We lost Jax, but I'm glad Apex keeps that French flair around.
I used to be an also.
Ooh. Monacy very quickly right into it. Spinks will find a recovery kill, though.
Oh, it looks like he tried to sneak Hunter
into the corner.
Underneath him, yeah.
Yep. It's a couple aggressive moves from Spinks down on the bottom of B.
But they do see the 3B push, so they'll take a tempo here on the A ramp, skip some protocols. I was sitting comfortably up here on short.
Got to be careful when Zywoo's floating around. Gets the insta-kill onto Monacy. That's 2 kills now. No third. Magisk shaves Hooksy off the back of that setup. They know JKS is low. That's 2.5 frags in from Zywoo, and Magisk using the FAMAS to end it.
Yeah. Very nice game so far for Vitality. And we said on the pregame interview, Apex said, not really concerned with winning or losing. It's so early. We just want to, I guess, show that we can play well. And I think they're finding out that is the case right now. And man, insane shots here from Zywoo.
Sharp.
Not just an offer, that's for sure. Spit all over his mouth. Okay.
Happens. Tough spot for G2 now, but they've got the nades lined up. Try to bounce them off the wall. There's nobody on the receiving end. Apex pressing up against this smoke. Oh my god. Oh, finds one. Hunter in the corner. That's a ton of damage at the very least. But Apex, a one and done. Let's see that Deagle get unleashed. No sir, Nico's gonna walk away. So Monacy grabs that FAMAS off the dead body of Apex. And G2 with the redirection. Spinks is playing B site very far back, so this is the right call. Nice amount of space if all they're hunting for is a bomb plant.
They're calling out the rotations back, though, very often here.
Oh, whoa, just in time, the gun comes back up. And with it, 2 players go down. JKS's Tech 9 on the recovery. Beautiful dink into Magisk as he tries to close that gap. We've got Nico in a 1 versus 3. Magnificent op clutch yesterday versus Big. Now he'll try it with the French rifle. Never mind. Oof, good thing he didn't pick that up while he's getting pushed. Reloads in. Bomb going down. Dupree up the ramp, though. As he heard that bomb being planted, he decides that's his time to strike. A 7-1 start for the Vitality CT side.
Man, can't ask for more. Looking super solid. Everything's good. Gotta love how Spinks just gets his act together as soon as he throws that smoke a little deep. He's like, oh no, they're coming. Gets total control of his rifle, and that's kind of the most important. And I mean, the kill that actually helped G2 for a second in the beginning, but yeah. Yeah. I felt that.
What is happening?
It will be troubling for G2 if it's, you know, not the great calls that are the things that we talk about as well. They do look a touch more disorganized today on a map we've already seen them look very good on. So let's see if they can get it together.
It's the buyback in at least. We got Monacy swinging the big green. AK's here for Vitality as well, essentially. good chance to build up some money. We'll see what it costs them if they keep it rolling. Apex playing dangerous games on this short side, but he got shredded away by Nico once. Picked up those kills versus pistols last round. And it's good damage deep versus Monacy and JKS.
Then it quiets down again.
Off angle from Spinks. Not every day we get bodies up there.
Apex just actively checking this, and we'll eventually see something, but doesn't take any damage.
Oh, with the boost, but doesn't work.
Man, that looked really good.
I'm curious what that looks like from G2's side, whether they spam it because it's smoke or whether they spam it because, yeah, it's a very evident one. A couple tap attempts from Nico off the mark. Spinks burns Hooksy. That's short. Held off for the time being.
There's no power behind this push.
No, sir.
No, they had one person go up, but they just back to lingering.
However, meanwhile, mid walkout from JKS. Hunter right behind it. They're going to go for the B split, and that means it's going to be Dupree only.
Yeah.
Now, if Bomb gets cut off, right, it's Monacy and Nico down beneath. It's a 2-2 split with Hunter just flirting around in middle. He won't deliver the kill. Does JKS get vision? No, unsuspectingly. Walking into Dupree, who lines up the double kill. Diazi comes from behind, and Dupree shuts it all down. The one-man army in the B site.
Wow, they almost made that split happen, and that's tragic because, you know, Hunter's waiting for that rotation to come in, loses that duel, and then Dupree flicks it around. I mean, well played to push up to the wall, get his first 2 kills. The last trade should have been there, right? There's an advantage for that T coming in. But it's just not enough time.
I'm surprised they thought that was so clear. Like, with 15 seconds left, surely you have enough time to just check close.
I mean, it is... I literally call that spot Dupree.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's a reminder why. Maybe Monacy's operating under the assumption that JKS has come deep enough to see it. I don't know. But either way, Dupree gets away with a robbery. Not the first time, right? Throw it back to when he owns Hunter point blank from quad. But regardless, that's done. This one's alive and kicking as Hooksy opens up. First kill's his. He's the front runner from short. Won't find the second kill as Magisk recovers, but we do have G2 close to this A site.
Yeah, right now.
Poor Nico, naded.
Vitality a little nervous, but suddenly they're kind of back to chilling again.
Yeah, I'd be nervous too. Hooksy all of a sudden, you know, right there with you.
Yeah.
On your side of the site. They're going to do the walk up. They won't get punished. In fact, they come out beautifully.
Okay.
2 for Magisk, 1 for Spinks. A total collapse on the ramp. And now Hunter with his hands full goes for the clutch, but it's 9 for Vitality.
There's all these situations where there's like a little bit of space. There's like a good amount of pressure, and then the pressure gets alleviated, and then there's just space, and then Vitality within seconds. They organize again. They get their flashes together. They look comfortable. Like right here, they look really scared because, again, Hooksy, you know, he came up there so fast, but right after that, they just calmed down, immediately transitioned into this push. Obviously, you can die doing that, but they got their kills.
Yep. Good to say, it's a play that we see teams get punished for, but when the firepower is that sharp, you know, those were all insta headshots.
Yeah, we're talking about a 9-1 game, right? Vitality, they just don't feel like they can lose right now.
Dupree, 13 kills deep. Magisk starting to recover from what was a slightly slower start. You see that his aim is very much turned on with those headshots on ramp last round. Hunter and JKS down beneath. Nico solo A, 2 top mid as well, so just playing out the map, seeing what they can find. So far, it's just damage versus Hooksy.
Wow.
Make that Nico too.
Chance and a miss. So we cross the minute mark. And actually a lurk here. Let's see if he gets by Spinks' crosshair. Nope, but he gets a dink.
Apex getting lethal. Ooh, 2 kills. Any hope they had at just bursting up the ramp, perchance, is all shut down. Vitality show no weakness.
Damn, they really don't. All their gaps are covered. That Spinks sometimes on B, sometimes it's just Dupree. Either way, they're doing pretty well. Vitality growing with confidence. Shrinking the map more and more every round. Finding good times to push. And the Deagle rounds are not exactly paying off. And there's just a distinct lack of kills right now, especially for G2. at.CEST, of course, going up against his former team.
Ooh, sneaky. Nico catching Zywoo off. Good lineup, though, for Apex. Almost kills Hooksie in the background.
They said, screw it. Let's push.
B is so open, so free for the taking. What is this?
Yeah, that is nuts.
The bombs here.
But they're actually...
Wait, what? Apex comes around the corner, confirms bomb, op swap. Because they're also cautious, G2 are kind of giving time for Spinks to maybe get to B if needed.
Yeah, it's weird to see the map where there's just no one there, so naturally they're worried about it, but Spinks will start to move back in. Two Danes don't see anything on the A ramp.
Spinks with a chance to shine. Hunter's close.
Now we're in kind of a retake situation. There's still a good amount of utility, especially the smokes that can make the biggest difference here.
Dupree out fast. Damn. Really wants that fight. Hunter tucked in. Spinks gets the trade, but a good amount of damage brings Spinks down to 20. Monacy in the pocket. First op shot connects. And Magisk loses his mark. Now suddenly Monacy reposted, but shuffling his feet back down the ramp to try and play the post. Smoke a little short. Happens. Oh, luckily he's got two. An extra layer of cover per chance, but JKS, no sir. Gonna find it, and with it, we've got G2 with a second round win.
Yeah, so they make it happen. Another really rambunctious round with a lot going on. But that early trade, I guess, made things a little easier with Nico coming up the ramp. They traded him out, and once again, Vitality have been very comfortable at pulling the goalie, which is not something you see all the time. And in a couple of situations, they've directly countered the place that G2 want to end. And in this spot, it isn't the case. So in the retake, it's not possible. Vitality lose one, but there's still a cavernous difference between their scoreline and Vitality's.
Ooh, nade with Hooksie's name on it. Dupree hesitated with that throw too, so the timing actually works out better. Ooh, we saw what happened last time Nico pulled this off.
Man, the amount of times they're leaving a position completely open here, Vitality.
Running some risks. Look at these creepy crawlers. Spinks is gonna get blindsided. I mean, total gap in the defense there, exploited by Nico, and the fact that Dupree can't capitalize leaves JKS locked in as a shoo-in for mid. So from 1 round to 2 rounds and 2 rounds to 3. Off of the back of just 2 players crouch walking through middle with 0 resistance.
0 resistance. No information here for Vitality. I'm not surprised. Spinks will just die in that spot. He's one of the 2 players that could be covering mid in this position, so it might have been of his own volition that he doesn't, but ultimately that cost him the round.
JKS freed up to go hunting. But the woo's never too far.
First, it kind of looked like a frustrated G2 a little bit, but now they're kind of getting away with some of their game plan that they've just been trying again and again. And for Vitality, they're starting to look a little bit weird in the sense of, I guess at first it's, you either look like you're mad or you're a genius when you leave a site open and then you pick the right site to stack in. But here's an example of when that doesn't work. And Xtaz is back up on his feet, feeling better.
Sonic gonna have a word with the boys.
Look at these cheese boards.
You should get a yellow mouse pad. Probably wouldn't show
skin cells?
Surface dirt.
That's true.
That's the tactic. It's why you never drive a black car.
I just wish people would stop making me feel bad about it.
Well, you are disgusting.
Okay. That's your opinion, man.
I don't think there's anything wrong with a little public shaming.
How much to lick my mouse pad? Everyone has a price.
Not Mahone.
Yeah, Mahone has a price.
Mahone has no price.
Mahone's a known gaslighter.
Smoke on ramp. Ooh, nice nade from Nico. A homing missile for Magisk. We got Dupree doing his own thing at B. And a lot of bodies starting to group up, so Dupree better get away with something. Yeah, good chance. Oh, that gap. Nicely done by Dupree, playing that superbly until Modesty peeks in and cancels him out. Of course, this is all audibles. Nico's going to hear that rotate scrambling for the B site, so this one's not done yet.
Oh man, the rotations are so crazy. Like, they make so much noise. It's not the first time above Nico they've done this. And they're not doing it all together. They still have left ZywOo here to tend to the A site.
2-2 split. See how middle comes into this. We've seen the middle to B situation. Hooksy just going to try to late lurk it, maybe.
It's just a fake, huh?
He's got Apex locked into the B site. He's got Spinks preoccupied under boost. This actually draws Magisk back, so ZywOo very much on his own, but also very much working with the time. Down to 20 seconds, cuts off Nico, and he knows he can just keep them off this bomb site. He's got it in the bag. Modesty's going back towards short, but ZywOo, I mean, that first bullet accuracy, just total ownage. And while Hooksy's throwing out all those grenades, he never even has a chance to rotate into the site. That is a one-man army named Mathieu.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Another rifle clip out of ZywOo from a similar position that we've seen earlier on. And I think you put it as plainly as it needed to be. First bullet accuracy. Literally has a duel where the other person knows where they are and comes through and hits this just instant shot that you can't do anything about. Like, really. That's even versus Nico.
Like, how are you supposed to fight back against that?
Yeah, and there is a dead zone behind yellow in this area that no nades come to, pretty much, right? You never molly out that spot. You zone people into that position and then try to trade them by swinging. So ZywOo knows that, and I think for that reason he felt like pretty composed. He stood there, perfect crosshair placement, wasn't shaken.
Yeah, if there's one thing ZywOo has, it's that composure.
I think Nico tried to sneak the smoke. Oh, Modesty finds one.
Must have been a gap there. Nico also pressed alongside the smoke. It's going to have to be Magisk to be picturesque with these kills. And while he does get the insta headshot onto Nico, that's the fall of Nico in back-to-back rounds. It's a 4 versus 2 post-plant for G2 to try and close out this T side. Their map pick, and it does not go as swimmingly as they would have hoped. But at least for us, the spectators, there is no reason for what's left of Vitality not to go for this retake. So we'll get the 2v4 attempt. Bomb nearing the halfway point, and Spinks got a lot of corners to check. It's JKS holding it alongside Yellow Tarp. 2 players in the middle of the ramp, and Hooksy on the bomb site. He'll be first contact versus Dupree, but there's the first one, nice and easy. Time now becomes a nuisance, if not the end-all versus Vitality. Spinks has 2 kills. Dupree's trying to come through, but they get all 4 kills. It's simply a matter of time. And with it, a 4th, at the very least, sprinkled on top of a rather lackluster T-side.
Careful.
Careful, one more mid, like delay.
Nitsan.
Should be.
I'll kill him, wait.
Do it. I'm on the stairs.
One in B. Dead.
Let's stop.
He's down. Oh, he's down. He's down B lobby. Didn't run up yet. Didn't run.
Yep, went down lobby. You're smoking one side.
Yeah, so.
A flash. One more.
Nice! Nice done. Good job,
Bro, that was a gift from God. The smoke.
Yeah, exactly. Waited for you.
But dude, you're up.
A gift from God.
That's what they call Apex, I guess.
Gade.
Gone but not forgotten. Not gone either. Don't want anybody thinking the worst. But those aren't the Danes we're talking about. Let's hone in on Magisk and Dupree. And Zonic standing behind them. Vitality piecing together an excellent CT side here on G2's map pick. Monacy. Ooh, Kate's got nothing on Spinks. Little 180 action. Spinks with 3 Glock kills.
Exhilarating.
Oh my God.
17 and 8.
Oh, those first two. Joey, I want it super slow-mo. I want the first to the second. But maybe JKS can even do it dirtier. He's got 3 players coming at him. Little nade destined for ZywOo, the bomb plant. JKS comes through with 2.
He's on.
That's it. But can he topple Spinks, the same guy that kicked this off for Vitality? We know what that Glock can do. Smoke grenade goes down. No kid on the play. It's a long 10-second defuse. He's hoping that Spinks will give him the fight, but Spinks keeping this one ice cold. And unfortunately for JKS, he just can't find the damn fight no matter how hard he wants it. It is Spinks with the second pistol wrapped up for Vitality.
Damn. Couple of nice shots there, but yeah, Spinks, man, he stole the show this round. Beautiful round overall. Fast action shots here with the Glocks. And this second was ridiculous.
Like, I mean, at that point, poor Hooksy.
Seriously.
You know, the guy's trying to keep up. And you're going to drop bombs on him like that. Nice from JKS to catch the first kill before ZywOo comes jumping over.
With a kit, he pretty much has that. With the smoke down, it's hard to win that for Spinks. So,
indeed.
Don't know if there was one down there that he was looking for, but if there was, he couldn't find it.
Beautiful replays, guys. Thank you. We keep going. Mac 10s for Magisk and Dupree. Hooksy looking for this fight. Tags Apex for 20. Nearly dead. And Hooksy, well, he does get the kill. Won't get away with his life. Spinks is simply too crisp.
Still worth.
Nico's turn.
I think we won't see Vitality walk back in this situation. I don't know if there'll be any more clues for them, though. Does G2 have cut noise? And JKS says, screw it. Let's join the party. Let's see what happens on the A site.
Dupree looking for the other boost at the base of Crane, but this stack's yet to be spotted. Ooh, a little tease for Nico. There it is.
What a shot.
Just owns ZywOo. 1 bullet down. Mac 10 is the front runner, and Dupree actually dies to the smoke spam. JKS getting in the damage. Magisk and Spinks.
They're missing a molly for jump up. 2 left here. No nades now.
Oh, nice flash. But unfortunately, it blinds the CTs at the same time, and we still have Magisk alive and kicking. He gets back down the ramp. He loses Spinks right thereafter. At least Spinks brings one with him. Nico now hands on an AK, though. And as he takes Hunt, oh, it's a team kill.
It's
not
a
ideal.
Family kill.
That's even worse. Blood brothers, covered in their own blood. Magisk is waiting for this chance to peek, falls down, plays it perfectly, and Nico gunned down by the SMG. Another win for Vitality.
Trust no one, folks. Trust no one. That is close. Well played from Magisk. What a crazy situation with the flash that came through. They shot from Nico, underrated, really nice one. And then they almost had enough chaos going on to take advantage of the fact that they were all curled up here behind the smoke, but wow, right in the toes. Honestly, looked like it was between them. Pretty unfortunate situation.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah.
But now, unfortunately for G2, time's running out. Rounds are running out.
Comparing this day of G2 to the last one, kind of weird, man. Oh, that's a cool nade.
Poor JKS.
So the arc on that bad boy.
JKS trying to put up numbers. Got that stray deagle shot through smoke last round. But Zywoo, even his frag grenades are headshots.
Yeah. So here, a much more standard state of affairs. Gathering on the ramp, waiting on the ramp, and then taking the A site if there's no pressure. Just never a bad idea. It's more classic style of Vertigo.
What could possibly go wrong? Hook seat, maybe, with a P250. No armor, of course, and losing his teammates on the bomb site. Unfortunately, he is swarmed from 3 separate directions. Bomb has been planted. It's gonna have to be something magical from Monacy. 14-4 off the back of this easy pickup.
Mm-hmm. And what Apex said is still true, that, you know, it's more of a major change for G2 and changing the IGL, where it's just going to be, there will be bad days, there will be weird days, and if they can build brick by brick in the long run, of course, the hope is that, you know, the team will be better. But in the meantime, the fact that Vitality only had to change out Masuda for Sphinx, which seems just like more like a clear upgrade than what G2 have done. Of course, they have more of a base.
Yeah.
And I think on the one hand, it's also something that Apex said. They're the team that has a base that's nicer, but G2 are the team that are hard to prepare against because they changed their IGL and made more of a radical difference, even with all the rail switches, all the CT side changes and everything like that as well. But that can give and take, of course.
It really feels like right now it's just that, you know, plug and play upgrade.
What is that? How is that lineup? I mean, he hit him exactly in that position.
It's just Zywoo thing.
That's so crazy.
Absolute scenes. You know, kind of touted as the best roster move of the offseason, of course, was Sphinx to Vitality. And they said all the right things to buy themselves time if things don't necessarily mesh perfectly right out of the gate. But I feel like today we are getting a very, very strong showing from Vitality.
Yeah, and Sphinx has been good. There was a one game on Inferno where it was a little bit strange, but he even brought that back to going positive, where he had like a couple of kills on T side, and then as soon as they switched to CT, went up to like 18 and 14 or something. So there has just been no red flags from Sphinx so far, I feel like.
I was doing a content piece with Kerrigan where we were talking about roster swaps, and I believe it was him who basically, you know, amounted this Sphinx move to kind of them getting twists. Them getting robs, getting that last piece, you know?
Yeah, I can see that.
The final little move, that little added, that little last, you know, perfect piece that just springboarded them to the whole other level. So, you know, that is what Vitality are trying to do, compete with the FaZe clans, the Navis. And if you can't get a simple, then you get yourself a Sphinx.
Molly missed here on the sandbag, so that allows Hooksy to actually shoot over top of a Molly and stand in the same spot. So that's a big mistake here from Vitality. And Hooksy's not done yet.
No, he's on for the multi-kill. He's got the advantage. Well, an advantage doesn't always mean much.
That's true.
Poor guy. Sphinx gonna lurk this one through middle. Timing is looking excellent here. He's just ahead of JKS, so that little 2-second pocket is exactly where Sphinx currently resides. And while Hunter shuts down Dupree at the front of the site, JKS is gonna rotate right into Sphinx, and there's another quick little 90-degree snap. They've got the bomb down, and Magisk wall bangs away a 15th round for Vitality. It truly feels like they can do no wrong.
Yeah, the kid is disgusting, man. Those shots were great. And this lurk felt a little bit more pragmatic. Like looking at the G2 lurks we saw in the first half, they got all the space, but there was no real kind of cohesive concept behind it. Whereas here it's like simple. When they've taken A ramp, they wait, they take control of it, they exec on the site. When they've lurked through mid, they go towards A in this position. It's coming down to the wire, but Spinx is already here ready to kill them as they're coming in. They're going ahead with the plant as well. So they're just moving more like a unit.
Looks he wanted to get aggressive. Breeze Molly makes that a little harder. They're not all in on this. Tees back up ever so slightly. Hooksy, he'll get caught. Kind of felt like he was stuck between two worlds. Did he want to go deeper? He lost the support on the backside of the site. And then Nico kind of comes back, so Hooksy does too, and it costs both their lives. I mean, this is a total domination at this point. A 16-4 by the looks of things. It's going to take a pop-off with a lesser weapon from JKS or Monacy. Unfortunately, from that astounding Dust 2 map that we got out of Hunter versus Big to a rather mediocre map from him here versus Vitality. And sure enough, piece by piece, this is just Vitality showing they've got that superstar potential. Total domination. And I don't use that word lightly.
Yeah, it's well said. I mean, this is easy for Vitality, and it's a team with this matchup that has some history. So it's a big win for their confidence. Probably sapped some of the confidence from G2. Came off of a huge game versus Big the other day. And yeah, we'll have to see if they can even do anything on maps 2 and 3. But it's interesting to watch G2 play the same maps again now.
Of course, still within that period to improve and to learn and to all gel together. But this one, going to be tough to take anything positive away. We'll see you guys for map 2 in just a moment.
This is your teammate here.
Yeah, going by what I know as a teammate. Do you have any qualified guess here?
I just think that this guy is always trying to hit headshot.
That is true. I think Rain has quite a lot of headshots, so I would agree with that.
Yeah, this one's pretty easy, I would say.
Yeah, I think Rain has
yeah, Rain should be higher.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say Rain is higher.
Yeah, I believe in you, Blame.
Floppy, okay, but like it's all time, right?
Rain, yeah, so he has way more maps. I would say lower.
Okay.
Would you say higher?
No.
But Rain should have high headshot, no?
Yeah, but you play more game than
Floppy.
Floppy.
Yeah, a lot. What do you think, bro?
Definitely.
Lower. Go with lower?
Yeah, we're gonna go lower.
Alright, is Floppy higher headshot percentage than Rain?
First round, wrong.
First round.
Wrong, yeah.
All good. We should say lower, right?
Yeah.
We should go lower on this one.
Yeah, I think we should go lower.
He's all bar, right? So.
Right now.
I'd say all time, Ricky's probably like barely scraping 50.
Okay,
it's lower.
Yeah.
Nice. Is it tagged lower?
We're gonna go, for S tag, we're gonna go higher.
Ooh, electronic, bro.
I think electronic probably should be higher, and if he's not, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I think we can.
Ericsson is higher.
Yeah, we should just say higher instantly.
Ericsson is higher.
Higher.
Upper.
So yeah, it has to be lower.
Only should go lower.
Surson's an upper, so headshot percentage definitely lower.
Lower, yeah.
I wanted to help, but I didn't know what to do.
Stavn's gonna be higher as well. Stavn's probably higher.
Sirson just gave us two plus cards. Thank you, Sirson. Thank you.
Must be higher.
Stavn is higher, right?
Yeah. Thank you, boss.
Nav or Stavn.
I just know when I played with Nav, he sprayed a lot.
Pretty logical that Stavn is higher because Keith has more maps. Does Nav play up? No.
Sometimes he did. Yeah. I saw Mirage.
I think it must be Nav on it, just because he is orbing on some maps, like secondary orbing, and yeah, I think
higher headset percentage than 7.
Lower. Lower.
Correct. You gave more reasoning than me.
What?
Okay, this one.
It's easy one again. Yeah.
Hey, this one's easy.
Yeah.
Higher. Higher. Since it's all time, Nico has like done most of second opping in his teams, besides like G2 maybe.
Yeah, Nico higher.
Yeah.
Higher.
Ah.
Oh.
This one is tough. It's two good-looking guys, by the way. It's two good-looking guys.
I think Nico is missing a lot of headshots on Nuke, so probably Config is higher.
Because of the one map, okay?
Yeah.
We'll go for Config's higher.
This is higher.
Go red. He's got
flawless logic.
So Vertigo, I'm pretty sure you knew that was going to be coming into play considering what was played out yesterday, but that went ridiculously well for you guys. And wouldn't even say it just came down to preparation, like Spinks popping off, everyone was having a really nice game. For you, that was a more relaxing one?
I mean, there's no relaxing games in CSGO, and we were leading 11-4 as first half, and that's the most dangerous lead. So, I mean, it was about resetting after the first half, but yeah, everything went really well. So.
Now, for you, right, you've been with dupreeh and Magic for a lot of time. You've done a lot with them. But coming on to Vitality, the successes have not been there in the same way, right, until now. We see these changes position over. Yes, you haven't had tournament wins just yet, but this is where we're starting to see them have a better performance. How do you view that performance so far and the changes since coming into the Vitality project for these guys?
I mean, yeah, obviously it's going better right now, and I think it's a good start with Lotan not practicing for more than 8, 9, 10 days. So for me, it's going really well, but we're taking it one day at a time, and we're definitely not there yet. Still a lot of mistakes in practice, and we still need to fix a lot of things. But I think for me, yeah, it's a good start. But let's not get over ourselves. Like it's still a long road to go.
Now, do you think they expected nuke?
No, I don't think so. But it's a bit tricky because they changed the IGL, so it was really a lot about focusing on ourselves and not too much about what they've been playing before, and we couldn't really use their data with the previous team because a change of IGL is a pretty big thing.
Well, let's see if we can get that win. Danny, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vitality absolutely swarm G2 and on their map pick no less. 16-4, an absolutely dominant scoreline on that Vertigo. Some elated Vitality players, and so they should be, because that was clinical to start off this series, Pachu.
That was a shellacking. That's what it was. Vitality just absolutely schooled G2 on that map. Let not the scoreline fool you. I think at the very beginning of the game, there were a couple of dicey situations. Yep. I think G2 had the right idea in the beginning of a lot of these rounds, but they bungled opportunities and they allowed Vitality to catch on fire. Some crazy 3v5s being won by Vitality, nice stacks as well by Apex, and after that G2 were not able to pull themselves out of that hole.
This is usually what happens for a new team that is switching their in-game leader, that is switching their identity, picking up a new map as well. We saw it yesterday on Vertigo where it worked out super great for the guys from G2, but the fact of the matter is there's only a plan A right now. They haven't had time to practice the map for a long time. They don't have a lot of official experience on the map either, so when plan A is not working, which it didn't, they lost a couple of clutches, then plan B is not really efficient enough. There's not plan C made yet, so you come into a scenario where if your plan A is not working as a new team with a new in-game leader, you will look a little bit silly. Unfortunately for G2, they couldn't really get it going right here, and we got a way more one-sided game than I would have expected.
Yeah, and of course it was that CT side that really kick-started things for Vitality coming into it. Just coming to the end of that first half as well, the kill disparity between the players, there was only 4 kills from the top to the bottom of the scoreboard. Everybody was really stepping up every position they needed to on this map.
There wasn't really any weakling, honestly, in Vitality's defense. As soon as they hit their flying altitude, that was it. Zaiwu was doing a stellar job on the A side, mostly with the rifle, we have to point it out. When he was playing that short position, he was basically the wall, the great wall. No one could go through Zaiwu with a minimum of a double kill. On the side of the Danes, I think both Magisk and dupreeh were quite present in that game. Magisk towards mid, dupreeh towards B, and then we also what Spinks did towards the very end. But yeah, a little bit of a shout out for the Danish duo. I think they delivered massively in this game.
We talk about firepower, we talk about those two players having really, have struggled a little bit to step up within Vitality. We've been left slightly disappointed, I guess, in both dupreeh and Magic's individual performance, but as Sonic said, it's starting to slowly but surely getting better for them. So I'm happy to see that we're in a scenario right now where that's not a big conversation for us. We don't really fear the firepower within Vitality now that Spinks is added into the mix. We don't really put a lot of pressure on dupreeh and Magic anymore either, because now Spinks is there to help them out in the firepower department. Now I have one problem, and I just want to keep it Danish for a bit more. We're now seeing HooXi play 67 rounds here in the Gauntlet. He has a total of 17 kills. It was fun yesterday because they were winning. It was fun because Hunter went off. It was fun because Nico played well. But let's be honest, you're going up against Vitality. You're supposed to be a team that is fighting to win the major. You're supposed to be a team that is fighting to win titles. And you have a player who's combined for 17 kills in 67 rounds. It is a no-go. HooXi needs to step up and needs to find a way to find impact and have some productivity on the server.
Yeah, it's becoming a little bit uncomfortable. I think it's one of these joke that is extremely short-lived. Like, one game is fun. Yeah. One game we just laugh about it. It's a meme. It's all good fun. But then every single map that passed by and every single time HooXi is actually completely helpless, kind of turns the joke into a really uncomfortable joke into an invisibly horrible situation. And I hope he's going to cut short. I hope he's going to have a really good half coming up soon, because we can laugh about it, but in the back of his mind, this is having an impact, whether he wants it or not.
I mean, undoubtedly, and the fact that we're sort of looking at this new look G2 to be firing on all cylinders, to be in contention of taking those trophies as well, you can't have sort of one of these weak links looking consistently. But if you flip on over to the other side of the server, Spinks, he was spanking his opponents coming into this one. First time we've seen him taken to the stage on the map of Vertigo. Just particularly on that CT side, was he slotting in exactly where you expected him to for this Vitality side?
Yeah, I think he pretty much did what Misuta was doing on the side of Vertigo, being responsible of that middle side of the map, and whether or not there's a rotation that's being requested, then he would be that last guy on the A side, or he would take over the B side if Dupree was somewhere else. So pretty much a role-for-role position and an upgrade as we expected he would be on Misuta.
It makes me happy to see him play well. We saw him in the last couple of tournaments for ENCE as well, where he was slowing down a bit. He wasn't really living up to the same performances we saw in the first 4 months. The fact that we see Spinks now getting back to his best already now, I know we talked about giving him some time, give Sonic some time to mold him into the system, but already now he's showing early signs of a player that is fitting well within Vitality.
Spinks also taken this to the stage, rather, in our eco play, which is the first round of that second half, the pistol, which will be ingrained in my memory forever.
You want to have a good economy, winning the pistol round is the best way to start, and I'm just going to let you enjoy the pristine pistol round. Look at this fast and crisp aiming out of Spinks. I'm going to be honest, I was a little bit selfish with that eco play. I didn't show that to you because there was a tactical death. I just thought this was beautiful from Spinks. I wanted to celebrate pure, sheer mechanical skills with a little bit of brain sprinkled all top towards the very end. Great clutch from Spinks. That was nasty and sexy, just the way we like it.
This is why they signed him. The firepower, right? They wanted more firepower. They wanted a player who could take over the server, and Spinks did exactly that in the pistol.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible to be witnessing. Obviously, things are only really looking up for Vitality if we're looking on towards the second map. It is going to be Nuke, as Sonic was saying in that interview. Potentially a slight punish pick coming towards G2. They're not totally sure what to be expecting. They're not sure whether G2 is going to be totally ingrained on this particular map as well.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to put my Vitality fan apparel on the side for 1 second. Between these two teams, it has been quite, I guess, regular to see a team take over and destroy the other one, even on their own opponent's map pick, right? I'm not going to say that Vitality is in a safe space right now. I'm not going to say they can just relax because we're moving on to Nuke and it's going to be fine. The way Hooksy broke his absolute face into the wall on the CT side, Apex is going to have the same kind of conundrum, the same equation to figure it out. And they should not let go because G2 can stop them on the defense. That series is not over by any means.
Don't forget that I think Nico perhaps could be argued to be the best CT player in the entire world on the map of Nuke. He can shut it down. He's up there, right, with the rifle in yard. He can make it a misery for Vitality. So they got to find elsewhere, you know, see if they can avoid Nico a little bit. Because I feel like, honestly, right now, that's the only known quantity I know within G2 on a map like Nuke. So see if you can get rid of Nico, see if you can avoid him, and let's hope he doesn't have one of those games where he just takes over the server. If you're a Vitality fan, sorry, like you mentioned.
I'm not afraid.
Well, Nuke will be the next map coming into the pool, and potentially the last stop for Vitality if they want to make this a 2-0. The first time we're going to be seeing both of these new look squads taken to the stage on this particular ground, and it's going to be coming up after this. Don't miss it.
we got here? No feet for free. Apex getting comfortable.
Okay.
And, you know, listen, those are fresh smelling socks because no sweat on Vertigo.
Right.
Easy pickup, man. That was an absolute domination. Highest rated performance for Spinks on Vitality ever was that last map. Thank you, HLTV, for the stats. Thank you, Betway, for the odds. This one leaning Vitality's way. Very understandable after what we just saw across the opening map.
I think so, yeah. That was interesting to bring up the Hooksy kill count because over the course of the 70 plus or minus rounds, 67 rounds, he had like 17 kills. And then you look over at Spinks over the 4 maps, he's almost at 80 frags. It is a stark contrast, and it will make a difference, and it does make a difference. I mean, Spinks is literally carrying on a team full of stars, so that is something special to behold. Now we go over to Nuke. It's a map that we haven't seen this G2 lineup play on. And just looking at their spots, this is actually a map where things line up perfectly on CT side. Unless they want to change something, they have Hooksy replacing Alexi inside of the ramp, and they have JKS potentially playing upper anchor in place of Jax. So we'll see if that's the case. And it looks like actually Hooksy is upper and JKS is ramp. So these are
inversed.
Yes, a couple of new spots, but it probably is their own choice.
Holding off on the full blown. Molly comes in, flash goes deep. It's all about getting through that smoke. Are they going to drop vent? Smoke would lead you to believe so.
Oh,
Nico's ready. Oh, wow. Magisk wins that duel. And had he not, Zywoo was right there ready to attack it from behind. JKS, poor guy, gets gushed at a distance. So that's the plant on the B site. Spinks deletes Hooksy as if that's the guy that Hooksy's got to try and topple point blank. Another gush. Just a bare bones thread keeping m0NESY and JKS alive in this 3v3, which means a lot of it's going to have to come from Hunter, you'd think. He has managed to get past the vent, delivers the first, but then the reload, that's where it costs him. And Spinks looking for another impactful pistol. He'll take 2 kills, Magisk ends it, and Vitality start the T side strong.
That was kind of a cool little pistol right there where they threw the smoke to get out. And normally on rounds where you have lots of utility, it's hard to do a quiet vent drop because people will spam, people will throw nades. But on these semi-automatic pistols and without having any HEs or Molotovs to slow you down, they kind of just walked out and down. And Magisk was also careful to drop on the right side of the vent and peek out a little bit to the left, make that as hard as possible for Nico, even though he was waiting. So, seemed like it could have been a good counter, but overall, really cool idea here from Vitality.
Hunter, the 1 MP9 sitting on top of the hut, but it gets lit on fire just like it did in the pistol. And this time it actually forces movement. A lethal situation for Hunter. Mac 10 in the hands of Zywoo, trying to charge him down, and sure enough, he makes money off m0NESY. JKS gets into the corner. Nowhere to run, brother, nowhere to hide. P250 trying its damnedest. He'll fight back. Nico with a deagle. Ooh, 2 deags, in fact. A good distraction served up by JKS. Hooksy wins the fight with the MP9. And all of a sudden, this conversion from Vitality has been upended. Spinks is going to have to deliver the clutch. Nico. Ooh, he tagged him. Uh-oh. What's that? AK grabbed. 9 shots in the magazine. 40 seconds to figure this out. The problem is the low HP. 39 health here for Spinks.
It's actually super difficult for Spinks to commit to lower just because of a player who could be in decon. But he also, I think, feels like it'd be obvious if he went upstairs. Now, this is actually a really good call, I think, for the CT side to rotate the way they are.
Hooksy's got to deliver.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an easy kill. Like you said, somewhat obvious. But he tucks into the lobby, and that opens up the back site plant if Spinks wants to take the risk.
Yeah, let him have that. Oh, he got the silent drop. Wow.
Beautiful.
Oh, my God.
And he's got a little bit of time. Ooh, nope. Goes back around it. Hooksy's made a step. He made a step, but then he walked. Now Spinks has a chance. If he gets the headshot, that would have been something. But it's Hooksy instead to keep it clean and to give G2 a quick boost.
God damn. He hit the silent drop and nearly caught the chance to catch Hooksy off. And a couple of X-Factor kills from Hooksy. It's refreshing to see. I think that swing with the MP9 inside of Squeaky, of course, that's where it could have ended. But he made sure that that wasn't going to be possible. So already a better showing here.
Damn, Zonic sometimes got the real disappointed dad vibes.
Uh-huh.
But that's what you need behind you. Tough pill to swallow for Vitality coming off of that first map. A 1 pistol round. All is good until JKS P250s you in the forehead and Nico's sitting backside. Team Vitality just going to take it on the chin. Go ahead, save those guns. A few Desert Eagles sprinkled into this, but it should be the G2 conversion. Not to mention, free AK, Galil for JKS. It's a great way for G2 to recover from the lost pistol.
So although we haven't seen G2 play Nuke with this new lineup yet, it might be one of the maps they were most looking forward to playing. First of all, they got a Danish IGL. Second of all, they all get their spots. And they haven't had to interrupt the most kind of high impact and important ones for Modesty Hunter and Nico to play.
So far, was good. Bomb gets dropped, and that with it is the round. So G2, nice and easy. For a second there, Vitality's making everybody nervous. Very quiet outdoors. But then once the gunfight started, it's an easy wrap-up.
Yeah, this will be a great litmus test for G2 playing on Nuke versus Vitality. Vitality clearly not having any problems with Spink so far, looking great. And then the fact of the matter is that this was one of the only other teams that could stand to like Navi's Nuke at last year, and basically a world beater Nuke team right here that they have to go up against. So this would say a lot if they pull off a good CT side even.
Sit and we wait to see if JKS gets tested. Bodies grouping up here from Vitality. Sure enough, here it comes. Easy first and second. Nice from JKS. 3 kills, in fact. A solo hold inside of ramp. Zywoo will eventually get by him. Apex gets domed by Nico outside over the top of Silo, and so Zywoo's gonna need the ace if he will pull off this miraculous round win. Hell, even a bomb plant would be something. So he fake plants the first time, and the decon swings the end of that.
Ooh.
JKS with the ramp delivery.
Maybe that's why he wanted a little change of scenery. I can see he likes these angles. That's a real nice spray. We've got Shades of Hunter right here with this 3K M4 from above. And that's pretty much the whole round. And it just frees up space here for Nico to take an easy shot. Well, a Nico shot, not easy for most. And make sure that that round is over with.
So Vitality back to the pistols. Last time we saw them slow play it. Nico's already spotting presence. Apex wants that headshot, but Nico jumps across the gap. Couple of minute chances. At least pushes Nico back a bit. But where's the jump? First pickup's easy. Team Vitality. Oof, there it is. Again, trying to make the most of these rounds where they have so little to work with. No mini player just yet. Nico's about to slide through it. And Spinks has found a chance to press up against it. Nico doesn't come fully forward to clear this, and that puts Hooksy into the line of sight of Spinks, who will be cut down by Nico. Reload's good, and Nico's even better. 3 kills, nice headshots. Yeah. But again, just like the last time, right? It's all silent and creepy and high tension until everything just goes well.
Yes. Yeah, that is the name of the game of the Deagle. Sometimes it can be a little bit to try to watch, but
ratty.
Wow, what an angle. What an angle.
I want to see these taps.
Okay, that's nasty. Shroud level with the taps. Were you around to see Shroud's 1v5 versus Netcode guys on Nuke?
Was that when he was playing for Mama Jumas?
Mama Jumas.
You know Mama Jamuma?
Yeah, Mama Jumas. Yeah, Mama been shopping. It was Mana Jumas. Okay.
It's close, bro.
Mama Jumas. Daddy Jumas.
Rose Mama Jumas.
New Jabez.
They're about to walk out through that hut, aren't they? Hooksy, he's under pressure here. He's been smoked off. Or rather, Monacy had from Mini. So Hooksy was very much on his own there. Wasn't able to deliver a kill, so the follow-up Molotovs to just keep anybody else at bay. Monacy with the retake smoke in position. Him and JKS looking to come through heaven, perhaps.
Okay, Monacy might be setting up for a flash here, so he's far back, but with the smoke down, it's just vision so obscured. They counter the Paycan smoke, and Apex shuts down the flank. This is where you call it quits. So Hooksy and Hunter fall like a couple of dominoes, and that's when it's just a little bit too hard. Another thing that's interesting, I guess, is for Vitality on their CT side. Even though they were world beaters on Nuke, one of the big problems for them was when they were using shocks. So they had Masuda and I keep thinking Navera, not Navera. Who came? Kyojin. Masuda and Kyojin playing upper, and that just wasn't working out. And they were still good enough to like beat really good teams on the map. But after that didn't work out for a while, they had shocks come in and play mini, and then they had Masuda stay upstairs. And their upper side was always still a little bit weak. Spigs coming in from ends, he actually played the upper side. So if he slots in, I wonder if that's going to be an upgrade for their whole setup entirely, or if he's going to play a new position. But that'll be something also interesting to look for, because their T side's already solid, and then their CT side was where they would still win but had problems.
That'll get you fired up. Beautiful round from Apex, gotta say. Did all the heavy lifting in that one.
That's a lot of vodka.
Hey. That's how he keeps up the charisma.
I'm an angry drunk too.
All right. We've seen it. Hooksy was tested in that last one. Targeted by Apex as he came out from the hut. Oh, quick smash by the looks of it. Lickety split. Hooksy gonna deliver from behind the blue box. Magisk predicting that push through. Ready for the fight. JKS in from heaven with a double kill. That's what's gonna keep this equal. Monacy and Nico looking to skewer Vitality. Same paint can smoke, but remember, they caught Nico on this exact same flank last round.
Yeah, Dupree seems less ready for it.
Whoa, okay. Indeed. Apex recovers, gets dinked in the process. Can he best Monacy with 10 HP? Monacy out in the rafters, standing in the open, and Apex so close, but no cigar. It's Monacy to clutch and give G2 yet another.
He was just tracking it back, maybe getting back in heaven, maybe going down to the ramp, who knows? Maybe checking outside a little bit later on. And Apex nearly found that timing, but didn't have the health to make the kill happen. So what a rotation from JKS up into heaven just in time as the exec is coming out. I mean, we're seeing CTs die left, right, and center, and JKS is already at the ready. So I think he made a start a turnpike there. I don't know, but that was a great rotation from him.
Keeps the money alive for G2. Gun rounds still flowing for Vitality. Fun T side so far. Let's see what happens outdoors. Apex, a little charred, and then shut down. Nice kill from Monacy. This Monacy-Nico Hunter setup outdoors / minis.
It's scary.
Yeah, horrifying to fight against. Zywoo down to 9 health. Another follow-up here from Monacy, so the op asserting dominance outdoors. And that's going to send Vitality reeling back into the lobby. Scattering like rats.
Another map debut, another great start here for G2. Still a couple good rounds for Vitality that they've won so far.
But not quite comparable to the slobber knocking that we had on Vertigo.
Mm-hmm. Maniac called it sexy and nasty, I think.
And I think Maniac knows a thing or two.
Right.
When it comes to Counter-Strike, calls it how it is. Looks like this one's going to fizzle out, though.
Yeah, they just was I with this low. I guess, yeah, not even going to attempt to go for it. Fast forward.
Right. There's a couple clean ones from Monacy.
His land flicks look like online flicks. Is he just... You didn't even see the flick at the end there.
I don't know how he does it.
Yeah.
AK upgrade for Nico, as if he wasn't lethal enough. And they'll hang on to those 3 guns.
Let's try again. So, bit scary when you can't even participate in the yard default. Big part of the map. Forward vitality a lot in their game plan as well. They've obviously got a good enough upper take that they can participate in that, but you just can't leave that quarter of the map open. Sometimes Nico, without any assistance, can be enough outside. So I'm actually not sure what the best solution to prescribe is. Connor, maybe you can help them out.
I think 40 milligrams of copium helps with everything.
Yeah. All right.
We haven't seen like walls of smokes yet. Block off that line of sight from Monacy.
Yeah, let's see if they go through some of the regular motions and just see if they can get to secret. That's sometimes square one.
Really haven't.
I mean, they literally have Zywoo.
Yep. The only time they got down secret was in the pistol round when Zywoo was able to cross. Just been facing outdoors instead.
Oh. He was in full view for a second, right?
I think he was behind the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, I was still lobby side.
Let's see.
Toying with the peek. Keeping Monacy.
It's just one guy you can't shoulder peek.
Yeah. Very on edge. Monacy waiting for it, but it's not coming at him.
All right. Late take outside.
Okay. Smoke's lined up. Here we go. Look at that. See how it goes down. We got JKS, in fact.
Oh, cool. Yeah, because Monacy's hopping ramp.
Yep. So a little shift in positions there allows JKS to go through B into secret.
See if they got a good flash for him.
See if they can get to red. Apex making a ton of sound. Doesn't even clear it. JKS, element of surprise. Barrel stuffs him. Now it's the op of Monacy to be... No, not tested. Looked like that party was coming his way. Instead, they're going to look to target Hooksy. Now we've got Nico on the floor of the A site. Hooksy right above the door. Should be a surefire frag from Hooksy. Hunter back behind vent. 30-second mark. And Hooksy fighting Spinks picks up the kill. They're just stranded. Oh, absolutely deleted. Couldn't buy an entry frag if they tried.
Well, that was cool. I mean, they triple stacked upper, and they had JKS as a difference outside. And then I think when JKS got the kill, they knew that Monacy was up in the ramp, so they didn't want to try to contact it. Going back into a different strat. Of course, he was very clearable in this spot, but yeah, you know, they didn't throw any mollies inside of red to make sure he couldn't stand in that position. They didn't look for him. They wanted to take some kind of risk, and they picked the wrong one.
So, rock solid CT side, G2. I mean, what a turn. I don't know what they said or what they did in between maps.
Yeah, I really thought they checked out. After Vertigo, I was like, that was just, you know, while the map's going on, we're always entertaining the thought that, okay, it's going to get better and whatever, but that was really weird.
Sometimes it just doesn't.
Yeah, this is a lot better, of course.
You know, I'm thinking like, all right, it's a match that doesn't necessarily mean you're at Showdown, doesn't necessarily mean you're at Finals. It would have been a very easy map, I think, to check out of. But check that out instead. This kid's pretty good.
He is.
Pretty good, I gotta say. And we've got JKS back to ramp. Newfound position, newfound angle. He's played this from, you know, a multitude of spots already. This one's very much committed, but they all line up. And it's another multi-kill spray down from JKS made easy.
Yes. Maybe he was made for the ramp all along. This is what he wanted.
Get flicked on. Oh, no. There we go.
Wow.
Oh. It's like a fish hook.
Nothing
you know,
you
he's
can
like
do.
flicks over and comes back.
Nothing you can do.
Call that the Pasha bicep.
Just stay home. You know, don't even go out.
Hide your wives, hide your kids. Stay indoors and keep practicing.
Pensive silence here from G2.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a lot to make up for after that Vertigo loss. So keep it focused. But when you've got JKS, Monacy, and Nico all already within double digits, and Hooksy's been able to offer you up some holds on the A site, the formula is working so far on Nuke.
Yeah, definitely did get some good kills. Have they stuffed this op into Hut? Yes, they have.
Which for some people would be limiting. To Monacy, it's invigorating. Point blank versus Dupree.
Oh, good trade. Wow, where did he come from?
Yeah, it was like he was above the ladder at one point.
That is the kind of, that's a T-side teammate that you want.
Spinks just teleporting onto Dupree's dead body. Now they're thinking about the outer play. And this is a change of pace here, right? Because we've got a player down in secret in Nico, and Hooksy's going to get pulled over towards Mini. Normally he's like in the depths of that bomb site or just on top of Hut. See if he can help out Nico outside. Nico just waiting for that walk up. Crosshair place where it needs to be. Could be Zywoo the first victim. They both turn their heads. Oh, Nico keeps it sharp. And then Hooksy offers us a headshot point blank. 2 kills from Hooksy. And that's exactly what Nico needs.
Okay, yeah.
A double kill from each.
Absolutely. He's got it. That's a nice setup right there. A nice insurance policy. And Hooksy was ready to, swing on secret as well in case Nico died. He dealt with the first threat accordingly. And here's Spinks. Oh, he's just coming down the ladder right there. So, yeah, really nice trade. But it doesn't amount to anything, of course. So they putter to a halt at the end.
Nice ones from Nico.
Solid rifle work from Hooksy.
Fast wall of smokes and an attempt to test the B site maybe. See the protocols here from G2. We got Nico in the vent. Molly stopped him for a second. JKS still floating around in ramp until Monacy gets to position. Now that's a little something. Spinks comes through with the Deagle headshot. Nico, stops the bomb with the sidearm. Just deletes him. Everybody who got downstairs fed to the beast. And Nico on for the ace. He wants it bad, but Spinks denies it. And 3 more frags for Spinks to try and rally. He's got a lot of time to do this, but no bomb control. Only armor and an AK and a dream.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird situation. Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility, even with where the bomb is, just because rotations downstairs, there's going to be fewer. But, working his way out of vent into vent will be the hard part. And they've given him a little gap. There's the first frag. And I'm saying it's
100 health.
It's not impossible, but there it is, JKS. He appears from nowhere, outside of Mini, takes care of the problem, doesn't let him get down the vent. And it's well handled here from Nico.
As it should be.
He like triple dinks him in the vent too.
Oh, bam. What? Zywoo smothered by that. So, another gun round out, but damn, this is like watching the first half of Vertigo. Sorry, who picked what map?
I know, right?
Because things are feeling a little upside down. Nico tearing it up now as well. Pads the stats a little bit versus the Pistols last round, but still 17 kills, nothing to scoff at. Oh, and he sprays away into the smoke, finding Apex. Another 5v4 in another gun round.
Yeah, he's having a bad game. Apex cannot get anywhere outside without getting killed or damaged severely. They'll start the cross without him. They made some good progress and even scared Hooksy here. Doesn't want to take any stray bullets. Who's out in this position when they're already up a number.
Gives a bit of control to Vitality.
Hooksy makes an important rotation downstairs. So now he's going to run into 2 players if he pushes past, but we'll see how he deals with this angle.
Ooh, he's going for it.
Oh.
Right into Zywoo, though, so offers up the man advantage. Ooh, and Dupree keeps it clean. Headshot to Monacy. Hunter going to be a little bit worried with the, potential squeaky / mini / Hut split, but it's just Spinks hyper passive in the back of lobby. Very much tucked in here, so the B site's under question. But Magisk is actually doubling back. They just threw the decon Molotov, and Spink's patience pays off. Catches JKS. Hunter tucked into the vent. He's going to hear a bunch of movement all around him. The flash lands on him. He gets Magisk, going for more. It's a ton of damage versus ZywOo, but Nico's still downstairs. Maybe because of that decon molly. Either way, going to be tough for Nico to get anything done with 15 health. So Vitality squeezing a third round out of this first half.
Yeah, and it's a good looking one. And it has been, to be fair to them, really hard to kill m0NESY. I think he's just been quietly climbing the scoreboard, using super tight angles and hitting really fast shots. And that's just been a sick combination, honestly, like in terms of stopping outside presence. On top of Nico, who sometimes he's getting 80 damage, Nico's just getting the remaining 20, you know, with his perfect timing. And here dupreeh just pieces him up from way in the back and leaves Nico in a position where, okay, yeah, he's 15 health, could have rotated up or whatever, but there's just, they just didn't even know where Vitality wanted to end. A well-orchestrated round here from Vitality. And a third. And I mean, this is a 10-3 half, but a 10-5 half, and I don't, you know, we have no idea what this T side is going to look like from G2.
Yeah, very fair.
They probably have a lot of questions themselves.
So every round worth its weight in gold.
CT is one thing. They got all their spots. We know that they're happy with that. They've proved that already, that that's working, but T side, we don't know.
And with Nico dropping bombs, a lot of these rounds have been kind of made easy. However, I will still just give him the credit, right? After that first map, it's just excellent to see G2 even keeping something competitive.
I'd also like to say, I think incorporating m0NESY into a lot of these forward aggressive picks is just not something that we saw before as much. And again, that's something that I've always felt like with him. He should be just, you know, as aggressive as possible, really, with how good he is. And it's good to see that happening. I think Hunter said that HooXi is forcing him to.
Nice. Rule with an iron fist. Pretty quiet one from Vitality. Nico's starting to look around red box, seeing that outdoors is, in fact, clear. That should be the red flag for everybody else on their bomb sites or ramp. Nico, he's going to find him throwing nades if they're not fast enough. Well timed here from Nico. That's going to interrupt the execute now. They're going to be going in with less utility than they expect. Not ideal. Still, bomb site set ablaze. Top position from HooXi is good for the headshot. Spink's quick trade. Hunter, top of hut. He is known to the T side, but nothing they can do. He swoops down and finishes Apex. That's incredible.
Yeah.
ZywOo gets nailed by the nade. Oh, he lands his shot into JKS, but it's not a kill, and therefore not a clutch, and therefore not a round win, at least not for Vitality.
Yeah, good rotation there. Nice job from HooXi dodging the flash, getting his kill, and allowing Hunter to get his as well. And the conditioning as Nico finally takes all the space back outside after they have tried to pummel Vitality over and over again. And credit to Vitality for being adamant about getting control out there first, but they did lose a lot of rounds not getting the kills. That's represented in Apex's score, you know, who's one of the guys who goes out first there a lot. And finally, they come through with the full flank at the perfect time when the smokes come out, but no one's there.
Apex trying to make this one a bit quicker. He's got ZywOo to support him. Nico, nasty spot. Sure enough, Apex just kind of crawling around in the smokes. And there's at least the trade, so ZywOo's presence known. And impact felt. Posts up on the secret peek, predicts JKS, reads him like a book. And now we've got Team Vitality with a rare occurrence. Man advantage. HooXi just getting ahead of that scope. 1 second too late, and HooXi is splattered inside Mini. Instead, he gets the dink versus ZywOo, takes him down to 10. And that's going to make things a little bit more uncomfortable. Can Hunter deliver? Yes, door swung, Spink's dead. Flash for the crossback. Duel versus Magisk. Bomb plant safely tucked on the other side of the silo. Predicts the peak, but doesn't spray it into dupreeh. Still, 2 of the remaining 3 very tagged up for Vitality. This is not a comfortable post plant for them. Mind you, not a comfortable retake either. Hunter low. Wow. HooXi dead. And m0NESY also 68 HP. ZywOo popping off with that op. Magisk watching 2 separate sides. That's going to allow for Hunter to get close. Guns him down point blank, but time is the biggest issue. And we saw last map, this retake attempt never even come through. So one more added to the tally for Vitality before they switch to the CT side.
I couldn't even see him. What the?
Let's go flames.
To be right now. Window and B.
Nice. I might.
AC failed smoke. Can smoke on the right with double swing? Let's double swing. 3, 2, 1. AC left side.
1v1.
Was Zaibu.
Bomb is not for you.
No kit, man.
Parle France, regarde défaut, je regarde défaut.
J'ai le spawn.
Je regarde défaut, il y a rien.
Je pense qu'il va être côté appartement.
Ouais. You can play kitchen if you want, bro.
He was 1 HP, yeah? Yeah, I'm playing kitchen.
Ziwu, 1 HP. Can you check from time to time short and be up silly, I'm just hiding.
Yes, I'm checking something.
Attends un peu avant de planter Kevin, qu'il est ton appartement. Je vois un spawn. Prends bien l'appart, Kematou. Check again, il est.
Planting. He's checking.
Planting. Tout t'as une mollo.
They have CT.
One CT. I can flash CT.
TTT, right side. Last side, ticket.
Cache toi. Défaut.
Ticket last.
No, hiding ticket. Pas de kit, Kevin. Il t'a vu avec la dead cam. Peut-être pas. Nice! Good job.
Sick.
Rushing, I'm blind.
Bang.
Mola.
Down.
Low. Dead.
Okay.
We can play kinda aggro on ramp, guys, we're 3.
Let's nade sandbags.
Right. I smoke to one to peek. I'm peeking with you now.
You hit
I'm
him,
dead.
nice. One off, nice.
2 ramp.
One more.
Ramp, one more. He's looking, Ivan. Nice. Ramp.
Nice.
Wait. Rush B.
Okay. Nice.
I bait you, Jackie.
They're not coming.
They want.
Yeah,
they want. They're in.
That tunnel.
They're in.
I'm flashing the door smoke. I'm going through.
Xbox. One dead, I'm full blind.
Xbox.
2 car. Tunnel.
Nice! Sick!
Smoked.
Smoked.
Monster.
And so we get a stellar showing out of the G2 camp. Rock solid CT side here on Nuke, the opponent's map pick, but now there's this question mark that still looms over top after such a blowout on Vertigo and, questions around performance. We gotta see just a close on this offensive half. So a pistol could definitely make a difference here for G2, make things far easier. Assuming, of course, they've got a T side to offer us.
Ooh, they're heavily stacked, waiting for this exact play that's coming their way.
Spinks on Hut, Magisk back vent. Apex to be tested. Yeah, it's a run over towards the ramp. Apex gonna go all the way down. And it's a good call, because that pack of players was looking ferociously for him. Zaiwu waiting for the Nico lurk. Hooksy gets tagged up, Spinks goes down. Great damage here from Apex. Oh, but Hunter, he's got himself a second kill. And Nico starts to sprint away. Magic's gonna have to clear the corner. Hooksy could be dead, but no, instead he delivers. And that's Hooksy continuing a trend here across Nuke, keeping things positive. Zaiwu, Berettas connects to the head of Hunter. He's got 20 health left over. He's got JKS in the rafters, and Nico eventually coming down that ramp to try and hold off on this B site. A kit? No. Dupree has the flash. Zaiwu's got the firepower. But Zaiwu also not much health. Dupree's got the kill. The trade frag's there. Nico looking for his 22nd kill in 16 rounds, and he may not even need it. The time decides. It's 12 for G2 and an easy T half perhaps.
Played well, perfectly. And yeah, eyes drawn to these hooksy frags that are coming in. Very impactful. Apex did a lot there. I mean, he got like almost 3 gushes off, it felt like, but then he still overfaced a little bit instead of holding on to control side. So, you know, he felt like the kill was coming. He wanted to commit and grab that. And Zywoo almost made up for it. Getting the assist, of course, in the kill feed, but Nico locks it up in the 1v2. Well done. And those 2 last players, JKS and Nico, had gone unnoticed at that point, so it's hard to find them. They had not killed anybody. That's why I was checking the flank. So G2, wow, are we watching the makings of a clean nuke?
Off the back of a world-class Nico showing. Quick cross down secret. He's not alone. Got a whole pack of players right behind him.
Looks like for Vitality, there will not be any rotations as they wait and hope that the round ends upper, even though they know there's outside presence. And with the bomb on Hooksy, of course, you don't want to let that get too far, but they got m0NESY right behind him, majority downstairs, and a way to actually kill the CTs, even in a post-plant situation, with 2 players holding down the extremities, waiting and listening.
Magic's just waiting and waiting. And this waiting game, not going to net Vitality the win at this point. Bomb being planted. Ooh. m0NESY gets tagged up in the side. But this could also just be a very easy save. Take everything you invested into this and just move it into the next one. Assuming they can get past JKS. Do pretty good trade. It's going to give a Galil over, so even more to be saved. Quite the little collection of goodies that Vitality can hang on to.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's really just the round score at the top. If this is just the start to a half at like the beginning of the game, this would be a very decent start for Vitality, but they're in critical round territory where the buying decisions can get a little funky. You might feel like you've just got to buy now. We'll see how they treat it. But they've also got enough guns to recycle. So very solid anti-eco here from G2 as they quietly go outside. Clandestine operation, getting into lower, keeping a couple waiting on in the periphery, and ultimately locking it down, getting the info, getting the kill. Just dropping 1 Galil over. Sometimes a gift and a curse. Think Vitality might have to do something aggressive if they feel like G2 will search the map a little bit too well, which is also probably what G2 are going to hope for if they have some kind of passive default. It's very hard to, you know, trick people on these anti-ecos on nuke when you're the one saving. But let's see how many pieces of utility, if there is an investment behind this. And it's just a little bit.
Yeah, little tidbits here. 4 smokes, 1 frag.
So they'll be playing from 14 pretty much, unless they win this round, of course.
Wow. Damn, what a total turnaround.
Might not even see a rifle in this half for Vitality. We'll see. I guess next round, no matter what, but no ops. Probably some other concessions.
Zywoo hopeful that one of those 3 dozen Deagle shots is going to connect. Nobody even crossed just yet. Bit of a ruse. Saw Apex have to fall back in the pistol. Well, it's going to be a scout versus 4. First shot off the mark. Second shot also missed. And very quick, he falls back down into this B site. He's not alone. In fact, he's going to play behind the silo. So we'll see if they get given a challenge.
They've done enough to scare him back. Now he's kind of locked in here. Can't retake up the ramp again. But there are still 3 upper. from the CT side.
Up until that point, it really was just the pistol round, rinse and repeat.
Now, we saw time trouble for G2 in a couple positions. I feel like they're moving with a little bit more purpose here on Nuke, but clearly there are still some growing pains.
Yeah,
and now we're passing 30 seconds.
Could be a factor. Unless Nico just comes through mini and dices them up. Spinks, ooh, that Galil coming back to haunt G2. Spinks with 3 kills off the Galil. And then Dupree's gonna deliver the MP9 frag. That leaves m0NESY in a 1 versus 3. And unfortunately, again, it's that clock that really does come back to haunt them. m0NESY's gonna try, they line up for him. And at this point, just go for the save. So Vitality, they're gonna hang on a little while longer. Why? Because Spinks connects 3.
He does, man. That was him on a swivel. Spinks on the lazy Susan, spinning around, taking him out, and it's with his Galil that he picked up off JKS from the last round. Call him industrious.
Saw the leg there of Hunter. Just a second or two too late.
Disgusting trades. All headshots, too. And that little bit of leverage allows us to see a full buy with an op in play and some money left over.
All right. So, a skinny margin of error for G2 to work with. Hunter down first. Hooksy, ooh, he goes for that. Commits. Scary moment when he has to push through the smoke, but a missed shot from ZywOo.
He just missed.
Simply missed. Doesn't happen every day. Magisk also killed right in front of Spinks. JKS going to be flirting around in the lobby. 3 players downstairs for that B hit.
Yeah, and there's no other rotations. Wow.
Yeah, save.
This is hard. I mean, it's such a hard rotation, especially with ramp getting taken and outside on the cross. They let go of the 2 routes to lower, which means they themselves don't have access to it. Now, they could go for the vent drop in one situation, but they were not in a position to get there. So let's see, 3v3 on the retake. Spinks could potentially win this, but Nico in the game he's having, 24 and 8.
God damn.
Feeling like 20 headshots at least, and yeah, no chance to get back into this. So instantly G2 steal it back after a worrying round where it felt like things did not look right on an anti-eco, where the clock was starting to play a factor, but it really was just Spinks who did so much in that position. And
yep.
Yeah.
You know, there are shortcomings to be expected. It's kind of the picture we wanted to paint with this being G2's first showing on Nuke. New in-game leader, new everything. But Hooksy, you know that one's got him sweating. Takes a big risk going for the Apex trade, but he finds it. And, you know, that could also have been a different situation had ZywOo been able to connect that shot.
Mm-hmm. And actually, Apex has taken over Masuda's position inside of ramp, where he ended up getting moved to. But I think they might change it up depending on if ZywOo's there opping, if Apex goes outside, which he'll sometimes do on the search.
Hunter ahead of the smoke. There's nobody even here to hold it. Apex plays down. Oh, that is a heartbreak.
That's a death sentence right there.
JKS finds it through smoke. Magisk put on ice by Nico. Apex drawn into the gunfight. Only ZywOo so far able to deliver anything in round 20 for Vitality's favor. And by the time he does it, things seem slim, but Spinks wants to get aggressive. He's already turned 1 round upside down. Looks to do it yet again. And luckily for him, the pieces are falling into place. He's got Nico low HP, you'd think, easy duel. He's got m0NESY on 80, which means the M4 is at no disadvantage. It really boils down to the timing on this.
Yeah, and it looks like they actually might be going towards ramp, so it could turn into a Spinks flank. He sees one. It's actually not clear if Nico saw him as well. It certainly feels like it, but yeah, he did. Okay. Oh, they cover him perfectly.
Nicely done. They exchange glances.
Wow, what a shot from ZywOo.
Poor Hooksy. Splattered. Oh, ZywOo gets down into the pocket. Deagle's out. A little bit of damage, but little jump sends the crosshair off, and G2 just more and more winning ways. What an absolute turnaround from Vertigo to a 15-5 scoreline here on Nuke.
Yeah, absolutely. And a great kill from JKS, and they're putting immense pressure on the ramp. They're just running through the smoke. They're trying it over and over again. I think they're sensing, you know, a little bit of a lack of experience here in this position. I can't really remember how much Apex would have taken over ramp in their previous games, but there are situations where people get shuffled. Either way, they like the fight.
a red. We got nobody watching outside, so no pressure whatsoever to try and cut off anybody for that cross. Apex downstairs, Magisk skirts through vents, but that's just the Desert Eagle. That's a singular, I think, flash. Yep, between the two. I mean, no utility, barely any guns. This is just such a desperate spot for Vitality. Nothing to lead you to believe that G2 won't be able to just close this in a commandeering 16-5 fashion. Nico at the front, put him in the front, and watch what he can do. 26th kill in an instant. 27th, just as easy. And B-site cracked wide open. Zywoo deleted as Hooksy gets an insta headshot as well, channeling his inner Nico. And everything just falls into place. Absolute respect to G2 to come back from what was a joke of a Vertigo showing. And now they have gone ahead to push this series to a 3-mapper. Let this be the example. When you have a world-class star like Nico, you can come back from anything. He leads the troops by example, moves them through nuke. A big question mark around this map and an excellent first showing.
Is it fine if I write something, or it needs to be a drawing? Okay, yes.
Yeah. This is a picture of a CSGO match.
No.
You HUD?
No, it's fine.
It's the HUD.
No, it's fine, go next. It's not right, it's pistol run.
That's what I was gonna guess before, and then you drew the radar.
Yeah, I know. You need to think faster. Go, go,
Yeah,
go, go,
but
go,
it's
go.
not, it's not fast.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's hard for it to be fast. Like they think we're Picasso or something.
I am. 100%. What?
Chill.
What?
Chill, chill, chill.
It looks like there's a smoke, people shooting at the guy in the smoke. And he's trying to defuse the bomb.
But what's the word for that? What is he trying to do when he diffuses in the smoke?
Ninja? Yes.
This is a portrait of someone. Now I don't know. I was thinking before, but now I...
This is a bad drawing.
Okay, never mind, I understand.
Wait.
Choke. Liquid?
Yes!
Why would I have to say liquid? That's f***ed up, no. Why would they do that? Why?
Unlucky for you. Happens when you are from an A.
I just don't know why. I mean, it's kind of f***ed, but it's fine. Could have said G2 as well.
Looks like chicken farm.
They're like symmetrically somewhat similar, I guess.
There's no way I'm guessing this.
You will.
Is this a flag?
No.
I see 2 shelves.
Bro, what have I done?
What are you drawing? I don't think you see the same thing I see.
Oh, the stickman mark, okay?
Bro, it looks like a trophy. Okay.
M. Team.
What team? What?
Chill.
Is this crowd?
No.
Yeah, okay, they are people. I understand now.
And who's the people?
I don't know. It looked like they're falling down at the start. I thought it's like heaven. They jumped out. I don't know.
Dude.
What?
We're major winners. It's FaZe. It's FaZe though. It's us.
Yeah, it looks like McDonald's.
Hooksy, a positive nuke, but I need to come back a little bit further onto Vertigo. Did it feel like they kind of had a good read on you? You feel like they obviously came in expecting that was going to be the way? Because it was not the same we saw from you guys yesterday.
Oh, I think from spawn, they had a pretty bad read. We got a lot of openings. I think we had a lot of good situations that we threw away by bad mid-run calling from me and also some bad takes from some other guys on the team. And it was just unfortunate. And at the same time, I think they hit some shots and we didn't. So it didn't feel like a stump, even though the results said otherwise. But yeah, I think in general, we did pretty good.
sometimes you get games like that. But this nuke, when I spoke to Zonic, he thought he surprised you with this one. But you seem to be a little bit prepared, and you got a smile on your face.
I don't know how is he supposed to surprise us? I don't get it. Like, they didn't play any maps. They played like 3 maps or something. We're not expecting anything. We're expecting just as little from them as we are doing from ourselves.
It's a wild situation we're in. But overall, how much time had you been able to put into nuke? I was looking at just the fact, like, from you, you know, Dane's playing nuke, Copenhagen Flames. I knew you could play nuke, but like being able to have this, Nico's yard presence is obviously always dominant as well. So you were just confident from start to finish.
I wouldn't say from start to finish when it comes to like first time we played nuke and until now, but we had a decent amount of time to prepare. So I think we got to a good spot.
And I saw as well, and I heard that Apex was trying to kind of shout a little bit and intimidate Munacy a little bit, take the young gun down. Don't know if you guys heard it at all, but he seemed unfazed.
I didn't hear anything, so, but I don't know, like, I'm just chilling as well.
I do hear you shouting a lot as well. Yeah. Inferno's up next, though. How are you feeling for that one?
Oh, I feel pretty good. I think that we can bring the momentum into Inferno, and then hopefully it will be the same story as on nuke.
Let's see if it is. Hooksy, thank you very much.
From one commanding victory to another one, 16-5 from the G2 Army on Vitality's map pick, no less. Maniac, you brought up the history between these two teams. It's not too unfamiliar for them to be taking each other's map picks coming into a series.
No, I told you that Vitality were not going to cruise towards a victory, and it would appear that I summoned the god that Nico is outside his player that obviously Jacob pointed out, and a lot of the concerns we had for Vitality materialized in that game. It was a very hard first half for them. They didn't really find a solution. Apex gave up his life a couple of times. Nico was stellar, brilliant on his outside lurks and outside positions with multi-kills galore. So it's I kind of saw it coming a little bit.
Yeah,
I didn't want to, but it happened.
Saw the G2 victory on the cards, and I believe the Nico hype train, well, that started very early on in that first half. In an eco play, we're going to be kicking off with round number 2.
Yeah, we got a bit of an eco play we may as well show to you guys that kind of set the tone for the first half. We're going into round number 2 after Vitality actually winning the pistol and getting off to a good start here in the round as well. It's a 5v4, they get the opening pick, and for some reason they decide to play very, very fast. I like it when you do it as a group, but it's not really turning out the way they want to. You could argue a 5v3, if you stop the clip at this point, right, you're supposed to win this round. There's no way you are going to lose this, but guess what? JKS comes into the mix, and then the man himself, Nico, with the Deagle behind the bomb side, does what he does the best. The Deagle and Nico goes hand in hand, and all of a sudden we're in a scenario where Vitality is losing out a 5v3 against Pistol. Spinks is doing everything he can in order to make up for it, but it's just not gonna happen. And as you said, Matthew, from this point and onwards, from this round and onwards, we saw Nico absolutely terrorize the server. He is, in my opinion, the best CT side rifle in the entire world of nuke. He controlled the game.
He did Vitality dirty, and there's not a name that this clip mentions as well. It's JKS.
Yeah.
JKS has been tested a couple of times, Ram. I think it was part of Apex plan to kind of test how strong he would be in that position. First time, he's boosting on that box, triple kill. Second time, he's hiding far back, triple kill as well. Anytime they came to Ram, he was strong, rock hard from JKS.
Yeah, and we look at the next sort of 11 rounds going down, 10 of which went to the side of G2. You talk about the big commanding, you talk about the pure dominance from them. And we were kind of questioning, you know, how are the positions going to be working out for the TT side? Exactly what we expected of both Hooksy and JKS. And yeah, looking rock solid throughout.
I would say so. The way Nico controlled Yard was just stellar. We've seen it so many times before. And I also want to give a bit of a critique to Apex, because he must be aware what's coming in for him when he's playing against Nico on Yard. I recognize it can be incredible tough to deal with this guy, but you saw him be aggressive in Yard behind the smoke every single round, and you saw Apex contested every single round. At what point do you realize that, okay, against this guy, maybe I'm not supposed to go in first. Maybe I'm supposed to stay alive. Maybe I'm supposed to try something else, and running in and getting a duel against Nico, it's simply not a fair match. So I don't know why you keep seeking it over and over.
But to be fair, I can imagine, I can put myself in Apex's shoes, and I can see how it looked like life had absolutely no solution on you. Because if you play fast outside, Nico is in your face and he shuts you down. If you play fast ramp, JKS is in your face and he shuts you down. And if you're playing slowly, Nico is actually pushing and then he's coming right from behind you. So I think G2 did everything, or almost everything, perfect. Even Hooksy at times, who had a couple of positions where he got away with multi-kills, which we hadn't seen quite yet. So for Apex, really, really tough to find a solution. If anything, one could be sad about the fact that they couldn't pull it back on the CT side. And I just want to put it out there. Are we seeing Apex play ramp? Is that going to be the new generation for Vitality on Nuke? Because that one begs a few questions.
A lot of questions, right? We used to see Apex play, I guess, the same role as Nico in yard, constantly fighting, trying to open up the rounds, trying to be annoying towards his opponents. I feel the play style of Apex, he's not supposed to play in a position like ramp where you have to be very calculated.
He's not a ramp player.
You have to be very smart.
I am a ramp player. He's not a ramp player.
Exactly. It's a boring role match here, and Apex is not a boring Counter-Strike player. So I'm curious to see how that's going to pan out, and perhaps maybe we'll see a couple of games, but I don't know. A month from now, I doubt Apex is going to be in ramp. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that either. I'm guessing if you look at other maps and kind of the blueprint they have applied, usually it's Magisk obviously taking one of the fixed positions and then on Vertigo. Sorry, Dupree is doing that, choking just like Vitality on that one. Dupree did that on Vertigo too. It's just the profile that Apex is. Then you're gonna ask from him to be patient, to evade duels, to stay alive.
Doesn't sound
what
like
is
Apex
this world?
You know what
this is not a Counter-Strike
it says a lot about how much they're trying to accommodate Spinks, right? They said it themselves, right? We want to make sure that he not only fits into our system, but we build our system around him. And you gave him his former position within the door, within the rotation role inside. So if you're willing to put Apex into a role that is very unfamiliar for him, that is, very uncomfortable for him right now in order to facilitate Spinks, there's a statement behind the words. They are really trying to maybe build the system around Spinks instead of, inviting him into their system.
And more questions laid bare as we do come into the third and final decider, the perfect decider of which it is going to be Inferno. And it dawned on me whilst we were watching that second map, haven't actually seen this new look G2 taken to the stage on this ground. I'm really excited.
Yeah, lots of questions. Look, we can make some hypotheses on what we're going to see from G2 on Inferno. I'm expecting to see Hooksy team up with Nico on the B side, which was where Alexibi was formerly playing. And you can imagine that Hooksy would set up Nico to be in the best of positions and to exploit his talent, whereas I can see a man like JKS being in that big position. I think Counter-Strike nowadays, you need a skilled player. JKS fits the role, so that's how I would imagine G2.
Yeah, me too. That seems like the more likely scenario, but I will say, can you remember last time we saw JKS play Inferno where he was standing in for FaZe? He was playing on that bomb side together with Kerrigan instead of Rain, and he was doing a tremendous job. He was shutting it down.
Right.
So maybe G2 is thinking to themselves, there's some potential in having JKS together with Nico on Banana, but I agree with you, it will make an awful lot of sense to put JKS in pit and then have Hooksy being sort of like the rotation element on Banana.
Well, I believe we all did side with Vitality in the Betway predictions. Gentlemen, are you going to stick or are you going to flip coming into Inferno?
No, I'm sticking. I think Vitality got caught a little bit off guard on their T side on Nuke. I knew that this wasn't a bulletproof pick coming into the series. Both teams are still learning about their own limitations and own assets. I still sign with Vitality.
I'll stick with Vitality, but I am scared of the man in the picture right now.
Don't be
Nico.
scared. He's gonna be
scared.
We're gonna be all right.
The way he was playing on Nuke, the way he's feeling the game, you've seen him, on Inferno as well, on Banana, just go down and shut it down. You see it on the T side as well. He's an entry frag monster sometimes on Inferno. So yeah, if this game is gonna be close, if G2 is gonna win, it would have to come off the back of another, I guess, stellar Nico performance. But I'll stick to Vitality for now.
Well, yeah, he well and truly was feeling himself on that ground of Nuke, but now it all comes down to the furious grounds of Inferno, the final map in this deciding matchup between Vitality and G2, and we're going to see it play out in just a few.
Cajun B. And so we dive right back into the action, the final map of the final match here today. It's not for a spot at the finals, it's not for a spot at the showdown, but it is for a chance to play versus Na'Vi tomorrow in order to actually qualify to the fall finals. And those Betway odds, those same odds that going into map 2 were basically 4-1, are now dead even, split down the middle. It's too tough to tell who's coming out on top. We had total blowouts on Vertigo and Nuke, of course, in the other team's favor. And now we move into GOATferno.
Did you say GOATferno?
That I did.
Oh, the best decider in the pool?
That's exactly what I said.
All right, so let's see. It's another map, actually. We get to see some new spots, which is always so fun with the debuts. We'll see how that looks. Of course, now we've got this really aggressive, actually G2-esque mid setup here with the pistols. Waiting for the attack to come in.
Little hippity hop from Hooksy. Dupree gets him eventually. Make that 2 kills from Dupree out of the corner. Bomb thrown into the open. Spink's a little nervous about the Balk, but it's all good. Only Monacy left over. We saw the pistol impact from him before as he finds Dupree's face on the fallback. Minute and 13 to make the impossible happen. There's a chance he catches Apex, but no. Apex creeps down that T ramp, and with it ensures that Vitality pick up a CT-sided pistol round win.
Yeah, let's go, Dupree. Look at that energy. Love that. Bring it. I mean, it's all in the setup. They've had a couple of rounds right now in this series where they've kind of like read what G2 want to do, and it's wild because, you know, that means they know what Hooksy wants to do, and nobody knows that yet. You know what I mean?
I know what I'm saying.
Horrible, but it was good. And it's bad.
Hey,
that's just a wave.
Those tables aren't free.
Yeah. You break it, you buy it. Glocks. Just a lot of Glocks.
It is. Inferno's an interesting map for G2. I think it's a map that they can be very good on and very bad on. I guess that's most maps for G2, but they specifically have like this, you know, Weapon X of Nico on Banana. But as was talked about on the desk, it was, you know, kind of 50-50. They had Alexi B playing B with Nico in some situations. And I don't know, they could beat almost any team, but they couldn't always consistently beat them, so it was never a top map for them. There was a period of time where they had a little streak going on, but didn't keep it up. And as for Vitality, they also had a long history of interesting periods of time on Inferno. When they had Navera, that was when they were at their absolute peak. They had the streak for themselves. They had Navera opping on the map over Zywoo. Zywoo actually was happy to rifle B instead of play Arch. And they got shuffled around a lot from that perspective.
Damn.
They've also got a couple of Astralis players who really made a name for themselves in 2018 with the utility usage they brought, specifically to Inferno with all the HEs that everybody uses now. So a lot of very comfortable players in the server on the map that have all had very mixed results in the past couple of years. And that's why often I think it's not a map that you pick. It's a map that gets left for the third because it's one that a lot of teams are very good at. So hard to separate yourself from the rest.
It's where it belongs. Just never take it away from us, please, dear Gaben. Gun round coming through from G2. Let's see if Nico can take that absolute performance that he offered us on Nuke. Transition into some early impact here for the T side. We get the apartments control between JKS and Hunter. Couple capable riflers. Nothing too frisky or nor risky from Vitality. Magis just sitting on Balk. Apex, a few jump spots here now that he's got vision all the way down Banana, so really nothing being seen.
Ultra passive here from the CT side. And this is with 3 MP9s that they're using as well.
Seems like they're content to just go for those crossfires on site. Volley of nades comes over, and that's at the very least a little bit of brackets control. Now there's still time, of course, 40 seconds. Dupree hearing them getting closer, encroaching on Arch. That's the bomb down in the dirt. He's gonna dive to the backside of site. Quick rotate in from Apex. He's trying to attack this through the library, still smoked off. Hunter grabs bomb. Nico's looking for the exit route. That's Dupree dead in sight. JKS out from Balk, gunned down by the SMGs, but the bomb could still escape. Apex has been heard. Doesn't make a damn difference. More damage onto Nico, smoking off the bomb. Makes it all too easy for the French IGL.
Yes, and they made a lot of money off of that with all the MP9 kills, so they shut that down. And the attack, it felt like it definitely could have went the other way. I mean, very close situations there with the kills, but ultimately the CT's winning that. That's just going to bear tons of fruit. The amount of money made. Again, almost everyone dying to these very, very good MP9s. So Apex, I believe Spinks has I think Spinks played Inferno like less than a few times when he was playing on Ents, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to go ahead and check that.
Go digging, brother.
But this might be a position that is pretty alien to him.
Oh, Magisk. Oh, gets a straight shot into JKS. Good recovery here from Nico. Making sure that with just pistols, there's still a little life. Oh, more than a little. Excellent second Deagle kill. Dupree with the spam, though, kills his brother. And Spinks, ooh, shows his hand with that flank. Now, luckily for Vitality, there's not much left of Nico. Tagged down to 14 health despite those 2 1-deeks. It's nothing more than that. Hooksy, down easy. Vitality keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, so actually Spinks played Inferno once this year.
Once that's it?
Once that's it, because it was Ents' band, so he has basically no experience on it. Now, Ents did play it a handful of times in 2021. I'm not even sure if Spinks would have been on the team. Actually, no, he was. He did play a few times with them. So that's one thing that this, again, he might not actually have a preference, you know, when it comes to what side of the map that he's playing on, but he was playing on B when he did play on Ents. So would love to know from him how much he likes the map and if he wished that Ents played it and if he likes playing B.
Yeah, well, if we're lucky enough to get James Banks with a Spinks interview, get the man on it.
Because he's kind of got to be the Nico, you know, of this side of the map.
Damn. No easy feat.
No, not at all.
Couple bullets whizzing by towards Boiler. They've got a setup here in the apps, I think. Yeah. The old double setup. The left-right. Looks like Banana finally going to be excavated here by G2. Digging for gold. And it's Spinks to throw himself right into the gunfight. Poor Hooksy shoots a couple bullets. Well, that's an open invitation for Spinks to rock his world and a smoke that goes down in front of Nico. So no trade, no equalizing kill. As Vitality looks to be 5-0 up, it's a 5v4 to start.
Yeah, and this is obviously all about utility right now. So they can go ahead and exec after the smoke. There is potential for the site to get re-smoked. Apex still has his full kit and a molly, so I don't know. I think this is not a winning round here for G2. They have to get 3 kills, enter the B site, and there's so many nades left over. I don't think they can even survive getting through a molly here. Yeah, A is pretty much their only option. The bomb's starting to walk up.
Ooh, Magis, great grenade. JKS and Hunter softened up. Like the underbelly of a turtle.
This is already... They have 8 seconds.
Done. Bomb drop point blank like that. Monacy's going to try his absolute damnedest, but Zywoo, just by shooting, simply gets Monacy to stutter step. Time expires. 5-0 in an instant.
And that nade, it's like a checkmate pattern, right? The last line that they can get up is through the lane side, and the nade lands square on 2 people with like less than 20 seconds to go. So really good use of utility. And this is a very prudent round from Vitality with everything that Apex did, baiting out the attention, drawing some of their utility forward, and thinning down the numbers nice and early. So everything went very well here. Ooh, for the defenders.
Good effort for Monacy. But again, try to dodge that one op bullet.
And we should see a variety of paces coming out of G2, whether it's Nico being used as a solo attack on the B site. Sometimes he's one of a handful of people, probably that I can count on one hand, that will take the B site alone or swing on coffins by himself or swing into ops and still win. And that's something that should continue probably on a few rounds. It was kind of it's one of these players where it's like his opening attempt percentage is so high that it's almost worrisome. Because typically when we talk about entry fraggers, we talk about people who die a lot. And that's the last thing you want for Nico. But on the other hand, it's also his element, something that he's best at. So look at him go. He's already in the front of Banana, right behind a Molotov. Wow. People are throwing nades and falling back, and he's listening to it.
Ooh, chance for ZywOo, but a drop shot. Spinks gonna see the nade usage. Great flash from Apex. Good double. Spinks 4. Nope, just 3. Jump the gun.
8-4, he had 4. Yeah.
Hunter trades right in. He's got himself 2 kills.
No, he had it lined up. I'm with you. 4.
Sorry, I read the script wrong.
Yeah.
He's gonna fall away. Now what do? They're kind of boxed in, but...
Oh boy, he hit 4. Nice one, man. He's on for the ace.
Okay, bro.
All right. They're stuck.
Yeah, nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. It's either you go fight ZywOo in sight. Actually quite curious that Magic's still kind of floating around over towards Library. Maybe they thought there was a timing there where one of them could have slipped out. Maybe it was just unconfirmed numbers. Alas.
Oh, they're tormenting him. God. He has 25 seconds, and they're on both sides, and he needs to get out.
Don't mess with Monacy, though.
That's true.
Okay, the moment you start toying with this kid.
Yeah, I mean, he does 1v4s on the B site. This is just a 1v3.
And Magic is still kind of floating back in spawn. Okay, it looks like they're going to try to crunch him maybe after time.
Uh-oh.
Tough spot for Monacy. If he dies, he's left with $500, but that's his exit route. Run, my friend. Well earned, but even better, of course, is the 6-0 start from Vitality.
Yeah, it indeed is. This is such a beautiful transition. I think Vitality on this map, if there's one thing, it's a flash assist for sure to pay attention to.
4. He had more bullets, dude. Old A1S gets 4.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, boy. Tough spot. Saved off. Galil added.
As soon as Nico put that pressure on, right, and then they pressed up and paused, Vitality had a whiff that maybe they're up here. They transitioned into retaking Banana super quickly. Hard timing to read.
Yeah, so far great showing from Spinks. Doesn't look like a guy who's played this map once.
Yes.
But, you know, is only 4 and 2.
Yeah, just 1 4K.
I wish you made mistakes. Oh! Apex gets smoked. Nico.
Just jumping around.
Got that nasty deagle. Spinks gonna have to pick up the slack here. Hoping to hold the line.
This angle is beautiful when you're holding on to lane control.
Oof, nice flash. Good damage. Yeah. Hooksy's still taken down quite low. Off shot from ZywOo connects. JKS on short side. And ZywOo just playing the pillar. Sees the muzzle flash. Confirms that Monacy's up in apartments. And ZywOo, damn, he's hanging on for dear life. Monacy will get the op trade. 2 versus 2 ensues. And Magisk, well, he'd love to press through this smoke, but they'll have to go for the boost. And even then, because the smoke goes so deep, they've still got a little vision to work with. Easy pickup versus Nico, in fact. Oh, make it a double. Magisk, wonderful. Vitality, flawless.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, he has him locked in. He has to leave default one way or the other. And they could watch lane and just sit there, but that's so unlikely. So, not often you see that boost work out that well. But not surprised that it does with Magisk on top.
Apex seems like he's surprised, but, you know, you poke Nico, you're asking for trouble.
It's going to happen to you. It's going to happen to you sometimes. No matter what team you are. Nico will win Banana sometimes by himself. It's going to happen. Okay.
Oh, come on, guys.
Yeah, last game was the first map that he had over 10 kills.
Yep.
So, Pimp, add that up, okay?
Crunch those numbers.
Keep talking back there.
Still a less than 1.0 rating, though. So we'll have to wait for his first 10 kill +1 rating.
Yeah. No, we joke about it, but it's an alarming thing to not. Yeah, there's no period of time where he had better stats, so that's why
exactly.
It's like, okay, what's gonna they know what they signed up for. And okay, JKS not helping out that much. We got over to CT side, everything will be fine. CT side way easier.
That's what I'm told. I feel like I just feel bad for Hooksy because it's in such stark contrast to some of the stars he's now, playing alongside. Can't keep up to Yabby, that's one thing. Can't keep up to Nico. It gets obvious.
Wait, which one's more surprising?
Yeah, in hindsight, bad analogy.
Gabby is the GOAT, though.
Double boiler setup, op included. Zaiwu ready for the porch peek. Oh, the jump. Hunter just puts himself on a silver platter. Dupree's like, yeah, I'll take that, thank you. Retracts back from boiler. So again, 2 players into the A site. Magis kind of freed up to do as he pleases, and the CTs drop a smoke front banana. Spinks and Apex hanging on.
Our rotations are brutal right now. Everything is in place, in time. Doesn't mean you can't go B. And look at this, another re-aggression as soon as they think they're at the top of banana. They're 100% right about it. Spinks will fall back off of this to disengage. They see the bomb, but the ball's in their court, right? G2 have to make a move now. Some of their utilities starting to come out. They've got 2 smokes to go. No Molotovs to stop them. And I think Dupree with the last smoke for the CT side is actually on the other side of the map. So funnily enough, this would have been a decent round to hit the B site now. But they'll now run into Dupree.
Drops his smoke preemptively. Oh, Monacy's looking to be scoped up on that pit, though. Still times it nicely done. Dupree gets 2 players off of this. 8 seconds left. Point blank. On fight. Oh, Monacy.
We're on.
Yes, we are. A little bit of clutch sprinkled in for an attempt at G2's first round win. No! Apex tries to jump across. Lethal mistake. You do not survive a clash versus the kid. And now Monacy gets into the pit. It's him versus Spinks. A kit on the CT side, but a white hot on Monacy.
Like thunder. No way. Another clutch. And it starts with that Zaiwu flick down. The mallet drop into this. Oh my God.
Starts with clearing Dupree off of his multi-kill. Get dunked on. And this shot, who do you think you are? No one crosses for free.
That's how we play, man.
Giving his team credit for that one.
That's how we play. But I just saw a one-man army.
Yeah. You don't get much time on screen when he peeks you.
Wow.
We're talking milliseconds.
Yeah, think about the, we were looking at the Zaiwu kind of insta AK headshots going down on Vertigo to start this series, saying how you get a split second the moment you step into that crosshair. Here's an example from Monacy as well. Next generation Counter-Strike talent. Oh, our game's in good hands. Woo! Let that be the fire that ignites G2. Let's see if we can get some kind of a comeback going on this T side. So far this series, blowout after blowout, and this one looked to start with a similar trend. Financially cannot afford to get hard reset here and now. That's the door blown off the hinges thanks to Monacy.
See if he's provided enough magic to create some momentum. Just silence across the map every time that op shot rings off.
Ooh, little peek there for Dupree. Short side, very much open.
Yeah, he sees a lot. I think we saw Monacy setting up for a library smoke.
I think maybe that'd be enough to pull somebody over towards the A site, but Dupree's going to get stuck between the layered smokes.
Well, the thing is that, that information goes both ways. once it's given up. So they pause a little bit, but we're at the 30-second mark.
And it have to be money for Magisk. Wow, knife out. Dangerous game. Hooksy will get killed. Dupree sees nothing in mid just yet. They're able to trickle down from the balcony, and look at that save call in an instant.
Man, that's a pretty sick transposition, because it looked like they were setting up for an R trap with the utility they were using, and then they instantly went into halls as a quick transition and decided to pop out and ran. And I think that's actually pretty hard to read, right? Based on the info you had, you know, but they did have to make a decision. And the flash was really great from JKS as well. That just did the job. Let them get a little bit of space. Oh, that's huge. 2 in a row off the back of that. Was that a 1v4 or a 1v3? Because Dupree died in the pit. Was there another player on this team alive?
Dupree's,
oh, no, I think it was him. Just,
yeah, 1v4.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, that bomb sure is big.
Yeah.
Nico won't get to save, but hell, doesn't matter. Consecutive round wins, 3 alive.
Yeah.
That's what G2 is looking for.
Yeah, still early in the half. Maybe it does matter a little bit, I guess.
Yeah,
but
fair.
Not that much. But yeah, that bomb is, what was it, in library from the B site? Somebody died with 2 HP?
Yeah.
Insane.
Oh, man.
That was a ruthless change by Valve. And hilarious. So I respect it.
Just nobody asked for it.
Yeah,
and yet it genuinely has had effect, you know. So, fun stuff. Not fun if you're Nico in that case, but could be worse. At least your team's winning rounds. Point blank. Oh, Nico and Hooksy rattle off some shots. It's Apex and Spinks dead to right. Dupree delivers 1, but I mean, he just needs to try and escape, and they're gonna come hunting him down. A pack of hounds on the front of this site, and Dupree, ooh, cheeky, slides up. Oh, wow.
Wow.
For a second there, JKS honing in on it. Must have seen something, called for everybody to spam that smoke, and with it, it's 3 consecutive from G2. So if you thought this game was gonna be the blowout, looks like we've got a close-knit affair on our hands.
Yeah. That's 3 straight off the clutch, and I like how Dupree, there's a one-way there, but he just offhanded that smoke as he was falling back. It wasn't perfect, and he still almost used it, but I think Hunter kind of just sprayed while he was sort of blinded. Oh, wow. Hooksy from behind.
That's his first kill of the map, by the way.
Nice. And the B site gets overrun.
So 2 weapons saved from Vitality. Still a decent amount of money back behind them as well. So I feel like this next round still has a little life left in it. How much do they invest? Just a few tidbits here, actually. So, makes sense. Keep everybody above the $2,000 mark. 3 rounds in a row from G2. Let's see if Zywoo gets unleashed a little. Right now, he's waiting for something to go down in middle. Starts to pull back with Dupree, so that is very much these rifles split. Magisk comes around the corner of wood. Hooksy's tucked on the half wall. Oh, Nico gonna catch him on the fallback. Spinks just the deagle. But he's not able to follow suit with a second. Now, unfortunately for Apex, he's got Nico getting closer. Trajectory of the nade gives wind of Apex's position. Dunk.
Oh, nice one.
40 damage. Great frag and a fallback as well here from Nico. Remember, though, Op's still in play for the Woo.
That's true. And he's left in a position where he won't move. There is an outside chance they run in his direction, but it looks like actually he's peeled off to Arch. Maybe they gamble towards the B side and wait and just save this for the next if it doesn't end here. But with Nico posted on this corner, it's not exactly clear what G2 want to do. They'll throw their wrap smokes, but the bomb goes back to B. I don't think a rotation's coming down. They're going to run into the stack. This is like Vertigo.
Oh, man. Unless Hunter still has time to just wrap into the A site and bring it all back.
Now I think they go back because, yeah, Hunter wraps the whole site. So
nice. Little insurance policy.
Yeah, that's good. They did that with a lot of time remaining, so it wasn't like Hunter was just using an aggressive lurk to flank B.
Yep.
It was an insurance policy.
You know what they say? Buy insurance, burn your own house down.
Is that a... Yeah? Is that advice, or...?
I think it's just an expression.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Anders was talking to me about it earlier.
I see. Okay. We'll keep an eye on him.
At least the M4 can be grabbed here from Dupree, so whatever freebies you can get away with, grab them. Monacy may just continue to rack up the costs. Do it.
He's just readying it.
Do it. Yeah.
With the molly as well. It's overkill here on Dupree.
Look at this. They're going hunting.
They want this up.
But you got to be cautious when you're chasing down Zywoo. Ooh. Missed chance at a second. Oh, debated. Monacy popping off with that. We've got G2 very much in this game now.
He's charged up. Damn. That really did make a huge difference. Just that 1v4.
I'll take back-to-back blowouts if it means a tight third map.
Yeah. Shaping up for a good one. That's why you called it Goat Furno.
Let's go!
That's some good energy.
Think about what it would feel like to come back from that first whooping on Vertigo.
Absolutely. Yeah. It had the makings of a 2-0, considering they're going into... They're not their map pick, but yeah, they're very much impressed over on Nuke. But
then you get a godlike performance out of Nico on Nuke, so think about how much he's just individually invested. The effort, the energy. Stars don't like to lose. Little bits of banana control given over. Little timidness here sinking in versus Vitality. Try to throw the smoke out, see if it keeps Hooksy at bay, but it's a waiting game. There's plenty of time to wait.
yeah, pretty effortless now as they've taken over top banana. They've had some great reaggressions where they've got their kill, stopped the attack from coming on, but it seems like they're getting farther and farther from that goal line every time now. G2 having their way with the map. Starting to feel pretty good.
Oh,
yo,
little X Factor.
Well, that's lined up perfectly from Apex. Frustrating moment for Hooksy. He did get one through a smoke on banana, so.
Yep, his one and only.
It gives and takes. His one and only, yeah.
Appropriate lean as well here from Vitality. Pre and Apex layering towards spawn side. We get the mollies over the top. Spink's gonna be hanging on. Actually gets hit by a frag, so softened up somewhat, but 13 seconds. That could very well be the end of G2 on this B site attempt. Spinks strikes one down. Dupree perfect boost. Bomb dropped, Spinks succeeds, and G2 fizzle out here on the cusp of that B hit. Monacy hanging on to the AWP with the save. Tons of money still for G2, not the end of the world, but nice to see Vitality with a round win.
They had me wrapped around their finger right there. They took banana so easy and effortlessly. It was like, wow. I mean, they're just going to be able to exec wherever they want. And then it comes down to 10 seconds again, and you're like, whoa, I guess this is actually not a great position. So not sure what delayed their time so much. If it was their own... If it was just them self-psyching themselves out, or if it was Hooksy dying maybe at top of banana when they were trying to make some plans happen. That could have been a tilter that changed it, but either way, it's always nice when you're on the other side of that and you see the other team is a little bit fragile. The same sneak actually from Nico, and he eats at the top of the flash, and he still gets the kill on Apex.
Goes back. Actually lost his vision in the smoke and still came back, but that frag... Oh, it gets Hooksy instead. Poor guy.
Just 1,000 ways to die with Hooksy. That was for Nico. That 100% was for Nico. I don't think they knew that Hooksy was hurt in the back.
You can't make this up.
Just, yeah, magnetic to death.
Oh, man.
That's comical. That is comical.
Crazy.
Now they'll march quietly back up towards brackets. At 50 seconds, I think we got to pay close attention to the clock now. But this site is pretty staffed. See if they have any trouble here. Lots of grenades left over as well. Moto smoke comes down.
Little wrap getting set up. Looks like Dupree's finally going to get his arch side fight. Hunter kills Magisk. Oh, nice. They hold the line. It's going to be 20 seconds on the low HP'd Kovacs. And Nico, not going to get around that corner. Unfortunate, but superb. ZywOo, nice little flick into Hunter. Gives Vitality number 9.
Yeah, very clean. Starts off with some grenade and util antics at the top of Banana. And I actually wondered the amount of times that they pushed Banana when they could have just thrown HEs. You know, why they weren't doing that more. But they've started to bring that in. And yeah, they are catching a lot of G2 players at the top of Banana in this case. So now we'll finally see a save out of G2. I think after a 4-round streak, they lose 2 and are out of money. Hooksy on the util. Nico as well.
Posturing going on, but when they leave the apartments, so clumping together here. Power of the unarmored Deagles, perhaps. Couple sets of Kevlar, of course, so put the right weapon in the right hands, you could have a problem, but it's been a little while since we've seen ZywOo at this B site. He's going to do it all on his own. Vitality chasing ghosts over on A.
Yeah, there's no one there even putting pressure on it. But they'll start to make their way back over, it looks like. So, ZywOo's playing an interesting spot. I mean, he can get smoked out in this position. He's not going to play committed. And I think one of the worst things you can do is give it off to pistoling players so they overrun it. So look for his opportunity, misses it. Good flashes.
Right utility comes down. Oh, that's a nice shot through the coffin here from ZywOo. Hooksy up and above the coffins. Spinks finds the lineup. Hooksy goes challenging through. That is a bug on a windshield as far as ZywOo's concerned. Hooksy gets slapped aside. Sit down. And JKS follows suit. He will take one with him. That deep shot towards CT. But, you know, considering what they'd had to work with, Vitality happy with that.
Yeah, so we're moving into one final round. And I mean, I feel like you have to mention the Monacy 1v4 again with the following rounds that came through. This is pretty much where G2 got all their energy. But on both sides of that, it's been Vitality with a pretty domineering performance here on CT side of Inferno. Looking solid overall. Good nades, good rotations, good ideas with their top mid re-aggressions, their flashes. Been a lot of assists in the kill feeds, good utility damage to top the boards. And so I don't think that there's anything alarming for them when they think about how this half has gone. Apart from letting a little individual prowess slip through the cracks.
Crazy how that single 1v4 from Monacy just has this ripple effect, right? 4 rounds in a row right after. Energized G2. We'll see if they can get that last round just added to the tally. One final attempt on this offense. ZywOo just floating in the open. Now concern for the alt peak, but those 2 alt players up into the apartments. Magisk's set the floor on fire. And Hunter feels that call to action. Met by a smoke grenade, they'll cool off for the time being. Nico doing his own thing here. Unfortunately for him, he's working with the Galil. But so is Hooksy, so they're equals.
A little bit of patience would make the CTs very insecure here. They have a huge arch gap and timing, potentially. It's still smoked off, but they don't know about it. So the 2 Danes on A in the pit, ready for a Halls pop if that comes their way. But they've left this open for some time, so they'll start to move back.
Swapping out positions here. A little bit deeper on the arch side. ZywOo's ready point blank. Apex still kind of floating between ZywOo and Spinks. Not sure if they should be concerned with the B hit, but smoke goes down. Oh, timing could have been favored to ZywOo, but no sir. Dupree gets dinked, still alive for only a second longer. ZywOo trying to find those spam shots. Magisk cutting off bodies from inside the pit. 20 seconds to the clock. No additional kill here from Magisk. Monacy low, but bomb is down. With that, retake needed. Final round of the half. And they've got these deep positions sunk in between Nico and JKS. Monacy is low. Incendiary could be set towards him. And then they've got to get this ball rolling. Flashbangs go high, smoke blocks off pit, so that's meant to push them forward. Apex tries to jump up, but there's a little gap on the left side. Spinks finds the way over top of the box, but again, 2 players deeply rooted inside that pit. By tapping bomb, they peek. Spinks with the first one, JKS back around the corner, and time is again the issue. G2, 4 in a row off of Monacy, and 1 last round on top. Hit it on.
Outside.
Push me now. Side top. Breaking right.
One more, up. 10. To his side.
Let's go.
Yeah. To the run. Attack my time.
Fading, it's fading.
Default. 1.6. It's going headshot. 100% is headshot. Take your time, I think. Can be pit now as well.
Let's go!
Sick!
Let's go, bro!
Nice
Sick
area.
kill, yeah. That's how we play!
Damn, dude. That shot on Spinks is something for the ages.
That's how we play. That's how we play. Well, I don't play like that, but you sure as hell do, Monacy.
Yeah.
Hell of a highlight. Got them 4 rounds off the back of that. An invigorating round win for G2 to pick up. And then, as we saw, that 5th one as well, just added right as the first half came to an end. This would not be the very first 10-5 half on Inferno to be brought back for a victory. But G2 better keep it clean in this pistol, or else it is a daunting task.
Yeah, in fact it is. So, yes, it looks like what the desk predicted is true. That Hooksy will be... Wait, hold on. No, hold on a second. Are they stacked in emo? Okay, yeah. So probably Nico with Monacy on top, if I'm not mistaken. And then Hooksy over here. It's a pistol round, so anything can happen. Okay, so Nico on top.
Nobody stands on Nico.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was
Nobody
like, wait,
stands on Nico.
Yeah.
Nice clutch kid, but come on.
Yeah, seriously.
ZywOo managed the cross. Nico. Dangerous game of whack-a-mole. Oh, but he comes up. Pops ZywOo when the mole fights back. m0NESY's not going to get out of that corner, unfortunately for him. We'll see if Nico can pick up the slack. Spinks has managed to get into pit, but look at that bomb. It just leaves. Dupree's trying to size up the other side of the map. He's going to get a fight versus JKS. Insta headshot. Chance in a second. Oh, Hunter can't manage. And now they do kill Spinks. So, I mean, the saving grace, the silver lining is it's an insta rotation. The bigger problem, bomb plant, 3v2, post here for Vitality to get an early 11th round win.
Yeah, they got some excellent post plant spots, and you know, a quarter of this bomb's going to be gone by the time they get up here. Plus, they had to make noise on the way.
And Hooksy has 1 kill. So he's trying to set up Nico, making a ton of sound inside of the apartments. Just gets deleted by Magisk point blank. And now Nico would have to ace in this pistol, or else Vitality walk away with that easy number 11. He gets up into the apps. Magisk walks back. That'll be the end of him, but time decides ultimately. And so, Vitality, 6-round lead.
Yeah, this hill is getting a little bit too high to climb, but I mean, it's still CT side that they can look forward to. We'll have to wait and see maybe. I mean, there's always a chance to eco as well. G2, definitely one of the better teams to have pistols in their hands. So let's see how much they put together. And I've always loved G2's kind of eco setups. This time, of course, it's going to be Hooksy calling instead of like Nexa or Alexi. I think they both have brought some good force-ups and eco rounds strategies to the roster in the past. But now they're just chock full of ideas, having run through 3 IGLs in the past year. So let's see what the Danish version of that is. As even though they don't have that much to invest in, they sure as hell have the expectation that they can do this. And it is actually a force behind this M4 of Hunter.
Dyer straights ahead. No connection there from what can be a very deadly deagle. Dupree up first. They carve out controlled banana, so that's entirely theirs already, but there is a potential ZywOo versus Nico fight here that could open up the floodgates for the B bomb site. Meanwhile, justifiable 4-man stack inside A. Hooksy's not bringing the kills, but if he's bringing the calls, it's just up to his teammates to deliver. Smoke fades in front of him. Dupree's honing in closer. Flash on the feet of Hooksy. Goes for the m0NESY fight. Insta-dink. Sets up Hooksy. Oh, he can't get the kill. ZywOo glocks him in the face. Little gap out from the balcony. Apex tries to chase into the site. He'll go, finding JKS. Nico is nowhere to be found at this point. There is still Hunter. That M4 pops 3 kills. Players in the right positions. G2 rob it back.
They're all distractions the entire time. This golden spot inside of the graveyard, that was the final nail, and it was the best gun of the round for them to hold it from. So that's it. Hunter puts together the 3-piece. You know, he likes those high-action 3Ks. Yeah, they come through with the 4-man stack.
Ooh, that's a sigh of relief.
Yes, that could have got very hairy.
Exactly what they'd hoped for. Lose pistol, screw it. Good chance, right back. Hooksy dies to Apex.
No shame in that. You said he's as good as m0NESY. Go for her to go. Clip it.
Speak of the devil. Oof, can't manage. Yo, hold on now. We've got a gun in the hands of Spinks.
This is not what they need. Okay, Nico's alone in B. 2 locked up on lane side, so they can go and overtake mid if they want to, or just chill. I mean, there's 2 options here. Either way, it's actually a very good position for Vitality. There's just not a lot of manpower here for G2. But the more clues they get, the farther they can get. It's just that they've got to keep an eye on A because that's still always a threat. Vitality are waiting for the search to come out. This actually thinned out. Like if we pause the map, right? They were 2 in pit. And this has kind of thinned them out a little bit. But they start to inch towards the B site.
Nico just taking a quick glance at Banana. Spinks. Oh, gets the better of him.
Oh, man. With the one gun there. Nico just loses that duel, yeah.
You drop that M4. Suddenly, ZywOo, again, also easily toppled. Now it's going to have to be Hunter and JKS running at this quickly up Banana. They've got players zoned back site. Dupree. Oh, he's got a little bit of cover, but they could still line up, and they don't. There's a big question mark about where JKS has gotten off to. Dupree's on Coffins, Magisk back site, the Danes locking in this bomb site, and now ZywOo brought back to the action. 3-man peek and a huge recovery for Vitality. Oh, that is a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, a couple of failures there. Just open up the CT spawn, and with so much time remaining, it's very hard to make the correct play no matter how much time. I mean, Vitality, they have them locked up, right? There's no good move to make. You can't leave the A site. You have to worry about B at the same time. And either way you go, you are in a losing position. It's a 4v1 basically in either situation. So Hunter starts to lean over towards Nico, but even Nico can't get that one kill that maybe if he did, he multi-frags. It's Spinks on an M4.
And the next guy had a pistol.
Yeah.
And then the next guy after that had 10 HP.
But Spinks has been incredibly reliable from the jump for Vitality. I wouldn't even be surprised if he's overtaken ZywOo in terms of kills in the maps that they played so far since he's joined. Maybe not exactly the case, but yeah, he's been doing really well.
You said it really confidently, though. I believed you.
It's just counting his kills. I was like, man.
It's been up there.
He's been top fragging regularly, yeah.
We've also got a next level unlock from Dupree, who once upon a time when Masuda was here was kind of ZywOo's right-hand man. You know, if you were going to get the two-player highlight reel, it was ZywOo and Dupree, occasionally Magisk. This evening, you've got the 4-man core just popping off. Unfortunately, Hooksy with another map struggling, and JKS not able to keep up to the other 3, so... Yeah. Still time to kind of turn that around. It is Counter-Strike after all, but it shouldn't be coming in a round like this. Armored pistols sprinkled around the camp of G2. 5-7 tucked close, goes back, nice flash, but Apex even blind. Just smothers out Hunter, top Banana, and they could have transitioned into the commit, but Nico was waiting with that Deeg. No movement on the A site. It's very much Nico alone. Who's on my head?
How did that? I think he hit some clipping, actually.
I think Apex was on the wall above him.
Oh.
Couple steps forward and... Spell by feet.
It's funny. He did a Mario jump.
There it is. Easy pickup. Open B bomb site. Not that they know it, but soon to be found out, of course. Magisk and Apex will go scouting in for information.
Yeah, even if it isn't, right? It's Nico dead. It's a core part of the site. And now the bomb can start working back. So they've done a good job scouting. They get the kill that's important. They open up the round, and now they're in critical territory here in the series. Burgeoning on 13. Looking to close out. And to recount the last 2 maps, been a stomp both ways. At first, it looked like there was just no reconciling it for G2. They just looked really bad on Vertigo compared to versus Big. And then Vitality on Nuke was a map that, again, I'd said it during the game. A very impressive win for G2 to pull it over Vitality, who haven't changed in IGL, haven't changed 2 players. They've just picked up an upgrade, and that guy played well. You know, Spinks was really good on Nuke, and they still kind of decimated them. Controlled outside, no problems. And that's kind of Hooksy's best map so far, where he actually had critical kills. He's got the lowest multi-frags of anybody, you know, in Tier 1 right now. And that's going to be an issue. But at least on Nuke, we saw him with the capability to get impactful round-changing kills.
For sure.
And just enough, right? Switching over to Inferno, it's feeling like more of Vertigo. A little bit discombobulated, kills are a problem. And I think we need more sample size again.
And if it wasn't for a stray bullet to the top of Banana, he would be 0 and 18 right now.
Right.
Not that 1 and 18 is really a saving grace, but...
And seeing the guy he killed.
Tough struggle. But a challenge he knew he was taking on, and Apex just mows down the 2 players on the arch side. Flawless round coming out of Vitality. Feels like they are simply skating into victory lane. However, there will be guns between them and the finish line, soon to be bought up by G2.
Here it is, last chance saloon. No op and play for Monacy. The rifles they need, sitting on a single incendiary. Don't have any kits here, so kind of have to play for frags. Maybe a touch more aggressively. And they'll be met by some aggression themselves, actually. The quick boost to take out Nico.
Damn, huge scalp.
Yeah, that is a huge amount of leverage. They assembled into that so quickly.
And you've got Hooksy on this backside.
Yeah.
He's got to deliver here. He's got to stop them from moving in. He's got a health advantage over Apex. Just runs out, grenade in hand, lucky to even be alive, and he still just dies as Apex swings with the Deeg. Picks it up off Nico. And where has the defense gone? It is over. Round 15 locked in for Vitality. Nico goes down first and foremost. Just, you know, ZywOo weaponized on that fast boost. And unfortunately for Hooksy, I mean, kind of caught sleeping as he jumps into the open there. Didn't think Apex would be in the little pit.
Yeah, no idea that that was coming.
Fatal error.
They've been moving fast. So, kind of a somber save here. As most of G2's rounds have been in the first half. Getting off that crazy 1v4 from Monacy, but that's just about it.
Oh, even JKS scared by Spinks as he flies down off the balcony. This is that fast boost.
That was sick.
Got dinked and still recommitted for the second one. And unfortunately for Hooksy, not a good look here. Nice double deagle kills from Apex. A deflated looking G2.
All right, that's obnoxious. But I like that. Okay.
La la! La la la!
There's just no rhythm, no. Yeah.
It's not even witty.
What range?
It's not. It's just. C'est la la. Tough one. Double MP9, triple Deegs. Talk about blowout city. 3 maps back and forth between these two teams. They win each other's map picks in dominating fashion. Inferno looked like it was going to have some life on it once Monacy and Co strung together those 4 rounds. They're going to try to hang on, fighting down, and Hooksy's got himself 1 kill because ZywOo just TK'd, robbed him of a second. And at least it's a 5v3 and a little bit of map control. Not to mention no bomb right now for Vitality. They'd have to double back, and that makes things weird. So maybe a little life left in G2 here on Inferno. Or they simply lose a 5v3, which would probably be an even worse look. Apex, dupreeh, and Apex again offer those kills, but still no bomb, and maybe no bomb needed. Hunter gonna have to come through with a 1 versus 2 on 4 points of health.
And he might go to B when they go A because they still have someone at the end of halls. dupreeh sitting and waiting patiently for a re-aggression as they cannot find Hunter, but I don't know if they run into him now. Apex can clear out bracket, and then this will allow dupreeh to get back to mid, and this could be the last round of the game here for G2. It looks like they've reasoned it out. Oh, man. 3v5.
Whittled down to the 2v1. Hunter at least is able to grab an M4, but I mean, this is going to have to be some superb rifle work. At least dupreeh goes down easy. Stellar performance out of dupreeh and Spinks this map. 22 kills, 21 kills. Everybody else pulling their weight. Hunter, he'll have the element of surprise. dupreeh holding this angle from back sight. But that's going to be Apex to pop up and whip around in a moment's notice, and he never sees it coming. Put to bed, put down, and denied a chance at sweeping back this series. It is blowouts again on the first 2 maps. Give it a third, but Vitality stand tall.
This is a great game to watch because there was a lot to learn, a lot to see about new players' positions, which is always a treat in CS. And it's very fun to be able to cast it with you. There's obviously a lot of problems here, so you know we'll see as time goes on and some rematches, how this develops for everybody. And of course, this will not be the best version of these teams right now, but it was interesting nonetheless.
And it's also not the final result. It's not a ticket to the finals. It's not a kick down to the showdown. It's simply a great chance for Apex and Co to take down Na'Vi tomorrow and of course, it nets them 2 chances. Meanwhile, G2, one final chance to make it to finals on Sunday. For now, we throw it to Banks.
I've got ZywOo with me after that one, and I'm just going to start all the way back on Vertigo, right? I want to see how prepared were you for that, because that one looked very good from you guys from start to finish.
I mean, we didn't prepare. I mean, it was a normal game for us. I think this game for us was really good individually and as a team. I think this is a game we can watch and say we play really good as a team. So we can watch it and say we put our ups.
Yeah. You definitely did, but then you kind of got slapped back in the same way when it came to Nuke. Now, Zolik told me in the interview I did mid-game, he was like, oh, we thought that we surprised them with that Nuke pick. Did they seem more ready than what you guys expected?
Yeah, maybe there was more ready than us, and they play also better than us in this game. I mean, in Nuke. So, yeah, I mean, this game we just on Nuke we can just say like they were better than us. Yeah.
But Inferno for Vitality, since the Danes have come in, and now even with Spinks Fight, it's always been a confident, good map for you guys. Were you worried at all going into this one? Did you expect them to maybe put up more of a fight than what they did?
No, I mean, like always, we didn't expect anything because any team have any plan every time. So we just play our game. Let's see what happened on the game and let's see situation. That's it. We just play our game.
Well, talk to me then about all the changes that have gone on, right? Obviously for you, positions and roles not changed as much as what some of the other players have, but how are you enjoying what you're seeing here? How are you enjoying Spinks as your new teammate? Is this a good, fun environment to play around?
Yeah, I mean, I think all the team enjoy to play with him. And also about not the situation, but the game plan we have, but the team will change position on the map, and everyone is really happy with this. We can see with all the faces, we all smile, and we're really happy with this.
Now, normally when it comes to your individual level, your stats get better towards the second end of the year, right? You get onto the second half after the break, it starts better. But I would say it seems even better now on this side of things. Has something changed anymore, or just you feeling a lot better, a lot more comfortable?
I'm just gonna say I feel more better individually also. I'm more comfortable with maybe Spinks with a new player in the team. So let's see what's gonna happen in next season. I mean, this season, not
the rest of the season.
Yeah, the rest of the season.
I just got to ask one thing on that as well. You mentioned Spinks. How is he as a teammate for you? Is this enjoyable to have like this extra bit of firepower for you?
Yeah, you have a good firepower, and also as a human, is really, really good. So I'm really enjoying to play with him, and I think all the team is.
Now, I've got one question from you from our lovely viewers on the Blast.tv platform, and they want to know, which is your favourite map in the map pool currently, the active one, and also your least favourite?
In the active map pool?
Yeah.
I'm going to say now Dust 2, I think. Yeah, I think Dust 2 is my favourite map for now.
And least favourite?
Yeah.
No, so your favourite and your least favourite?
Least favourite and my best one. I'm gonna say Untitled. I didn't play this one.
You like it all?
I didn't touch this map. Maybe once, but that's it.
Okay, that's how it is. We'll keep things moving. But Vitality have got the job done here.
I know many people at home will be agreeing with ZywOo in that sentiment, but man, the Hive stinging G2 where it hurts. Despite being pushed to this third and final decider, Inferno was all coming up. Vitality are going back to that final round of the map. Obviously, G2 have had a lot of work to be getting back into things, but I felt like that kind of epitomized the lack of synergy we were seeing from G2 on that third and final map.
Yeah, what a strange series we've just witnessed. 3 very one-sided maps. First Vitality, then G2, then Vitality again. G2 were completely out of it on Inferno. There was never really a question. If it weren't for Manus' heroics, that could have been just a 16-1 straight up. And I am a little bit at loss for words, what we have seen from G2 at least.
Yeah, it's a new period, it's a new G2, it's a new in-game leader. High highs, low lows. I guess one of the conclusions we can make already is map pool-wise, they're not ready yet. No. In terms of, showing up consistently, not ready yet, but I guess that's what we expected as well. We can't really expect them to come in with a new in-game leader, to come in with a new role player in JKS and hit the ground running. But still, I'm left as a Counter-Strike fan a little bit disappointed. I hope that this game, especially on Inferno, would turn out to be a close one. I also believed that was going to be the case after the Maniac clutch. Yeah. 3 rounds in a row, or 4 rounds in a row on the back of that one. But then, again, it fell flat for the guys for G2. Unfortunately, it could have been a better game.
I feel like we just really quickly need to address the Hooksy situation. Like we have to. We're watching this game, and I feel like in my heart, what started as a joke, and we were laughing about it, and the first few days was a meme, and there were this title, this interview, and you see the games happening, and it's actually turning into a nightmare. And I felt uncomfortable watching this game. I felt uncomfortable. I know it's just the beginning, but you have to realize what it does to a player to have now back-to-back maps where you are struggling so hard. You are struggling. You do not find your game at all. And you can very quickly learn to feel helpless about your own game. And I worry a little bit because these first few signs, these first few games, they're supposed to lay the bricks, the groundwork for his stay in G2. And how long is that going to stay? Like, how long is that going to happen?
I mean, we can be completely honest, right? You can't win a major like this. You can't play 4v5 in a game like this and expect to win a major or expect to win a tournament. So something will have to change. It's still early on, but I agree. It's almost like it's self-imposed. I know he's joking.
It's worrisome, yeah?
Yeah, he's joking around with it and he's taking it, on his chin, I would say. The attitude is cool, but you gotta at some point, put down your foot and perform better on the server. He's played 5 maps so far in the Gauntlet and he's averaging 6.2 kills per map. That is the lowest amount of kills I've seen any pro player at this level, and I'm pretty sure Blast history as well, have over the course of 5 maps. So it's a massive problem right now, not only for Huxi, but also for G2 as a team.
Yeah, they're self-deprecating and then there is self-deprecating.
It has to be short-lived. It has to be short-lived. That has to stop immediately. Immediately.
Yeah, and of course G2 will have the chance to bounce back. This doesn't spell elimination for the squad as they will be moving on to that last chance qualifier that will be going down on Sunday. But I do want to get a few words from JKS after that game versus Vitality.
Justin, it's been a little while since we've been able to catch up with you. It's good to see you as well. New jersey, new team and all that. So look, I just want to start away from this game, right? Coming back into CS, how are you finding it compared to when you you stood in, it was a lot less pressure? What's it like being back on a team?
Yeah, I mean, it's much better than, just standing in on a team. I think there's less pressure when you stand in on a team, but in this one at least, it's nice just to be back and playing in a team and, grinding every day and stuff like that. But yeah, it definitely is difficult coming back after so long off. It's kind of hard to get the basics and the fundamentals back, like reactions and communication and stuff like that. So it's been a little bit difficult, but it's been really fun.
But are you enjoying it, right? You enjoying this team? Because obviously there's a lot changed within this G2 roster, but it's certainly an exciting prospect team to join into.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think everyone on the team is really talented. I think it's just a little bit difficult at the start when you make 2 big changes, IGL and also my role. So I think it's going to take some time just to get everything in order and everyone on the same page, of course, and I think everyone should know that. But it's definitely fun, for sure, for me at least, coming back, yeah.
Now, in terms of this game, it was a weird one where you win each other's picks and such convincing scorelines. What was going on inside these games? Do you think it was more like the individual play coming off them? Both you teams, obviously, we're still learning about the new map pools, the changes, the positions for both sides of you. It was quite an up-in-the-air one.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously they shoot really hard, and I think if we're not shooting very hard back, it's going to be a really tough game, like you saw, especially on a Vertigo, for example. I think on Vertigo, we just made a few communication mistakes in where they play and stuff like that. We didn't react well. So I mean, that's going to happen until we get better as a team, I guess you could say. But I mean, we can definitely play good, like we did on Nuke, for example. It's just when we have those slow starts and stuff, it's kind of hard to come back. Yeah.
Now for you, right, you're Nuke. You are the master of ramp on this, by the looks of it. You were locking it down from start to finish. Is this where you had your pure comfort? You felt in the zone?
I mean, yeah, I played ramps before, so it's not really a new position for me. But I think right now I just have a pretty good understanding of the current meta and the way that I should be playing ramps. And of course, my teammates are also helping me out with some things that I can do in the round, like switching it up, like round playing and stuff. So I mean, at the moment, it's feeling really good on CT side. And yeah.
Are you confident to bounce back though and come back for the chance to get full finals on Sunday?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I think we just have to take it game at a time. We've only been a team for we've only practiced 10, 11 days or something like that. So it's pretty difficult right now, but every day we are getting better. It's just that we need to get a little bit more consistent, and I think we need to work on our T sides a little bit more to make us more of a more balanced team, I guess you could say. And yeah, but I think we just need time right now. That's all.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing that time and what happens afterwards. Thank you very much, JKS.
We've touched upon the lows from that series. Let's talk about the highs in this roller coaster of emotions that did come down on Inferno, because we do have to give some props for Vitality really bouncing back after that second map kind of blowout that G2 managed to cement. I do want to throw one name into the ring, and that is going to be Dupree, the Dane himself.
The Dane, indeed. 2 great maps out of 3 from Dupree, a player that has been under the fire of a few criticism ever since they merged that project between Magis Dupree and the rest of the Vitality boys. And it's great to see him find some of these good games, find some of that momentum. We know he plays such pivotal positions. And to be fair, he's given up a few of them as well. He's adapted, he's adjusted to the team. He's been doing what the team needs out of him, and I want to give him praises because I know as soon as Dupree hits the zone, Vitality takes on a new dimension because we know what we get from ZywOo. Spinks has already given us a few insurances here and there, and suddenly if Dupree's showing up, we see how it happens in the 2 maps they won. He was instrumental in these 2 maps.
I don't know about you guys, and I know it's still early on. We're just coming into the second part of the season. We just see Spinks join the lineup, but I'm starting to feel, you know, excited about Vitality.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Come join the club. We've been in that club for like a long time.
What I've seen in the Gauntlet, what I've seen in the group stages, you know, it's a team that is moving in the right direction. I felt like even Vitality at Blast Lisbon, when they went into the final, I was still like, nah, that's a fluke. That's not going to work out. Masuda's on his way out. I'm not really believing in this project still. Now with Spinks all of a sudden playing well, you talk about Dupree stepping up as well, ZywOo finding his form again. There's a lot of positives right now to be said about Vitality. Maybe, just maybe, we have a new contender for a team that, not necessarily saying they're going to go up there and beat FaZe Clan or join the club of Na'Vi, but maybe just behind, you know, as a top 3, top 4 team, which they haven't been for half a year.
As a member of the Vitality fan group, can
I be accepted?
Do you approve his
I think we still need a few tests.
I'm not really sure. Like the part where he said Lisbon was a fluke, I feel like it's kind of a bad line on your resume.
Massive.
We're going to take 2 to 3 business days. We're going to talk it through and let you know whether or not you're accepted in the group. It's going to be fine.
And maybe the first step in that acceptance process is who you're going to be voting for in the CS Money Player of the Day, because we do have a yellow and black member taking to the stage. Of course, head on over to Instagram to get your votes in. But first of all, it's going to be Rain taking to the stage.
It's going to be Rain once again, raining fire on Ancient. No pun intended here. Great clearance. That flick right here is absolutely nasty. That was an ace that he pulled off out of his hat right there. Great finish from Rain on Ancient.
Well, given that I have to be accepted into the Vitality fan clubs, I think I'm going to cast my vote on Mr. Spinks, pulling out a massive round with the Glock, running up ramp right here and just getting 2 instant headshots, turning around, not getting that kill, but helping, and the 4th one as well. Spinks right here in this position with the USP, finishing it off. Very well done by Spinks. Now get me in match.
Splendid duel, but you know what? I'm raising you. Maniac right here with the clutch. A clutch that was almost impossible, almost inhuman. What a freak of nature this flick is right on to ZywOo. 1 versus 2, but from that moment on, I think the audience realizes, damn, he's got a shot at this. He's so aggressive in the clutches. Great noise, great sound effect coming out of Pimp as well. Great clutch. That was the beginning of a small comeback. 4 rounds back to back. Still not enough for G2 to make it back.
Yeah, definitely not enough for G2 to be cementing their spot in the grand finals of the bracket going into tomorrow. But of course, a chance in the last chance qualifier that will be going down on Sunday. But I do want to throw it over to James Banks to update us on who is still in contention of our Mersk MVP heading into the latter stages of the tournament.
Oh, Freya, you know what? I'm sure we're going to see some of the superstars from the series we just watched when it comes to this Mersk MVP check-in. That's right, these are the names that are on your screen right now. And there is a bit of Vitality and there's a bit of G2 on your screen. Spinks, Yakinda, Nico, ZywOo, and Manesi. Now, when it comes to those star AWPers, look how close they are. Just a little bit more ADR coming out from Manesi in this one, but we got to look at these star AWPers because they put on one hell of a fight and one big battle across today that we just saw. Now, Spinks in there as well. He's been doing good for his team coming in. You heard what ZywOo said about him. Nice teammate to have alongside him. The extra firepower coming in as well. And you know what? I'll give an honorable mention to Yakinda because he is making very sharp, razor execute decisions coming in for that Liquid lineup. And Elige has a lot of praise coming out for that young man. On top of it, with Nico, he's showing up on there. He could do some further big damage. Highest ADR out of any of the players that have come in overall. But it is all about the ZywOo and Manesi show right now because those AWPs are going head to head. And remember, Manesi is only 17 years old. This little beast has been doing it from start to finish. But that's the check-in so far. But you know what, guys? Guess who comes back tomorrow? It's simple.
Yeah, we really don't need to be guessing. Banks hasn't shut up about that fact day in,
Never
day out.
can, actually. Physically can't.
Yeah, no, it always
That's
has
a pretty
to be
cool team, though, for
another
people doing like fantasy leagues and stuff like that. We were just watching that graph there. I mean,
pretty expensive
Nico is an IGL, ZywOo on the secondary, AWP, Manesi main sniper, that Spinks defensive, Yakinda aggressive. There's certainly some GM out there.
If you win the lottery,
Like that.
if you win the lottery, perhaps we can make that happen. Yeah.
That perhaps would be a dream team. What I do need to check in with, though, is our Betway predictions going forward as well. Of course, the tussle for the crown well and truly on. We're just going to ignore that first line because I think that might have just been a misclick from all of us going with FaZe. But Matthew, me and you, that was all right.
But you say me and you?
Two successful
Oh yeah,
predictions
we've
today.
had a pretty good day. Listen, me and my
Jacob, not
boy
so much.
Mahone, we're up there on the throne having a grand old time. I think from now on there's going to be some psychological warfare happening between Danny and I. Maybe I might just cast my prediction low key in direct message and then cast like a fake prediction in the WhatsApp group.
Oh.
Don't you dare give me those eyes, because I know you've been doing that with Connor. I know all the sneak plays that have happened in the prediction. So you know what? Maybe I'm going to be sneaky. We shall see.
You guys need a hobby.
on.
You guys need a hobby. Why do you care so much about predictions?
Wait, hold on. For the audience,
Jesus
it has to be
Christ.
clear. Jacob is one of these guys that for whom the prediction sucks if he's losing, but if he's winning, then the prediction is amazing here. So right now, as you can imagine, he's like, guys, why you're thinking about predictions way too much. But when he's winning, you know he's out there.
Yeah, watch Jacob bounce back and actually care. Oh no, wait, that won't happen. Let's check in with the Gauntlet to see exactly what is going to be going down over the coming 2 days. Of course, now we're moving into the grand finals tomorrow. You know what that means, gentlemen? 3 names going to be qualifying for the Royal Arena. I am so hyped.
Me too, especially because you only have good games on the cards right here. OG against a struggling Astralis, Vitality versus Na'Vi. Matthew, you said something along the lines that Vitality have a chance of winning that
Hell
game.
yeah.
And then Liquid against Heroic. Liquid who's playing better and better Counter-Strike, and Heroic who came out in the group stage looking very, very hot. That schedule right there, that's bang.
Oh man, I don't want to talk out of my butt, but I think Astralis might have a crazy day tomorrow if they're still alive in the running for the RMR qualification.
They are right now.
They're playing right now, so they might be fighting for their survival in the RMR cycle and at the same time finding a spot at the 4 finals. Talk about a Saturday.
Yeah, that is going to be a high-intensity Saturday. Indeed, of course, it's going to be the first game on the cards as Astralis taking on OG to be kicking off the proceedings tomorrow. 3 of the names on that screen are going to be making it straight through to the Royal Arena. You don't want to miss out on the action. We'll see you again tomorrow.